studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, good hands. Towns making the play. Another turnover for Dallas.
They're looking to be aggressive to get him three-point shots.
Oh, over the head pass! And over the head flush.
Good morning, Metroplex. We open the show.
Yeah.
It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get to the weekend as quickly as possible on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Chapu. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live as always on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Bobby Belt out on vacation. I couldn't tell whether he was making an attempt to unplug from the world, as I sent a couple of Cowboys stories. We had a little interactions back and forth, and Bobby did not respond until he reached his destination, and I was proud of him for a second. A little irritated. I was expecting the text back. He texts us while on vacation, a lot of different stuff, but I was like, okay, maybe he's unplugging. He doesn't want to text while driving with the kids in the car, but Bobby said the last 2 hours of his trip, dead silent, no fighting. So victory number one for the belts.
Man, dead silence in the car is interesting. Like a lot of people don't like dead silence in the car. And that's hard to do with a family of 17 that he has. It's very, very difficult to do. And the fact that nobody in the last two hours asked, are we there yet? Mm-hmm. Nobody asked that? That to me is the most impressive part of the entire situation. Are we there yet? Never happened.
Maybe they fell asleep.
If they fell asleep, that's the interesting thing. Maybe they fell asleep. But if they fell asleep, then that is, holy cow, could you imagine being in a car? You'd be the guy, the driver, and everybody else is asleep. And you get 2 hours of your own thoughts, uninterrupted.
Would you like that?
I enjoy my own thoughts. Sometimes I like to, just have a conversation with a better class of people. And I find that I could do that.
I laugh more when I talk to myself.
Listen, some of my best sports talk radio segments, in fact, all of my best talk sport are by myself in the car. They certainly aren't on this show. I can't do that. But in the car, I'm Dan Patrick in the car.
So Bobby is out for the next couple of days. He'll be back on Monday. You got a traffic PSA yourself?
Yes, sir. If you are heading south on 35E towards Woodall Rogers, you're going to make that turn. That ramp is closed. And I found that out the hard way. Came around that turn around the American Airlines Center and getting ready to get on over in the lane. It's like, oh, there's cops blocking that. And there's cops at the ramp. So at the next exit, pop a left, and then you're on the Woodall Rogers.
There you go. Yep. Thanks, Peyton.
There you go. Great stuff.
Traffic report over.
Oh, there it is. Downtown road closures. Police chase ends with 4 killed in a crash.
It was a police chase. Police chase?
Yeah.
Wow.
Guess so there's some issues down there.
I had a sketchy gas stop. I was trying to decide.
Oxnard, like sketchy?
It could have been. It could have been. There was no one at this gas station. Bobby doesn't believe us that it's sketchy at 2:30 in the morning in Oxnard, the land of gang activity. Apparently, if you wear Cowboy colors or Raider colors or some type of combo, I guess I should know that by now after 13 years so I don't get shot. But, man, when your gas warning light comes on, how much longer do you take it? I freak out. I always get in an argument with my wife. Why you put me in this position? We're driving your car. You should have filled this up. And I hate getting on the highway, especially if you're in some rural area, and you're like, oh my gosh, we don't have anything else for another 8 miles, 10 miles. What's your panic / freak out level when the gas empty light comes on? Do you know exactly how many miles and how much time you have left in your vehicle?
Yeah, I think it's like
because you're either chill. There's no gray area. You're either a chill person with it, I got 20 miles, I got 15 miles, or you panic and freak out like me, and you get on your GPS trying to find the nearest station.
So it's got it has the countdown on the mileage for me, and then it'll get to yellow at 50 or 60 miles. It'll get to yellow, and then under 20, it just goes to dashes. So after 20
miles,
when it says 20 miles or so, it goes to dashes. So it doesn't tell you the time the anymore. I know I leave here. If I have a dash and I pull into work, I can leave here and make it home. I know I have 40 or 50 miles I usually go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't.
Have you ever run out of gas? Your car just run out of gas?
In college, yeah. And I will never forget. I will never forget this.
You're never going to forget it. It's something that scars you for life, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was pre-cell phone.
Oh,
it was the worst. I'm driving back to Knoxville, and I get through Little Rock, and I wasn't paying attention. I was jamming out in the car. I was not paying attention at all. And my car, I guess, it wasn't even that low. The gas gauge, I guess, was like a dipstick back then. It just broke off. So, like, you would make a turn, and the gauge would, like, increase and then decrease based on the turn of the gas, right? Because the gas swooshes around. So I wasn't paying attention. We get through Little Rock, and Kerr Road. I'll never forget. I sat and stared at the Kerr Road sign on I-30.
Steve Kerr got
for
you.
probably, or maybe it was on I-40 by then.
Knew back then it was a bad omen. Steve Kerr.
Absolutely. I stood at that. I looked at that Kerr Road sign for a good 2.5 hours waiting for a tow truck to come by. Just drive by, and this dude drives by, and he had his girlfriend in the car with him in the tow truck.
Oh.
And he was like, "Here, there's no room up here. Just want you to I'll put your car on the bed of the truck." It was a flatbed. He goes, "You just sit in the car while I drive you to the next." So I am sitting in my car on top of a tow truck, driving 70 miles an hour, cars shaking everywhere.
Terrified.
Never would they would do that now, but I don't think. Maybe they would. It's Arkansas. Wheels me right into the gas station, get my gas, and I'm away.
Pay?
Anything under 60 miles on my Camaro, I'll start to make the trip to the gas
Anything
station.
under 60 miles?
Because I know that's a trip to work and back. 30 to here, 30 there. So if it's over 60, I know I can make it to work and back, so I can go another day without having to fill with gas. But if it's under 60, I usually start making the appointment to make it to Costco.
Because driving, you get the Costco gas?
Oh, yeah. A lot cheaper.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be 25, 30 cents cheaper.
Yeah, it's considerable.
Then you have that mental hurdle, right? Like yesterday while driving home, the light just came on, but I'm like, I don't want to. It's a matter of laziness. It's like, I should do it right now because I hate doing it like at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? You just want to get in the car and come in here. And I decided to be lazy with it. I was like, I'll risk it. I'll just drive to work. And then I chickened out and went to the hood. Have you ever run out yourself?
I have not. I've had the car broken down in the summer one time when I had my Chevy Silverado truck, and that was it.
All right. There it is. Dallas Mavericks don't have anyone last night. They're still only down 4 at the half.
Yeah.
I'm like, give them the win. Give them the victory for effort. No Luka. No Kyrie. No Lively with a broken nose. No Exum. No D. Jones. And Josh Green, Tim Hardaway, and the crew made it close in the first half. Then they get blowed away 121-87 against Minnesota.
Yeah, blown away is the exact way to put it. And that's look, when you have that lineup out there, you can't expect to win this game. Because if you look at the other 3 games in this series, they're relatively close in this season with Minnesota. And then this one was the blowout.
I keep watching the Wolves and wait for them to just dominate us because they're top seed in the West throughout, and it hasn't been the case. It hasn't been the outright domination.
No, I mean they had won 2 of the previous 3, but they won them by less than 10 points, and the Mavericks beat them by less than 10. But this one was the other game, and this is just you're fighting with it's a gunfight, and you took knives to it. That's what happens when you don't have your guy. And it just shows you how bad this team really is outside of Luka. They're going to have a chance to win every game ever because of Luka. But if short of that, this is a G League lineup they threw out there last night.
Luka and Kyrie both sat for the 3rd time this year. The Mavs have lost all 3. They've played without at least one of them 26 times in 48 games this season. So they have been missing one of the big 2 for over 50% of their games, as Mike Bassick said would happen.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it is going to happen. I mean, Kyrie is not going to play every night. Luka is going to get banged up at some point, whether it's a quad or whatever, and you're just going to deal with it. Now, the team does seem to be competitive when the only one guy's out, and they have a chance when both guys are in to beat anybody on any night. I mean, they just do. Those 2 guys are that talented together. When you're missing both of them, you are not. It's not a fair fight. That wasn't a fair fight last night. I mean, you could say what you want about the first half. Yeah, I wonder if that was more Minnesota than anything.
Right. We have an update on the Kansas City fan investigation. Now what? for the guy who maybe poisoned all of his buddies during a Chiefs game, leaving 3 dead. More mystery to that. And yesterday was a depressing story about Jackie Robinson and that statue. We have a nice little turnaround to tell you about as we start the Thursday edition. And Micah Parsons, man, there's just a feeling I'm starting to get. You're starting to hear whispers. You're starting to get a feeling. Did Micah Parsons throw the rest of his teammates under the bus yesterday? And finally speaking, since the Green Bay embarrassment. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
An early morning shout out to Tolo Jay Ochoa, Texas William. They always greet us as soon as we wake up. Shout out Jay, Texas William already making the Dan Quinn memes. And Mikey Bassick and Jared Sandler already joining us as well. Bassick texting me about Kyrie and Jared texting me about Micah. So we have at least 4 people listening right now.
It's not 3. It's also not 5. We'll take it. Needs to be 12.
One day I'll get rid of this 5:30 to 6.
One day.
One day.
Boy.
Just go 6 to 10.
You have no idea. I don't think we have any idea how much our lives will change.
Oh, my gosh. Bobby says it's a crazy difference from when he has to come in here at 5:30 versus 6.
Yeah. Now, we may hit some traffic. You never know on the way in. But
I'll trade.
We'll trade it.
I'll trade it.
Because we remember the time we were 5 to 9. when we first started this show.
I don't even remember it, honestly.
5 to 9.
Yeah.
When we first got here, we were 5 to 9. They gave us our own offices. They gave us these.
Oh, that's a good trade.
They gave us like these. It looked like the Resolute desk. It really did. They gave us these 2 giant, desks that you would see probably in the White House.
Oh.
Massive desks.
Probably had we used to do a 30-minute show meeting in person. We didn't come in here did we come in for a 4:30 meeting?
Yeah.
4:30 meeting.
That's brutal. No way.
Yeah. What good's a trade when you come in 5 minutes before your show and you leave right after? What good is an office? It sounds nice.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Yeah, but no thanks. So one day, 6 to 10, and the 4-day work week. What is the latest on the Kansas City Chief fan investigation?
Okay, so the Chiefs fans, they are the friends group, I should say. Another update we've got. The guy who survived, the homeowner, has checked himself. I think he's the home renter, technically. He has checked himself into rehab.
Well, when he opened the door that day to the police, just in underwear and an empty glass of wine, I had my suspicions.
You had your suspicions.
Yeah.
So he's 38. Jordan Willis is his name. Source says that he is, quote, facing his addiction head on. The deaths of his friends he calls an enormous wake-up call.
Oh, good.
All right?
Yeah, I think that qualifies.
Yeah. Under the shocking loss of 3 of his close friends under extremely tragic circumstances, he recognized he had a problem with addiction, not elaborating on the nature of the addiction, checked himself into rehab, vacated his home, put all of his things in storage. So he cleared out and he put them in storage, and he is into rehab. This was following that January 7th game. Okay, this is after the January 7th game. And now the 5th friend is the one that left at 11 o'clock, and he was the one that said, hey, look, everybody was alive when I left.
Yeah. And these are 3 friends that got found outside while the host of the party went upstairs to sleep, woke up 2 days later, and the 3 friends outside in, 35-degree weather?
Well, remember, that was going into the week of the 10 below Miami game. So very, very cold weather that week. And
they all ended up dead.
And they all ended up dead. They froze to death. And the thought right now is that they all took some substance that basically made them pass out for 2 days. Because the homeowner said he passed out for 2 days with a sound machine and headphones on. Like, he put his headphones on and a sound machine, was like,
wow,
I'm going to put these on and fall asleep. And then the other 3 guys did the same thing, but I guess they got locked out of the house or they went outside.
So is he being officially investigated yet? What the heck? Did he comment versus this is a wake-up call? Did he actually give the comment on what could have happened?
They have not said. The deceased men's tox reports are still pending. 2 of them were seen arriving with 2 30-packs of beer, according to a neighbor.
2 30s?
That's big.
5 of y'all?
Yeah. One of them texted other friends about drug use at the house during the party.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's the latest again. So they were talking about drug use. Experts have indicated that alcohol or drugs like fentanyl or a related analog could have caused them to pass out in the snow and succumb to the 30-degree weather. The police still say it's not being investigated as foul play. Some of the loved ones allege that Willis played some kind of role. David Harrington's father, John, said him and his wife are both convinced that he played a part. There were 4 of you in the house, and now 3 of them are dead, and you're not. That doesn't add up. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I mean, I get that. That doesn't necessarily mean he did it, but yeah, it's going to have questions. He says he thinks the 3 of them learned something or saw something they shouldn't have, and he decided, well, I need to get rid of you now. Now, that's a sinister way to look at it, because they saw something and they go, we got to get rid of you. That's what he is saying. So, but that guy is a scientist. The guy who's alive is a scientist he's an HIV scientist working with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative. So there you go.
Donations poured in yesterday to replace the destroyed Jackie Robinson statue in Kansas. Would have been the 105th birthday of Jackie Robinson. Some morons, probably racists, went and sawed off the statue in this park, just leaving his shoes, just leaving his cleats, then lit the statue on fire and left it in a trash can, and the total fundraising surpassed $140,000. The estimated cost to replace it was $75K. They got it all the way up to $140 at this McAdams Park, where about 600 kids play in a youth baseball league called 42. So
$75,000 it costs for a statue. So all those statues I see at Little League parks, they're just randomly just throwing around $75K.
Are there a lot of statues of people at your parks?
Yeah, well, I think they're like they're made up people, right? So you got this one.
Even worse.
We go. I know, right?
Not real.
Hey guys. Hey, you can't have statues anywhere. Can't have statues anymore. All right, I'm taking them down. Taking all these statues down. But we'll see. You'll go to like the Grapevine Oak Grove Park, and there's like statues of kids, like they're all holding a baseball bat. They're trying to play that game where your hand goes to the top of the barrel of the bat, and whoever gets to the top and can still hold the bat wins. So you got like a statue like that, right? It's like that's $75,000. That you get a better concession stand.
Well, I hope that they put a little bit more into the Jackie one.
Maybe they did.
I'm guessing.
Maybe they did. It's going to have more intricacies in terms of the Dodger writing and the 42 and all that stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah. One of the largest donations was a $10,000 pledge from an anonymous former big leaguer who won a World Series. So, nice response to a horrible, ugly, despicable act of cutting down this statue and burning it up. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Speaking of history, they found an airplane. You and Bobby both interested in this.
They found an airplane. Peyton, do you know who Amelia Earhart is?
Oh, yes, she got lost flying the airplane across the sea.
Yes, look at you.
Well done.
Well,
finally.
By the way, a great meme in terms of how advanced society is that it was only 60 years between the Wright brothers' flight and the moon landing. Like that's how much technology came in 60 years. We'll never see something like that again. But they think they found her plane. This guy she completed a solo flight, from Newfoundland to Northern Ireland, and then she took off for Papua New Guinea in July of 37, and she was trying to go on this 20-hour journey to the Howland Islands, refueling outpost 2,500 miles away. She never got there, and they think that they found her airplane about 100 miles away.
Now, how would they be like, that could be hers?
Yeah, there was an underwater drone that took footage of a plane, and it if you could look at it, kind of matches the Lockheed type plane that she was supposedly flying. They're going to get back down there. They're returning to the area with a remote vessel capable of traveling to the ocean floor. Hopefully, it's not the same one that was used in the Titanic thing. Hopefully, it's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay. But they're going to go down there and see if this is actually hers. This would answer a lot of questions. And she was could you imagine how scary that is? You know what? I'm going to go and look at Ryan. He's got the plane on the fan cam.
Wow.
I'm going to go and I'm going to travel uncharted territory with basically a compass that may or may not work in the 30s. 1937, you're going to do this.
What is going on with Micah Parsons? Seriously, what is going on with the Cowboys superstar defensive player? And there are people who think that the Washington Commanders are now going to be left with hiring Dan Quinn. Are you rooting for it or not? On the Truckwreck.com text line. That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ after this.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And then there was one. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here. Bobby out for the next few days on vacation in Florida here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thank you for being a Tolo. Hopefully you are. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And a special shout out to our viewers and listeners on YouTube and Twitch. You are appreciated. The Seattle Seahawks hire Baltimore Raven defensive coordinator Mike Macdonald for their head coaching spot. He got a 6-year contract. According to Adam Schefter, they met with him for a second time on Wednesday at the age of 36. Macdonald becomes the NFL's youngest head coach. And, man, this guy's reputation blew up this year behind the Ravens' number one defense in points allowed, sacks, and takeaways. So you knew something was up with the Dan Quinn delay in Seattle. And here is your reason why. Mike McDonald is the Seahawks head coach.
Yeah, I have no idea anything about this guy, right? You hear his name. I didn't really hear his name until later on in the NFL season this year. If I remember, like, you may have heard it, you just don't pay attention to it. But, I mean, he ran a good unit, that's for sure. The Ravens were very, very good this year on defense.
They just crank out people in that program.
They do. They really do.
Their assistant GM is now joined. The Harbaughs are just trading with each other.
Yeah.
The Ravens assistant GM is now Jim's GM in LA.
That's how you get jobs, man. You got to know somebody, right? Everybody will tell you that. You got to know people. You know somebody, it's easier to get a job. It's easier to go through the hiring process, and that's all that nepotism stuff. But
why I'm here. Should have been off talent alone, but
right.
No, I had to be connected.
Had to know someone. And look, this could go one of two ways. I mean, we've seen like the Brandon, the Sean McVay situation. Like, everybody who had any kind of relationship with Sean McVay got a job, but sometimes it worked with Zach Taylor, and then sometimes it didn't with Brandon Staley. And this guy is, he's only in a DC for a couple of years. So, is this going to be a Brandon Staley situation? Is it going to be Matt LaFleur? Is it going to be one of those things? He did not build a program, right? Kyle Shanahan spent 9 years as an OC, built several programs. This guy didn't do that. He took over for Wink. He didn't really build anything. That doesn't mean he's not a good coach, but it's obviously you're hiring risk.
More importantly, now we look at the Commanders, and there are people starting to give the impression that they are SOL and they will have to settle for Dan Quinn. And Commander fans are not happy, tweeting this about their new GM, Adam Peters, who they got from San Francisco. Adam Peters, first 2 weeks as DC GM, failed to acquire Ben Johnson, failed to acquire Mike McDonald. No plan B for head coach search. Focused on one candidate, keeping 3 people that Dan Snyder hired, likely hiring Dan Quinn, another retread. So I ask you, Cowboy Tolo, on the TruckWreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, as we have a do-or-die situation. Are you hoping Dan Quinn does or does not get the DC job? 877-881-1053. You hope the Commanders hire him, or you hope he returns here and gets left out in the cold when it comes to the coaching carousel for a 3rd straight year? We're going to go around the room and hit up the Tolos as well. Choppy, you first.
I could really, if either one happened, I would be okay with. If he is gone, if he gets the job, or if he decides he wants something new, I'm fine with it.
All right, give me why you're fine if he leaves.
I think
they call you the fan of DC. Dan Quinn gets hired. RJ Choppy joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Grant and Danny.
Yeah.
What is wrong? What was wrong? Why are you guys fine with letting Dan Quinn go?
Because the only time he couldn't hold a lead was in the Super Bowl. All right, he holds leads well. But when he is not in the lead, his defense seems to fall apart.
Now, was that just a one-year thing? We're forgetting. I think we're going to be guilty of forgetting what Dan has done here throughout the whole time. We have that book on him for one season this past year.
But they hadn't been good stopping the run in general, right? And part of when you're behind, that's what you're going to face. You're going to face the run. So it's really hard to come back. Yeah, I just think his defenses do play an element of bully ball. And look, that's great when you're in the lead. I mean, you got a nice quarterback, but if you're going to be in Washington and you're not going to have a whole lot of leads, I don't know that that's going to be a great fit.
So you'd be fine either way.
I'd be fine either way. I think he's good DC. I mean, I would rather have him than not have him, but I don't think they would be in a much different position to win the East with or without him.
And do you have a name in mind if he rolls out that you would prefer or want?
I don't. Well, Wink. Wink. How about that?
Wink? Okay.
Wink would be the guy I would want.
Hey, where do you fall?
Or Belichick.
What'd you say?
Belichick.
I've gotten 2 messages about that. What do you think about Belichick being the DC? Okay. Right. And then I'll work under Peyton the next day.
Oh. Wow, there we go.
I mean, listen.
Today I will be working under Peyton 640 and 740, taking over Bobby's spot.
The last time Bill lost a job, Cleveland, he did go back to it being a DC. So it is on brand.
All right.
I'm leaning towards Dan Quinn coming back. I've seen this defense, improve, a lot. I know there's been issues here and there with good teams against San Francisco, and you saw the Packers, how they just ran right through the defense. But I mean, you see it over the years how good a defense can get you to 12 wins. It really can, even when your offense doesn't come up clean. And then from the Tolos, the 469 say let him go. 214 says who cares? We'll lose anyways. And the 972 wants him back. But I'm leaning more towards keeping Dan Quinn than letting him go. But I won't be really upset if he leaves.
Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Would Vrabel be an option for DC?
Would love that.
Boy, yeah. What happened? Where's that?
Where's he?
Yeah. Buy Dan, go. Let's see. Get rid of him so won't be here when the con man gets fired for next year's failure.
Oh.
It really doesn't matter. They've decided to run it back. Makes no difference. Stay. Defensive personnel is built around quick and ball hogging.
Yes.
He did that to weak teams. Good riddance. By the way, he spelled weak incorrectly. Really, DGAF. At this point, I hope he comes back. Yes, the playoff loss was bad, but ultimately he's been a great DC for us. Who are you replacing Quinn with? Something the devil you know is worse than the one you don't.
Great text.
Or better than the one you don't.
Yes.
And you get Diggs back. Keep Dan. I want him to return. Injuries slowed down the defense towards the end.
Yep.
So I would say most people say keep.
Yeah.
If we lose Quinn, who we get in Rivera, no thanks.
So look, the previous 2 years they gave up 20 and 21 a game. That was top 5, top 7 in the league, and this year they were even better, giving up 18.5. Now, yeah, they did it against a lot of scrubs. I'm kind of in agreement with both of you guys. I'm fine with it if he does come back. I'm not like he has to go, run him out of town, and I don't want to be guilty of the devil I don't know, falling for that and getting Mike Zimmer or getting Wink Martindale and not having it work out. But I'd go 55-45 in favor of Dan Quinn returning. There are much worse things that could happen to you. Much worse things.
Yeah, there is.
How much of the run issues and toughness issues is a personnel thing? When they sit down for their personnel meetings and say, what type of defense do we want, do we need to have? Is Dan Quinn saying small, light, and fast? Because that's good for getting after the quarterback and creating your turnovers, but then you get pushed around and dominated at the line of scrimmage. But I would imagine I would have thought today this would be 80-20, let Dan Quinn go to D.C.
No, yeah, it's not. He stays 9-8, he leaves 5-12. We going all in. I thought we were going all in. We got to keep him. That's our all-in move. We have need a linebacker. So there you go. Replace him. I'd want him to return. Injury slowed down the defense.
Are we hearing any? Mike Florio is going to join us at 8:00. Go around the league. We hearing any other names for the Commanders to hire? Are you hearing or seeing anybody else out there?
No. Belichick. We haven't heard his name mentioned that much. Vrabel's name, haven't heard him at all, really. What's going to happen with, obviously Dan Quinn, but no, who's going to get that job? Aaron Glenn, did he pull out of that too?
No Bieniemy promotion.
Bieniemy, but everything I saw is that
I was being sarcastic.
I know it was unlikely that he would get it. They did interview him, or they are interviewing him.
All right, what's going on with Micah Parsons? It's just starting to be some smoke. There really is. Micah Parsons ran, hid, disappeared after they got their ass kicked by the Green Bay Packers, and he hopped on his very own podcast yesterday to explain why he went MIA.
It's sad, man, that you lose the way you do, especially at home. Talking about how much we played at home, how much it stood for us to be at home, and to go out like that at home was completely embarrassing and unacceptable. So, I couldn't even look at that loss or feel any type of way because of how embarrassed I felt. I felt the utmost, honestly, it took me a while to even be able to show my face in the public. I disappeared completely.
Okay. And that included vanishing after the game, skipping post-game media availability, as well as the team's locker room clean-out availability the next day. Look, I view that type of stuff. I know Bassick and KMC did a really great segment or segments on this, the lack of leadership. I view walking off the court like that or leaving with no media availability, you got a few bullets like the coaches team meeting. Okay? You want to do it once after a truly devastating loss. You want to not talk after you get your hearts ripped out. Okay, you can do it once, maybe twice. But Micah does this way too often, you hear behind the scenes. I'm going to leave the rest of you to deal with it. You all have to talk.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to do it. You know, the best bosses are the ones that go, hey, I'm not going to ask you to do something I would not do myself. I just, whether it's construction, whether it's radio, I don't care what it is. I'm going to ask you to do this little piddly job. I did it, and I'm willing to do it if there's no one else to do it, even though I'm in charge. So I'm not, I think Micah Parsons loves to come off like Kobe, LeBron, and Mike. Like, the loss hits me so much harder. It just disgusts me so much and gets under my skin so much more because I'm such a winner. I'm such a lion that I could not bear to talk about it afterwards because it stung me that much. That's old for me now. That's expired. That pass is gone. That's for me. That's just Sean Shreve talking. That bus pass, that train ticket, that's gone. No more passes.
If Dan Campbell could get up on Sunday.
Well, a little different. Head coach has to do it. That'd be awesome if the head coach is just like, I couldn't do it. Sorry, I can't talk to you guys after.
Or Josh Reynolds, who had a couple of drops. Or Lamar Jackson, or Zay Flowers. I don't know if Zay Flowers even talked.
I think the Buffalo kicker, I think he talked.
Yeah.
Wide right.
Yep. I mean, if they can get up there, Jared Goff got up there. I mean, it's what you got to do, man. When you want to. He
loves coming across as he cares so much more. He's Kobe.
Yeah, but that's fake. If you go out of your way to tell people how much you care, how smart you are, how religious you are, how much. You're lying about all those things. It's not true.
This quote and clip got turned into Micah throwing the rest of his teammates under the bus. We have a stat line from this game. Some are saying this was his worst statistical game ever against the Packers. Here's Micah on it.
I'm at complete peace, and I say that because I don't think I could have done anything more to try to win that game. And that comes to watching film with the other guys in the room, saying what I'm seeing, being vocal out there on the field. I was completely at peace because I know I don't have no regrets about how I performed or what I put into the game.
Now, look, you could spin that as, okay, I did my job and we were so horrible. So what's that lead you to believe? Everyone else didn't do their job. I'm not taking that. I'm not going to spin that as him throwing the rest of his teammates under the bus. I could see how you could try and twist it. But statistically, Choppy, some said it was the worst game of his 3-time All-Pro career. He registered 1 quarterback pressure, 1 quarterback hit on 19 pass rushes. He had his lowest pressure rate in a game of his career, according to Next Gen. His only pressure came when he was unblocked, and Zach Tom, the right tackle, shut him out with no pressures in their 9 matchups. So the numbers say that Micah Parsons should not be so satisfied with the game that he played.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he wants to be, he can be satisfied with, like, I could have done anything else more during the week in preparation. When we got in the field, I mean, he was shut down. Let's be fair, he was shut down, and that doesn't.
Did you see his PFF grade for that?
I did not.
Curious what that is.
Look it up real quick. But yeah, like you could have a bad game and be like, yeah, I did everything I could during the week, which is probably that could be true. That could absolutely be true. That doesn't mean you didn't have a bad game, though. Yeah, there are certainly situations where that means that you did have a bad game.
All right, we got more Micah. This one, I think, is calling out the teammates a little bit more than the last clip when Micah said, I thought they were going to go all in last year, and they didn't. Let's see if Jerry Jones actually follows through with what he said during the Senior Bowl. And the new NFL head coach who overcame cheating, his alcohol, and his porn addiction. Next.
lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Peyton Russell needs help with his very first and new home at 6:40 in the Payload. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8 o'clock. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby is off on vacay in Florida for the next 2 days. Thank you for being a part of the 6 a.m. club. Special shout out to our YouTube and Twitch Tolos. We have the overcoming of a porn and binge drinking problem along with cheating from a new NFL head coach. Right after we play this other Micah Parsons clip, he finally spoke on his own podcast, and people are wondering whether he's throwing his current roster under the bus after responding to Jerry Jones at the Senior Bowl saying, yep, this offseason, we're going to go all in.
You really see how much people care about the game of football and the culture and the people you want around you when you say you want to build a Super Bowl championship team. And the truth about it, and it sucks. And, seeing here, they talking about we're going all in this year, man. That's what I would hope for. I'm 24 years old. I've been in this league, 3 years, and I kind of seen it all. And I hope that we go all in. I hope that we go out and get the players that we're missing because we didn't do that this year. I hope that we challenge ourselves, become better, and become greater for us.
Because we didn't do that this year. Is there any other way I should take that other than our roster wasn't good enough? We didn't have enough talent on defense? That's the way I'm taking it. That's the way I'm taking it. I'd be a little bit butthurt if I was one of Micah's teammates. Now, is he right? Michael Lombardi came on here, former NFL GM, who I love as a guest, and he said, problem's not Mike McCarthy. Your roster's overrated. Y'all overrate the roster.
They might.
I do think it's a really good roster, but I agree that there are holes that keep this from being a true championship contender. They were weak at linebacker. They were bad at safety. They ended up feeling thin at corner. The pass rush went away, and they can't stop the run. So I think Mike is right. I don't know if I would have actually said that publicly towards the rest of my teammates, but I think when you strip it all away and boil it down, he is correct. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to go, their offensive spending was outside the top 10 this year. Now, why is that?
Because they already committed to a Zach, Dak, gave Pollard franchise.
No, they're spending
Steele.
Yeah, but the offense was outside the top 10 in spending in offense. So they were not one of the 10 highest spending offensive teams.
Okay.
Why is that? Because Dak signed his deal several years ago, and now his deal is considerably lower than a lot of other people. So, you're going to have teams that have, if you just gave your quarterback $50 million.
Okay.
You're going to.
So you're talking about not recently spending on the offense.
Right.
In the offseason. Just like their current collection of talent stacked up against the rest of the league.
Right. Set up against the rest of the league.
Yeah.
So, Tyron was on a team-friendly deal and everything. So CD hadn't been paid yet. So their offensive
Tyler Smith rookie.
Yeah. So their offensive spending was not as high as normal.
Right.
And if you look at it compared to the rest of the league, the last 2 years they were second in offensive spending. Last 2 years. Defensive side of the ball, the Cowboys, they spent money, but they've got, they still, they just paid Diggs, right? They just paid Diggs. So a lot of that money hasn't necessarily gotten onto the books yet. This is fairly all in. They have been fairly all in. Considering they never, when was the last time, and I'll use this as an all in, when was the last time they traded a player for a high pick?
I don't remember. You have the answer?
No, I don't. That's the thing. Isn't that kind of the definition of all in? When you never trade one of your players to go all in, or to get a high draft pick. You never trade one of your current players for a future spot.
I think that we just have different definitions of it, and I'm glad that yours is a little bit unique, I think, compared to the rest of the fan base. All in to the fan base is a trade deadline deal. All into the fan base is a big splash offseason signing and free agency. And you're talking about all in as, no, we continue to pay our players, our very own players, top dollar. We're looking for an over-the-top extra move in addition to drafting and paying your own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. I think, and I agree with the Cowboys' philosophy.
Like getting Scherzer. That's an all-in move. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
That's how the majority of people view it.
Yeah, it is. But, there's a philosophy out there. I just happen to agree that buying is selling wins, buying loses. Like because only one team wins at the end of the year. But the Cowboys had, they had a lot of money. They spent a ton of money. Their cap space going into last year was like $10 million. Who are you going to get for $10 million? That's an over the top piece. You're not get anybody. You're not get anybody for $10 million. That's an over the top piece. They lost this year. They had a bad day. Did they lose because they lose to Green Bay because they didn't spend in the offseason? I would say the answer is no. I would say the answer is no.
Well, they didn't do a good enough job of addressing their weaknesses. I've been talking about run defense, banging my damn head against this table, Corian, whatever it is, for 3 years.
It is Corian.
It is Corian.
Very cheap material.
Yes. So they haven't fixed that part of it. They haven't fixed their toughness level. As Jerry Jones said at the Senior Bowl, he said, run the ball, stop the run, and toughness. So that's where we stand after Micah finally decided to come out of the groundhog hole and speak. How about this profile on Dave Canales, new Panthers head coach, wrote a book with his wife about his infidelity, pornography addiction, and binge drinking 16 months before getting his first head coaching job. It's a faith-based book, This Marriage, the Question That Changed Everything. 42 years old, said he no longer drinks and is not addicted to pornography. He said, I was living a secret life. No matter how hard I tried, by going to church, reading my Bible, and praying, I always had a secret dark place to go to. And he was still a position coach with Seattle when he published this thing, then got his big break, OC, for Tampa Bay. And they said they wrote the book to help other couples who are struggling cope with their marriage. So this is pretty fascinating. I read this whole story last night.
Yeah, look,
and guts. Props to him for the guts to write this.
Yeah, very, very big guts. This is like, if you're a team, this is not the story you want coming out a week after you hire him, is it? I assume they knew about this.
They better have.
I assume look.
Hell, this probably made Dave Tepper sign up even more.
He is
that nutso.
Yeah, he's a little nuts, but. Have an article coming out about addiction and overcoming sex addiction and alcohol or substances.
He said a huge part of my severed intimacy with my wife, because I was addicted to pornography, it was like a getaway drug for me, creating pathways in my brain that allowed me to use sex coldly for my own benefit. It was a secret, silent struggle that I had years before I was married. He said he cheated on his wife 1 month before they were married. And he admitted to having multiple affairs. He first cheated on her at his bachelor party. From the start of our relationship, I was binge drinking, going out with friends. Before I was ever unfaithful to her, I was already there in my mind. Bad habits combined with addiction made it hard for me to resist temptation. When he told his parents and his in-laws of the infidelity, his mother-in-law said, I never trusted you fully. I told Lizzie that, and now I know why. Had unprotected sex during his affairs, leading to both taking tests that came back negative. Described himself as a recovering narcissist.
Can you recover from that?
I hope so. I'm co-hosting with you for a few more years.
No, a few.
Oh, how do you define few? Two, three. Couple, 2, 3.
3. I think 3.
What's Garrett say?
I got child support to pay. I don't know if I'm only gonna be doing this thing 3 more years.
So you are David Tepper. I'm gonna ask you a very difficult question here. You're Dave Tepper. You got this guy admitting to all this, which is a positive. But how much do you worry about all these issues, the stress of an NFL coach's life, a football coach's life, how are you factoring this into hiring him if it was you?
It's a good question. My general philosophy is separate work and everything else, so I would just stick to that philosophy. It's tough to do. It's tough to do, but I would say, look, I hired him for his football acumen, not for his porn addiction. Which, by the way, my 11-year-old told me that there are kids in his school that are just addicted to.
What? Okay, what does that mean? How are we defining that addiction?
Well, I don't know. He says addicted. He doesn't know what addiction is.
Yeah.
But, like, they just watch it all the time.
11?
11.
Are you serious?
11.
No.
Yes. I don't think, I had probably seen a magazine at 11.
No. We didn't have the internet.
We didn't have the internet. We had Blue Boob.
11. Blue Boob.
You got the scrambled TV screen where it's like you can't see the clear pzzpicture. You got to just wait for the line to move just enough, and it's a blue screen, and you see a little boob there.
You print a picture off the internet, and it's like the color printer.
Yeah.
And you're like, is this thing going to print before my parents walk in this room? Is this thing going to come out? So, man, that's disturbing at 11.
It's very disturbing.
You search his devices up and down?
We look. But, these kids,
are they experts at hiding?
They're a step ahead.
You go, and the history is just wiped out for the whole day?
They're a step ahead, man. They're just a step ahead, everybody. So, it's tough. You got to be vigilant with it. You really do. Because he's right. There's kids out there that are addicted to this, and it's got to be brutal.
What has to be brutal?
For if you're Dave Canales, like to have to go through this and
I'm like having the addiction to that is brutal.
Not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, you add this with binge drinking too much, and some people just can't control their ability or their indiscretions.
Early in his marriage, despite going to church, he would go out at times with friends and take off his wedding ring on certain occasions and act as though they were not married. So this is Dave Canales, maybe causing you to root for him and the Carolina Panthers even more, just putting it all out there with he and his wife, the New York Post, with the article. They have 4 children as well.
Jeez. They're probably not done. People have 4 kids. They don't just stop. They keep going, man.
Yeah.
They just keep going, keep going.
All right, was Peyton Russell on his way? He's got the new home, and he needs the Tolos' help. Plus, what are the rules on treating everyone to dinner if you extend the invite? That's next on Sean and RJ. But
Chevrolet in Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Guys, at the age of 27, we have finally reached our Last Supper. That's right.
Last what?
The Last Supper with at the parents' house.
Oh,
we're moving out
this
tomorrow.
is tonight?
This is the last 24 hours at the parents' house. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be making my way over to the new property.
U-Haul?
No, not U-Haul, just Dad's truck.
Okay, let's start with your parents and how they're dealing with all this. You are 27 years old?
27.
Finally moving out of the nest. Some parents are thrilled with it. If you are in a Hispanic family, it's your worst nightmare. You want to keep everyone around.
Your dad is thrilled.
In the nest.
Oh, he is.
How are your parents taking it?
They like it. They know that at first they were like, because they saw how much I was paying for rent. They were like, is that really something you want to do? Because they're against rent. They would say, buy. I'd rather you stay here till you're 35 and save up enough to buy a house. Yeah. It's fine with us. You can stay here as long as you want, rent free. But no, they're happy, and they've been helping me along the way, tremendously, really have. They've been finding things around the house that I can take with me, plates, dishes, bowls, silverware I have, glasses, all that. So I have a bunch that I'm already going in with from the house, tables. They've done some shopping for me. So it's been nice, but they've been really supportive.
But your mom isn't like crying in a room late at night, like her baby's leaving?
No,
even though it's right down the road, probably.
Now my younger brothers, they moved across the country. They moved to D.C. and North Carolina. So that she was a little upset about because they're, you see them twice a year for the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, maybe vacation.
He's not an only child.
Yeah, got three brothers, one older, two younger.
It's been a year and a half.
Yeah, three dogs.
I did not. You have three brothers?
Yes,
four of you.
Four total.
So all four boys.
All boys.
Oh man.
And I feel for my mom.
Yeah.
Man.
Hell yeah.
My dad's loving it, but my mom, oh man, I feel.
So you're the last one out?
My older brother, he's married. They're still looking to buy a house. They're having one built in that area. Yeah, so they're looking right now, but my brother and his wife currently live in our house because they lived in an apartment, but then moved back in because the rent was getting too much. So, but they're about to move out as well within the next year probably. But yeah, I'm the first one to move out like officially. So
after your other two.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. The last one. Not first one.
Yeah.
Okay. So the process of moving, how much stuff, how much headache? Because that is something I absolutely dread.
So I have not packed a single thing yet.
Oh, that's good.
Because I'm thinking, clothes, toiletries, it's like that stuff I can throw in a suitcase, right?
You don't even, if you just honestly, are they hung up or are they in a drawer usually?
Oh, they're hung up.
Just take your hangers. Just take the hanger. Don't even take them off the hanger.
Oh yeah, just throw them all in there.
Take them and just throw them in the back seat. Just take them off the hanger and just throw them in the back seat.
Put them in a suitcase. Okay.
Don't even bother putting them in the suitcase. Literally, leave them in the back seat. Just like that's one trip.
Yeah.
Or you can get those wardrobe boxes that have a pole in the middle of it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, so I'm thinking like tomorrow, I'll really start to pack. I won't take the nap. I'll forfeit the nap tomorrow to really start packing.
Well, good for you.
Because the house
what a sacrifice.
The house is just like 15, 16 minutes away from my house currently. So I mean, it's not bad to go back and forth throughout the day. But I will have the big first purchase delivered tomorrow.
I got Tolo Eddie too, offering up moving services. Well, not to you, to me, but I can ask him for you. Tolo Eddie out there for you as a possibility. Let me know if you need him.
I purchased the fridge. And you're getting old whenever you're excited about fridge purchases. I was so excited. Like it's a Samsung 28 cubic feet.
Wow.
I believe 4 drawers or doors, as you would say. 2 doors, 2 other drawers.
I need a fridge too, and I have looked for everything under the sun, under a roof for a house, and I cannot begin to try to sort out a fridge. I know one thing, do not ever get this GE fridge that I have. It's a nightmare. Don't ever get a GE fridge with the ice maker situation. That was mine, but I don't know what to look for or what to pick out with a fridge. Give me a shortcut.
GE's expensive.
Yeah.
At least it used to be.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, just space really for me. You know, I mean, it's not just me living there; it's me and my girlfriend. So there's two. You know, she might have more stuff to put in there than me. I just need a couple Cokes and some lunch meat, and I'm good to go. Orange juice, and, gallon of milk. I'm good to go. We know how guys are with our fridges, but the space really was the big thing. I had to make the decision to go over to the house and actually measure the space out.
I know
not all fridges are the same sizes, right?
Right.
You can't do that. That's where they deliver it and then you screw things up.
You know anything about refrigerators? Any advice?
Bottom freezer? French doors?
Got to be French doors, bottom freezer, right?
Yeah, you get
because you don't have enough space if you have the left side of the fridge be the freezer.
Side by side freezer, you get no space.
Got to be the French doors with the bottom pull out freezer.
Right. Yeah. That's the ideal one if you can get it. I mean, for me, I like that the best.
I need the water on the outside.
Water on the outside.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The water on the inside is a scam.
Oh yeah.
Don't do the water on the inside.
I didn't even know there was water on the inside.
Yeah, sometimes you can open it and there's a little spigot.
My parents' fridge has that.
Why is it a scam?
It's a pain in the butt because you got to hold. Sometimes so my mom's freezer had that. Now she does not have
the ice cubes, the ice trays.
Yeah, so the way her fridge setup is it's against the wall, so she can't have the French door bottom freezer. It has to open from one side, so she has to get like that. And it's an inside thing, so the fridge on the bottom. So if you want to fill the water up, you've got to bend over and reach in.
Oh,
I'm going to catch her squat for 20 minutes trying to fill up a gallon of water. So it's a nightmare.
So the fridge, you can kind of go cheap a little bit with it, but not too cheap. But now I'm thinking, okay, we have the fridge. We also need washer dryer. How cheap can I go with the washer and dryer? Because I feel like to some people, it's just it washes your clothes and dries your clothes. That's all you need. As long as it spins and spits out, the detergent and the water, you're good to go. But other people think no, you need the heavy duty stuff to really wash all your clothes.
Dude, so we just bought one a couple of months back. And I think we got it at Costco. I think we spent for combined the washer dryer. I think we spent $1,300 or $1,400 combined. It wasn't that expensive. But you can get them, and these are great. But you're going to pay for them. The washers that have it automatically dispenses the detergent for you.
Oh yeah.
So you just pour your entire bottle of detergent into the receptacle, and then with each load, it'll just automatically dispense the detergent, so you don't have to put it in. It's great, right? It's always the same. There's never the wrong amount. I mean, you don't need all the bells and whistles unless you're, if you work outside like a real man and you've got dirty clothes, or you're washing kids' baseball clothes, you need something more powerful. Fine. For us, we just need something to get to wash our clothes.
I don't know what mine is because I don't go in that room, but I'll take a picture. I haven't had one problem all the years. Washer dryer next to each other. I think they try to sell you on the stackable ones as well, but I would rely. This is what the Tolos are for. Give that great advice. Corey just hit me up. I can help with the fridge issue, but the ones that I have been perfect. Have been fantastic. I don't remember how much they cost.
Costco? Do you have a Costco membership?
Oh yes, I do.
He just said he got the gas.
That's right. That's where you go. Just go there, see what they've got, price compare. You'll be fine.
So look, Tolos, if you hit me up on the social medias, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. If you're selling a washer and dryer, I am more than happy to negotiate and to follow up on you with that because we are in desperate need of one right now.
I don't know if you want to go with a used. I don't know. At least you know that. I don't know. Does she have any input or knowledge on this stuff?
She's okay with going a little cheaper on the washer dryer because, the $1,400-$1,500 for both. I think that was a little out of our price range. We want something a little cheaper there. We weren't so big that we want it to be this fancy thing. We were more big onto having the fridge fancy than the washer dryer. So she's fine with whatever, and she's like, say something on the radio, see if someone's selling stuff. We looked at Facebook Marketplace, other places around there, because we're like, we don't need a brand new one. If it's just temporary, we're living here for a year, we'll be fine with it.
Tolo says LG fridge, J-Bar, LG fridge makes that Sonic Ice, no Samsung fridge. The ice maker malfunctions in 6 months. The LG fridge is the move. All right, so these are the people telling me I think I'm pretty sure my fridge is LG, but the ice jams.
Is it LG or GE?
I think it's LG, but it jams every 3 days. Every 3 days, the ice. It's a nightmare. How often do you guys change the water thing?
Every 6 months.
You do.
It'll alert you, or mine alerts me.
I've been alerted for a while. I've just never changed it for years.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah. Does it come out slow?
No, it's fine. I just don't know if I'm drinking poison.
If you take it out, you can shake them. a little bit. That'll work. But I have it like just an order. I order it. It's on auto order. So
and what is it supposed to do? Just give you better filtered water?
It's cleaner. It's like it's just charcoal in there, I think. But
so me living with the girlfriend now, I'm going to be going out to dinner a little more. When are you responsible? It's a debatable topic here. When are you responsible to cover the bill for a group of friends? Is it what you say? So if I say, Chop, I'm going to take you out to dinner. Are you expecting me to pay it?
Yeah, you can live under the philosophy that if I invite you to dinner, then you're on the hook to pay.
It's like Chicoline. Chicoline invited my wife and I to dinner Saturday down the hall of Grande, and I'm not assuming that he's going to pay. He's like, yo, I got a connection, going to a new Mexican tapas restaurant. You want to go? Now, I'm assuming, being who he is, Mr. Connected, we're going to get some drinks. We might get some apps. Maybe we'll get a dessert. But I am not assuming he's picking up the bill. I think this really comes into play when you're a parent taking kids out.
And their friends.
I wonder. Or like an engagement party or a birthday, right? Like we went out for our friend Elizabeth's birthday last Saturday. And sometimes we band together. We didn't this time. Sorry, Liz. We band together and like, okay, she should not pay this bill. She should not be putting a card down for this. Now she had her husband there, so that was his responsibility in that moment. But like my dad, if we go out to dinner with my dad, if it's like back in the day, he lives in Maryland, my dad's paying. He feels like it was his responsibility. That was his obligation to go ahead and pay for me and my friend's meal if we're going out.
Yeah,
it's like it was showing him up if I try to put my card out on the table.
I had the same thing.
Old school.
We have these friends that we go out and
or just rich.
They just pick up the tab every time. Even we try to get our card out there, they never let us pay, and it's so sweet of them, but it's infuriating. It's like I want to at least give them something back.
See, that creates a back and forth. To me, that's a trade off. Like you just gotta try to trade off if you can.
And last time we went out, I like the lady came by and said, "Hey, just let me hold the tab for the table," and I threw her my card, and you thought his world ended.
Yeah,
he was.
Some people get really offended.
He was so mad at me for paying the tab that night, and it wasn't like he paid for Nick and Sam's one night with the crab legs.
Oh
boy.
And like the whole night, he would not let us split the tab.
Yeah,
and I picked up like a $70 meal, and I swear to God, his world ended. I felt bad.
Yeah.
I felt bad this time.
There you go.
Did you have this situation, or it's just a topic out there?
Oh no, there was some audio that I was going to play. It's a little longer for us to play, but it was just a father who took his daughter, his daughter and his wife out to dinner, and she had about 4 or 5 friends. And so he said, "I got my wife and my daughter."
And how young are the friends?
Oh, these girls look like they're in their late 20s.
Okay,
so it's not they're older. They should have jobs.
Yeah, if they were like let's just say that your daughter has 3 13-year-olds come spend the night, and you're like, let's all go get pizza. You have to pay for that.
Yeah, you
have to cover that.
You got to cover.
If they're all in their late 20s, I don't know. If they're all at the house, right, and you're like, let's all go out and get pizza, you're forcing them into an eating out situation.
Yeah, if you're forcing them, you would probably. I would for my kids. If my kids are 25 and they have their friends, I'd probably pick up the tab on my kids with their friends,
depending where it is.
Depending on where it is.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
All right, so there it is. The Thursday edition of The Payload with Peyton Russell. I think he passed the test to go ahead and take over Bobby's segment at 7:40.
Way better.
This morning. Way better. We'll see at 7:40. Let's see what trade options the Dallas Mavericks have after they didn't play anyone last night. And Roger Goodell with some pretty disturbing health comments about the National Football League, and we may have had a dad bod sighting for the Super Bowl already. All that is next.
Let's get you some help at.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8-0 Wolves here in this fourth quarter. Dallas is 0 for 4 in the period. Conley. Cash.
Mike Conley still getting it done. That was the call on Wolves TV as the Mavericks kept it close with no one playing against Minnesota in the first half. They eventually get blown out 121-87. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby is out on vacation in Florida the next few days. He'll be back on Monday. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. No Luka, no Kyrie, no Lively, no Exum, no Jones, no chance. As the Wolves maintain their spot at number 1 in the Western Conference, they're up a game over OKC. The Clippers are in third, 8-2 in their last 10. We may have to have some LA Clipper, Tyronn Lue, James Harden apologies. Denver's the 4. Sacramento is the 5. Phoenix is the 6. They're 8-2 in their last 10. New Orleans is the 7. The Mavericks are the 8. We're 1 game behind the Pelicans for the 7 spot, 2.5 games in front of the going nowhere Lakers in the 9 hole. So that's where things stand for the Dallas Mavericks with a record of 26-22. They've played over 50% of their games this year without Luka and Kyrie together on the floor, and they get the Milwaukee Bucks on Saturday as Dame Lillard made his return to Portland in a loss.
Yeah, that's a bad time to get Milwaukee. Fresh off that loss, Dame's. I mean, you would think,
I think it's a good time to get Milwaukee.
You would think Dame's going to be upset.
Yeah, but they're struggling. Doc Rivers, new coach, lost 2 in a row.
From that standpoint, yeah, but the fact that do you think that team's going to lose 3 in a row? Right? I mean, they might. They might. We've seen crazier things happen, but
they're struggling. They lost 3 out of the last 4. Lost 2 in a row. They're on this road trip, right? Mm-hmm. At Denver, at Portland, losses. At the AAC Saturday.
Yeah, and that's a tough little road trip in terms of, that's from a travel standpoint, you go to Denver, altitude, and then coming here after that trip to the Northwest. So it's a good time and a bad time, I think, to get it. Like I said, the good time is that they're struggling too, but well, you hate to get a team that's pissed off. That's how I look at it.
ESPN NBA insider. He's great with the numbers and the cap. Bobby Marks was on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, and they asked him, where do the Mavs sit amongst the contenders in the West right now?
I mean, I think, the biggest thing, probably their best trade asset is getting healthy. I mean, that's the biggest thing as far as, not having, Luka and Kyrie together, certainly for a small sample of games. And then you had Josh out for a while, and Derek was out for a while, and you've had certainly some other injuries to that group here. It's kind of amazing that you're in 7 right now. I mean, that's the and I think they will get better as things go along as long as they're healthy here. I think the Western Conference is so wide open. I mean, you can stake the claim that Denver is the team to beat, and rightfully so. But when you look at the teams up top, whether it be Minnesota and Oklahoma City, who haven't won a first-round series, and then you've got the Clippers, sitting there who, have played really good basketball since the Harden trade. But listen, they haven't, they're another team that hasn't advanced out of the first round, at least, at least last year here. So it is wide open here. I mean, the trade deadline is interesting this year just because I think you probably have a lot more people willing to buy than a lot more people willing to sell right now.
A lot more willing to buy than willing to sell. Who are some of the names that are out there?
By the way, does that mean that you sell?
No. This team can't sell. You crazy?
No, yeah. Your sellable assets are guys you're not going to want to sell. You don't want to sell Luka or Kyrie. What do you let you unload on Grant Williams?
Yeah, you got Luka, you got Kyrie. You are not selling. Who could they buy?
I think Jeremy Grant's interesting, and I mean you've probably heard his name a bunch here. His increases as far as he signed a 5 for 150, 160, somewhere in that range. So that goes up, but then it comes down to what do you have to offer? You basically have Grant, Maxey, just to kind of get the numbers, the numbers up there to get to, $27-28 million in salary here. So it's a little bit of a challenge because I said there's not as many. What the plan has done, it's put a lot of teams in this position where a lot of people think you can, there's 21, 22 teams that can make the playoffs. There's only 4 teams in the bottom, that are probably sellers, but they're looking to sell, looking to sell high. Like Miles Bridges would be really good for a lot of teams, but you have to accept what comes with Miles Bridges, right? Like, is your fan base willing to embrace a guy that was suspended for 30 games for a domestic violence situation that pled no contest and is in the last year of his contract and is basically a rental for 3 or 4 months? Like, that's the type of thinking like front office are having when it comes to like a guy like Miles Bridges, who can give you 20 a night and play the floor for you. But there's also a lot of other things that come with it.
So he's talking about Grant and Maxey as assets going out. That's not going to be enticing to anybody.
Jeremy Grant?
No, Grant and Maxey going out.
Oh, going out. Yeah. That's not going to be all that enticing. Grant Williams would have people maybe in love with he was in Boston. That's what the Mavs were in love with. He's got a winning culture. If he's your 6th guy, fine. 7th guy, 8th guy. Can't have him as your 3. In terms of getting Jeremy Grant in here, all right, I mean, he can score. He's not terrible. I don't know how much. I think front offices, from a perception standpoint, care a lot more than fans do about somebody's off the field issues. We've had this discussion with Trevor Bauer. Like, Ranger fans would not be upset if Trevor Bauer came here.
Some
would, sure, some would, but a majority would, because at the end of the day, they will. When it comes push comes to shove, if he's performing well, they forget about that.
Yeah.
And, Kyrie said a lot of things when he was in Brooklyn that.
But he never allegedly beat up a woman.
No, he didn't. But, in Brooklyn, in New York City, where there's a large Jewish community, those are things that do not go over well. And in a city that does not have that, it might be viewed a little bit differently. Nobody has said a word about Kyrie. We've talked nothing about him being anything other than a model teammate and citizen here.
Yes,
since he's come here. So you get fresh starts, and people take a issue with different problems, be it domestic violence or what you've done with guns or what you've done in terms of things you've said that are wildly inappropriate. Every city's different in how they react to it.
Disappointing decision for MLB The Show here on your home of the Rangers?
I think it is.
I saw the new Madden cover. It looked like it was Taylor Swift.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Good. It's good.
Yeah.
So MLB The Show is going to have Vlad Jr.
Holy smokes!
On the cover.
Vlad
Jr. on the cover. Now, this is it comes out in April. It's a great game. I absolutely love the game. And Vlad Jr.'s not a bad baseball player. He's a good player. But I think if I had to sum this up, his career and this announcement, I would say disappointment. I'm disappointed in here. He had a great 2021. His OPS is over 1,000. Since then, it's been downhill. Last year, his OPS was under 800. That's not even an all-star.
These games usually don't miss. They never miss like this.
No, they had Jazz Chisholm last year. Jazz Chisholm was a great pick for the cover. He's a great, fun player, young, blue hair, pink hair, whatever it is. Like, he's fantastic. Everybody loves Jazz Chisholm.
This doesn't make any sense. Vlad hit 264 with 26 home runs.
Yeah, you know who Vlad is? He's Adolis Garcia without the ring and without the abs. And with a father that gave him a name.
His WAR was a 2. This is his lowest WAR. I mean, he had a 2.1 his rookie year, then a 6.8, a 4, and this is a 2. I don't get this.
If Vlad's name was Steve Sanchez, nobody cares about him.
Who do you think it should have been? Someone who hasn't recently been on there.
Sure.
And someone who deserves it.
Adolis Garcia. I mean,
Corey Seager.
Adolis Garcia doesn't deserve to be on the cover of that game.
Corey Seager very easily could have been the cover athlete. Corbin Carroll could have been the cover guy here. I don't know if Juan Soto's been on the cover recently. I can't remember. But he was in the news this offseason. Shohei was on the cover last year, so you're not going to have him.
Right.
Yamamoto's done nothing.
Yep.
And I can't remember the last pitcher they've had on there. Bo Bichette, his teammate, would have been a fine choice.
Could have had an Oriole. Could have,
Yeah. I mean,
Adley.
You could have had Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson. There's a million guys.
This is
Randy
crazy.
Arozarena that would have been better choices than Vlad Jr. to me.
Really weird.
Very
really
weird.
odd. It's almost like he had it written in contractually, like they had to do it. That's how odd this is.
Yeah, people were saying, Ronald Acuna. Ronald's got a deal with a different game.
Oh.
And so does Mike Trout. So they couldn't use Ronald Acuna. There's somebody else they couldn't use that I saw. But, yeah, there are some guys that you just can't use. I mean, L.A. De La Cruz would have been a great choice. You want to talk about a young guy who took the sport by storm?
Oh, yeah. That would have been fun.
That would have been fun.
Chisholm for 23. Before that, it was Ohtani. 21 was Tatis. Then you had Javi Baez made it. Then you had Bryce. And then you had Judge. So these were the different players. Mm-hmm. Really weird. Really, really odd. End of the NCAA?
We'll see. We'll see. The states of Virginia and Tennessee are suing the NCAA for their antitrust issue. So basically it came down to the NCAA said a couple days ago that there's going to be major infractions about NIL coming against my school, Tennessee, and over their quarterback and his NIL deal, which they essentially gave him like $8 million to go to school there. That's the report. And the NCAA is like, well, you can't do that. And the school comes back and was like, well, yeah, we can because you've given us you've changed your infraction penalties and your rules 68 different times. You can't retroactively go back and change that. And his management company said, we entered the deal with him. He just chose the school. Like, he was going to get that money no matter where he went. So now these states are suing the NCAA for infringing on the players' NIL rights, which is a complete role reversal. So now they're like, well, hey, we're going to get you back at your own game. And if this hits, this is an antitrust issue, and this may very well be the end of the NCAA, and I hope so. I hope so. Let college football run it. Let Joe Lunardi run the NCAA men's basketball for all I care. All right? Get rid of the NCAA.
Everything you need to know with the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Pepe, who will be taking over Bobby Belt's segment, Neighborhood Watch. Everything local you need to know at 7:40. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8 o'clock. And before Florio comes on, we're going to do it while he's on. RJ is going to absolutely destroy Florio for killing the analytic nerds. And Micah Parsons, just in the news, nonstop. You're hearing stuff on his podcast. You're hearing stuff behind the scenes. He clears up a little recent controversy during the expressway as RJ kills our 8 o'clock guest next.
But look at the calendar.
is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And the Expressway is commercial free here on Sean, RJ, and Pepe on DFW Sports Station. In case you did not know, we are your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champion Texas Rangers. You want to make Peyton feel better about missing Vegas when we fly out on Monday?
Peyton, we land on Monday, 56% chance of rain. Tuesday, 53% chance of rain. Wednesday, 39% chance of rain. Thursday, 35% chance of rain. Friday, 43% chance of rain.
Good thing the casinos are inside.
Yeah, they are.
Clubs are inside. I'm good to go.
A lot of walking.
Rain all week for us, Pepe, while you're stuck back here.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit, for y'all at least. I won't be here. I won't be there. So,
how are we going to see the Sphere? How are we going to see it through the rain and the fog?
We're right next to it. We might get a good view. Most likely at the Fan to bring an umbrella.
Oh. Dawson.
Well, that's a good guess. I wouldn't have thought of him initially, but now that you bring it up, I think that's a pretty fair guess.
I was thinking,
Bassett do it? Is he?
Oh, Bassett could. Bassett could. I was thinking about Broadus, being the elderly, but then
and bald.
But I'm like, he would. He's too tough for that. Yeah, I think it's Dawson and Bassett, 1 and 2. Bassett don't care, and Dawson does not care.
Yeah, they don't care about appearances, like whatever.
Well, Dawson's probably secure with himself if he feels it could be a cultured move.
It is a cultured move.
But you would have to leave your room to need the umbrella.
That's fair. That's true. But Dawson definitely is the umbrella that has the hook, the curl at the end, the very old school umbrella.
Yeah. You guys ever use one out in public?
I have not yet.
Never use an umbrella.
I mean, like I have, but it's been a while since I'm usually just like a guy that just I don't have one in my car. Right. I don't have one in my car. So if it's raining, I just have to take it and just run.
I got one in my golf bag.
Okay.
So if it's golfing, if I'm golfing, I need one, but I don't usually ever use it because I'm in a cart. So I don't really, if I want to avoid the rain, I just get in the cart.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. Coming up at 8 o'clock, is Dan Quinn going to end up in D.C.? Who could replace him here? And was he right or wrong about all of his Bill Belichick stories? Florio will join us at 8 o'clock. By the way, he was not that interested. He was very interested and then not that interested in joining us next week in person in Vegas. I texted him. I said, yo, you want to come on at 8? He goes, yes. What about next week? I said, absolutely. Tuesday works best for us. He goes, Tuesday's good for me.
Right.
He said, what time? I gave him the time. He said, I'm booked all week. Never mind.
Oh,
canceled it.
Because of the
I said, we're
hours.
3:30 to 8. He goes, nope, I'm out. I was like, you mother. 3:30 to 8. So we're not going to get Florio in person next week. I'll pressure him into it at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we got to record.
If you want us to sell your book,
right?
you want us to sell your mob book, Father of Mine, then you got to show up in person.
We'll make you dozens of dollars here by listening.
Y'all, do us a favor. Order a book or two so we can get a guest out there.
Yeah.
Kill 15 minutes at 4 a.m. in the morning locally. We'd appreciate it. All right, Jesse Holley. Remember Jesse Holley?
I do remember Jesse Holley.
Good friend, former colleague, Jesse Holley. He went off the other week about Micah Parsons probably being the most selfish player on the Dallas Cowboys. And he said it came down to Micah's desire to remain a pass rusher. And that's hurting the team, as that preference is supposedly keeping him from developing into an all-around great defender. Quote from Jesse, one of the reasons that Micah does not want to play linebacker is it's too much of a responsibility. Maybe it's just the youth in him. Micah doesn't want to study. Micah doesn't want to focus in. And I truly believe Micah wants to be great for Micah. That went viral. Micah was trending on social media Friday, and his mom weighed in on Facebook, basically saying this is ridiculous. He'll do whatever. He'll play wherever. Micah Parsons addressed this criticism on his podcast yesterday.
At the end of the day, we were just outperformed, out-schemed, however you want to put it. Like, they had an answer for everything. And people saying, well, why ain't you go to linebacker? Because Guess what? The packages are in for me to go to linebacker. There's multiple packages, multiple variations, but I can only play what it's called. Whatever they're calling, whoever personnel they're putting on, I'm not putting out personnel. I'm not putting out the calls. Nothing's coming from me. So you could put that and put that wherever you want to be or wherever you want to put it, but they're not coming from me. The packages are in. I've even told multiple players, coaches, that I'm very fine playing linebacker in playoffs if that's what y'all want me to do. I just want to win.
Wow. So we have 3 different things here from this podcast, and there's a reason that all these networks are playing it nonstop this morning. I'm just telling you, and I'm here to just tell you how it's going to be deciphered. We try to break it down the way it should actually be deciphered and not just create media porn headlines. But the way all of this is going to be deciphered is the team around me defensively is not good enough. They did not go all in last year, and Jerry Jones needs to do what he said at the Senior Bowl. And my coaching is somewhat of an issue as well. I can only do, whenever you hear a player say that, they're calling out their coaching. I can only do what's being called. It's not me. Take it however you want. So that is Micah Parsons taking slight shots at ownership, at coaching, and at teammates. That's the way I'm reading all of this. That slight. It's going to be turned into much, much more. I disagree with Jesse about this whole linebacker take, and Jesse sometimes will listen. So feel free to text. We can go back and forth on it. We won that. That's one of your biggest show victories, is having Micah Parsons
every now and then
be a pass rusher, and you ended up winning. Well, Micah Parsons, a linebacker, I totally disagree with Jesse about that. I don't care to see him back there at all. Now, were there times, maybe? I don't even know how good Micah is a linebacker, to be honest with you. I don't remember 3 standout crazy plays from Micah Parsons playing linebacker.
He's really good rushing from the middle.
Yeah, but I'm talking about.
But in coverage, he's nothing special.
Would he have totally solved or gone a long way in solving this team's run D issues? I don't know about that. Is he great in coverage? So I don't know how great Mike. Now, I assume enough time there, Micah Parsons is going to be great at anything. I disagree. So I disagree with Jesse from a linebacker standpoint.
Look, you got to ask yourself, what is the more valuable spot for him to be in from a team perspective? It's the edge rusher, man. It just is. We know this. We have enough information on this. It's just a more important position to be in. He impacts each play more by far as a pass rusher than a linebacker. Now, does he impact the running game more as a linebacker? Absolutely. A lot of times edge rushers are upfield by the time the running back gets the ball and they blow right by him. So yes, from a run game perspective, no doubt. But you get to impact the overall scope of the game more as an edge. Because let's just say you're a linebacker and then you hop into coverage and they throw somewhere else. You didn't really impact that play that much unless you blanketed the guy so badly that you gave the guy nowhere else to throw to. But other than that, you didn't really impact the play. They went away from you.
Give me this team's, you or Peyton, give me this team's second leading sack player.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, I was going to guess Tank.
No. How many sacks did Tank Lawrence have this year?
I was going to say 7, but it's not even close.
Not even close.
4?
4.
Dante Fowler?
Not Dante Fowler. He had 4.
Let's see. Dexter Coakley.
No.
It's not Sam Williams, is it?
Sam Williams was 3rd on the team with
wow!
4.5 sacks.
Whoa.
Keep going.
Who's Jerry's guy?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Dorrance
Armstrong was 2nd on the Cowboys with 7.5 sacks. So in order to make this linebacker argument to me, you got to then tell me who's going to rush the passer. And they don't have it. Dorrance Armstrong had 7.5 sacks. I don't even remember Dorrance playing for 13 of the games. Noticing him. You know what I mean? That is crazy to me. And then Sam Williams had 4.5 and Tank had 4. I don't know about you. I don't want those guys rushing the pass without Micah Parsons. So that's my response.
I agree
to that. But the bigger story here is not that. The bigger story here is what Jesse Holley had to say about Micah Parsons, the person and the teammate. That's the bigger story here. Because, y'all, I'm here to tell you that this is being echoed in more places than just Jesse Holley. Jesse is saying this for a reason. He spent some time in that building. He spent some time there within the walls of the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. And let me repeat to you what he said about Micah Parsons. Too much of a responsibility. Maybe it's the youth in him. He doesn't want to study. He doesn't want to focus. I believe Micah wants to be great for Micah. Have we been hearing other things like this?
We've heard things.
We've seen a lot of smoke. What we have to decipher now in the Metroplex is whether Micah Parsons is just acting like a typical superstar, or is Micah Parsons going overboard and becoming a problem and a distraction for the Dallas Cowboys? That's the question. Because you can talk about this stuff with any superstar. Kobe Bryant was selfish. Kobe Bryant was entitled. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, unapproachable, jerk. If you want to call him that in The Last Dance. You can say this about anyone. Lawrence Taylor, all his issues. Is this typical or is it a problem? Because you hear some things that sound like a problem. Or is this what comes with the territory with the diva big dog? That's the question here.
Well, it definitely comes with the territory. I mean, like he's going to be under a microscope. He's a high profile player on a high profile team. So he is absolutely going to get scrutiny, praise that is sometimes due and sometimes unjust. That's just the reality of it. Yeah, we've heard some of these things. You know, whether it's true or not, and whether it's youthful issues or not, they're reality. And he's about to make a bag of money. A bag of money. And you don't want to have questions about your integrity, your work ethic, your character, your teammate, your ability to be a teammate when you get that money.
Do you think there's any chance, let's just say all the things that we've been hearing, what Jesse said is true. Do you think there's any chance that Jerry Jones would entertain a trade of
No,
Micah
because
Parsons?
the Cowboys don't walk away from good players. They don't believe in that. Philosophically, they don't buy into that. Would it be like if you know, like let's just say Jerry's 60 years old today, not 85 or whatever. The prudent move, you have two options. You sign all these guys and you keep running it back, or you say, you know what? Let's be bold, and you trade CD and Micah and Dak, and you get yourself 7 first-round draft picks, and you say, let's go.
Yeah.
We'll put the faith in Will McClay, because Will's shown that he can draft good players. Put the faith in Will McClay, and let's rebuild this thing. If you really want to get down, is it risky? You bet. There's a chance that you're the Chicago Bears. And there's also the chance that you become the Detroit Lions with a really good roster, very, very young, pretty cheap, and is in a conference championship game and should be in the Super Bowl.
If I told you could only re-sign one between Lamb and Parsons and maybe think about dealing the other one for some assets, I don't even hesitate.
I would sign Lamb, and I would trade Micah. Micah's going to get you 2 1s. So would Lamb. Lamb would get you at least 1, but I think teams would value the edge more still. So I would trade Micah.
Tolo Trey Parsons is exactly what Jerry wants in this organization. Micah's the perfect type of player for the Cowboys. Great player, also part of the problem. This is text from Jason. Perfect Cowboy. So talented, great player, but soft. He whines. He's dramatic. He's just not tough. And, you know, some would accuse him of a disappearing act in the second half of the season. Bobby has brought that up as an issue, even though Micah said, I'm at peace with my performance against Green Bay. There are those statistically that said it was his worst game of his 3-year career. What did PFF have on that? The grade, the number?
For the game, he was a 62.1.
And that is?
Bad. 60 is their baseline. So he was basically league average. That's not what you want. His pass rush grade was a 74. That's pretty good. Tackle grade was a 39. That's bad. Run defense, 50. 50. That's bad. And his coverage grade was a 62. That's right about league average. That's not what you're looking for from your game-changing edge rusher.
Yeah, guys, on the fan text, 877-881-1053, the 361 says Micah is basically Luka Doncic of football. Micah equals Luka. Good point there. 469 says CD over Micah, like you said, if it came down to it. And 469 says, yep, it's time to trade Micah.
Is this us turning like we normally do, or has Micah Parsons become a little unlikable? That Luka comparison is very interesting. Like, Luka has become, Bassick said this on G-Bag, sometimes it's really, really hard to like Luka Doncic when he's out there whining and crying about everything. And I'm starting to feel that way about Micah Parsons. Jesse just said, call me when you have a little bit of time. So thanks, Mr. Fourth and Long. I'll wrap this up by saying this. If the Cowboys shocked the world and stunned everyone with an announcement out of the blue that they are trading Micah Parsons, I'm hearing enough things behind the scenes that I would understand why. That's the sentence I'll use to finish this up. They're not going to do it. They never will. Jerry never will. He's too much of a star. He's sellable. He's a beast, obviously. But if the shocking news came out that they dealt Parsons for a ton of draft capital, I would understand why, based upon what Jesse said and some others are echoing. I'll leave it at that for now. 877-881-1053. Speaking of PFF, speaking of the numbers, let's do what we do best. Let's attack someone before they come on the radio.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do this. Mike Florio, 8 o'clock. This is a tweet from his from 2 days ago. That's been sticking in my craw. Quote, a coach told me earlier today that analytics was just a way for people who never would have gotten jobs in football to get jobs in football. To understand that is to understand why they get so defensive whenever anyone questions analytics. And Twitter had a day with them. Because all they did with Twitter is change the word analytics to media. And you just replace it with, a coach told me earlier today that media was just a way for people who would never have gotten into football to get into football. And it's just, we know what coach told him that? Someone who is a coach that has lost the ear of his owner, that is now going and listening to the analytics guy, and he's upset about that. Like it or not, coaches guard their desks as well. And they're scared because they're not the ones in charge anymore. And it bothers them. It bothers Michael Lombardi that young people get jobs. This is a gatekeeper. Life changes. The world evolves. I question the coach who doesn't want to know anything about what the analytics say as opposed to the one who listens to them.
Right.
Because that means you don't want information and you're stuck in your ways. If you're a coach who doesn't want the info, you're the idiot, not Dan Campbell. You, the coach that wants less information, will repeat mistakes over and over and over again. That is the moron. And that is the guy who talks to Mike Florio.
Was Florio defending this guy?
He's gone on. Yeah, he's had his. I was following some of the back and forths that he had with some of the analytics crowd.
Yeah, that was
Florio's on the side of the take the points crowd, not even realizing that this guy is a terrible kicker and you're not taking the points.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. Like, what happens if he missed? What happens if he missed? That was a likely scenario. Now, you could argue that momentum switches more on a fourth down stop than on a missed field goal. I don't know. The analytics has tried to get momentum built in. It's very difficult because it's like
George Kittle talked about this. I think he's right. I think momentum is the missing element. Kittle said, I got a question for y'all. Why do analytics people say that momentum isn't a real thing? I had that conversation with McAfee. He was asking me, all these people are telling me that momentum's not real, and that's the biggest load of horse crap I've ever heard in my entire life. The other thing that Lombardi brought up about that Detroit-San Fran scenario, he said, if you kick the field goal and make it, you make San Fran a drop-back passing team with how much time?
7 minutes to go in the third.
Okay, so 21, 22 minutes?
Right.
You make them, I don't know if they still stick with the run, but I thought it was an interesting point that I had not thought of. Like, Do you make them way more one-dimensional, being down 3 scores with 21 left? 7 minutes left in the third, that's a ton of time.
It's a lot of time. I mean, look, when analytics says they've tried to put momentum in, because I don't think there is any difference in momentum from a miss. I'm just thinking of the crowd reaction. If I was in the crowd, there's no difference in momentum reaction from a missed field goal to a turnover on downs. There may be more burst pop in the crowd for you wrestling nerds from the missed field goal. That's momentum to me. Maybe, because it's they're both execution issues.
Well, you're just watching a field goal miss, it's the same thing to me. We got the stop. We have hope. We have a chance. Yeah. It's building. There's an opening here.
Yeah. There's stats that show that you like a turnover you would think would be the ultimate, an interception. That's the ultimate momentum. And they've tried to equate that, and they found that interceptions lead to points about as often as punts do. So if you don't get points more often off interceptions than you do off of a punt, and you would think that interceptions are the ultimate form of momentum shift, then it's really hard to say that there's such a thing as momentum that really impacts it. Now,
right,
it gets the crowd into it. Now, is the crowd momentum? Okay. Was the fourth down stop a bigger momentum shift, or was the Ayuk catch? We don't know. There's no way of knowing that.
Right.
So there's a lot of things that go into this.
So we'll attack Mike Florio as he joins us at 8 o'clock this morning. This is the Expressway, and we are commercial free every single day at this time. Bobby's out, but Peyton texted us. He said, I can do it. I will take over the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That is right. Bobby Belt refuses to work today. Well, he's on vacation with the family. Congrats to him. Well-deserved vacation. But yes, the show must go on. I have to run the Neighborhood Watch. And no, I will not get this segment canceled like the last segment I ran when Bobby was out. You have my word, Tolos. I will not cancel the Neighborhood Watch. So let's go around the Metroplex. 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text to get in on the conversation. But I start off with what Bobby usually starts off with, a local question for the listeners. A great place for some street tacos. Sean, you tweet out multiple times after shows, before shows end.
Yeah.
You want a local spot for tacos. You're always in the mood for some tacos, just some mom and pop shops around the area.
Yeah.
And you get a lot of success rate out of that, a lot of good taco spots.
Yeah. I got two things in this segment having to do with food that may get me in trouble. I think tacos, and I ate a lot of them with the family I got married to and my wife. She made incredible fish tacos last night. I still think there can be more people that up their taco game in DFW. I criticize pizza around here, cold cuts like slash sandwiches, Italian food, and tacos are good. They're good, but I'm not finding enough mind-blowing ones. And a lot of that has to do with the meat that's not like blazing hot and fresh prepared for you. There's a great one in Oak Cliff. I'll have to get the name. My favorite one shut down. We had it delivered one night. I think it was Ricky's y Torta. And I was like, dang, of course they would have to go away. But I love that you're trying to venture out. You got any hot spots, hole-in-the-wall places? Let us know on the truckwreck.com text line. You've been looking in Rockwall? Area?
So there's a new taco spot that just popped up right around the neighborhood that me and my girlfriend Mackenzie will be living in. We've already said, hey, the first night we live there, that's what we're going to do on Saturday for dinner. We're going to go there. They have good margarita area too, some outdoor seating, so we're going to go there. But I am a big onion in the tacos guy.
Raw onion.
Raw onion. Yeah. I like just a diced onion, throw it in there, a little lime on top. Chop, you big taco guy, street taco guy, or you just Taco Bell taco guy?
Because you got your fancier ones too,
I am not a Taco Bell taco guy. I got a little bit more.
I like Taco Bell soft and hard tacos. The only thing I can eat on the menu anymore.
Very good.
They've ruined, destroyed the menu.
I like going and at a restaurant and getting shrimp tacos or whatever. Taco truck, those food trucks I don't really have food trucks out where I live.
Yeah.
So I don't go to those very often.
Trumpo, Oak Cliff Trumpo is one that was pretty good, and they'll be pouring in here on the truckwreck.com text line. But there was another one that was really, 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 really good. Had like lime green and orange and red sodas. But I still feel like DFW can up their taco game a little bit, given the reputation that we have and all the different mom and pops that are open. That's my opinion. I'm looking for mind-blowing. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I expect out of the Metroplex.
So a guy that could be reviewing...
And what type are you getting? What type of taco are you ordering?
Shredded beef.
Shredded beef?
I like the shredded beef tacos. Chicken I can do, but like shredded beef, the barbacoa, I like that.
Chilongo, that's the place. I've been looking through my Instagram for the last 2 minutes. Chilongo on Ross Avenue, pretty good spot. What are you ordering?
I would probably go with shrimp.
Shrimp? Well,
tacos.
They don't really have shrimp in some of these hole-in-the ones.
Well,
big
then I'm not going.
Well,
then I'm not going.
Play the white. Place sounds about white.
Hang on a second.
Place sounds about white. Ain't no hardcore taco, shrimp tacos, Mr. Big
I'm not
Dog.
going to a truck. I'm not going to a food truck.
Why? Why not? You too good for that? Sounds about white.
I don't eat standing up.
Barbacoa. I'm not getting the lengua, the beef tongue.
You don't like the lengua?
No. You do?
Love it.
I can't. I just can't get my mind around it. I can't. But I'm ordering a variety, man. I'm ordering 4 different types.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going in. You're just getting shredded beef?
No, I'll get a couple, but like shredded beef is I always get that.
That's your go-to.
Yeah, my go-to.
Okay.
Anything but brisket. I am out on brisket tacos. The taste of the brisket is just too overpowering.
Okay. And it could be dry. It could be dry.
Could be.
You got to get a chicken. You know, you got to get
Corn tortilla.
Carnitas. Mm-hmm. Corn or flour?
Street tacos, I go corn.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I love flour, and then the lime, the onion, but it's got to be, let's get a mind-blowing one that's in here.
So a guy that could be reviewing a mom-and-pop taco shop is Keith Lee. Now, do we know who Keith Lee is? Are we familiar with him?
I do. So I know somebody in this room who doesn't.
Okay. Go ahead.
So he is a viral TikTok food critic guy. He almost 16 million followers on TikTok. He goes around to places, goes to mom-and-pop shops, and criticizes their food.
Criticize, judges.
Reviews.
Judges a review, not as harsh as Gordon Ramsay.
Because he's a critic doesn't mean he is critical.
Right. But it's more of a expose the place in a good way. Try and boost them. We love to see local businesses thrive. With COVID and how a bunch shut down, it's nice to see local businesses thrive. So he was in the DFW area and he went to it's a Pakistani and Tex-Mex fusion shop. Halal Fusions.
Yes.
I've never been here. Are you familiar with...
No, I never heard of the Fusion. I've never heard, but I am going to go now. Got me and Amanda. That's our marriage. That place.
Wow.
Right there.
I'm a big halal guy.
Oh, are you really?
Now, I will go. To a halal stand, like a food cart, a wagon in like New York City for halal. I will do that. Absolutely. You get those. We did that at the Super Bowl a couple years when we went there in New York. It's great. Me and Bassett got these massive, whatever they are they euros or heroes or gyros, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Great, tremendous.
So now this got a lot of local businesses, food businesses popping. Whenever he made his announcement, I believe last week or a couple weeks ago, that he was going to make his way to Dallas Fort Worth, because they're all making their TikToks and promos like, Keith, come to us, because the lines at Halal Fusions was out the door.
He did a bakery in Rockwall where this woman broke down crying. Look at Ryan. He's a beast. Live on the fan cam and Twitch and YouTube. That's why the Tolos are on there for Ryan's
Look at
work.
that thing is so. It's cheesy and meaty. Oh, I love it.
Now you'll eat Indian food?
I've had curry once, but long time ago. But it's not big for me. I just not a lot of places I've known that go get Indian food.
Okay.
So, but if you have any suggestions, you can text in or text me, Sean. You have my number.
Why do I have to be the one?
Is halal Indian?
No, halal is just the way that the meat is dealt with, to be
kosher
more
kind of thing. Yeah, I get you.
So here's my Keith Lee thing, and this bothered me. I'm asking for education here, but I'm asking for education here, ready to pounce. I'm just being honest. So I'm the one who put Matt Pittman on every Wednesday. I watch a nonstop, crazy amounts of food reviews and food videos. That's what me and Broadus talk about after the show. It's nothing about football or sports. So I saw on Facebook, some people posting about Keith Lee reviewing Terry Blacks and Hutchins. I had never heard of Keith Lee. And I said, who is Keith Lee? Why is he so popular? David Hellman wrote me back, former MMA fighter, all this stuff. Everyone was saying he does good for the community. And then I got a couple responses that I was confused by, and this is where I'm asking for the education. But I am ready to pounce. 2 Americas. That's what I got back from 3 different people. # 2 Americas. And I was asking Bobby and Choppy, I'm like, what does that mean? What are they trying to say? Is this like I'm living in a white/brown bubble? Are you trying to make it like, are you taking a racial shot? That's what I'm trying to understand. I would like to know. Because to me, it's not 2 Americas. It's TikTok or not. I don't go on TikTok.
That could be the 2 Americas. Okay.
Well, that's fine. I don't go on TikTok. I'll post, an Emerald Custom Pools video. I don't scroll TikTok. I don't love TikTok. I do enough crap. I got a dent in my pinky from the cell phone, which I need that back holder, by the way.
You got to get a loopy, man.
Got to get a loopy.
So easy.
I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. So I watch enough. It's like I say about sports topics. If I don't know something, I don't feel dumb about it because I'm paying attention to sports enough in my life that I know I'm doing my homework. I watch enough food videos and YouTube stuff. I don't know how Keith Lee got past me, but he got past me, but I'm not on TikTok. I wanted to know what 2 Americas meant and whether that was a little shot that you were taking at me because I'm ready to strike back.
It's generally in a racial tone, like you're not paying attention to the other America that's out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what they were implying. Right. I assume it is.
And if you are implying that, screw you. Yeah. F you.
People love to make things.
Seriously, I don't put up with any of that type of stuff. You're not going to accuse me of something. I watch enough YouTube, TikTok. I can name 50 different food influencers of all colors. I don't have to justify any of that crap to you. So if you want to bring that up in there, I'm willing to fight you about it all day long. I hope that was not the implication, but that bugged me over the past couple of days.
I don't watch. I mean, I've heard of them. I don't really spend time watching, but I don't really watch. This is one of the fights there I get in. I never watch food reviews because I don't know what you taste. I can't taste what you're tasting. Right. So to me, a food review is kind of pointless. I think service reviews are great. I think a lot of people serve. I have no idea what do you like it spicy? Your level of spice, my taste buds are different. So I never pay attention to food reviews.
And I'll say one more thing that will light up all my mentions.
Oh yeah.
I don't understand from a just review standpoint. I was like, I don't get it. I don't get why Keith Lee is so popular. I'm not like blown away by the entertainment value in his delivery with it.
It may have been something where he was one of the first adopters of it, and he got on the ground
jumped
floor.
on TikTok early on and did it. Maybe so.
Like you can say what you want about Dave Portnoy. I find his pizza reviews very entertaining almost every time. You may hate Portnoy. I understand why. A lot of negative stories and press around him. I was like, why does Keith Lee have 15 million? I love what he's doing. Mm-hmm. I love the intent and what he's doing. Again, Rockwall Bakery, small business, doing all that. But from his delivery and everything, I'm like, what am I not getting about the editing, about the sound effects? But then I did start watching them, like going down a rabbit hole because I love watching and learning about the food of it. But Keith Lee, he loved Hutchins. He went crazy over Hutchins. He didn't love Terry Black's. This tells you I started watching a lot of them. And then that fusion place with the Pakistani and Mexican that I will be trying out. Good job, Pepe.
Very nice.
Good job, Pepe. Guarantee you this is the only segment Bobby listened to see how many texts we got.
A lot.
A lot here and a lot during the payload. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Is Dan Quinn going to D.C. and was he right or wrong about Belichick, the Cowboys, and Filthy after this?
But let's get you over.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Again, have trouble saying my last name. Let's see if I can get this guy's name correct. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. Joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. And RJ, you will be glad to know he was gracious enough to agree to join us live in person next week in Vegas.
Oh, baby. Yes, sir. That's good. That's good. We got a lot of things to talk about.
Morning, Mikey. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, wait. You misread my text message. Once you told me the hours that you're on, I told you I'm fully booked next week. I have no availability whatsoever.
Yeah, I thought that was what you said. I thought maybe someone else wrote that.
I didn't agree with it.
Yeah, I just didn't agree with it. What time are you on out there with your fancy TV set?
Well, I mean, we're not going to be on live 7 to 9. That's for damn sure because it's 4 a.m. in Vegas. We're going to do our show when we're on the West Coast. We do it 10 to noon, whatever Pacific time is, which makes it 1 to 3 live East Coast time, and then they'll re-air it in the morning slot. Because how do you get guests at 4 in the morning? Mm-hmm. How are you going to do that? You're on some ridiculously early hours. You're going to be there and nobody's going to be around. And I know that you got to do what you got to do. Your show's on when it's on in Dallas, but it's just kind of a rough time to try to get maximum, people to sit down and talk to you.
Yeah. Unless you have really good friends that you count on that are going to do it for you.
Well, I hope you have some of those.
Sounds to me like you're using analytics to decide when to do your show, but that's just me.
Here we go. We'll get into that in a second. Who's on your guest list for next week?
I don't know because I don't put it together. I just show up. I'm at the point now where we know it's going to be a bunch of people. We know it's going to be a lot of fun, and there's really nothing I can do in advance to plan for it. They do a great job of teeing us up with questions, and between Chris Sims and me, we just have a conversation. We have fun. We try to keep it lighthearted. Get the guests to make the plug that they have to make because we know it's all people going around from Gatorade, Old Spice, whatever, and that's why they're there. But we just like to have some fun and be a little offbeat and just get them relaxed. And, our goal is we want them to remember their time with us differently than just that car wash of interview after interview after interview. I can't imagine what that would be like all day long, one set to another, to another, to another, because that's how it goes. Yeah. You just go around from set to set. So I don't know. I hope we have whoever is there doing every damn show that happens to be there to have guests on next week.
And as a reminder, Father of Mine is available in ebook on Amazon for $3.99 from Mike Florio himself, ProFootballTalk.com, and Football Night in America. Is Dan Quinn going to be in D.C. or coming back to the Cowboys as D.C.?
Well, the Commanders have an interesting dilemma right now. I think they are very interested, as to all key hires, in creating the impression that whoever their first choice is, that's who they got. And I think their first choice was Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, who told them no thanks the other day. So if you're the Commanders, do you hire somebody from the list of candidates you've already considered and try to create the impression that was your first choice all along? Or do you suddenly go off the board and start interviewing other people, which will create the impression you clearly got spurned by Ben Johnson? He was your first choice. You didn't get him. And now you had to go back to the drawing board and you start pulling on other names. So it helps Quinn if they're so concerned with the PR aspect of it, the sales aspect of it, the idea everybody wants to work for us. Nobody in their right mind would say no to us. It helps Quinn, Eric Bieniemy, the other people that they've already interviewed, because then they can sell this idea, we got our first choice. I think they just need to say at this point, okay, we wanted Ben Johnson, we didn't get him. Let's see who else is out there. Let's broaden this. Let's take our time. There's no rush. We don't have to hire one of the people we've interviewed. So I still think it's a tough sell to put Dan Quinn on the sideline after giving up 48 points to the Packers. I don't know that that's going to inspire any fan base right now. And I'm sorry, I know that sounds harsh. don't give up 48 points to the Packers in the wild card round of the playoffs, and you avoid that. I just think it's going to be very difficult to get any fan base to get excited about Dan Quinn being the head coach after what we saw in his last game with the Cowboys.
Hang on real quick. You made a lot of news here about Belichick Cowboy possibilities. A lot of headlines. Jerry threw some gasoline on that the other day saying, I want to make it clear I could definitely work with Belichick. We've heard from Howard Eskin, Philadelphia, and Jeff Lurie would never consider it. We saw from you that he wants to stay away from major media markets. So sort through all the Belichick stuff and double down, retract, what happened, and where do we go from here?
Well, first of all, Howard Eskin, who I love, works for the Eagles, so I don't expect him to say anything other than the party line. Others have reported that the Eagles would potentially consider Belichick if it goes sideways with Nick Sirianni. I think that Jerry just decided, look, we know he's got the reputation for not wanting to pay people to not work. He didn't want to pay Mike McCarthy to not work. That's one of the factors. Mike McCarthy's under contract. He would have had to pay him his full salary to have him go away. And I still come back to this idea that, and look, Jerry's been great for the National Football League. He's been great for the Cowboys. I can't help but wonder how much of this supposed obsession of his to win another Super Bowl is just bluster aimed at keeping the fans engaged, keeping the Cowboys as popular as they are, keeping the Cowboys relevant to every conversation. Nationally, we're talking about the Cowboys when we have no reason to be talking about the Cowboys. He's a master of that. If he really wanted to go all in, and you've got the team that you believe is ready to go, and you have one of the great coaches of all time available, how do you not? If you're confident you can work with him, as he said, if you're confident that everyone can get along and they can make this work, how do you not hire Bill Belichick to come in and try to get you over the top? Unless at some level, when people say this, he doesn't want to give any of the credit to anyone else, and Belichick's going to come in and take the limelight and take the credit if they make it to the top. And so, look, when he says something like what he said the other day, how do you look at it and say, it's just for show, he really doesn't believe it? I mean, he really put that out there. I'm surprised he said it. If it were anybody else, I wouldn't have believed it. Jerry's the one guy that I could see saying that. So Belichick's in play. How is he not in play for next year, for 2025, based on what Jerry said? The question becomes, what do they do this year? What do they decide to do after this year? And is Belichick even available? If I'm the Commanders right now and I'm looking at the possibility of Belichick landing in Dallas next year or maybe Philly, and the Giants are always linked to Belichick, I'm taking a closer look at whether or not I can make it work with him now so he's not available to be hired by one of my arch rivals next year. But, yeah, what Jerry said underscored a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about. And I don't know how close it came. I don't know how serious it got. But it would be foolish to think there wasn't at least some conversation between Jerry Jones and Bill Belichick at some point, at some level. I know he denied it, but there had to have been some consideration given. Why did it take 3 days before they issue a statement to the world that Mike McCarthy's coming back?
Mike, why are Belichick and Vrabel not with a team right now? And is Vrabel being punished for basically Bill's style of coaching in a way?
3 weeks ago today, Robert Kraft explained that the notion that Bill Belichick would accept less power than he'd had to stay in New England would not be practical because it would be confusing. If you have a guy that's had that much power for that long and all of a sudden he doesn't have it, it makes it just very difficult and very awkward. I think that concept is transferable to most of these other teams that are looking for coaches. You go in there, and I think this is true anywhere except Dallas, where the owner is the guy who's in charge of the roster. Any other place, and you go in there and there's a general manager half your age, and that's the person who's got the power. And Bill says, yeah, you know what, I accept that. How does that really work day in and day out? When that general manager wants to pick a receiver from Boston College in the 4th round and Bill Belichick makes a face, and you know Belichick doesn't want that guy, even though the GM's the one who's got the power to make those picks, Bill Belichick carries around. It just oozes out of him. You can't clip his wings. You can't put guardrails on him at this point. I think that's why the teams that have the structures in place, like the Falcons weren't going to blow up their front office for Bill Belichick. Rich McKay won that power struggle because I believe, from what I've been told, Arthur Blank, the owner of the team, wanted to hire Bill Belichick, but it was going to take too much to accommodate him. And I think Vrabel, the fact that he's been in arm wrestling matches with general managers because he believes things should be done a certain way, and he's been effective and successful, it doesn't make it conducive to hiring a guy with a big personality like that and a guy who's used to being able to get his way. When you have an established structure in place, it makes it harder to fit. And that's what we have to remember. Even though it's about winning, there are people who want their jobs. There are people who want work to be a certain way. And when you have a head coach who is too strong in his ideas and how he expresses them and what he wants and what he's going to get, it just makes it harder for everybody to have the work experience that they'd like to have.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Brady looks like he's in next year. So where does Greg Olsen go, and why should he take over for Collinsworth?
Well, I'd be yeah, thank you for that part. I've seen no reporting about the specifics of Greg Olsen's contract, but when he said recently to Richard Deitch of The Athletic that he's going to explore all opportunities, my guess would be that if and when somebody offers him a number one spot with another network, that he'd be able to walk away from Fox whenever he wants. And I think it would be wrong for Fox to get in his way. I mean, I understand that, hey, we got an opportunity to get Tom Brady. We got to get Tom Brady, regardless of whether or not Tom Brady is going to be any good. And what a tough spot for him. Yeah. Everybody loves Greg Olsen. You know that Tom Brady is going to be polarizing. People are going to hate him. People are going to complain. Even if their complaints are unfounded, they're just going to complain because they don't like Tom Brady.
Yep.
So I think Olsen sits tight. And, what you have to ask yourself is, if you're one of the other networks, and I'm not going to name networks and I'm not going to name analysts, I'm just talking about this conceptually and broadly. It's just like what a football team does. A quarterback's available. Is he better than the quarterback that we have? Should we move on from the quarterback we have and take the quarterback who's available? Well, how much is it going to cost us if we do it? Well, we got to buy out the person that we already have. We got to pay the new quarterback. Are we willing to do it? That's the thinking that I believe is just basic commonsensical business considerations that these networks could engage in, whichever one it is. Name your network. Do we hire Greg Olsen, and do we write a big check to our current number one analyst to ride off into the sunset?
You had how much time did you have to dedicate to your day on the analytics tweet you had a couple of days ago where you said a coach told you that analytics is just a way for people who never could have gotten jobs in football to get jobs in football?
How much time do you think I spent on it? You guys know me. How much time do you think I spent on it?
You could go down a rabbit hole, or you could just flush it. One of the two.
No. Listen, I've been doing this a long time, and I understand what social media is, what it's about. I understand that certain things are going to get people riled up. And if you bog down your day worrying about that stuff, you get nothing done. One of the benefits of being busier than you want to be, with PFT, which takes up a ton of my time, with my writing projects, which give me balance and sanity, and it's resulted in 8 different manuscripts being written over the last 3 years, I don't have time to stop and think. But when I hear something from and I can't tell you who told me, but man, if I told you, you'd crap your pants. It's real. You've got people who are experts in things other than traditional football skills, personnel evaluation, coaching, X's and O's, who created an industry that is valuable. There are limits to the value of it, but it is a way to get into these organizations. It started in baseball, and it's spread over to football. And you've got teams now that have a staff with multiple analytics people, very smart people, accomplished people. The owners like having them around. The owners like talking to them because they do a good job of communicating with the owners. And, somebody told me a couple of years ago when I was compiling information for Playmakers, owners are in a position now when it's time to sit down and talk to the coach used to bamboozle them with jargon. Now the owners are in a position because the analytics crowd has given them things they can say back to the coach and have a real conversation and a real debate and not just sit there and listen to whatever the coach says. So I think there's natural tension between the coaches and the people who are crunching these numbers that from time to time advise the coaches on what they should do. So So really, to answer your question, I spent far more time talking about it right now than I did worrying about it after I put out there, which is 100% accurate. And again, if I told you who told me, you guys would say, holy crap.
Mike, is there any way that Dak's deal doesn't get redone and extended this offseason?
$59.4 million is his cap number for 2024. The only way that his deal isn't extended is if the Cowboys say, fine, we'll deal with $59.4 million this year. We'll let him become an unrestricted free agent next year. We'll carry more than $35 million in dead cap money for 2025 on top of the $59.4. We've got $90 million plus in unallocated cap dollars that are going to hit the Cowboys cap this year and without an extension next year. With an extension, you can account for all that and smooth it out and kick the can. And look, the cap dollars are eventually going to hit anyway. But with the cap going up as much as it is, the relative impact of those cap dollars goes down over time. That's why you see teams always looking to push cap dollars out into the future. It hurts less in the future than it does now. And that's why Dak's got all the power here. They screwed this up, guys, by not extending him after his third year. They wrote out the final year of his rookie contract at a very reasonable rate for them, and then they didn't sign him to a new contract after his rookie contract ended. They did franchise tag for a year. By the time he was in his second franchise tag, he had them over a barrel. That 4-year, $160 million contract was masterful from his agent's perspective, and now they are stuck. The choices are pay him a market value contract or deal with a $59.4 million cap number this year, $35 million in his name next year, and good luck putting a competitive team on the field if that's what you have to do.
Father of Mine available in ebook on Amazon for $3.99. Buy them all up so Mike comes on with us in Vegas. We'll have your coffee ready. Thank you, sir.
Just put me on to the last segment of the show, please. Final segment of the show. Thank you.
Thank you. KFC canceled. Florio on the D&M leasing hotline. Why Choppy says we're usually going at y'all. We're usually criticizing you. But apparently we all need to be thanking Gen Z next.
That's a tough thing to say. It's a tough thing to say. But this is not. Let's head you on over to Platinum Ford.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
A segment better than Below the Belt is coming up at 8:40 with Bobby out on vacation in Florida for the next 2 days. This is Sean and RJ along with Pepe and Ryan. We're live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Choppy, let's see. In RJ's prep email, I know I'm going to get two main things. I'm going to get the next medical scare for the entire world.
Oh, yeah, the new COVID.
And I'm going to get 19 Gen Z articles a week. Yeah. I don't know. Same paper, same place you go to. Obsessed with Gen Z. I don't know what it is, but take it away.
All right, so
I still don't even know who Gen Z is. I don't know who. I can't. I don't know.
Me. Do not blame me. I'm outside the category there.
You are.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what's the age range?
All right, so Gen Z is basically like kind of 1996, 7-ish until about like 2010, 2011. So I have one Gen Z child, Luca. And then Julian is, I think they call him Generation Alpha. I'm a big fan of that one.
That's an amazing name.
Yeah, Gen Alpha, baby.
Are you kidding me?
But they are already...
now, who's coming up with this? Who gets to name these? Like, who gets to name the tornadoes? You know, isn't that that's a cool job? I get to name the natural disaster.
Yeah.
I get to name the generations. Who's doing it?
They've got, I don't know. I don't know how they do it.
They
but
go in order, though, because like you went Gen Z and then you start back over with A. Like the next generation will be Gen Beta for B.
Yeah, nobody wants to be a beta.
Gen Beta.
Yeah, but you've got, obviously you have the lost generation and the greatest generation, the silent generation, the boomers. And then you go X, millennial, Z. For whatever reason, that's how they do it, but that's it. So Gen Z is, I mean, they're all over the place, man. They're about to be one of the largest generations of working people that are out there. They're the next generation that's going to be buying homes and running the country. I mean, shoot. We have...
You sure? We just haven't put a 90-year-old in office.
Have put a 90-year-old in, yeah. Baby boomers...
on either side.
Baby boomers aren't even running this thing. The two guys that are running for president are from the silent generation. They're not even baby boomers.
Yeah.
So Gen Z has already canceled drugs and sex and alcohol. Okay, they've already canceled all of them. Now they're canceling driving.
Okay.
Very environmentally conscious.
I have heard of and met more kids who have no interest in getting their license. Something I could never fathom or ever imagine as a teenager.
Yeah, I see this too. And I think a lot of it, people are blaming a couple of things like COVID and video games and such, or technology, I should say. COVID has really kind of made them risk averse, and video games has made them not want to leave the house.
Oh.
Or technology.
Wow.
So a lot of people are just kind of like, I don't want to take the risk of getting on the road and dying in a car accident.
Any of your friends, were you not excited, dying to pass the test and get on the road, your license?
Oh, when I was first eligible to take my permit test, I jumped on it. I was 14. Took the class in the 6-week course or whatever, jumped right on it. Some friends, if their parents are different with like how they get a car, I was able to pay for half my first car. So like it made it a little cheaper for me. Or some parents are like, no, you got to pay for the full thing. So kids have to save up a little bit. So they don't have motivation to go and get their license immediately.
So so 16 years old is the driving age in most states.
And that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, most states 16 years old is the driving age. What percentage of 16-year-olds today do you think has a driver's license? When I was a kid, it was like 100%. Like you got 60, you at least got your license. You may not have had a car, but you got your driver's license the day you turned 16 or 17, depending on the state.
I'll say it's 70%.
Peyton?
I'll go 78%.
It's 25%.
Oh, shut up.
25% of 16-year-olds
in the country
have a driver's license, according to the Federal Highway Administration.
Wow.
If you move it to 17-year-olds, the number goes from 25% to 45%. Less than half of 17-year-olds
wow.
in the United States of America.
I'm blown away.
Has a driver's license?
I'm blown away.
I am thrown.
This and the 11-year-old porn addiction you told me was running rampant through schools. I'm blown.
Blown away. I don't know how. Look, if you live in Manhattan, I get it. You'll probably. I know people who grew up in Manhattan. They never drove a car.
Yeah.
They never had a license.
Right.
It's a different world, man.
No reason.
It's a different world. How do you live
in DFW?
In Dallas-Fort Worth? Anywhere in Texas.
With no public transportation.
Yeah. How do you live anywhere in Texas? You can't live in Arlington. They don't have buses. How do you live in anywhere in Texas and not have a driver's license at 16?
I got to know. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. And I wonder if there are parents who are happy about it.
Sure, they're not paying the insurance.
Yeah, but then you have to arrange. You got to drive more. You got to pay for more Ubers. Like, I wonder what the balance is in terms of satisfaction, dissatisfaction as a parent. I know some who are like, please take these keys. For God's sake, get the hell out of the house and stop making me. Give us a Friday night back. Give us a Saturday night. Or maybe you're happy about it because you're not paying for a car or insurance or worrying about them. I mean, you
can get a driver's license. Just get one. You don't have to get an insurance thing necessarily right away. You don't need a car. You just get your driver's license just to have it. Well, it's probably a good thing to have. It's an identification. It's identification. That's what it is. Now, people are saying that Newsweek said they don't want to drive because they're looking for sustainable options like public transportation, ride-sharing, e-scooters. The economy, the environment may also be affected. Gen Z is very environmentally conscious. The cost of new cars also has soared by 30%. The price of used cars has revved up. One 16-year-old, or now I guess they're 18-year-olds, but one said, when COVID hit, I was 16, so I guess I'm now 19. In the middle of my high school career, completely stopped my mental age progression and maturity.
What?
She added, driving doesn't seem necessary. I get a ride from my mom and my friends, an Uber, take the bus. Having a license isn't really life or death for me.
Wow.
That's how they view it. Threw me for a loop,
Fascinating.
man. Absolutely fascinating. I mean, it's...
Your boys, Luca, dying to get a car and to drive?
Oh, he talks about it. I want to get a Jeep. I want a truck.
Yeah.
I want to get this, that.
Be cool like Sean. Get a Jeep.
Get a Camaro.
And I'm like, man, you're going to get what you get. Like, I have my car that I'm driving right now. It's got 210,000 miles on it. It's paid for. I am running that thing into the ground. And I'm hopefully driving this thing until he gets his license. And I'm just going to hand it to him. Here you go.
Yeah.
You're
going to hand it to him?
Bang into whatever you want. It's taken care of, whatever.
Yeah.
Like the insurance on it, I ain't having a collision on it. I got liability, and that's it. All right? I am going as cheap as I can go. And that's the only benefit to being divorced is that you can get, like, super cheap car insurance for your kids because you insure the car of the driver. And then they don't live with you. Their main house is there.
Oh.
You insure, it's my car. So I have the car. I own the car. It's in my name. Super cheap. So that's that with Gen Z.
All right.
Now.
What was that?
This is...
Are you starting to say a word or exhaling?
I'm thinking of the next one here to go to. A poll of 1,000 workers discovered that 65 of Gen Z are speechless around their coworkers. They don't know what to say. They get into the workforce, and my kids are like this. My kids can't talk to anybody because they don't talk. Everything is through text communication.
Wow.
And when you get into the workforce, one of the main problems that they have is that they don't know how to communicate with other people.
Yeah.
And we were in a time years ago where people, they had a lot of friends outside of work. They were in a church group. They were in this or that. And now everybody gets all of their life lessons, their friendships, their sense of purpose. Everything comes through work. And it makes the job a lot of stressful places, a very stressful place. And Gen Z struggles because their communication skills are so far below the other generations who didn't grow up with a phone in their hands, texting since the time they were 6. And now it's to the point where like 75% of Gen Zers will not initiate conversations at work, according to this study, this Harris poll by Fortune magazine. And they lack commonalities with.
So people don't want to socialize either, or don't have the tools for it.
No, and then one of the things that Gen Z is like kind of made popular is canceling happy hour. because they view happy hour.
They don't like alcohol.
Well, that, but also they view happy hour as an extension of work. They don't want to go hang out with work people outside of work. And they, Manhattan is known as the Big Apple, whatever. People who work in Manhattan who are in their early 20s call it Work Island. They don't go to Manhattan outside of work hours because they're like, why would I want to go to a place where I work?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well, maybe you want to hang out with the people that you like in a non-work environment. You want to talk about non-work things or catch up with gossip that you can't talk about within the office.
It's created a problem, though, because in December, there was a study base that found that 40% of managers now are preferring to hire older candidates to avoid hiring Gen Z. Used to be the opposite. You want to get rid of the older people, you want to hire the younger people. They're cheaper, they're younger.
Look at the
hungrier.
NFL.
Yeah, they're more hungry. And now it's the actual opposite. Like they're like staying away from Gen Z. They want to hire Gen X or even old, younger boomers just to stay away from having to deal with Gen Z, which is wild. Wild to think of.
Yeah.
Because that generally doesn't fit the mold. But also they found that Gen Z has a different view on what they want from their bosses. They don't care about how much experience the boss has or how good the boss has or what they could teach. Studies show all they care about is, are they honest? That's it.
Honest?
Are they honest to you? Do they shoot you straight? I think it's a good quality.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good quality. I wish all bosses had that. They should all have that.
Yeah.
But that's what they look for.
2 nightmare stories about Bill Belichick and Aaron Rodgers. And I think I've changed my mind about wanting Belichick here to replace Mike McCarthy. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ, a better segment than Below the Belt after this. And
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great John Shreve.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
I have to check the weather outside to make sure our Mike Gettin is not happening, as Mikey Bassick is here early.
Oh, look at that. What time you got here? He got in here with a 7 on the clock.
Well, this is Bobby Belton. Let's talk about CeeDee Lamb and all the things that he's doing. And then to get him, I'm doing Las Vegas Super Bowl. If you guys stop talking bad about him, then maybe we'll get him in the Super Bowl.
Just start reading off 100 names. See how that works?
No, Mike texted me the other day. He's like, how does Bobby talk so fast? What amazes you? What stands out to you about Bobby?
When I hear somebody speak Spanish, I'd love to speak Spanish. I should have taken that way more seriously in school. When I hear somebody speak Spanish, it doesn't sound like you go from one word to the next word.
Yeah.
It all sounds like one word for 30 seconds. And I'm like,
listen to a Bad Bunny.
No comprende. So I feel like Bobby, if somebody was trying to learn English, they would listen to Bobby and go, I don't know when one word stops and the next word begins. That's my issue.
Yeah.
And luckily I understand English somewhat, so I can listen to it and go, oh, that's one word, and then there's the next word. But it's like a word never stops until he's done with the paragraph.
I think what happens sometimes is when you read an article on air, like you're trying to be conscious of not reading and being boring, so you try to get through it fast, and Bobby just flies through it fast. And then again, it depends how much C4 he has.
Well,
just like Micah.
I had to take my kid to basketball practice this morning at Bishop Lynch, and it's amazing.
Cool.
It's about a 20-minute drive there and about a 30-minute drive back home because traffic picks up. It's amazing how many people, I know sometimes you're wondering how many people are listening at 5:30. We leave about 5 till or 10 till 6. It's amazing how many people are on the road. And by the time I drop them off at school about 6:10-ish, and I have to drive from 6:10 to about 6:40 back to just south of downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You're already going 5 to 25 miles an hour for most of your drive.
Wow.
You know, we just did that breakdown over how many kids want their licenses and all that stuff. I'd like a breakdown of when Americans wake up, because it makes me feel less tough when Mike is texting me at 5:30, and it has less of an argument for my wife that I need a nap, and Sandler's texting me at 5:30, and I'm like, what time is the rest of the world waking up? Is my 4:30 wake up not that bad? Because to me it sounds awful and miserable. But I'm like, what time are people waking? My wife's like, you think you're the only one waking up then? You think you have it so rough that you don't think other people are doing the same exact thing?
Yeah.
And that ticks me off.
My kids are my oldest is at football practice in middle school at 6:30.
These kids wake up for practice like this early and not miserable, and they're ready and attentive, ready to go. They're not fried at the end of the day.
It is amazing the work ethic at times with kids, because Jake is doing practice from 6:15 to 8 a.m. and then the school starts, going. He gets breakfast there, and then I think 8:30 or 8:45 starts their first class. And then yesterday he got home from baseball practice. So you do basketball in the morning, baseball, and then he pulls up with his buddies at about 6:45 p.m. So literally he's leaving the house at 5:55 a.m. and then getting home right around 6:30 to 7 p.m.
Wow.
Yeah, look, a gym is slammed at 6 a.m.
Yeah. It's just amazing how many people are up and driving around. But then I've also seen this thing on YouTube where our Metroplex, and also they called it the triangle, kind of your Dallas, Austin, Houston kind of triangle.
Texas Triangle, man.
Is that it is getting closer and closer to Los Angeles and California. Our Metroplex is getting so big and growing so fast. LA has stopped growing. They're not adding any more people.
So's New York. They're both places are locked on one side of their city.
But when you look at
with an ocean,
but
this is, I think, the Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, that triangle,
and Austin,
only LA and New York are bigger.
Yeah. And that's why we have this traffic now. It's literally
there's no spot
we didn't build
those three cities that is really uninhabited.
We didn't build this place to have this many people live here. And so that's why you're going from 6 a.m. till 9 a.m. approximately somewhere between 15 to 45 miles an hour on the roads.
I may be wrong about wanting Bill Belichick to come in here and shape up the Dallas Cowboys because we got a Mac Jones and a Tom Brady senior story. Tom Brady's dad has always spoken, has always talked. Well, Mike. Oh,
Jerry Jones is on Good Morning Football.
Yeah.
Do you think that the top hair that he has, he should maybe get it a little bit more like silvery to match the side hair that he has?
Tom Brady's dad told a local paper, quote, "I don't think it's fair what I've seen everybody saying that it's all Tom. Bill is the best coach in football, bar none. The last 3 or 4 years of his tenure in New England have been in the dumper. It's too bad." But he said the bad stuff after. Bill is tough. He runs a military system. It's a different generation. Bill is a great, great coach, but his interpersonal skills are horrible. That's the bottom line. Ego sometimes gets in the way of things. I think it did with Bill. Now he's in a situation where he's gotten crucified for the last few years by everybody, and a lot of luster has come off his rose. And then Bob Kraft told Tom Brady's father, "I made a mistake." He said it back in September. We don't all make the right decisions. I've made a hell of good ones over the years. But Bill Belichick apparently told Robert Kraft, Tom is done. Tom is done. Then he goes into Tampa, and he wins it. One of Robert Kraft's great regrets. But this is Tom Brady's dad talking about Belichick, the person, his ego. And then you got this Mac Jones story.
Yeah, now Bill was 2 years early on that. Right? He was because Tom, at the end of Tom's second year in Tampa, his first year he won the Super Bowl. The end of his second year, he started to drop off a little bit. And then the final year.
Until Dak ended him.
Right. The final year, he threw a lot of touchdown passes, but he wasn't the same guy anymore. He was not taking hits. He was getting rid of the ball too soon. He was not willing to stand in the pocket. I mean, you could tell that was the case. Look, both things could be true. Bill Belichick made life very easy for Tom in the first couple of years. The style of play they ran, the offense they ran, he was making easy reads, easy checks, and Tom was smart. And Tom ran a great game plan. But after about 2006 or 7, when Vrabel and Bruschi and Ty Law and Seymour and Harrison and all those guys started to retire, that second act of the Patriots was Tom, not Bill.
With Randy Moss, Wes Welker.
And beyond that, and then Edelman, and then finding all that, that was Tom. The early three titles, I mean, a lot of that was Bill. Like Bill, that was a lot of him and helping Tom along. And once he helped Tom along and he gave Tom the answer to the test, Tom never forgot him.
And I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's the next Tom Brady. I'm not saying that, but he has that situation right now. Now, if Brock Purdy, let's just say, wins next Sunday the Super Bowl, we'll look at it as saying, well, that was kind of a game control type of situation, but you get credit. Tom Brady gets credit for beating the Los Angeles Rams and Kurt Warner. But we know that was more of a game plan where we're going to control the situation. Don't turn over the ball. We want you to get good field position. If we don't have good field position and it's 3rd and 12, we're punting. We're not trying to create a first down on 3rd and 12. We don't want to create a turnover. Let's have our defense get a 3 and out and get us a better situation.
Prior to that final drive against the Rams, he had thrown for less than 100 yards in the game.
Yeah.
But the reason
and then the other thing is, like, he won 2 Super Bowls where the offense put up 13 points. That doesn't happen. But one of them was, I mean, the first one, and the other one was the one against the Rams. The second one, they were both against the Rams, where they only allowed 3.
But the reason I think I may be wrong about Belichick is this MassLive.com article about Mac Jones. Belichick apparently just stopped talking to Mac Jones at the end.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Didn't tell him that you're benched, didn't tell him that you're demoted, and Mac Jones was just like frustrated. Now, there's a lot of people who are critical of Mac Jones, but Bill just stopped talking to him because of a broken relationship. Can you do that, Mike?
You shouldn't, unless you're totally giving up. When coaches stop talking to you, they're totally giving up on you. It's like, I'm moving on. He's not worth conversation anymore. He's not worth helping anymore. But I think with Tom Brady, him going to Tampa Bay, he was done in New England. They didn't have Mike Evans. They didn't have Chris Godwin. They didn't have Rob Gronkowski come back and help out. They didn't have Leonard Fournette. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the other running back that they had a good dual running back situation in that Super Bowl year that he had.
Was it James White, Sony Michel? They had a couple of guys.
But it's just Tom Brady was done in that system because Bill Belichick couldn't draft for about a 6-year period, and so Tom Brady had Mike Evans is a future Hall of Famer. Godwin was maybe the best number 2 receiver in the game at the time. So, you just
instead
look
of N'Keal Harry, if they took A.J. Brown, how are things different?
Yeah, it was over in New England because of the talent around Tom Brady.
But can you have someone with Belichick's personality in today's NFL/sports world?
I do believe so. I know that Bruce Bochy isn't maybe as hardcore as Belichick, but it is, you either get the job done or you don't,
but
and I move
has
on.
A lovely personality.
Yeah, he does. Like this is more like La Russa coming back.
Yeah, I'm with you, and that's the thing about Bill Belichick that I don't think he's willing to admit yet is I think you could still be a great head coach, and I think everybody, as soon as you stepped into the room of a new team, would go, "It's freaking Bill Belichick. I better get my stuff together. I better do things the right way." But as soon as Bill Belichick starts telling you we need to draft this person and we're doing this trade, we're getting rid of this guy, that gets scary because for about over 5 years now, he has been really bad at personnel decisions. And it's weird that this happens. Tom Landry couldn't care anything about his players, and he would just move on. And then it got to be 81, 82, and he just stopped being that cold-blooded, I don't care about you as a person, I care about the team. And he just kept guys around, and he couldn't draft right. And he would choose Gary Hogeboom and Steve Palleur, and you're just like, what the hell is going on? And Tom ran out of ideas, and Tom Landry ran out of a way to make a team better. And it happens to everybody, and it's happening to Bill. But I think if you let Bill coach and said, you're coaching, but you're not touching my draft, you're not touching my players on the team, we'll have discussions about it, but you're not the ultimate decision maker. I want your opinion, and I don't think he's willing to do that. And maybe he'll never be willing to do that.
Who would have been your McCarthy replacement if you had a name to pick? Who was your guy?
I think in this situation, he's the best.
Who?
Mike McCarthy.
Oh.
I think if I could have my pick of anybody,
that was
I'm in love with Sean McVay. I would see Sean McVay threatens retirement every year. I would say, like, what can I do to get him away from LA? That's my guy. That's me personally. That's my guy. But I know that doesn't work in Dallas.
A subject that Mike Bassick and KMC have covered a lot. How big of a problem is Micah Parsons becoming? And there's one job left. Do you want Dan Quinn to take it or not? We may even take some Cowboy calls on this at 877-881-1053 next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton running things along with Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo, especially right now if you are on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. There's one job left after the Seattle Seahawks said, no thank you, Dan Quinn. We're hiring Ravens defensive coordinator Mike Macdonald. Macdonald, of course, going through that Baltimore system, working with Jim Harbaugh in Michigan for a second. Man, I would love for someone at some point in time in my life to have this job referral quote about me. Listen to Patrick Quinn, who Bobby brought up yesterday, maybe for the Cowboys. Listen to what he said about the new Seahawks coach. I think Macdonald is the best candidate out there right now. I don't think anyone does it like him. Nobody cares like him. No one will do what he does. He will not rest until he has everything right. Whoever gets him, if he leaves, they're getting the best candidate. The guy is all around just the best person I've ever been around, coach-wise and person-wise. He really cares and truly cares about the players, the people around the organization, and the fans. So a hell of an endorsement from Patrick Quinn about the Seahawks' new head coach, who is the youngest head coach now in the NFL.
Man. Wonder if he knows who Michael McDonald is.
I doubt it.
Hope he does. I hope he does. Peyton has no idea.
No idea. Not Ronald McDonald either, Mike Bassick. And now there's one opening left, and that would be with the Commanders. And in D.C., the sense you get is they're starting to freak out and panic a little bit that they may have to settle for Dan Quinn. Now,
settle.
My question, would it be a settle? You're a Commanders fan? How you viewing that with excitement?
I would find that as I find it a little boring.
Yeah.
For one, I think when you have the second pick of the draft and you're going to take a quarterback, I generally want to pair that with an offensive guy. Right? I think that's the easiest way for the trade. Unless the guy is like some absolute all-time great. Whoever John Elway went to, he was going to be fine. Was Reeves the coach there? I think when Elway got there, when we first got there, it may not have been. But, you go Manning, you go there. I don't know who they go with. Patrick Mahomes. If Andy Reid was a defensive coach, I think Mahomes would have been fine. It may not have had the same exact start because Andy's great. But generally, you're going to be okay. You have no idea about Drake May. He's not like this legendary prospect, so we don't know. But I would think you would want an offensive coach.
So now the question is for the Tolos, do you want Dan Quinn to get the DC job? What would you say the ratio is on the DetroitRed.com text line?
A lot of people said they want to keep him.
Really?
Like they'd be happy with Dan, coming back. And listen, we are late in the game now. Now, your option, you still have Wink. Wink's still out there.
Mike Zimmer.
Zimmer's still out there.
Ron Rivera's out there.
Ron is out there, too.
You can promote Joe Witt. You can do these other things.
Jason Garrett.
Jason Garrett's out there. Not exactly defense.
I think I'd rather have Jason coach defense than offense.
There you go.
I prefer that. Matt Patricia style.
Yeah, I mean, his offense was the best defense for other teams. But I'm trying to think here.
I'd be fine with it. I'm not totally opposed with hatred towards Dan Quinn. He did turn around the Cowboys defense over the last 3 years. He's been, a top 5 scoring defense. Is the inability to stop the run on Dan Quinn? Is it more on personnel? Is it a mixture of all of them? Do we give him a break in that Green Bay game for playing off in zone? Because he knew that Deron Bland or Stephon Gilmore were going to get torched by Jordan Love and those receivers. I don't know. You can do much worse than Dan Quinn. He has done a very nice job here. If you brought in Mike Zimmer, Wink Martindale, I would not be upset with that.
Here's my issue with Zimmer. And he was here. I covered him. He was tremendous as a coach, as a defensive coach. He got let go from Minnesota after the 2021 season. He has not coached in the NFL since.
Yeah.
He was an analyst for Jackson State with Dion in 2022, like a consultant.
Okay.
Right? One of those do-nothing jobs.
Right.
nobody has hired Mike Zimmer as a defensive coordinator since he was let go. Like that, I don't know, right? Like, what is that? Well, it may mean he doesn't want a job as a DC, or it may mean he wanted to take time off,
right?
Or it may mean he was getting paid still from Minnesota, and he was like, I'm gonna live on a beach, or it may mean that nobody called,
right?
And we don't know. Like, and I think we kind of confused these two. Like, Rich Bisaccia didn't get the job as the Raiders head coach when he filled in.
Yeah,
and nobody's hired Rich. Now, did they fail because they didn't hire Rich, or was it just Josh McDaniels stunk, right? But like nobody hired Rich
as a head coach.
So should the Raiders be kicking themselves that they didn't hire Rich Bisaccia when nobody else gave them an opportunity?
Right.
I don't know what the answer is.
So one possibility left. I haven't heard many other names. It's sounding like a Dan Quinn settle. And then what would the Cowboys do? Let us know, 877-881-1053. More and more smoke is starting to billow around Micah Parsons. And he finally talked after the Green Bay embarrassment. And he said, well, why did I skip out? Why didn't I talk? My media responsibilities, I was just so crushed. And it was embarrassing. And Micah wants to let you know he takes these losses like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant because he's that lion. He's got that dog mentality. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, KMC, Bassick have talked a lot about leaving your teammates there, hanging them out to dry to go ahead and talk. I think you can do that once. Maybe you can do that twice. But it's gotten old. That pass has expired for me when it comes to letting Mike off the hook because he just cares. And he's just so much more passionate. And now everyone is picking apart whether Micah is throwing everyone else under the bus. And here's Parsons being asked about his performance in that Green Bay game. Is he calling out the rest of the 10 guys around him?
I'm at complete peace. And I say that because I don't think I could have done anything more to try to win that game. And that comes to watching film with the other guys in the room, saying what I'm seeing, being vocal out there on the field. I was completely at peace because I know I don't have no regrets about how I performed or what I put into the game.
Okay. I'm not taking that as Micah calling everyone else out. He's saying, I think I did my job, but that's not a call out. Now, statistics, analytics, whatever you want to call it, would disagree, saying this could be the worst game of his 3 years in the league. 1 quarterback pressure, 1 quarterback hit on 19 pass rushes, his lowest pressure rate in a game of his career, according to Next Gen. His only pressure came when he was unblocked, and the Packers' right tackle shut him out with no pressures in 9 matchups. So that's getting blanked. And there's a reputation and a stigma being attached to Micah that he disappears in the second halves and the end of seasons. So I'm not going to blame him for calling out teammates right there. What about calling out the front office after responding to Jerry Jones' all-in comments at the Senior Bowl?
You really see how much people care about the game of football and the culture and the people you want around you when you say you want to build a Super Bowl championship team. And the truth about it, and it sucks. And, seeing here, they talking about we're going all in this year, man. That's what I would hope for. I'm 24 years old. I've been in this league, 3 years, and I kind of seen it all. And I hope that we go all in. I hope that we go out and get the players that we're missing because we didn't do that this year. I hope that we challenge ourselves, become better, and become greater for us.
We didn't do that this year. I mean, I think if you would ask Micah in the offseason, is Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks going all in? He probably would have said yes, but that's him saying we did not go all in this year, and I hope we do it next year, like Jerry said.
Yeah, I mean, they had $10 million of cap space basically this year, right? Like that's to say it's pretty close. It's pretty close. They didn't sign anybody. They did make a trade for Brandon Cooks, and they did make a trade for Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, you gave it 2/5.
Yeah, you got good deals. We applauded.
Yeah, but it wasn't like that finishing piece.
No,
Scherzer attempt.
No, did they have the money for it though? That's the other question. Like, did they really have the cash to go do it? This year, what do they have? Right, they're $20 million over the cap right now. Are they really going to have the money to go do anything this year? What is all into Jerry Jones? Because they don't have, right now, the cash to go get massive pieces. They can make it work, but at what cost?
Then Micah has another clip where he's like, look, I can play linebacker, Jesse Holley. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'll play anywhere, but I do what the coaches tell me to do. I do what plays are called and designed. So to me, that's like taking a little bit of shot at the coaching staff. And look, the big question I'm asking about Micah Parsons is, are we overblowing typical superstar diva tendencies? Or is Micah becoming an issue? What Jesse Holley said is being repeated by other people. What Jesse said about Micah not wanting to put in the work, doing his own thing, maybe freelancing, maybe a little bit of selfishness. Micah's about Micah. That is not the first superstar that those things have been said about. So my big question for all this is this typical or is this a problem? There's people that duck out on press conferences. There's people who don't want to deal with the media. That stuff happens with divas, with stars, with rock stars.
It does.
And that's what Micah Parsons is. I'm just trying to figure out whether it's going overboard or whether it's just typical before you pay him $35 million.
I don't know. This is overboard. I mean, I think this is what he is. He's just going to talk. He's got a podcast. That's the reality of it.
I don't even care about the podcast. I'm talking about what we're hearing behind the scenes.
Well, I think when you hear stuff behind the scenes,
what I hear behind the scenes worse than anything he's saying on the podcast.
For sure. But what you hear behind the scenes at year 3, when he's still on a rookie deal, that's probably only going to get more magnified as the money comes rolling in. You know, generally money just kind of exacerbates who you really are. But yeah, I think that's absolutely what the norm is. I don't know that it's a one shot deal here.
You worried about it?
No, because I think there's 53 guys in there. Not all of them are going to be choir boys. A lot of them are going to have their issues. He doesn't have to be the best teammate necessarily. He needs to be the best player. The other stuff kind of just gets thrown into it. And this also could be one person's account, two people's account. You know, you could have 3 people that really think he's a terrible teammate. You could have 5 people that think he's the greatest person ever. So it's like, who are you talking to?
All right, so there it is. Little recap of Inside the Star. Do you want Dan Quinn back? And are you starting to worry about Micah Parsons just a little bit? Travis Kelce told the truth. Aaron Rodgers says, lose my number. And does the GOAT have a dad bod? RJ Choppy saying this is giving hope to everyone else out there after what we saw yesterday from the GOAT possibly. That's next on The Fan. But what's next for you in terms of that retirement, that 401k? Make sure to start the new year off.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Choppy's daily moment of admiring men in the sports world on television.
Another one, Dave Canales on TV. I mean, just a little bit too much of a pointy chin, but a really good jawline. Wonderful head of hair. Just a tan, a mole, a properly placed mole on the face.
Would you rather have a mole or a dimple?
I think a dimple.
Mm-hmm.
I think a dimple's more approachable. I think you're more. If you have good dimples, you're much more approachable.
But you're cuter. The mole could be hotter.
Yeah, but like I think hot scares people off. You know, cute is like everybody.
No, you would rather be hot than cute.
Yeah, you would, but you know, I think cuteness can last longer.
Okay.
You know, hot'll. I've seen some photos of. I mean, hot
Wayne.
Hot can turn on you, man.
And of course, there is a book written and recap by the New York Post about Dave Canales, the new Panthers head coach, overcoming his secret life of porn addiction, binge drinking, cheating on his wife nonstop. And the couple wrote this book together. So good for him putting all that stuff out there.
Man, yeah, I love when people get over their troubles, over their problems. I don't like it when they're that good looking, though. That generally is a problem.
Yeah, he looks like a little bit of a rock star. Who was it yesterday at this time? Was it a quarterback at the Senior Bowl? You were going crazy?
Sam Hartman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sexy Sammy. Sam Zaddy.
Yeah.
He's not even Sam Daddy. He's beyond that.
And then you were checking out the possible GOAT yesterday with his shirt off.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is getting a little bit of heat for his dad bod. And I do wonder.
Let's see if Ryan just put up the Dave Canales video on FanCam and Twitch. He's just trying to top himself.
Let's see.
This whole show. Let's see how quick he gets this Mahomes shot.
All right, so this is Patrick Mahomes shirtless. This was on. So they showed this photo. I can't believe the show's still on Inside the NFL on Showtime. So they showed this photo, and people on Twitter were pointing and saying, Belly Boy is alive and well in Kansas City. And he is getting a little bit of heat for his dad bod.
Yeah.
And, you know, does this give Tony Romo and Luka a spot to say, hey, time to apologize to us. The GOAT has got a belly. And if you look at Patrick Mahomes, listen, these are, for a professional athlete, these are not big arms. That's not a good delt bicep separation. There is very little pec. Very little. And then, I mean, that's a fluffy stomach.
It's on the fan cam.
That's a fluffy stomach. And that's fine for 99% of the people out there. But in the NFL locker room, I would argue to say he is probably in the bottom 1% of non-offensive lineman physiques.
I will say this. I saw him at a Maverick game earlier this year.
Yeah.
He's a lot bigger than you think. And I'm not talking about fat. Like, you're like, he's effing huge.
Really?
Yes. We're just
tall?
used to, he's tall and thick. And you're just like, oh, crap. Because, you know, when he's walking past basketball players, they look like Manute Bol next to him. You know, you're just like, so I understand that picture. But if you were next to him, you're like, that's a man right there. Like, that is a huge human being.
Mahomes tweeted, yo, why they got to do me like that? Hashtag dad bod season.
Yeah.
But
he could have been caught in an inhale right there. That's a classic inhale.
No,
photo.
that's an exhale. The bottom belly's out a little bit. I think that's a classic exhale. But, Mike, I need you to settle an all-time argument between Choppy and I. You're the perfect one to do it. He and I have always argued about conditioning. And I'm like, okay, if CC Sabathia lost 20 pounds, it would be better for him. And Luka, I've always said, right? It's just more often than not, it's going to improve your conditioning and everything else. And Choppy, you've been opposite of that. You think it's overrated?
Well, I've just said, like, I don't necessarily equate like their body fat percentage with how good of shape they're in. Like, you could be in really good shape, like Patrick, and look like Patrick Mahomes.
100%. So I think sometimes we get caught up in looks.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are kind of born with looks, but they don't have the cardio to really do anything, or they look really good, but they're honestly not really that strong. And then a guy who doesn't look like he's in great cardio shape or look like he's really strong fools you. So I think you both have points. I do think that, it would help, especially in basketball at times, to be lighter because of the pace of play. But I do think sometimes we look at pitchers and go, they're not in shape.
Yeah.
And you go, no, they can actually throw the ball 200 times and be just fine, where a guy who looks leaner and everything is dying after pitch 50 or 60 because they're just not in shape to throw that many pitches, even though their body looks like they should versus that body. So I think you both have valid points.
Well, that's no fun. Like Shaq. Later years, he was out of shape.
He was fat. Yeah.
He was. Kobe was right.
Yep.
Shaq kept getting hurt, and he's like, I'm gonna take the beginning of the season to get in shape, and the playoffs are when I need to be at my best.
Kyrie looks like he's in the best shape of any Dallas Maverick, right?
Yes.
But yet his body can't handle 82 games of a season, not even close to 82 games. So you'd say, well, Kyrie must be doing everything right to prepare for a season, yet his body can't handle the season. I'm not saying he should get fatter.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying Kyrie looks like he should have no problem with his weight and his stamina playing every night, but literally he can only play about 40 to 55 games a year.
But you also, right, you do believe you just have certain bodies that won't allow it, right? The way you respond to getting your arm, elbow hit, a bruise is going to be different than me.
100%. That's the thing that that's why a doctor asks you.
You can
never tell your pain. Nobody can ever say you just go, well, man, he must be able to handle pain more. Or is it not hurt that much? Because he's like, I'm fine, I'm okay. And then the other person, you're not sure. You're like, this seems less on an MRI, on me doing different strength tests. He seems fine, but this person's like, I can't play for a month. And so that's pain threshold is something that you can't really tell in a person.
Travis Kelce on the New Heights pod with his brother, setting the record straight on some chop he had a problem with. Had a problem with Mahomes and Kelce. Travis on what really happened between them and Justin Tucker.
We're warming up, and we do our same warm-up every single time on our side of the field. For those of you that don't know what happens in pre-games, the Ravens have their side of the field, and the Chiefs have our side of the field. Now, specialists, because of like the win factor and
they go to
where
both
you are,
sides
they get a chance to kick at both field goals and kind of punt from both sides of the field. But it's always, if you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You know, you don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really. But
like, if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you. Justin came out and he said it was more of a joking gesture and kind of a fun competitive. And I get it. I mean, he was kind of winking at me, like being a about it, like trying to get under the skin.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
I get it, but
you got under your skin a little bit.
Me and Pat, we've been having the same mentality for this game all week long, man.
Yeah.
And it was you got to go in there and have the right mind frame, have the right mindset, and we just weren't in a joking mood. We were ready to get after it. And so, Justin, sorry if we took it to a level that you didn't think it'd get to that way, but if you're going to be a I promise you, I can one-up you every time.
I'm back. Team KC.
Team KC.
This is Justin Tucker's fault. I didn't understand. I love when players take us inside. That's why, Bassick does a semi-decent job of doing it baseball-wise. But I don't know where the kicker warms up, and they're allowed to go on the opposite side of the field, and whether, if the kicker's allowed to go on that the punter and the kicker are allowed to do it for conditions. But
yeah, it's a gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement.
Just,
yeah. But does that mean that Mahomes and Kelce have right of first territory with their stuff, or you're supposed to give the kicker that same exact spot? It sounded like Justin Tucker was needling them a little bit.
Yeah, of course it did. He was absolutely needling them. I still say that they would not have done that if that was Ray Lewis's helmet in his prime.
Yeah, Ray wouldn't be warming up on their side of the field.
Ray wouldn't have been. But it's you can pick on a kicker. You picked on a kicker who moonlights as an opera singer. Like, that's not tough. That's not
but
tough.
it was to me is Tucker's fault
Yes, it was.
This
Absolutely
was Justin Tucker's fault.
Absolutely was Tucker's fault. And, the Chiefs, I mean, they're getting a lot of hate. The world has turned on them.
For this?
No, and just in general, right? Like, the world is like...
Oh, yeah.
We're
tired of the dynasty.
We're tired of them, yada, yada, yada. I'm not tired of them. I love...
Neither is Mike with his hat.
I love what they've got. I am not tired of the Chiefs. I love the Taylor Swift story. Well, I enjoy it. I think it's fun. Whatever. They look like they're happy. Knock yourselves out, man.
So I didn't realize, get those Taylor numbers, but I didn't realize that a lot of this Taylor hate, I didn't even, this is where my wife says I'm naive, and this proves I hate and don't love following politics. I didn't realize that a lot of this could be because of politics. Is she like a big time?
She's, okay, so she has, for the most part, stayed out of politics until, 2020.
Okay, but she's big time Democrat?
She endorsed Biden for president.
Okay.
Other than that, she's not really done much.
Is she like really outspoken, like comment about Biden?
I don't know that she's outspoken. I've seen some videos, like hidden videos that have been caught where she was talking about COVID.
Okay.
So like, and that was.
So I didn't realize
going to Trump a little bit, but she's not. She's for the most part stayed out of it. Travis has completely stayed out of it. The problem is that Travis, people are conflating the fact that he did an advertisement for Pfizer,
right,
for the vaccine, that he is some pro-vax lib. Let me tell you something. If Pfizer came to me and said, "Will you do a commercial for us?" I would say absolutely.
Right.
Pay me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am for sale. I am 1,000% for sale.
Yeah.
And
just like Bud Light probably money whipped some people to go and try to save them.
Yeah.
I don't know if Peyton Manning loves was it?
If Peyton was in a commercial,
was trans the issue there?
It was the trans issue. Yeah.
The trans. So I don't.
Peyton, who, as far as I know, has been a long time Republican. By the way, is he not a part owner in Bud Light? I think he is. Like it doesn't matter. Who just signed on with Bud Light? I can't remember who it was.
Emmett.
Emmett did too.
Did he?
He's in that commercial.
Oh, okay.
Trying to take somebody out with a can of beer.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm for sale.
Who the crap are they throwing a beer to at 1,000 miles an hour?
And why is Emmett throwing one? He should be rushing it.
But for all so Taylor's is catching a little bit of heat for that. Now, by the way, she was shown in the AFC Championship game a grand total of 44 seconds.
Oh, Bobby.
Okay.
Bobby, freak out.
The game was 3 hours and 9 minutes long, which means she was shown for 0.39% of the time.
Yeah.
Which is roughly the same screen time given to the concession stands as they do their one-shots of B-roll as they're coming back from the game.
Right.
Are you upset with the Goodyear blimp on the flyovers? All this is just people wanting to make this thing political. Like, she's generated $330 million for the league this year. Yeah. They're going to show her. That's the reality. They are just gonna show her.
Oh my gosh, we are gonna get a Taylor flight tracker from Japan. We are gonna get. We should get that. Who has the game? Is it CBS or Fox? CBS. CBS should have a Swift flight tracker, like we try to track owners and free agent meetings. Of after her concert, getting on there, they should send someone to Japan to sit there and film her and just try to follow her as she gets on the bus and everything. I'd watch it.
Yeah,
I'd follow along.
I would.
Yeah.
I would. I mean,
and then her arriving to the stadium.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like following Michael Jordan the flu, like every single step and getting to the suite. And she's, oh my gosh, she's exhausted and fatigued. And she has like that pillow neck brace on while she's sitting in the suite.
Now that's
unlikable.
That is unlikable. That I will stand on.
The pillow brace?
The pillow neck thing is very unlikable.
Why? Is it comfortable? I've never worn one. I would never wear it.
Man up and sit there and get a neck cramp in a 15-hour flight.
Yeah, but we don't sleep on flights. It's probably costing us. I would love to be able to sleep on a plane.
It probably is.
Pay, you look like a neck pillow guy.
You do.
I have used one before.
Yeah, you're
I can't
definitely
sleep
a
on
neck pillow
planes,
guy.
Guys. I can't do it. I got to be able to lean a little bit to the left or right, or else I'll get the cramp.
Does it help you?
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, Travis getting killed. Man, we don't know anything about him. You think a guy with a brother with that beard and those eyebrows is no, come on now.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ. But it's a new year and time for a new career in the
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Chaos already taking place in the crosstalk commercial break with Kevin Hagelin. I don't know. I got you and Choppy over here, and then I got Bassick with General Hospital.
I just found out my kid had to be picked up from Mother's Day out because he has a fever.
Mine has
Brandon?
102.
Not Noah. Why would Brandon be on Mother's Day?
Brandon with his new beard.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
This kid has a beard.
Is it a better beard than Peyton's?
No.
It's patchy.
Where's your beard, Peyton?
Mine's right here. It's growing.
I can't believe his girlfriend says, shave your stash, man.
Did she say this?
No, she likes it. She loves it. She says, if anything, keep the stash.
Really?
She said, beard can go. She said, don't try and grow a beard. Too late for that. She said, stash, keep it.
I think you need to go pencil thin on that thing.
Yes.
Like John Waters?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
just see what you do
dangerous,
with
though.
pencil
I don't
thin,
know.
man.
You get a lot of odd
Ricky
looks.
Waters.
And he's moving in Friday. Tomorrow's the big day. Tonight's the last family dinner at the Russell Estates.
The Last Supper.
The Last Supper.
Oh, no.
What are you having? Are you doing a big formal
Betrayal.
thing?
You know,
Betrayal.
Naan and wine.
I'm going to cook some fajitas. I got fajita meat.
You're
some
going to
peppers,
cook? Let somebody
onions.
else cook for you last night.
No,
there.
I cooked for myself. I can't trust other people.
You're cooking for your family?
No, just me.
It's going to go great.
I like the idea that Peyton cooks and then sits down at the table and he's like, "What are you guys having?" And he just made food for just himself.
Well, they eat at like 8 o'clock. I can't eat at 8. I go to bed at 9:30.
I thought you said it was a family supper, though.
No, just my supper at my parents' house. They'll watch me, but
They'll watch me.
We're not eating together.
Have you thought at all about the amount after you leave, how much your dad is going to walk around the house completely naked?
All the time.
You know, I haven't thought about that yet.
Think
but
about it now.
I'm sure he'll tell me all about it.
Flipping and flopping everywhere. And
Really?
Yeah. That's
I'll
the
get you an
dream.
update on
Like
that.
dusty roads.
The dream is a naked room.
So are your parents empty nesters after this?
No, they still have my brother and his wife there. They moved there because they're waiting on their house to be built. So they're saving up money. But yeah, it'll be one less person.
What, Mike?
It's gonna be a little awkward now, Chop.
Mike, in an ideal world, would you be fine with like your kids staying with you long time as they get older, or you want them out?
Probably want them out.
Okay.
They start having their own rules, and they're like, I've lived on my own rules. And I'm like, well, you're living here.
Yeah.
So, no, you can have your own rules when you have your own place.
I just had a whole nother kid to get around that experience.
Yeah.
So we just started over.
Can Brandon come back and stay with you as long as he wants then?
Sure.
Yeah.
But you can't just say he can just show up at 2 a.m. and
That's
do
true.
whatever he wants in the house.
That's
like,
true.
no, that's not the case. This is my house.
I did that. I lived at home when I was like 27. I came home at all hours of the night
I would hope so.
with people. I mean, sometimes it didn't matter.
What people?
It just doesn't matter.
Friends.
Friends.
We were talking
You're
about...
bringing. Hold on. I'm sorry, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you will allow me.
Sure.
You were bringing women home at 27 or so to your parents' house to smash?
27, not 27. I was in a relationship at 27.
what do you
Before
think-
that, yeah. What do you think Peyton's doing?
What do you think they've been doing? Both of them are moving out of their parents' house. They were alternating spending the night at the parents' house.
Oh.
So weird.
Yeah.
Is it?
No deal.
Yeah.
Did you have to have a big conversation about like her sleeping in your room? Or did you have to get permission for that?
I just did it.
You did it.
Yeah.
You have to keep the
I just
door
said, hey,
open?
she's still no. We closed both doors. Oh.
And her parents, did she have to get like special permission?
No, they're fine. She's old. She's 24. You know, she's older, so she's fine.
But still,
She's an old lady.
it's like in the parents' house.
She's a grown up. You know,
with a dude. If she's a grown up, you could argue she should have been out of the house. I don't know. Both of y'all should have been up out of there.
We're trying.
And you can't just do whatever you want, right? Mike.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah. Look at this.
Yeah, look at
There
that.
you go.
That'd be a mood killer.
My brother-in-law moved back in
With a turn on.
with the parents for about 4 years while he was running his own company, and then like paid cash for a house in the M streets. And like, so that was the whole time he was like, here's my plan.
Yeah.
I will be out of that by this time, and but just let me do my thing.
For the record, I'm not against that plan. I just don't think I would want to be bringing people back there
Yeah.
and being like, what's up?
And you would.
Is your brother a international drug dealer? He just dropped like $350,000 on somebody in cash. Like, I'd be a little bit worried about that. I guess it's not my home anymore.
He was a home.
Somebody brings a briefcase of $350. It's like straight
dream.
cash, homie.
They don't actually pay with cash. When
That's
they
it,
buy a house with cash.
His business was home theater installations, and like he had high end clients. Like, so he did pretty well.
What's coming up on the show?
Oh man, my computer just died
Pablo
on
Escobar.
me. Guys, the World Cup is going to be here.
Well, we don't know for sure yet.
The World Cup's just get ready for it, everybody. And Kevin, I'm going to share the funniest moment in World Cup history. If you haven't seen this, yeah, it's fantastic. And it happened right here. So will we repeat that whenever that goes
The hand
down?
of God? Was it the hand of God?
No, that's not a funny
There's probably
moment.
a lot of people who didn't think that was funny.
And then at 11:20,
probably not.
What is the objectively stupid thing that you've
Shocked
tried,
for saying that.
but at least you learned a valuable lesson from? I got a great story for this. I can't believe I haven't shared this story before.
The two most shocking things from today's show, RJ told me that, and other people on the fan text, that 11-year-olds are addicted to adult entertainment or watching a lot of it, and that 16-year-olds don't want to drive. No 16 and 17-year-olds. What were the numbers? 25%.
25% of 16-year-olds, according to the federal highway, whatever, have their license,
This
and
is
only
true.
45% of 17-year-olds.
That I can back up
It is
because
true.
when Brandon turned 16, he was like in no rush. He didn't end up getting his license until he was closer to 17.
Why?
He just like, I think he liked the system the way it was, where he would get nervous driving. Like when we started learning how to drive, you could tell he would get nervous, and he drove like a grandma.
Yeah,
which is good.
I would definitely be nervous learning to drive in a city.
I could see that.
Petrified.
I learned in the country, man. It was simple.
Yes.
Simple.
Back roads.
But, I wonder, like, COVID probably stunted the social development of a lot of people.
Yes, I absolutely.
Meaning you don't want to drive where you want?
I mean, a 16-year-old's like a 14-year-old.
And that was before. I think with Kevin, that was even before COVID. He kind of right. He was.
You could tell the writing had been on the wall for that for a couple of years, that he was like in no rush.
Now, was that a benefit for you cost-wise, or you were like, please take these keys so I don't have to arrange for where and how you go?
I kind of liked it just because it gave us more time to spend together.
Oh,
I did.
That's awesome.
What a true parent.
Well, keep in mind he came from a broken home.
So, so he needed more. Yeah, the more time.
Okay.
Though Avery last night, so he just turned 16. He's driving, and he's kind of been a little apprehensive about the whole process of it. But once he got his license, you could see the kid was just beaming, and he was like, "Can I go drive here? Can I go do this? Yeah, go ahead." Last night we went to go pick up Mom and Lucy from the airport. So we drive up George Bush, get on 30, go over the big Mixmaster, and then when you get to the airport, it's just chaos. Like it is it's Wild West out there. And so he learned, like, he was nervous. He was like, Dad,
DFW or love?
He said, Dad, will you drive home? It was DFW. He was like, will you please drive me home? Because I don't want to. It was nighttime and everything, but the experience has been fun. Like, while Adrian was gone, he had a car. I gave him my car, and I took Adrian's car, and so he was able to get to track early in the morning, and I thought it was very beneficial. But yeah, a lot of his friends are in the same place where either their parents are kind of like, hey, we don't know about when we can get you a car, or they're kids that are just very nervous about the whole process.
Just seems so different because where I grew up, like, and I know where you grew up too, like, there was no highways around. It was 30 minutes to get to a highway. And I remember the first time I got a highway, I was like, this is awesome. Holy cow, what is going on here?
Right.
And but here you can't go anywhere without getting on a highway.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
I don't even like merging now. Dealing with mergers or merging.
It takes longer to get to the highway a lot of times, and then it does for my highway trip to wherever I'm going, because it takes me about 20 minutes to get out of Plano to a highway.
Man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What's your issue with merging? Do you are fully aware that ramp is to help you speed up so you can just get into the flow of traffic?
Whenever I'm approaching, right, me and someone else are approaching something at the same speed, I'm not trusting that person is aware or obeying the rules of the merge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you feel like you have to obey it for them. You have to.
I'm gonna be more hesitant. I'm not gonna be like, I have this merging green light here. This is mine. No, I just hate. And then when the ramp runs out on you when you're merging on, and then it all of a sudden runs out on you, I hate that as well. So Back roads, man. Country roads. Mike, did your kids care, or did they not want to drive?
No, they did. Mary Grace got her license at 16. Maybe not the day. It wasn't the day of. It's a little bit different now when you can kind of get your driver's license. You have to sign up 6 months in advance or something. So, but yeah, my son's 15. He has his permit. And when he turns 16, hopefully he'll get his driver's license ASAP and then be driving. So I don't have to do that 1 hour drive to Bishop Lynch and back.
That's so amazing. When the kids can drive themselves to practice.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And
They're
then
forced to get a license.
And then all the people who said that the adult entertainment after we talked about the Panthers coach.
Yeah,
the amount of people that were on the fan text.
Choppy's kid told him. His friend.
My 11-year-old said he knows a lot of kids who are like addicted to porn, and I was like, "Are you saying a lot of kids as in you?" But
what was his answer to that?
He says, "No, it's not me. It's not me." He goes, "I've seen it, but it's not me." Which, whatever. I mean, what am I going to do? You can't stop it. How are you going to stop it? You can't,
Take away
right?
their phone.
Take their phone. Yeah, good luck. Then you get a host of other issues, right?
Yeah, now you got to hang out with them. Yeah.
Well, Kevin, until they're 16.
But
no, the biggest draw there is you want them to have their phone so you can avoid talking with the other part of the broken family.
The amount of people here who were teachers that texted in this morning that said that their 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade students are talking to them about it. They're telling the teacher what they want to do to them, or showing them videos in the classroom where they have found ways to bypass the school's firewall. Kids, 11-year-olds, can know how to bypass a firewall.
That is,
now you got this versus Bobby's homeschool, and I'm starting to think maybe, despite Bobby, maybe the homeschool is the best option.
But man, see, with this, you only got to worry about like 5 years. Bobby, his parents screwed him up the rest of his life.
Yeah, I mean, like there is the idea.
They taught him how to talk fast.
The social part of things, I think, is what you benefit most from school. So if you're going to do the homeschool, make sure you're socializing. Take them to the kid park, as often as you can, so they can socialize with other kids.
Play with your dog.
Yeah,
not the dogs. Kids.
Yeah, take them out there and let them.
They
need it.
Shocking information.
Yeah,
isn't
it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Scary, Did you go through your kids' stuff a lot? I can't wait to go through mine.
No,
that's gonna be my Friday night entertainment.
What are
the
you
problem
hoping
is
to find?
You have to find somebody who is up to date with all the firewalls
Tricks.
and everything that they can post that you don't see by just looking at their phone.
Yeah, but when
Because if I go to your history and there's no history for the day before, you're guilty.
So my wife asked her nurse practitioners that are in their 20s, like, hey, show me how to look at this phone where she would be putting stuff on Instagram that we can't see. And then they get really upset that then you figured out all the tricks that they know as teenagers.
Who's better at it, you or Sue? Who
Sue.
was better? She's good at it?
Well, she doesn't know. She asks her nurse practitioners who are in their 20s on how are you posting bad things that aren't being seen by parents and stuff.
Yeah,
Where's her office again? Sounds fun.
Adrian put an app on Avery's phone
Bark?
immediately.
Is it Bark?
Yes.
Yeah.
And she uses that and
you can see their phone?
She can see every text
yeah.
message he has, everything he typed into any search bar.
Is that what the X had on yours?
no, that was different. But this is the Bark.
Oh, no.
No. Bark will. They have other apps too. Like they'll alert you for bullying. Like if there's if somebody texts something.
Oh, yeah.
If somebody texts, they have
keywords.
They have trigger words,
neat.
clue words. So if it's like
that's good.
If there's a word, if even they text the word like suicide or something like that, you will get an alert that says that your child is talking about this. And then you go in and look, and it'll show. It's good. I mean, you have to have it.
What an educational crosstalk this was.
That was great.
Yes, thank you.
Good job, Sean.
You're welcome, guys.
Appreciate it. See what happens when you guys don't take your comp days and you're back in here all together.
We had a really good cross off.
Oh, yeah, we did. It was better yesterday without Kevin.
Made fun of Kevin the whole time.
I was here yesterday.
Oh, take it without the KMC masterpiece. Don't worry about that, Mike. Is next on the Fan.
If you're a new studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassett, Chris Strong is running the show, and I'm going to warn you, it could be a weird one. Based on some pre-show conversations we had leading up to about 10 seconds ago, this could be a weird show today. 877-881-1053.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever done?
Ooh.
877-881-1055.
You didn't even let me get the sponsor in.
Sorry.
Truckwreck.com text line if you want to get involved in the conversation or you want to dive into what Corey wants to talk about.
I just want to see the texts because I feel like the texts that we get will be very interesting. Like there's some weird things that we've done out there in the world, right? We've all done some weird stuff that you're like, questionable.
Okay, I don't think it's. I don't know.
Mike told a dancer that Rolando Blackman was from Panama too, and no other guy would do that at a club like that. But Mike, that's him.
When I was a kid, me and one of the kids who lived across the street, we got a little mini croquet set, which I thought was the fanciest thing that had ever been. And
he said crochet for a second. No. I was like, oh, wow, he's knitting.
We hit one of the balls and a bird flew down and it like got smashed between the ball and the stick.
What?
Yeah. And it was hurt. And we like picked up the bird and like put it in a bucket. And I don't know, somehow thought we were going to nurse it to help. And it didn't fly away, but it like was like, no, I gotta go.
It didn't even want to be. It was like, no, you guys don't know what
which
you're
is
doing.
Probably the right decision because we were like, I don't know, 11.
You're not registered bird nurses.
We weren't going to be able to fix anything. But me and my friend, we both thought, hey,
let's wing it.
We can get. All right, if that's the energy you're bringing today, this is going to be a great show.
Full of it. Let's go.
We thought we were going to fix that bird. I don't know how, but we really thought we were going to fix that bird.
You were like, it has some alcohol problems, but we're going to fix it.
No, yeah. And then the bird just kind of like flew away. You know, like it couldn't totally fly, but it was like kind of doing its thing.
Man, that is wild. All right, man. Well, what a way to start the show. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. You can get involved with the show all day long, man.
From the 940, Kevin, that's the plot to a Bluey episode. I've seen a lot of Bluey episodes. I have not seen that one, but I promise you that is what happened.
I love that
If
show.
it happened on the croquet backyard, I don't know. All right. I want to talk about the World Effing Cup.
Let's go.
Sunday. So they put out, man, and maybe I'm reading conspiracy theories into all of this, that AT&T Stadium, some folks involved with the Cowboys, they put out their press release that there's going to be a watch party. Well, there's going to be a media gathering, at AT&T Stadium. And I'm thinking, are they doing a gathering because they're getting a semifinal? Or are they doing a gathering for the media because they're about to get the biggest sporting event in the world?
That's got to be it. It has to be that we're gathering for the big. You're doing a live stream of the meeting. You're not doing that because you got a third place game. You're not doing that because you get a semifinal. You're doing that because this is a big deal. And Kevin, you saw all the names that were listed on that for the people that are going to be there.
Yeah.
It's high profile people that have all been working towards this for a while now. I'm excited. This has been one of those kind of, it feels like every time you get a leak somewhere, somebody that we know too is like, look, I can't confirm that yet.
Okay, and that's why I've started to buy in that we're getting the final, because Monica Paul, who's the executive director of the Dallas Sports Commission, said, well, I know nothing official from FIFA, not even a discussion. We'll see what happens on February 4th. That last part, we'll see what happens on February 4th. Two different people have given me that exact same answer. Like, to the word.
Before this?
Yes,
okay.
Before this.
All right. So they had this planned out for a while.
And so that might just be like the talking point, or my conspiracy, also because I want it to happen, is that's the talking point because they're like, all right, we're going to give you the World Cup, but this is Shohei style, only if you don't leak any information.
Yeah.
So clearly that turned out to be false as well.
This is also like I've talked to some people that were saying that there were some interesting transit patterns happening during like Beyonce, during Cowboys playoff games. There were some interesting catering situations going on. So there is some information out there from people and businesses that are attached to it that are like, this is something that was abnormal that has just been brought to the forefront for us. So, man, I'm excited. I'm excited about it because, Mike, you're going to have to sell a kidney to get into that place. Like it's going to be a wild ticket, not to get into this live stream event that they're throwing, but to get into a final at the World Cup here.
All I can say is great. More traffic, less restaurants will be, you can't get a table anywhere.
For like
more
a month,
traffic.
Right? It's like a month of dealing with that during the summer.
Because they'll have more matches around here, but everyone's like, hey, I'm not really concerned about your pool play, group play matches.
We're in
right
America.
now.
Those are games.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We're gonna have more games here in America, and specifically the Metroplex, but everybody wants to know if they'll get a final, if it'll be a semifinal. And I'm not saying it was because of this, but didn't like the Dallas City Council a couple of years ago, maybe a year or so ago, say you couldn't rent out your property anymore for Airbnb?
Laura Miller, right?
And I don't think that was the case.
I'm just teasing. But yes, they did. I think that we are not going to be able to take advantage of this and make a whole bunch of money.
Because you would be able to make a whole bunch of money. What is your interest level? I'm just kind of want to gauge everybody on the show or the people in the Metroplex. What is your interest level specifically in, hey, we're going to get the final or the semifinal?
I'd love to tell you I have interest, and maybe I will in 2026 if there's still a world. But right now,
it's fair. Can't have a World Cup without a world.
We never know. Shanahan told us we don't know if we're going to be here tomorrow. So,
but right now, I don't.
Okay. What about you, Corey? I care a lot.
150%, Kevin. Like that's how I'm not I have to watch La Liga. I'm not one of those people. I do love to go check out an FC Dallas game. I do love to wake up on a Saturday morning and flip on Premier League and check out what's going on. But when World Cup comes around, I get excited. I want to go to pubs and hang out with all the people that like really love these teams passionately because it's a lot of fun. They get their chants going at the pubs and everything. So I get really excited for it. So I'm looking forward to it being around here, because times are going to match up with our lifestyles, right? Like we're going to be able to watch games at regular times live.
That is true.
That'll be kind of dope. And so that's one of the, I'm really excited about it. And I don't know that it's the best soccer played in the world, but there is something about, nationalism. Is that what it is? Or being excited for your country. Do I think that my country is going to win it all? No, but that's why I'm going to find a team to pick. I'll find a team to root for at some point. It'll be exciting. And Kevin, just maybe our good friend Kyle Walker from Man City
I got news, Corey.
Who has a baby on the way with a side piece. Maybe he'll be involved in it all.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. It's presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Oh, my God.
Do you want to do it then? That is quite the response. The Commanders are, in fact, hiring Dan Quinn as their new head coach. You seem sad about
Medicine Man.
He's not Dr. Quinn, Medicine Man. No.
That's what they hope in Washington.
This is
that's probably fair.
All right, so two of your former assistants now, or your former coordinators, are within the division, for one. The other thing too is this is a guy that brought in a defense, and I know how plastered it got against Green Bay in this game. And there were many moments when it looked inept, when you wanted it to just be inept. But we haven't seen turnovers, and we haven't seen pass rush like this.
Agreed.
Since the Jimmy Johnson era. It has been non-existent defense a lot of times. And so the turnovers that we've had, are the schemes going to be built the same way for these players? What kind, are you keeping the similar kind of players around here? Is what's now we got to go find a new guy. Is Al Harris an option?
I would think he would.
Is Joe Witt?
Didn't Al Harris say he would follow Dan Quinn anywhere he goes?
He
so I'm thinking Al Harris is going to Washington. To be
unless
honest.
you made him play caller, like that's something that could is a possibility. But Joe Witt called plays whenever Dan Quinn was. He said, "Hey, preseason game, why don't you call plays?" And he was like, "All right, I got it." And so he went after it. So it brings up a lot of questions because now the Cowboys have to now the front office has to hire, or they do like to promote from within. A lot of companies do favor that approach. Is promoting within helps keep the people inside the building happy because familiarity. You know how to work with that person. You bring in somebody else, whole new set of ideas, and lots going on there. So I'm not a huge fan of it. I know a lot of people want him out of here, but man, he did some really good things for this team while he was here, especially building what we thought was a stout defense.
I really am curious what kind of feedback is going to come in like right now and throughout the day, because let's say before maybe the Miami game, I feel like a lot of people would have thought, well, that sucks. So you can't hold against Miami. Obviously, you couldn't hold against Detroit, but you still won that game. You got smoked by the Packers. Your star player seemed like he put a lot of the blame on you yesterday. I am curious now where people fall in terms of they're like, that's fine, or if they're closer to you in terms of, hey, I look at the last several years and the sacks and the turnovers and think, oh, I'm not thrilled about this.
I think the tough thing is, Corey, is when Mike McCarthy had a say in this, he hired one of the worst defensive coordinators in the NFL, and Mike Nolan. I don't think Mike McCarthy honestly has any say. I won't say that. He will not have a strong opinion in the room that will be considered because he's on a one-year contract. So I think the next defensive coordinator will be more of a Stephen Jones hire. I don't know who that's going to be. I don't know if they're going to say, man, we don't want to lose Al Harris. We're just going to promote him to defensive coordinator to try to keep him here. I don't know who it'll be, but I don't think that. But I'm not excited about Mike McCarthy making a decision. He might hire Mike Nolan back.
Because Dan Quinn might do the same thing for Harris. He might be like, oh, you can be my DC here.
Right.
Well, and Dirty, his defensive line coach that's just kind of followed him around everywhere as well. And I mean, I don't know how realistic it is because Mike, you'll point out very frequently, stars don't typically leave the football teams. Usually they sign back with that contract with whoever.
There's no such thing as free agency in the NFL.
But Micah was like, I'm going wherever Dan Quinn goes. And like maybe some people would be happy if that happened. Maybe some people wouldn't. But there you are with a coach that what we heard too was that he went across the hall and knocked on Mike McCarthy's door and said, your offense is too easy to stop or too easy to cover. You got to do something different. And he knows Dak. He knows he was watching Dak. And now you got to face him twice a year. He knows what your team is. So Washington, something that we always felt was, it's a joke over there, has a legitimate coach that you have to compete and contend with.
This is fascinating as we quickly pivot from, again, Sunday. I just want to make sure everybody knows Sunday. We'll find out 2:00 for the FIFA broadcast about if the Metroplex is getting the World Cup final. If not, I believe very strongly they'll get one of the semifinals and then some other games. But Dan Quinn.
Do you think Eric Bieniemy stays with Dan Quinn?
I guess I don't. But I'm also curious about, is the window for that just over? Because like Bieniemy, in my estimation, specifically went to a team where he was like, oh, this head coach might be in trouble. And then that head coach does, in fact, get fired. And
we never heard his name.
Yeah, and like they lost their first choice. Ben Johnson was their guy, right?
And that's an offensive hire.
Yes. And then they were like, I'm going to pass on this job. And then his name doesn't come up and they immediately pivot to Dan Quinn. I'm just curious about the window for him becoming a head coach, or if that's just never going to be a thing that happens.
Well, I mean, if Jerry is truly going all in, Belichick's the next defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, right?
Hey, look, if he's willing to do that, in.
I honestly thought when we heard the news that Seattle filled their coaching job and it wasn't Dan Quinn, I thought we never have to worry about Dan Quinn being a head coach again. Now, I knew there was one job open, and I didn't think he was going to get it. I was wrong, like in my head last night. And I thought, we'll never have to worry about this because I think he coached himself out of ever being a head coach again in the last month of the season and in the playoffs. And you don't have to worry. Dan Quinn's going to be your defensive coordinator for a long time. But obviously, I was wrong. He's not. So the Cowboys have a situation. But the great news is Micah Parsons said we're all in this year, so we're good to go.
Yeah.
This year.
I really be curious to see what he thinks about
trade
Dan
Micah
Quinn.
for the number 2 overall pick.
Would you do that knowing it's Drake Mason there?
No, I'd take the LSU guy, knowing that Joe Burrow was successful and no North Carolina quarterback has ever been.
So you're going before you even scout. You're just going off of Joe Burrow was good.
Yep.
No,
and I know that
Mitchell Trubisky was not.
Yeah, and all the other ones too. Like you name it, it doesn't matter. They're all bad.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, look, we were going to talk about the Mavericks. They didn't try super hard. Well, they did for the first half. I think we need to talk more about Dan Quinn, your feelings about him hitting the road, who you would like to see be the next defensive coordinator on a breaking news Thursday on 105.3 The Fan.
accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh, look out.
Picked up! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I guess the architect of this defense is gone. In case you missed it about 15 minutes or so ago, Dan Quinn, the new head coach of the Washington Commanders, which obviously leaves a void for the Cowboys at defensive coordinator, could mean much more of a void depending on who Dan Quinn takes with him. We talked about how Al Harris is like, hey, wherever you go, I want to go. And then multiple people now suggesting that Dallas will hire Ron Rivera as our next defensive coordinator.
What about Pete Carroll? What about Mike Vrabel? All those are head coaches that were defensive coordinators at one point. They might need some work. They might want something to do. I'm sure they didn't get paid that much as head coaches in the NFL.
Hey,
not as much as college coaches make.
If you want to bring Vrabel in, that's fine. If he wants to do that, we can make it worth it.
Go off the board and get crazy. Hire Charles Haley.
Okay.
Let's just see what happens there.
You've taken a no.
Hall of Fame defensive player. Let's just see what Charles Haley puts together.
For what it's worth, Kevin, over the last 3 years, let's just rock with 3 years, because the COVID year was weird. All right, numbers wise, that team, Mike McCarthy walks in, is trying to figure everything out. Mike Nolan was here, as Mike pointed out just moments ago. Dan Quinn gets here. Points wise, you're ranked 7th, 5th, and 5th. You're top 5 in points given up defense. And when it comes to turnovers, you were one of the top turnover teams every year while Dan Quinn was here. Now, and like when it comes to teams rank and takeaway giveaway ratio, 1, 2, and 5 in the last 3 years. Now, and that's with Trayvon Diggs out this year. So, and Deron Bland doing what he was doing.
And the 2 years before, they were the first team since the 70s Steelers to repeat leading league in turnovers. Very impressive.
And your pass rush was something that we hadn't seen. So again, these are the things that you're like, you know what? That's not good enough. Get him out of here. You better find somebody that's damn fine. And what you're probably doing is finding somebody that got fired for some reason or got let go because their team didn't do well either.
To your point, and I get Cowboy fans are, I'm not saying majority, but some of them are like, good riddance. You didn't help us win in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to find a better defensive coordinator than Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
I mean, you threw out some good names. I'm not saying Vrabel wouldn't be an awesome name. I think that Vrabel's probably going to wait 1 year and see if he can become a head coach again and maybe not take a 1 year defensive coordinator job. The other thing that's tough here, too, a little tough. If you're getting hired by Jerry and Steven, you're not connected at all to the success or failure of your head coach. But you're coming into a team that has a coach on a 1 year deal. Now, I assume this. If they make the playoffs, Mike McCarthy's getting an extension. Jerry's not going to fire a coach that makes the playoffs 4 years in a row, my opinion. I know that other people disagree, but he does not like making tough decisions when it comes to football. He likes making easy decisions. But if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm a little bit worried or concerned going, how much do I want to hitch my career off of a 1 year coach right now?
And that's where I would be curious, where I don't actually think you'll get, I see people saying Vrabel or Belichick. I'd be like, hey, great. If you worked out a deal where it was like, hey, if McCarthy fails, you're the next guy. I don't think that's likely.
What if you hired Belichick? He becomes the head coach and you just demote McCarthy to offensive coordinator.
I mean, you know, that does seem like something the Cowboys would do, honestly. You know what the quick reaction from Twitter is Commanders fans are furious. Is they're like, hold on, we fired Ron Rivera to hire Ron Rivera? Or we hired Ron Rivera to hire a bald Ron Rivera is what some people are saying.
Yeah.
And so it seems as though
that makes sense.
Just the snap discussion from Commanders fans, at least on Twitter, is they're not thrilled.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you again, the conversation of when hiring a head coach do you want defensive-minded or do you want offensive-minded head coach?
Sure.
And what's your quarterback's situation? Is your quarterback one of those quarterbacks that's been around for a while and he's really good, but you're just kind of lacking defense? And you don't have to worry about the quarterback like a Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. You didn't have to worry about that. Go hire a defensive coach because your quarterback is the system. And nowadays, it's more the mindset of, hey, if you're going to get a young quarterback, which hey, that's probably what they're going to do. I don't know that they're sticking with Sam Howell. And they might be sitting there saying, hey, we need to go ahead and use some draft picks here to make sure we get one of the top quarterbacks. Then don't you want that quarterback to be with an offensive coordinator consistently for the time that he's there? So hire an offensive-minded coach for your young quarterback. But they don't have that there. So I'm very interested. Dan Quinn wants to be, it's going to be a tougher year for the Cowboys because of where they finished this year. That's going to be, their schedule's going to look tougher, right? And defensive coordinators only last so long before people start picking up on the trends that they have with their personnel. And quite honestly, the Cowboys didn't give him the personnel that he needed to succeed late in the season. Should he have stood up and said, I need real linebackers instead of these safeties? Or should he just said, hey, I can handle it like this. I'm out of here anyway. That's where we were this year.
The one thing I don't want to see is, because I've seen multiple texts. There's like, good riddance, Dan Quinn was garbage, he was trash. That's just factually inaccurate. If your point is the last month and a half, I think he's been really disappointing, I think most of us can agree with that all day. But for the majority, like I remember this time last year when we found out Dan Quinn was coming back, people were stoked. For the most part, he's been very good here.
Yeah, people wanted to replace the head coach with him, and then they're like, nah, he's not good enough.
I think you have to remember this. The Cowboys suck at safety for a decade, at least, if not longer. And he's like, all right, I get there's no budget for safety here, right? I'm talking to Will McClay and Stephen Jones, and they tell Dan Quinn, we don't spend money on safeties. We don't do it, and we never will. And we're trying not to spend money on linebackers for the most part. Sometimes special situations will do it, but we don't spend money on safeties. We don't spend money on linebackers. You got to figure this out, and we don't care at all about one technique defensive tackles. And he's like, all right, let me look around and let me see what I can do with kind of very little money and to make this thing work. I'm going to patch this together because you're telling me you spend money on quarterback, wide receiver, offensive line, sometimes running back, defensive ends for sure on that side, and cornerbacks. Like, your money is defensive ends and cornerbacks, and then you don't really spend much money anywhere else on defense, correct? And Dan Quinn's like, yep, that's what I'm hearing. So he figured out a way how to make people work for limited budget in his scheme. So whoever the defensive coordinator is, just know that Stephen Jones puts together a salary cap that says safeties are stupid, linebackers are pretty stupid, defensive tackles, one techniques are really dumb, and I made a major mistake actually drafting one in the first round who really caused me to go, what the hell was I doing? I will never one technique it again up at the top. So the defensive coordinator coming in has a really tough job because the salary cap guy says a lot of positions on defense are stupid and we don't spend money there.
Yeah, that really stinks because last year at draft time, Kevin, we had a couple of offensive linemen that we would have loved to have had instead of Mozzie. And Mike McCarthy cedes the pick to we need to add to the defensive side of the ball. And this guy they had a vision for. You know, they have a vision for Mozzie and what he can grow into and all that. And you could have had maybe a better guard on your offensive line. In the future of your offensive line, maybe Tyler Smith could slide out in your tackle. So this whole thing, it's a cycle. It happens to every team. This isn't new to the Cowboys, but this is where you're having a vision for what your team can be in the future, and you draft for somebody that's here, and then he's gone the next year. And that's frustrating because Mozzie might not even turn out, but you got that guy instead of an Osiris Torrance or something like that.
I think your last couple picks are also your Dan Quinn's picks. He had a vision for Overshown. Unfortunately, he got hurt. The new defensive coordinator might not have a vision for him.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's not the type of linebacker I like. And so now you drafted a dude in the third round that's your defensive coordinator. I'm throwing out an example of sometimes, like, it's not my guy. I didn't draft him. I'm drafting a dude in the second or third round to take his spot because this is the type of linebacker I like. So that also plays in if you're bringing in a guy that's not a Dallas Cowboy guy, Ron Rivera or somebody like that, he might have a totally different vision for what that position's supposed to look like, and you don't have the finances to help that guy out, so he might have to deal with guys that he doesn't even like.
And this is probably completely unfair, just one season removed from the draft, but it does kind of feel like most of our hopes and dreams for this draft being awesome are based on somebody that's injured.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
We already know this draft's not going to be awesome. We're just hoping that it becomes passing, right?
Yes. And the other thing, and I have seen some people push back, and I appreciate that, talking about Dan Quinn, is he took over just the most god-awful, terrible defense.
Yes.
He didn't take over a mediocre defense and be like, I can make these guys good. He took over the worst defense and made it the strength of the team for a while.
I was wrong. I was like, Kevin, can you please shut your mouth? This is one of the worst defenses in the NFL. They're not even going to be average. And they got Micah Parsons, and they were above average. Because I can remember going, you're insane if you think that almost the same talent with one first-round draft pick is going to actually go from one of the worst defenses in the NFL to average. It ain't going to happen. And he got it above average. And so, I don't know. You're taking over an above-average defense with flaws, with weaknesses, but an above-average defense. Can the new defensive coordinator keep it above average? That's going to be a lot to ask, because Dan Quinn took over one of the worst defenses in the NFL and immediately turned it into above average.
Yeah, and then the other thing, too, like, for what it's worth, the players played for him. They loved him. I mean, a lot of those players loved that defensive coordinator, and Mike, you're talking about maybe the head coach doesn't get along with whoever this next guy is. Maybe the players are like, who the crap is this? Again, they could hire from within. They could just say, Al Harris, Joe Witt Jr., you're the guy. You just step right in and
part of the Witt family with the Bobbies, right?
What's that?
Part of the Bobby Witt family?
The Bobby Witt, yeah. Bobby Witt Jr., Joe Witt. That's exactly how it goes. So
because it's a junior.
Yeah, exactly. So, but that's the way it goes, and he knows the way Dan Quinn did things, and he does them just a little bit differently, but keeps a lot of things the same. If you go, it does kind of depend too, because Dan Quinn's approach was, we are a 4-3 defense, but our base is a 3-4 defense. And you're like, what the hell does that mean? And he's like, well, we play more of this than we do of that. And then this year they were playing more dime than anything else. He tried to be flexible with the personnel that he had. He worked really well with Will McClay. They worked really hard together to try to get the best talent on the field. And those were things that I thought were quality. And so now it's just, I'm not freaking out about it. It's just now you have a bunch of new questions that have to be answered, and there's no guarantee that the continuity with the defense is going to stay the same, nor that it would have in year 4 with Dan Quinn either.
I agree. What a fascinating turn of events, especially since
he was fun to listen to, though, man. He was blasting.
He was. And I keep thinking about this from yesterday, and I know we haven't played the audio because, other things happened this morning, but Micah Parsons talking yesterday, I guess, about, hey, I play where I'm schemed to play. And then social media blowing up about what a crap scheme it was and everything like that. And then the person who would draw that up the next morning out the door.
See you later.
Those things might actually not be connected whatsoever, but maybe they got wind that it's looking like Quinn is going to go to Washington. So feel free to launch away. I have no freaking clue.
I do wonder with the all-in approach if Jerry did, like, he had to have had this in mind. Look, Dan's out there interviewing for jobs. We had an open conversation about it. I'm pretty sure that Dan Quinn was very honest with him about the approach that he was taking. Look, if this happens, then I'm going to go for it. So I don't think that it was anything they hadn't thought about. I guess they're like, today they're probably sitting there going, oh yeah, let's just go ahead and start our plan that we had already kind of enacted. This isn't a surprise to us.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you've missed it, we've been talking about it all morning. The Commanders have hired Dan Quinn as their new head coach. But coming up next, it's time for that baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, I want to discuss a little Corey Seager and his injury, and can this pitcher have a career year for the Rangers? Next.
It feels so good not to have to lug around 50 pounds of extra weight.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
The 2-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. Strike three. His 8th strikeout tonight.
He gets Trammell on a fastball at the top of the zone. A shutdown bottom of the 7th for John Gray.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the big news of the day already, Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Commanders. So we'll see what the Cowboys do to react to that. But right now, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
How about our guy Chris? I didn't even ask for it. I just told them that my guy that I'm wondering if he can have a career year is John Gray, and he goes and finds 2 great clips of John Gray right there from last year. So,
do you think Chris is having a career year then?
Maybe a career day. I don't know about his year.
He's locked in, man.
But he just did a great job right there. So it says here, what to watch for, one key thing for every team in 2024. And this says combined starts from Nate Eovaldi and John Gray. And I think that is something that we're looking at a lot of different things. And this is the fun thing about looking at the Rangers. But the one thing that we know in April, May, and June, there will be no starts from Max Scherzer. There will be no starts from Tyler Mahle. And there will be no starts from Jacob deGrom. And you're hoping that maybe those guys give you starts in July through September.
I'm not kidding you, Mike. I kind of forgot about Mahle.
Yeah. But they're hoping after the All-Star break that he can join the rotation. But you don't know. So this start of the year and the first half of the year, a lot of the success and failure will be Eovaldi, Gray, and Dunning. And I don't want to include Dunning right now. I want to concentrate on a little bit of this article and then concentrate on the second guy. But it says, if it's possible, the defending World Series champions could still re-sign free agent Jordan Montgomery. But if they don't, and what we hear, this is a national article, but from what we hear, the Rangers probably won't. So don't count on that. It will be awesome if they do, but don't count on it. It says that it's going to be on Eovaldi and Gray to stay healthy and carry the team's starting rotation. The Rangers should have one of the best offenses in baseball once again, especially if prospects Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford live up to the expectations as rookies. However, Texas starting staff could potentially hold back the club from vying for another title. The Rangers are not only without Montgomery, but also won't have, and I just mentioned, Scherzer, deGrom, and they don't even mention Mahle in there because it's probably off of their radar because he wasn't on the team at all last year. So my question to you guys is, can John Gray, because I think he can John Gray have a career year and really pump up the Rangers' status in that first half?
Would it be acceptable as a career year if the numbers aren't the lowest, they're a little bit inflated, but he can start 30 games? You know what I'm saying?
Are you thinking, like, is it ERA that is his ERA and games started in innings?
It's all of that. I think that, I mean, this is the career has to be all of it, right?
Sub 3.6 ERA.
Right, because he had a 3.67.
Yeah, years ago. And
he only started 20 games that year.
Yeah.
Because of injury.
So maybe like a 3.8. Let's say a 3.8.
I'm just going to go off of my agent here, because a few years ago when the Rangers signed John Gray to a 4-year, $60 million contract, my agent has Kyle Freeland. He's one of the best pitchers for the Rockies, left-handed pitcher. I'm not saying he's super awesome, but he's their best pitcher. And I said, hey, give me more on John Gray. I'm going to be honest, I haven't followed his career very closely. And he said, Mike, he's just real inconsistent. He'll have a great game, and then he'll have a game that you're not so sure that he should maybe be in the rotation, and it just keeps going back and forth. There's not a lot of consistency with him. He looks either like an ace or he looks like a number 5 type of deal. So that was the scouting report I got on John Gray.
He has a lot of a variety of interests too, aside from baseball.
Right.
And so sometimes I do concern myself with like how locked in he is, and how, you know, he does have a tendency to let his mind take over in games, and I just need, if I can see that consistently from him, then I'll feel.
I wouldn't say he loses focus. I would say he's too hard on himself. He can give up on himself too easily, that things aren't going well, I'm not good, what am I doing? And it's like, no, keep fighting through this battle.
Doesn't let
here.
it fly. Yeah.
And
that
so that's where sometimes I see John Gray kind of, hey, don't give up on yourself yet. You're all right. It's going to, but even after games where he goes, let's say 6 innings and 1 run. And remember last year I had the deal of like, he just doesn't really give you what you'd consider a quality start. His ERA says last year, 4.12 ERA in 157 innings. And you'd go, well, that's about a guy who's giving you about 5-6 innings, about 2 or 3 runs. But when you look at his game log, you're like, he's either giving you 8 shutout innings or almost a complete game with no runs or 1 run, or he's going kind of 4 1/3 and giving up 5 runs. And that is the inconsistency in John Gray. But if he can find that consistency, if he can eliminate the big innings and where you have a game where he only pitches 3 2/3 and gives up 5 runs, and those games end up being 5 innings, 4 runs,
right?
Instead of 3 2/3 and 5 or 6 runs, and then those good games are still those really good games. I think he can win. This is going to be a big number. I think he can win 15 games for you. I think he has the ability to do that.
This is really weird because, Mike, very similar to the compare. I just want to kind of see how Bochy manages things. The year we kind of went over this with the outfielders the other day. The year that he wins the World Series against the Rangers in 2010, Matt Cain had 33 starts. Tim Lincecum had 33 starts. Barry Zito had 33 starts. Jonathan Sanchez had 33 starts.
So 4 out of his 5 were perfectly healthy.
Yes. 4 out of his 5 pitchers had 33 starts. The Rangers had just inconsistency across the board last year with like 26 from Dunning, 29 from Gray, 28 from Heaney, 25 from Eovaldi. Like it was just kind of, hey, we're going to have to patchwork it together.
And the tough thing about John Gray's career is the majority of his career is in Colorado. And I remember interviewing, do you remember the first time we interviewed him? And he said, yeah, I have 2 different game plans. I have my Colorado game plan and I have my on-the-road game plan. It's 2 different. And I knew that was going to be somewhat his answer because I pitched in the major leagues. I know going to Colorado, you have to watch how many breaking balls you throw, especially if they're curveballs, because they're not going to break as much as you want them to break. So you have to aim a little bit differently than where you're used to aiming at most places that you pitch at. And then you have to change a little bit. I should be maybe more fastball changeup here, fastball splitter, sinker, slider, then fastball curveball, because you know that your breaking ball, your bigger breaking ball, is not going to break as much in Colorado. So this will be his 3rd year with Texas. He has 2 years left on his deal, and there's a lot on his shoulders to start this year off, because without your other pitchers that we've named, John Gray is your number 2 starting pitcher right now for the first 3 months of the season. And he needs to be a guy that is not a lot more reliable, but a little bit more reliable.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that, because I was going to ask, is it okay that makes me very nervous?
I
like John Gray, but it makes me nervous.
Good guy, good attitude. Stepped up in the playoffs in random roles, right?
Yeah.
He didn't really know his role going in, and would at times pitch a really good outing, whether it was 2 innings or 4 innings, whatever was asked. At times he really came through. But last year he threw 157 innings, 29 starts. He has to throw more innings next year. Like, when you look at this team, if this team wants to win 90 plus games, I look at Dane Dunning and go, I look at John Gray and go, you need to be at the 170 inning mark or more. I want him to be 170 to 200 innings this upcoming season. His ERA last year was 4.12. I'm not asking for a lot better, but I think somewhere between 3.5 and 3.85 is very doable.
Okay.
I look at his 9-8 record. If he can pitch a little bit deeper into games when he doesn't have his stuff and he's struggling, this offense can get you wins that other places you wouldn't get. You wouldn't get that win if you're on Kansas City, Oakland, the Angels. You can get wins here if you can go 5 or 6 innings and hold a team to under 5 runs. 6 innings, 4 runs, 5 innings, 3 runs. You can get wins with the Texas Rangers doing that because of the offensive firepower you have.
From the 4.69, if he has a career year, what happens to those other 3 pitchers coming back? How would you slot that?
Well, he'd still be in the rotation. You're not going to get, let's be honest, you're not going to get a great Jacob deGrom this year. When you haven't pitched since April 30th, and even your April of pitching in 2023 was suspect because of your injuries and in and out, Jacob deGrom's not going to be Jacob deGrom in 2024. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Jacob deGrom comes back and he looks like 2017 Jacob deGrom. I'm throwing out a random year there, but I don't think that's going to happen coming back from double Tom. Not that he had 2 Tommy Johns in the offseason, his second Tommy John surgery of his career at 36 years old. Max Scherzer's tough, man. When your back starts going out on you at this age, it's not the easiest thing to recover when you're close to 40 years old and you start having major back issues.
2017 was DeGrom's worst year, by the way.
Okay, 2018, Jacob
2018
DeGrom
was his best year, yeah.
Okay, so real quick, I look at Dane Dunning and I just go, can he repeat what he did last year? Now, Dane Dunning most likely will be in your rotation all year, as long as he's healthy. He had 26 starts last year, 35 games pitched. He went 12-7 with a 3.7 ERA. Can he, I'm not asking for Dane Dunning to do any more, but can he repeat what he did last year? And that is win 10 plus games and put up an ERA under 4. Because for me, would be awesome.
I think he can have an ERA just under 4 and get you those 10 plus.
And to the point of innings pitched, he threw 172 and 2/3 innings. John Gray threw 157. Yeah. And that's what I think they gave him. Pitcher of the Year? Did he win the Rangers regular season Pitcher of the Year award? I think he might have, to be honest, because of what he was able to accomplish last year. And Nate Eovaldi probably would have won
Dunning
it.
was Pitcher of the Year, yes.
But he got hurt quickly in the second half and didn't really pitch in the second half. So
I think he can. I think he can too, as long as when he's maintaining his mechanics, Mike, he's consistent. When he's not maintaining his mechanics, he's not. But whenever he's doing the mechanical stuff right, he's pretty consistent.
So I think the thing is right now, the offense is going to be awesome. The defense is going to be really good, if not awesome. Good
defense.
And then you look at the bullpen and you're like, hey, I think we can survive with what you did in the offseason. I don't love it, but I think that you're good enough, and then you're going to make a trade. If you're good enough to compete by July, they're going to make a trade for a left-handed reliever. I think, mark my words, they're going to trade for a left-handed reliever in July. And then I look at the starting rotation. I go, okay, this is where guys are going to have to step up. Eovaldi's going to have to be healthy that first half of the season. John Gray's going to have to be healthy. Dane Dunning's going to have to be healthy. And now, can their health produce their, I won't say best results, but for John Gray, I think he can have a career year. He's at that age, 32 years old, where sometimes guys will jump up and have a year where they go 15-8. And have an ERA in the mid-3s, and you're like, dude, John Gray, how about that? So that's the guy. His stuff is tremendous. He was the 3rd overall pick for a reason. His stuff is tremendous. If he can put it together mentally and consistently every 5th day, I think he can have a career year for these Texas Rangers.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs minus all of their starters against the T-Wolves. Plus, have you noticed this difference in Luka's defense this season? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavericks were without all of their starters yesterday, and I don't mean that in a hyperbolic sense. I mean, literally, their preferred starting lineup, every single one of them, was out. But at halftime, they're down by 4 points against Minnesota, and I'm like...
That's a close game.
Yes, especially because the point spread at one point got as high as 14.5. I thought, man, good for them. And then the second half happened. Did you guys watch this game knowing it was a JV game or what we want to call it?
Not 1 second. This is my issue.
Unusual for you.
This is my issue with the NBA, and this is common. Not that all 5 will be out, but this is a common practice now in the NBA, and so I'm just like, I'm not turning it on. Nothing against Hardy or Hardaway or Josh Green, they're NBA players. I'm like, I'm not watching. It's not worth my time or energy to watch it. I already know the result. You guys have forfeited the game. But it is a chance for younger players to get 48 minutes possibly of NBA action against a good NBA team.
Yeah, I checked it out for a few minutes and then went to the airport to pick up Adrian, and by the time I turned around, Kevin, it was out of hand, and I was like, well, it was a good run, man.
So I got locked in on the third quarter because I was like, well, this is going to be just a destruction. But then when it was close, I was like, here we effing go. And then it fell apart, really.
I will say this, though. This is what Mike was talking about, too. This is your chance to see the best team in your conference against you, right? Like, you get to go square off with them. And you're not beating us tonight. And everybody that could have started was like, I don't need to be there.
And a lot of them had a real injury. I mean, Derek Lively has a real broken nose.
Yes. Do you want to? We can talk more about that in just a second.
But I mean, Kyrie is really hurt. I think Luka is right now. We're playing Luka almost 48 minutes a night.
And maybe that's another key to it too. Is like, kid said, we can't use him for 40 minutes a night. Then they went out and did. And they're like, man, he needs a rest. And we can't use him like this.
And I mean, nothing against Josh Green and
Luka's
Jaden
too competitive for a game like that to not try and go out there and do everything he can to win.
That for sure.
So he'd be like, hey, give me all 43 minutes.
But I just was not. I'm just like, I don't want to spend a second on this. I already know the result.
Man, in his last 5 games, Luka, 40 minutes, 39, 45, 46, 43.
What's that average? Is that about 42, 43 right there?
Probably.
Yeah. So
Jordan did average that in a few seasons. He averaged 40 plus minutes, but he's not Michael Jordan. I mean, I love him, but he's not Michael Jordan, and so he's deteriorating on you while you're doing this. But I'll move forward and just say, hey, it's one game. I mean, it looks like they're going to be a play-in team. I don't see how they get out of that situation. I think they're going to be 7, 8, 9, or 10 by the time this season ends, and I don't know how you do any damage playoff-wise from that position.
Yeah, you'd have any chemistry that they're hoping to build. It isn't. It's weird because it's a stop go kind of situation with them all the time.
So looking forward, I want to look forward and back. Let's look forward with Derek Lively. Jason Kidd said about the broken nose, I think he'll get fitted for a mask.
Nice.
Then you get the classic, we're taking it one day at a time. Hopefully he feels better, and we'll see what that leads to for Saturday. And so we'll see in terms of getting the mask, how comfortable he feels with it, how ready to play he feels with it. But hopefully that means he'll be back sooner rather than later. Another future thing, you got to see Kyrie out there in warmups, and I know that's just what they are, but he was showing some ball handling skills that you like to think leads you to believe he'll be back soon. Or maybe I'm just super optimistic about something that happened in a warm-up. I don't know.
Yeah, for like 3 weeks, whenever that soon happens, Kevin, for about 3 weeks, he'll probably miss 2 of the games out of 3 weeks.
Sure.
Like just for, hey, it's a back-to-back or whatever, and he needs to be out there. I do say this, for as bad as the bench is and the depth is, they do need to work. Like, they do need to, you got to see if you have something, tradability for some of them. If Jaden Hardy's a tradable commodity, or if he's a guy that you're going to say, hey, I want to use you more often. You got to show me that I can use you more often. There's a lot of questions on the depth of this team.
This is where I didn't go into it. It was last week. But when Gavin Dawson was saying, hey, I would build the team around Kyrie, this is why you can't. And he's like, well, Luka misses games too. Well, that's like, no, that's not the same rate of missing games. You can look at Luka's career and look at Kyrie's career, and it's not even close to how many games you're going to get. I don't think you can build a team around a guy who's only going to play about 50 games a year. And also, it's nothing against him. He's tremendous. I love watching him, but he is 6'3". You really can't build teams around 6'3" guys in the NBA. It doesn't work. You have to build around bigger guys. And so I like him. I like what I've seen from Kyrie, but this is part of Kyrie's experience is he's going to miss about 30 games a year for you. And it's tough. It's really tough when you don't have depth or you don't have 3 superstars on your team. And then you leave that guy by himself with not a lot of depth and not another really talented guy to defer to. That always makes it tough with a Kyrie team.
And I know we're probably going to do a little bit of trade discussion later, but I want to voice my frustration against ESPN and Brian Windhorst.
Tell him.
Because he put out an article, I think it was yesterday, 2024 NBA trade deadline. The player most likely to be dealt on all 30 teams. I was like, oh, great. Let's take a look. And so I was excited to see what he had concocted and everything like that. Dallas Mavericks, most likely to be traded, Rashawn Holmes.
Let's go.
Rashawn Holmes.
Double-double yesterday.
That's true.
Yeah, value's up.
Isn't playing regularly and could be combined with draft capital to find an upgrade. But his $12 million player option next season is a stumbling block. So he's like, hey, you could take a player that you don't really use and maybe some of your draft capital, which you don't really have, to try to make an upgrade. The issue is the player that you don't really use, nobody else really likes, especially because of the contract that he has the next year. And I'm like, couldn't you give me somebody else, Windhorst? That's the best we can.
Because that's the best. Is that the best they have, though? Like, I mean, when you look at the team, that is the best option, right?
I think once he got to the West, he phoned in the article because very next is Denver Nuggets, and it says most likely to be traded, no one. So I think he just got to the D. No, I think he got to the Western Conference and the D teams, and he was like, "I'm out."
And you heard me talking to Chris Arnold. I was floating my Mike likes it with him, so I won't go too far into it right now. On this is the trade, this and that. They do have. I'm sure there are teams that probably have an idea on how they could possibly use Omax Prosper, but we have to know this: the Mavericks took him. And then you know that the teams before didn't love him or they would have taken him. Right. And so you just don't know when a guy gets taken, you don't know really where they would have fallen in the draft because Prosper wasn't really considered a first-round pick. He was like that fringe, like at the end of the first to mid-second, like somewhere in there. Pick between 25 and 45. You're just not sure exactly where he's going to go. So could a team go, man, we could really use Omax Prosper to develop. We're going to lose 60 games the next couple of years, and we have time for him. Like Dorian Finney-Smith, thank God he was on the Mavericks. If he was on another team, he would have never played because he wasn't ready to play in the NBA, but we had free minutes here because we weren't a good team, and that's what kind of Omax kind of needs, a situation where they're not trying to make the playoffs, they're trying to see who can play in the NBA.
From the 469, this is unfortunately, I don't know if it's ever going to happen. I really hope the THJ experience on the Mavs is over this trade deadline. And I just don't ever foresee that happening.
I vividly remember last year being at Radio Row and getting buzz that the Mavericks were trying to make that move and the Christian Wood move, and they just weren't getting any players.
And his issue is, he has another year on his contract. In the offseason, Tim Hardaway Jr. is on an expiring. Rashawn Holmes is on an expiring contract. That's the issue right now with Nico and Mark Cuban possibly trying to make deals is they don't have any expiring contracts and they're limited with draft picks. And the guy that probably teams like, hey, you're trying to win now? We want Derek Lively. And the Mavericks like, he's literally our only guy who's big that can play in this league. And so that's a no-go. So that's the tough thing right now for the Mavs is the assets that they have. Possibly in the offseason it could get better. But yeah, it's just a team, Kevin, I just keep looking at and I go, how do they get out of this situation?
Okay, so here's my question to go with this. I want to know if y'all have seen this, and then if you think it's transferable going forward.
All right, let's try it.
Luka was talking the other day about, look, we've gone through the concerns about refs and all this and that focus, but one of the things he said is, I try to talk even more on defense to try to give the team energy. If I do it, it's going to inspire everybody to do it, so I have got to do it more. So he's acknowledging this is something that I have done that is helpful, but I need to do it more. I wanted to know, looking back at the first half or so of the season, have you noticed more chatter from Luka defensively and not at the refs or anything like that? And is this something that could help going forward? I'm not saying fixes the things, but help.
He has been better defensively. It doesn't mean he's good defensively, but he's been better. And then I did notice him talking a lot the other night where they had the win where he had 45 points. I'm drawing a blank. For some reason, my mind's drawing a blank on who they... Oh, it was up-and-coming Orlando.
Yes.
They had to go to zone defense because... they just weren't able, as giving up 77, 79 points at halftime. They came out and said, look, obviously man-to-man, we stink at it, and we're not going to get any better at it. Let's try zone and see if it throws them off. And it did. They had an unbelievable third quarter because their zone defense was somewhat working.
So you don't think zone is for cowards?
Well, it's a change-up that you can only use so long. And then obviously Wagner started making three-point shots. Like, well, this isn't working any longer. We're going to have to go back to man-to-man and see if it throws them off that we've gone out of the zone. But I did notice Luka talking a lot during that he was like, okay, because in zone defense, there really has to be a lot of talking because in the NBA, it's why it works in college. And Choppy pointed this out the other day. There's two guys on a college basketball team who can't score a basket. So you're kind of...
That's probably fair.
And so it is tough. There are certain guys, like you can see when you're playing the Mavericks, you don't guard Maxi Kleber. You let him do whatever he wants. You don't have any threat of him hurting you in any way offensively. Same with somewhat Dwight Powell, except for, lob passes. And so it's tough to find guys on NBA courts who have no offensive skill. There are some, but not a lot. And so I think Luka trying on defense has helped out, but they're still limited. That's the tough thing is they're still limited. Dwight Powell can't guard a human in the NBA. Derek Lively's 19 and he's way better than you'd ever think at this age, but he's still at times limited on what he's going to be able to accomplish at his age. And then Grant Williams has really struggled for the most part this year. So it's just tough. You're one of the smallest teams in the NBA. And so it's really tough to be good defensively when you're relying on a 19-year-old to be the anchor, and you have other guys that really THJ struggles defensively. He's not going to get better at it. Luka isn't going to get much better at it, but he has gotten better.
Now
he's got the highest defensive rating right now of his career.
Okay.
So I'll give him credit for
sure.
When it comes to defensive rating for whatever that stat is worth to you. It's the highest of his career so far. So he is giving the effort on that end, despite the fact that the Mavs played that video of him getting thrown on the ground that day or when he tripped.
Should have played that. Yeah. Now, staying in the NBA space, who is an announcer that we all love and perhaps think is a national treasure?
Eric Nadel.
That's true. Kevin Harlan?
Thank you. Not Eric Nadel.
Wow.
Because we said, Eric. That's fine. We said in the NBA space.
Oh, okay. All right.
In the NBA space. I've never heard him call an NBA game. Not saying he can't do it.
I bet he could.
I just have never heard it. Let's go to cut number one. This is Kevin Harlan doing a read for the brand new Suicide Squad video game. He has concerns.
Do the impossible in Suicide Squad. Kill the Justice League. Can I say that? When it launches on February 2nd. You said it. Feels like I've broken an FCC rule right there as Porzingis puts that up and in.
So
can I see that?
I mean,
he's awesome, man.
I just think he's the best, and the personality that he brought to that I thought was top notch.
Let me ask you this: do you think he knows the two groups? That the Suicide Squad is group here, and that the Justice League is another group here in the DC universe?
Based just off of that read, my answer to you would be an emphatic no.
He's reading it, and like if there's a picture of Harley Quinn, next to a picture of Superman, maybe he's like, "Oh, got it." But in this instance, I think it was a piece of paper, and he was like, "Suicide? The Justice League? Can they kill him?
It's too bad that Halloween is too far away because there could clearly be a hybrid costume, Kevin Harlan Quinn, and like see what you could do with that.
You want to see
right?
Kevin Harlan
a little bit
dressed as Harley Quinn?
Or it doesn't have to be that. It can be whatever your interpretation. You could have a suit on with the makeup and the hat. Like there's something we could figure out there.
I will tease though, since we just got done with the Mavericks,
who we could trade for.
Yeah, at 12:45. There's somebody that I'm interested in that I think is gettable with the limited assets that they have.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm very excited and concerned about this segment. What objectively stupid thing did you try, but at least you learned, hopefully, a valuable lesson along the way? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We kicked this around yesterday and decided that it needed to be a topic. What objectively stupid thing did you try, but at least you learned a valuable lesson along the way? Well, hopefully you learned a valuable lesson.
I'm loving the fan text right now, Kevin. This is great. Valuable lesson learned. A truck pulling me on a skateboard is not the best idea. These are the things that I like seeing.
Okay, you know what? Can I give a bonus one?
Yeah.
Because that reminded me of a bonus one that my mom thought was objectively stupid. I thought it was research. All right. So my mom, look, there's a lot to this story, and I dispute the way it gets told by my family. My mom got me and my sister like full-size gumball machines, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like you had to put the coin in and turn it, and then we had the key to get the money out and everything like that. There were so many different colored gumballs in there. I really wanted to know as a child what would happen if I unscrewed the top and poured water in there. Like I wanted to know what would happen and like what color water would come out and everything like that.
Dark purple.
I think it was like a dark blue, but I also didn't really think any of this through because I didn't put a towel down on the carpet or anything like that.
Oh my
and
God.
so there was like a dark blue stain. Looked like I'd curb stomped the Cookie Monster or something on my carpet. And
he just went,
yeah. That's right. That was the Cookie Monster getting murdered. Buckle up, boys and girls. My mom thought that was objectively stupid. She was furious.
and correct in thinking that it was objectively stupid.
Okay. Do you want to hear the rest of the story that I think my mom tells from a slanted point of view?
Yeah.
All right. So my sister still had her gumball machine. So we lived in a house where there was like a middle part to the stairs, you know? So you like go down half the stairs, there's a middle level, and then it turns the other direction.
Yeah, Maxine and Wendell had one like that. That's my grandparents.
My sister was up there with the top part of the gumball machine. And I was like, oh yeah, you could throw it down to me. I thought logically that she would know I was kidding, but she did not. And she threw, this has been painted in my family as if as a child, I wanted her.
I'm assuming it wasn't plastic.
No, it was glass. My sister and mom have painted this as if I was jealous that she still had her gumball machine and I did not.
You were.
She recklessly threw it.
You said throw it. I'll catch it. That's not reckless.
I was a little kid. I couldn't be expected to catch that. It's not my fault she couldn't understand sarcasm.
She trusted you.
She was reckless, threw the gumball machine, and at which point I was like, I gotta get out of here. I ran away, and it shattered into a million pieces.
How old were you? 17?
No, probably like 7.
Okay.
Pretty young, but that's a very famous story in my family that always gets told against my point of view.
Well, it is.
My point
It
of view
should
is
be.
she was reckless.
No. I agree with your mom and your sister 100 billion%.
I support you all the time. I supported your dream to become an actor.
I know you did.
You won't support me on this?
Look,
I know my most reckless. It just hit me. I made it to Lubbock in 3 hours.
Oh my God.
Do you know how fast?
a 5-hour trip, isn't it?
Yeah.
From here?
At one point, this is so horrible. I'm so lucky in this case. I go past a police officer. Like he's gunning to see speeds. I probably go by him at 105 miles an hour.
Oh dear.
That seems fast.
And so I saw his lights turn on, and after I passed him, I was like, crap, because I didn't see the cop till it was too late. And I floor it to probably 125 miles an hour.
Oh my God, Mike.
And I exit. I get off like on the next exit, and I drive down like a.
You're going to see Sue?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And I just drive down this road for a couple miles and then park the car somewhere for about 10 minutes.
So you are legit trying to evade the police.
Yes. And then I got back on the highway about 10 minutes later or so, and I see the cop car, parked another few miles down there, but I'm just driving the speed limit now. So this wasn't the time that I made it in 3 hours, but I was making this drive in maybe 3.5. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it was definitely easily under 4 hours going way too fast on the highway.
And so you do see him later, and he doesn't even recognize you.
Took my hat off or put a hat on. I don't know this. Maybe cops can text in.
I think that same thing. Surely they can't figure out that I've taken off or put on a hat. They could never break that code.
I don't know this. And if they don't catch you in the act of speeding, as in they didn't stop you then, and then it's 30 minutes later, can they say you were speeding 20 miles ago?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know.
And now when they are gunning, they're just like, well, he's going by me at 70 miles an hour. I can't.
Yeah. I guess they could try to get you for evading the police.
But I'm so lucky. That was so stupid of me. So that was one of the ones where it's like really dumb. Luckily, approximately at 19 years old or 20 years old, didn't get caught.
Some of these are shocking.
Go ahead.
From the 562, as a kid, building a ramp and trying to jump over a Tonka truck that was 6 feet away on my bike, but I ended up landing on the Tonka truck and breaking my neck. Holy crap. I learned a valuable lesson there. I cannot jump over a Tonka truck. I don't know if that is the total
Tonka trucks are tiny.
to be learned right there.
How high can you not jump?
Okay.
I guess they were a kid then.
It feels like you're baiting
you
them
can
into
jump
trying to
over a Tonka truck now,
but it
right?
was 6 feet away. So they're like, I'm gonna fly over this thing and end up
you're not
landing
Byron
on it.
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So no. And then this is a really, really good one. I learned to always knock before I enter a room. The images are still burned in my mind.
Yeah, every room.
Oh.
Adrian, I took all the locks off the boys and Lucy's doors because when they get mad, they try to go in there and lock the door and you can't have a conversation with them or whatever. And so I was like, well, all y'all, I don't have locks anymore. And then I realized when I would go into that room, I just need to knock. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything, but one day I walked in and Adrian was like, why did you not knock? And I was like, what do you mean? I opened the door, the kid's in there hanging out, talking to somebody on the phone, right? And she was like, hopefully.
Do you have it assigned out that you have to deal with the boys' issues and she does the girls' issues? Because Jess has already been like, hey, when we get to that point with Noah, you need to have this.
I know Adrian gave Avery and Carter a book in like second grade.
But they're changing bodies.
About it, yeah. And they've gone through classes. So if they have any questions, I'm there for them if they have questions. But for the most part, man, I just don't want to know a lot of the stuff.
Now, this is a good text that brings up an important question. Jumping off my friend's roof into the pool. All I can say is we're lucky to still be alive and walking. If nothing bad happens to you, do you learn a lesson? It seemed like, Mike, was your 3-hour trip to Lubbock after you evaded the cops?
I can't remember.
So you might not have learned a lesson.
I feel like I drove slower.
Okay.
I won't say the speed limit, but I did drive slower from that point. So I think I had done that. I think it was coming from Lubbock to Dallas that I was able to like 3.5 hour it, knock an hour and a half off your time.
Okay. Well, that's what I was curious about. If nothing bad is the outcome, do you really learn a lesson?
Mine's real gentle.
I think I went through the process of after I stupidly did what I did, I thought about what if that wouldn't have worked? And that's when I was like, I've learned my lesson because I don't know what you can do, but I think I might have gone to jail.
Yes. Well,
you were trying to evade police and you were going that fast?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, definitely. Mine's very tame because yesterday I did kind of discuss that I learned not to get into gutters because my dad said that kids die in gutters, flash floods and stuff. Yeah. But I'm not worried about a clown. That's not real, Kevin.
Clowns are real.
That just reminded me of another stupid thing I did with my buddy Nick Malley.
Okay, I'll get back to yours in just a minute. Adrian and I had been split up. She was off at college. And one of my coworkers at On the Border, her name was April. She was my trainer. And she was, I had a crush on her. All right. A huge crush on her. and she was older, and there was no way. But one day I heard her walking by, and she was like, "Oh, I got to find somebody to help me change my brake pads." And I had changed brake pads with my dad multiple times, and I was like, "I know how to change brake pads." So I went ahead and put on my shiny armor. I got on my white horse, and I trotted over there to her, and I was like, "I'm just saving your life right now. I can do your brake pads." And she was like, "Really?" "Yeah." So she shows up at my house. I get all my dad's tools out, and I get her car and jack it up. I jack her car up, and I say, "You go wait inside, hang out, you do whatever you need. I'll take care of this." No. And then I realize I had never changed the brake pads on a car that needed a key to get the tire off. And so I was like, "Oh crap, I don't have that." So I start lowering the jack down, but I forgot to tighten all the lug nuts back. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I heard "Ka-gong!" And I look over, and that that key needed one. It popped off. So now I got her tire off, and I just jacked it back up, changed her brake pads, and did that with all of them, and all of the tires did that. And so she was driving around without a key lug nut.
Oh, no.
And so I did get them done. It didn't matter. She didn't love me, but it's okay. I found love eventually.
Do you think she knew because of the shoddy workmanship that you might have
She
done?
didn't hear it. She didn't know that I did shoddy workmanship, but that's when I learned, Kevin, some cars you need a key to get the lug nuts off. So, or the one that's locked.
Mike, just real quick from the 214. I put on a cape and jumped off the roof thinking I could fly. Let's just say lesson learned.
Okay, I put my sister on the roof because we had a basketball goal on the roof and the ball went behind it and got stuck and we couldn't get the ball. So I put her up there and I said, "All right, now jump down to me."
Oh, see? Like the gumball machine.
And she refused.
See? Like the gumball machine.
So then I went and got my blanket out, and me and my buddy stood there with my blanket.
God.
We were like, "Just jump, we'll catch
like
you."
Firefighters?
Yes. And it was a thin yarn blanket, and she didn't jump. And our neighbor came over and called us dumbasses and was like, "I'll climb up there with a ladder and get her down."
Your neighbor sounds smart. Mike, what else did you do that was really good?
in 4th grade, when it was summertime and we were bored, me and my buddy Nick Malley would go into the sewers and walk the sewer system.
Like a Ninja Turtle?
Cool. They're pretty big tunnels, but they're also really dark.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, when we were doing this, I was like, man, I'm kind of scared, and this feels pretty stupid. So I just remember that one, too, that for some reason we would decide, like, it would be a fun thing to do.
Did you do this a lot?
Probably 3 or 4 times.
What was the draw of, like, continuing to go into the sewers?
Something to do. It was 1988 or whatever. There was no internet and a lot of TV and stuff.
There's nothing to do in 1988.
We were like tired of playing Excite Bike or shooting the basketball, so we were like, all right, let's go see what's in the sewers.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see where it takes us. We are always wondering, when we walk this thing, when we find an exit, where will it exit us to?
Man, there's a lot of roof discussion here that
roof.
Yeah, that is concerning because
the roof was fascinating as a child. Of
course.
You can't get up there. You don't know how to get up there. You're not supposed to get up there.
What secrets exist up on the roof? From the 469. We used to play tag jumping across the roofs of 4 or 5 houses that were next door to each other. Somehow we survived. From the 817, went swimming with my childhood friends. Although I couldn't swim. That does feel like a fundamental problem.
Yeah, one time we were at a church party and a friend of mine jumped in the pool and he couldn't swim and he started yelling help. And I was 15 and I'd just taken a lifeguard class. So I dive in to help him and he grabs me by the head and starts pushing me underwater so that he can stay afloat. And whenever I came up for air, I punched him in the face and knocked him out and then pulled him to the side. And I was like, that was my only option, was to hit him so that we could both live.
Man, that's
I didn't even have to give him CPR and kiss him on the mouth or anything.
That's not what CPR is. I know that's what the Sandlot says happened, but we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, aside from the quarterbacks, is Travis Kelce the most important player in this year's Super Bowl? Talk about it next right here on The Fan.
do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
Mahomes to throw against a four-man rush. Fires it near side to Kelce. Comes back to the ball and hauls it in. Touchdown! Kansas City! Patrick Mahomes absolutely took duct tape and just wrapped the ball around the waist of Travis Kelce for a 19-yard touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go.
And let's start.
Strong.
The person who made that catch, if I said, aside from quarterback, Travis Kelce is the most important player in this year's Super Bowl, what say you?
Maybe.
Okay.
Here's my question to ask about the other person. Who do you think wins if they get shut down more? Christian McCaffrey or Travis Kelce? Because I was leaning towards, if I shut down McCaffrey, I think that could shut down San Francisco. If I shut down Travis Kelce, maybe it does shut down Kansas City. Or maybe Patrick Mahomes, Michael Jordan finds other ways to beat you.
I'm not as concerned about, like, shutting down Christian McCaffrey. I'm fine with him getting plays, but the big plays are what I can't let happen. So, like, Travis Kelce, it's not necessarily the big plays. It's just the ones where you're just like, man, he just keeps getting you first downs. He's your third down receiver. He's your, and then there's a touchdown. You're like, dadgum. But Christian McCaffrey's 39-yard touchdown can't happen. So I will say yes, but I also think that Patrick Mahomes is more important in that situation too.
Well, sure. That's why I said aside from quarterbacks.
Well, and I also think that Brock Purdy's pretty important, Kevin.
Oh, my God. Oh, I got a story for you about that in a little bit. Maybe tomorrow. Is Christian McCaffrey, 2 playoff games this season, 260 total yards from scrimmage and 4 touchdowns. Obviously, amazing. For Travis Kelce, he caught 11 passes on 11 targets, 85.2% completion to target percentage for him in the playoffs. So, both of those guys have been absolute beasts for this thing. I think I'll go with Travis Kelce, but I understand the logic about Christian McCaffrey. The Dolphins.
Do you think that's the second best option if you're saying Travis Kelce is?
1,000,000%.
Yes.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
I guess 100%.
Man, yeah, you're right. There is also a chance that Ayuk might be a huge factor just because he is their receiver. Like Deebo Samuel's their everything. He is their receiver, and he will be the one that can. I mean, you saw the play that he made downfield that nobody thought he should have caught. So, and that can be a factor. And then in the end zone, they go right to him. So, I think that Ayuk is one of those massive factors because Kittle can be missing for the whole game and have one play.
Now, the Dolphins are going to interview Chris Shula from the Rams for their defensive coordinator job.
I mean, stupid question. I always play with names. Is he related to Don Shula?
Yes, he is. And I was hoping you would ask that exact question. He is an Rams assistant right now. He is the grandson of Don Shula.
Okay.
So that would be kind of
And didn't we have, is he Mike Shula's son? Didn't we have Mike Shula at one point on the Cowboys coaching staff? Am I crazy about this? For a little bit of time that Don Shula's son was on one of the Cowboys staffs. I don't know which one. I forget. But.
Believe it or not, while I know that he is Don Shula's grandson, I guess I did not look to go see about Mike.
Mike Shula was not on the Cowboys staff.
Never
according to his Wikipedia page.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'll go look. I do believe. I feel like Dave Shula was from 89 to 90. Yeah.
And is that his son too?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I got the names wrong.
A lot of Shulas out there.
Yeah. Dave's not here, man. All right. What is
That's a Cheech and Chong reference, everybody?
That's right. That's right.
From Kevin Hageland.
Did you watch a lot of Cheech and Chong?
No, but I mean,
Dave's not here, man.
Familiar with how the world works. What's the number one thing that Trevor Lawrence has to fix? Because Doug Peterson has identified it. Oh,
that needs to happen a little bit. I thought there was a lot of confusion on when the ball was snapped, there seemed to be confusion on where receivers were running, and this is the one thing as just a fan, you don't know. Are they running the wrong routes, or is he throwing the ball because he's wrong? He thinks maybe an option route should be going here, and it's not. So to me, there seemed to be a lot of confusion on where the ball should be going.
Now, Doug Peterson, he didn't discount that at all. He just specifically said, so the biggest thing we have to focus on moving forward is how we turn the ball over. We can't have that many turnovers. Trevor Lawrence in 3 years, 39 interceptions, 33 fumbles. And he's like, look, that's the number one thing. We have to protect the football. For the quarterback, the person that touches the ball every snap, we have to make sure the emphasis is taking care of the ball.
For him, obviously, I'm a big fan of his. He was considered one of the smartest quarterbacks coming out in a draft class. They would allow him at Clemson his junior year, because he didn't go all 4 years. His junior year, he was calling plays. They were allowing him in some games to be like, hey, just for your development as a player, you're so good, you run the offense. Now, obviously, they might not do that against Alabama or whatever, but there were times like, yeah, man, a lot of times you don't let college quarterbacks have this much responsibility. They're not prepared or ready for this much responsibility. And that's why I thought, man, not only does he have the body, the skill, the talent, and all these things, but it seems like he might have the brain to be kind of Peyton Manning-like. And so far in the NFL, it hasn't correlated, because there seems to be, to the turnovers and everything, there seems to be confusion on a lot of situations. And I asked Broadus this, and he said maybe so, does Doug Peterson have too confusing of a system for the wide receivers and the quarterback to understand?
That's an interesting question. And the other thing too, when it came to Peyton Manning, who we kind of all expected him to kind of turn into, like, he had command of everything.
Yes.
Like absolute command, even of the players. They understood where they stood with him, and I feel like with Trevor Lawrence, he kind of lets it all. Hey, everybody else, I know I'm the quarterback and I'm the chosen one here, but everybody else can kind of help me figure it out. Whereas he needs to be the one going, no, this. You have to be here and demand all that stuff too.
Patrick Mahomes just set another record for the most expensive NFL game-worn jersey. He had a game-worn jersey, and this is the crazy part to me. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is great. I'm not disputing that at all. It was his Week 5 jersey from last year. Like, he had a good game, but I wouldn't have thought
you thought maybe an AFC championship game or something. Yeah, same here.
It sold for $213,000, or excuse me, it marks the most expensive Mahomes jersey ever sold at an auction. I have no doubt that eventually you will see some of these more key pieces, but $213,000 for a game-worn used Mahomes jersey from just a regular game. It's pretty dang. That's pretty dang.
So
impressive.
His Super Bowl jersey's going to catch a pretty penny, huh?
Oh my God!
But he will keep that, right? I mean, I think of Tom Brady when he had that comeback against Atlanta, he made sure to keep his jersey, and then it somehow got stolen. And I think there's a whole 30 for 30 on that situation.
It's pretty good. I think that might be NFL Films, but it is actually pretty good if you get a chance to watch.
Yeah, it's called 80 for Brady, right? Those ladies
different.
broke in and took his jersey.
That's a different.
That was really weird.
That's a different deal.
We tried to catch him in the shower and stuff.
Hook up with Rob Gronkowski.
Did you watch that movie?
No, but
okay.
What's the lady who does Jazzercise?
Jane Fonda.
Yeah, she's in that movie, right?
I think was Sally Field.
Sally Field is in it.
She's a respected actress.
Wasn't she
Rita Moreno? Maybe
she was as a teeny, she wasn't I Dream of Jeannie, but she was in some
Flying Nun.
Is that what she was?
I believe so.
And Lily Tomlin.
Look, man,
who's hilarious.
You take the work that you can get. I have to admit, I never saw the movie, so maybe it's great.
Wow.
I don't know. Look, they're like, hey,
take the work you can get.
I mean, at some point, do you want to be the star of a major movie? I'd be like, sure. I got stuff to do, or I got stuff I want to do. So why the hell not? No? Not fair? I say yes, fair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a weird segment.
Why?
It's always
we're just kind of, it was fun, but we're wavy.
Yeah, weaving in and out. Do you need more intense football content?
Not at all. Football season is almost over.
I mean, we probably should do a full Dan Quinn breakdown.
That's right. Again. Coming up next.
for the next 2 hours.
I think he's just telling you what we should do at noon.
Okay.
For all the hours.
Well, it was going to be a question about the Chiefs. Would you rather pivot to Micah and Dan Quinn?
Ooh, I like that.
Decide.
I vote for Micah and Dan Quinn because it's America's team and everybody wants to hear about the Dallas Cowboys.
Are you going to have that same attitude throughout that segment? Because I will vote against it then.
We will see.
877-881-1053. Do you want to talk about if America is sick of the Chiefs or what Micah said in the Dan Quinn stuff? Let us decide. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL is a copycat league, but it's getting a little ridiculous. Seattle hired Mike McDonald, who now joins Mike McDaniel and Mike McCarthy, but it goes beyond a bunch of guys with the same name. Owners want to go young. The 36-year-old McDonald just took over the label of the youngest coach from new Patriots hire Gerard Mayo. Meanwhile, 70-something Bill Belichick and Pete Carroll are out of work. We'll see if this youth movement works. That's the thing with trends. They can easily reverse themselves after just a few losses. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Football's biggest game day is almost here. Total Wine is your place for all your game day needs. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Football's biggest game day is almost here. Total Wine is your place for all your game day needs. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Do you have 3X?
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're on YouTube, the Twitch, and the text. The people have spoken. They would like to talk about Dan Quinn and Micah, except for this person from the 214. They would like to talk about this. Did you know when you buy a house, the roof is free?
Not if it's not. That's not true.
Because it's on the house.
It's not true. I hate this joke.
What
if the roof is bad? Then the owner's like, I don't want to fix it. You have to deal with it. Then
Still free.
That's not free.
You're paying to get the fixed roof.
You're
It's
you're
on the
paying
house.
for the roof. I get what you're doing here, Kevin. That was
That's not my
yesterday
joke.
when you could do those.
So
jokes.
are you saying if the roof's on fire, your house is okay? Because the roof's on fire, but your house isn't.
I'm not totally sure he got the joke.
Because it's just on the house.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah, you're not saying it's part of the house. It's an extra.
No, that's not really. Isn't really the point of any of that. We'll circle back around.
We're
to
not
that.
trading Micah from the 940. Let's trade Micah.
Yeah. Jerry has never been
We did that
creative in his life as a general manager with stuff like that.
We did that segment a couple weeks ago too. All right, let's go to cut number 14 because Micah. This has been like 2.5 weeks after the game ended.
Yes.
He did his podcast. Cut number 14. I'm just gonna let Micah say what he's got to say.
I'm at complete peace, and I say that because I don't think I could have done anything more to try to win that game, and that comes to watching film with the other guys in the room, saying what I'm seeing, being vocal out there on the field. I was completely at peace because I know I don't have no regrets about how I performed or what I put into the game.
Y'all have problems with this?
I do, but from the 940, they bring up a very key point.
No.
Have you seen the price of a chimney? It's through the roof.
Like, don't shake your head like
You
that.
guys,
Most of them do have to go through the roof.
you guys are
it
bringing
matters
the
where the
heat today, and I
chimney's
like
at.
it.
What are we doing right
So-
now?
I'll say this. You can take this all sorts of ways. But part of it is he saying that they're that much better than him and then the Cowboys? Like literally, I know he's just talking about himself. So you could say he's throwing the other 10 guys on the team under the bus because they
Right.
gave up a zillion points. And literally they would have given up. If they would have played 60 minutes as hard as they could have, Green Bay would have scored 60 points in that game or more. So what he's kind of saying is, I'm at peace. We watched the film. I did everything I can do. Does that mean everybody else was messing up? Or you guys did the best you could, prepared the best you could? Literally, Green Bay is a 60-point team against us and against our talent that we have.
Yeah, and he pointed out that like it takes a lot more than one person to lose a game. I was just fascinated by his I'm at peace. Just because I would think as ferocious of a competitor as he is,
He'd be ticked off and all that.
Especially because later on, like, go to cut 15. These two statements don't line up for me with I'm at peace about the way I played and cut 15.
It's sad, man, that you lose the way you do, especially at home. Talking about how much we played at home, how much it stood for us to be at home, and to go out like that at home was completely embarrassing and unacceptable. So, I couldn't even look at that loss or feel any type of way because of how embarrassed I felt. I felt the utmost, just honestly, it took me a while to even be able to show my face in the public. I disappeared completely.
I do feel like the first one he was talking about the prep work to go into it. I don't know, maybe I'm reading into this a little too much. And this one he's like, yeah, our defense and myself, we were non-existent in this game.
Yeah, I would think
that is contradictory statements.
Yeah, even if you felt like you played your best, I'd be like, I'm pissed off still because we lost. That's why it took so long. And he did kind of say that. He's like, it took this long. It was embarrassing because I just didn't want to show my face out in the world.
I know it's completely different because a pitcher is out on the island by himself. But if you give up 10 runs in 2 innings and say, I'm at peace, I did everything I could, then you're like, crap. Like, that's the best you got. And you're saying, like, that's the best you got. Now, I get that is a very tough one to compare because a football player is not just a one-on-one matchup and that is it. So I get what he's saying. I don't want to pick on him too much, but it doesn't sound like great leadership right now.
And that's why, if you want to call this picking on him, I guess, but I'm actually going to say at least part of the blame goes elsewhere. Is somebody texted in, sorry, we're getting a lot of, there we go, from the 915, Micah's adapting to the culture. That's my concern. And another person said, bro, a lion is never at peace. That's my concern. And that's what we talked about, I don't know, like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, is Micah is this ferocious, competitive dude. What happens when you do that every single day and they're like, oh, hey, good job? It doesn't really matter the ultimate outcome. Like, as long as you're, doing your best most of the time, like, that's good enough. Like, some of these outcomes don't matter because that's what the Cowboys seem to have fostered to a certain extent. And somebody brought up when Romo's like, oh, this is the worst thing that ever happens to me. I'm sure that happens plenty of places, but man, it feels more prevalent here with the Cowboys, where the message inside that building sometimes feels like, hey, you did good enough, and that's good enough for me. Yeah. And I hope he didn't fall victim to that.
Yeah, that is something. I mean, I do specifically remember Mike saying at some point it's going to happen. The Cowboys organization it does it to you. It's like going into a Vegas casino and just kind of getting lost in everything that it is. You just eventually become part of the fabric of it.
To this point, DeMarcus Ware, Hall of Famer, right? He made the Hall of Fame. Great career for Dallas and did his thing in Denver and won the Super Bowl there. I'll always remember this from him, and he's not going to take shots at Jerry Jones. DeMarcus Ware is a class act guy, and he's part of the Cowboys family forever because of what he was able to accomplish here, accomplish the ultimate goal in Denver. I remember when he went to Denver and he was almost like, wow, I didn't know football teams ran like this.
Yeah.
Right? He was part of the circus here. And so when you're only here, like Micah Parsons has no clue what it's like to be a Kansas City Chief or to be a San Francisco 49er or
a Raven.
Right. So he thinks that, so if you've never left here, you can hear from your buddies, but you really don't know. You're just thinking, well, I'm on the Cowboys, America's team, the most covered team, all of these things. And then you go to a team, really aspirations are their focus. The general manager's focus, the coaches, every focus is on winning. The only way we get famous, the only way we really get paid, the only way we keep our jobs is winning. And then it's like, wow, okay. So, I mean, just remember DeMarcus Ware kind of letting us know that first year in Denver. Oh, I didn't know that this is the focus and energy and everything that you had to have to really be a champion.
Yeah, and you can either accept that it is what it is whenever you get into this thing, and you can be like, look, man, as long as this is the Michael Irvin thing, right? As long as I'm collecting my paycheck, as long as I'm keeping the star okay, not getting in trouble off the field, I'm good. Like, and maybe even if I do get in trouble off the field, I'll be fine. But those things like I'll be okay with that. But the problem is, I thought he was a culture changer.
Yeah.
I thought he was the kind of character that could show up and I know when we watched him in practice, Kevin, out in Oxnard, and I know Mike was there every day watching with a very watchful eye. He was beating every tackle that he was up against. He was destroying them. And he tells us, or he tells the media, look, I'm doing that because I'm trying to make them better.
Yeah.
And you're like, awesome. But then some of the other things that have come along the way, you're like, well, that's not great leadership. And that's what you need from him is this, you're the culture changer. You set the tone for the whole thing.
Corey, remember when we were at training camp a few years ago, Kevin couldn't go because Jess might be having Noah at the time.
Yes.
And you remember how lackadaisical and almost walk-through-ish he was in the linebacker drills?
It was something I noticed that I was like, hey,
that was after 1 year, right?
What's going on here?
Yeah, this was his second year in the NFL, and we were just like, he's so bored with this and isn't even engaging in it. But then the live practice would happen. All right, turn on the music. Now we're going to go to live snaps, and he would dominate.
Yeah.
And I guess people are bringing this up. I'm just going to, Corey, do you think that is an issue that he ignores the linebacker drills or drills in general going, look, I'm so good. Just snap the ball and let's go. I don't want to do any of the extra stuff.
So I do a little bit. when we talked to Jabril Cox about that and other linebackers, all of them are like, dude, we hate hitting the pad. We'd rather do anything else. I do feel like Ray Lewis would say no missed reps, no half-assing reps. Like that, when we talk about the Ravens, don't you feel like there's a culture that was instilled in the Ravens by Ozzie Newsome years ago, and the guys like Ed Reed and the guys like Ray Lewis, they carried that on. Now, again, Kevin, let's take Ray Lewis's off-field stuff.
I got it.
But in practice in that facility, it was, once you walk through the doors, that it's about work. And it's about taking the team to a next level. And I don't know. I didn't see Ray Lewis in practice, but I presume that whenever I watch the Patriot way, the way that they did things, man, they're running that hill. Everybody hated that hill, but it helped them be better in the fourth quarter. Those things you don't let people slide on. And that's where I'm hoping that Micah's like, you know what? I do have to take a look inside. How can I take it to the next level? And when he's calling out the front office in this, Kevin, cut 12. Can we listen to that one real quick? Let's listen to cut 12 here.
You really see how much people care about the game of football and the culture and the people you want around you when you say you want to build a Super Bowl championship team. And the truth about it, and it sucks. And, seeing here, they talking about we're going all in this year, man. That's what I would hope for. I'm 24 years old. I've been in this league, 3 years, and I kind of seen it all. And I hope that we go all in. I hope that we go out and get the players that we're missing because we didn't do that this year. I hope that we challenge ourselves, become better, and become greater for us.
I do feel like, Kevin, there was probably part of him during the season that's looking around going, what? Why haven't we added somebody here? Not just, I know everybody's like, well, I mean, the offseason last year was great. Middle of the season, they realized they still sucked at defensive tackle and we're like, we'll see how it goes. We'll get Hank back soon. And then they were like, hey, Leighton Vander Esch is gone. We'll throw some linebackers in there. We'll be okay. And he's probably sitting around going, why? We're not the best team. We don't even the best defense now.
There's a couple of interesting things there. First of all, he's seen it all already, which is really neat. But what I would say is he's right. You would think the Cowboys would go all in, be 100%. I'm all about that. And I would just say, but I think you should ask every player this. It's not just Micah, but I would look at him and go, all right, are you 100%? Are you all in? Are you going to show up to media days? Are you going to show up to all the practices? Are you going to, because that's 100%.
Yes, that absolutely has to be called out too.
And so
by somebody in that building.
Yes, that's all that I would bring up is you want 100% for sure. Just make sure you're giving me 100% at all times.
He doesn't seem like the person that's going to tiptoe around things a lot of times with people whenever they're face to face, and they shouldn't feel like they have to tiptoe around him. If he is going to say that, then he has to do it too. But he has to be the guy. Again, this goes back to Dak is the leader, right? Dak's the guy everybody always talks about his intangible leadership. And that fails. But, we do give him credit for standing up there and talking about his failures and everything and then saying, I'm going to go back to work. Well, not just talk. Mike has got to do the same thing, too, because I do believe his style of play and the passion that he has for the game, there's a different level that he can take this to. But he's got to be the one, somebody in there. But they can't be looking around going, who's gonna take this culture to a new place? Otherwise, it's the Jerry Jones culture, and it's about flash and life.
Yeah, and it's not good, and I get where he's coming from. But it's not good when you give up 48 points. And I know one of them was a pick six, and one of them they had the ball on the 19-yard line. But they didn't stop them from scoring a touchdown either. They could have held it to a field goal. When literally Green Bay did everything they wanted as easy as they did, and you say, all right, it's 2 weeks later, guys. I've gone over the film. I was perfect. There's nothing else I could have done. And so you're either blaming the other 10 guys on your team. You're either taking all responsibility off of yourself, and you've told everybody, I was perfect. I'm at peace. We watched the film. I did everything correctly. It was the 10 other guys who stunk. Or that's as good as we are in these situations.
Good point right there.
One or the other kind of I'm looking at. Now, I know I'm taking a little out of context. I know I'm not perfect on this one either, but you can look at that quote and go, wait a second. So literally if the Mavericks lose, I know it's a different sport, if the Mavericks lose their first game to the Denver Nuggets in the first round by 36 points, and then Luka the next day at the press conference goes, I had a triple-double. I'm at peace. I did everything I could do. Wait, are you saying the other 8 guys who played on your team are that bad?
Yeah.
Or are you saying this is as good as we are? Like, which one is it?
Yeah, I decided to just quickly scroll through his Twitter, and I understand Twitter is not always representative of real life, but when he said, like, that's why I had to go away for 17 days, is one of the first tweets you see after the game is a response to Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless is a walking bit. Everybody knows that. I don't feel like you have to respond to him at all. And then, of course, he had to talk about, what his brother said. And then he sent out another tweet saying, y'all just want to get a reaction out of me. It's not going to happen. And then last night, once y'all realize the game of football takes all 48 players willing to put the team before themselves and focus on actually winning. The narrative, the game is dictated by 1 or 3 players, is so overrated. Everyone's play is dictated on everyone doing their job. So please shut the F up. What is your take of that tweet? Because Dov Kleiman tweeted something about, he seemingly implies the blame should be on his teammates. And then Micah quote tweeted and said, if that's what you took from that, that's delusional. If I wanted to blame a particular player, I would say that.
I don't know. It just, to me, he has, even though he's learned everything in 3 years in the NFL.
That is a frustrating line of that right there.
Accepted conference champion.
That is frustrating.
He does have a lot to learn. He's great. Spectacular player. One of the best defensive players in Cowboys history. One of the best defensive players in the game today. But he does have a long way to go in his leadership qualities and inspiring a team.
Now, on the plus side, if you're looking for something positive to tie it back around to the beginning of this segment, from the 469, I'm so good at construction puns, I'm really nailing it. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Remember, the roof is on fire.
Right
the house
here
isn't.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. It's Texas Day. So give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the most Texas thing that you do or say? We'll do it next right here on The Fan. Piece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the most Texas thing you do or say? And yes, for people that are asking, I am also excited about the doink cams. So maybe we'll get into that here. Maybe it'll end up being at another time. But
I can throw it in C block.
I am excited about it.
We can break that down in C block for sure. You want me to start things off?
I would.
I would like to start things off by saying I was wrong about Micah. At 24 years old, it's very difficult to be a Ray Lewis type character because it wasn't until Ray Lewis was 25 that he was Super Bowl MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. So I was wrong. Micah has one more year to prove that he can instill the type of culture that the Ravens have in their defense, despite any of the players and coaches that are around him.
Look, man.
He had Tom Billick. Actually, it was Brian Billick. But
if you're going to talk your S, that's fine. Just be prepared to back it up if you get a response.
Most Texas thing that I do is I think I really I want local Texas products. When I go look for whiskeys, like Milliman Green is fantastic. It's down in the hill country. Whenever I'm looking at, I love TX whiskey. Whenever it comes to, I love things that are made with pecans because the pecan is the Texas
pie
tree. Absolutely, Mike. I love pecan stuff. And I'm not allergic to those nuts. You know, Kevin, I know we discuss nut allergies all the time, and I'm not allergic to them, so I can. But we also had we had 3 pecan trees in my backyard when I was growing up.
Whoa.
And we would collect them every year, and then we would deal with that. We'd also, it was in Oklahoma, but my aunt and uncle owned a pecan farm up there, and I would work on that. But then I had pecan trees in the first house that I bought. I had 2 in my front yard, Kevin, to remind me of my son and my wife and how
fancy as
they
hell.
were my foundation.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that an analogy about...
Hey, you chill out right now.
All right.
That was between you and me.
Okay.
Not for public air, Kevin.
I didn't publicly air.
But I do seek out a lot of local Texas type stuff that I'm really interested in. So I think that's the thing that I do is I try to make sure that I'm buying Texas related things. I do like this. There are a lot of things I love about this state, man. There's a lot of things to really love because it's basically, as I've always said, Mike, Texas is just, America's just one big Texas. Yeah. America's just one big Texas.
Oh, no.
There's a bunch, you can go west and find mountains-ish. And you can go east and find trees and rich soils. You know, you can go north and it's cold in the panhandle. And then you go south, there's a beach. So you got everything right here in Texas. America's just one big Texas.
Okay.
And it is pecan. It's not pecan. Don't do that.
Oh,
it's pecan.
You already started up a controversy right there.
Did you say controversy?
I did not.
But do you want to now?
I wish that I had, but I did not. I really do. Mike, you have a sports opinion, and then what is the most Texas thing that you do?
Sports opinion. Didn't watch a second of the Mavs last night. I'm wondering if the Timberwolves are going to be a team that gets upset in the first round of the playoffs.
Oh.
And I'm not obviously basing it at all off of last night, but here's my opinion, and maybe he's overcoming this. To me, Cat is a great nickname for Karl Anthony Towns because when I think the pressure gets on him and you get really physical with him, he's more of a cat than a dog. And I'm wondering, and Rudy Gobert has just, right, Utah was just like, dude, I don't know what happens to you, but we get to playoffs and we have to bench you and things become difficult for some reason and we don't take advantage of your defense. Now, maybe Minnesota will figure that out this year. And Anthony Edwards, I do think, has a chance, not this year, but has a chance to be a future MVP of the NBA.
Stop pissing off officials. It'll be
and
on
I'm
the
just,
right track.
I'm wondering, I get how good their record is. They just seem like a team to me that's going to put up this awesome record in the regular season, and with the wrong matchup, and I don't know if it's the Mavericks or not, but with the wrong matchup in the first round, I could see that team possibly getting beat in the first round. So I love what Minnesota's doing. They are concentrating and focusing on the regular season. They're going to put up as many wins as possible to try to get the 1 or 2 seed, to put themselves in the best situation to succeed in the playoffs. At the same time, I keep thinking to myself, there's a lot of things that I like about them, but there's a lot of things that I could see Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns backing down from the pressure and going, look, I do not like this guy pushing on me and shoving me. I'm just going to hang around the 3-point line. And then Rudy Gobert struggles to stay in the game, and Anthony Edwards maybe isn't ready to carry a team. And then all of a sudden, you're like, wow, I can't believe this team that won 60 games, and they probably won't win 60, probably high 50s is out. So last night, didn't watch, but I would think to myself, is Minnesota really an easy first round? Like, they're advancing to the second round. Like, I think Denver is going to easily advance to the second round. I just don't know if Minnesota will easily advance to the second round.
What is the most Texas thing you do on Texas Day?
I don't know.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
You don't know?
My most Texas thing.
You drive really fast.
I like chili. Chili
man.
is from Texas.
Chili's great.
Oh.
Yeah.
I believe San Antonio was the first city to have chili. Or maybe it's the first place to put beans in chili. I remember reading the history of chili.
What do you call soft drinks?
Cokes.
Yep.
That's the most Texas thing that you do.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
I really talk a lot about border security. That's pretty Texan, right?
Oh, my God. No, I remember when I went up and I was visiting my aunt and uncle in Chicago, and she was like, would you like a pop? And I was like, a what?
Yeah.
She goes, like a pop. Like a soda pop. And I go, oh, yeah, I'll take a Coke.
You thought she was trying to hit you?
No. God, that would be so shocking.
It's like a pop? What do you mean?
And I was like, no, yeah, I'll take a Coke. And she goes, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have Coke. And I meant, no, like a Sprite.
Yeah, a Sprite.
And so that is a fundamental regional difference
I know how
there.
you're not Texas before you get to your sports point is you don't think Bluebell tastes better than generic Kroger ice cream.
Fact. I think that the difference is negligent. And I will tell you this. I knew Bluebell was just one of the most popular brands going when people got poisoned and then somebody die from eating their ice cream that was poisoned. But the second it could go back on the market, people are like, gotta have it. It could kill me. Who knows? But that's how you know you got a brand.
I made milkshakes the other day with generic. Nothing against Kroger generic ice cream's fine. I'm not trying to take a shot at it, but I don't think it's of as quality of Bluebell ice cream. I made a milkshake the other day for my kids, and they're like, it was good. We like it better when you make it with Bluebell ice cream.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's just, shout out to Bluebell.
From the 817 Sports Opinion, Josh Young and Heim both start in the All-Star game again in response to their top 10 list snubs. God. And the most Texas thing I do is hating people from Houston. Oh, man. That can't be a statewide thing, I would assume. People from Houston are like, no, I like us.
You like C.J. Stroud, right?
That's true.
You like C.J. Stroud. There was a time when I was younger, I would root for whatever Texas teams, when I was younger. If the Cowboys lost, then I'd root for the Oilers.
Mike Scott and Nolan Ryan leading the charge there.
And then obviously that changed when they got into our division. Like when the Astros joined the division, that's when I was like, okay, all right, now. And the hatred, that happened very fast.
Well, not super fast. They had like 3,000 people at their games. They were horrible. I think wasn't Yu Darvish 10-0 with a 1 ERA against them because it was just
crazy like that.
But then it did elevate once Houston got good in 2015. It elevated.
That was
quickly.
the Banny season. Is that because that's when I think
when they all came together and Prince Fielder is separating people. I'm like, dude, how strong is Cecil Fielder? He just has one Houston Astro in each arm, and they're not moving anymore.
I love to put beans in my chili too.
From the 817, the Dallas Stars will win the Stanley Cup this year. You heard it here first. They have improved in the betting odds. And the most Texas thing I do every time, no matter how many times I go to Whataburger and literally rub my hands together and act like I'm going to have one of the best meals of my life.
You are about to have one of the best meals of your life. Every time you go to Whataburger, it's right there.
I've been using those coupons up. I won it.
Yeah, for Pizza-thon.
Pizza-thon. So in fact, we gave our daughter 10 of them after Christmas to take to Austin at UT, and she's like, "Hey, do you have any more of those coupons?"
Oh,
like, we gave you 10. You already used them.
Well, going forward, we might have a lot more of those. Who knows? From the 214, the Cowboys will fall short in the playoffs again next year, and say the word "fixin'" for anything. Another person said they just leave the G off of words. I think I do that as well.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if this is Texan or if this is just general country rules, but I do, when I drive past people and it's like a one lane situation,
flick them off.
No, I don't. But I give them the one finger, like I got both hands on the steering
Horns
wheel,
up.
and I'll give them the one finger, or maybe even the 2 finger wave. Do you ever do that, where you're just like, "Hey, see, how's it going?"
Yeah.
And I do that a lot on like the country roads when I'm driving.
When people when I'm trying to merge in traffic and I merge in, I do the wave to
You
let
still
them know
do that?
thank you. I don't know if the people see it or not, but then I'm always like, I wish that person would have just waved and I let them in.
so that they know that
They're like, hey, I get it. Like I let you in there.
I think that all the time. I'm not saying it would change the world as a whole, but I wonder if people would be nicer to each other if when you opened a door, that person always said thank you and you said you're welcome. If somebody cut you off, you're like, oh, sorry about that. Or you let somebody in, they wave to you. I always wonder if like little things like that would make people chill out just a little bit.
And the 817 Rangers repeat, and the most Texan thing they do is use the word y'all, and that's from Nasty Nate. I do have a question. I do. Yes, we say y'all all the time, and it doesn't mean like it doesn't. It makes it's natural. It doesn't feel when you hear a northerner come down here and say y'all, they're like, oh my god, I just said y'all, and they seem so excited about
my
it.
cousins will always be like, man, you say y'all instead of you all, and I'm like,
yeah, because
more
that's
efficient.
the proper way to say it.
Yeah.
But how do you spell it?
Y''ALL.
Okay, I did that. I spelled out y'all once in a email, and then I just made sure that I said, by the way, I know I spelled y'all.
You know what I really struggle with is when I want to say y'alls. Because then I'm like, do we go scorched earth and make it Y''ALL''S?
Oh my god!
Like, is that feels like too much?
Yeah, I feel like you need to throw a comma in there, and just, I don't know, just feel or a hyphen just to kind of rechange the whole word. That is wild. 2 apostrophe. You can't 2 apostrophize something. It's apostrophize.
No, that sounds like a word. Chris, do you have a sports opinion, and what is the most Texas thing that you do? And I guess my follow-up question is, are you from Texas? What's a backstory there?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, grew up in Plano, DFW bred and born, baby.
Which Plano?
Yeah, which Plano?
Plano Senior.
There you go. All right, my neck of the woods.
The Panthers?
No, that's the Wildcats.
Wildcats.
Panthers is Plano East.
I knew they had a claw.
Well, shout out Zach Wolchuk. But yeah, my sports opinion is that the World Series champion Texas Rangers have started a 3-year span with 3 different championship teams in DFW.
Oh, okay.
2024 Dallas Stars. It's time. 2025 Dallas Cowboys. Bang.
That's tough.
Man, that other one is a very bold sports.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
I'm with you on the Stars one. I really hope you're right about the Cowboys one.
But let's just, and you know what? You could always change your mind and just go back to the Rangers for the third one. That's a good option. But I would love this city would not know what to do with itself if that happened 3 years in a row, get a championship, and then the Cowboys cap it off with the third one.
You know what's interesting for Chris is, and he didn't mention the Mavericks there. It's crazy after that 2019-20 season. I know there was it was COVID playoffs that we wouldn't be talking about in 2024. Like the Mavericks aren't a contender at all for a championship. And that is, if you just go back to 2020, you're like, God, it's crazy that we have now, you're talking about the Stars because they do have a chance. The Rangers just won the World Series. The Cowboys did go 12-5 and poop the bed again. But like you just look at the Mavericks and you're like, I can't realistically say they're close to competing for a championship.
Go ahead, Kevin.
What's your most Texas thing? Because you did just say, oh, hell yeah. So that might be it.
I hope we can all agree
Stone
here.
cold.
If someone's going the speed limit in the left lane, you got to honk at their ass.
Okay. That's a great point.
Yes.
Is that a mostly Texas thing, or do people feel like that all over? I'm legitimately asking because I think you're going to find a huge amount of people who agree with you about.
Yeah, the left lane is not the speed limit lane. I'm sure that's the lane Mike was driving in when he was driving a Tech that night. He was in the left lane going 100.
I was in all the lanes.
Because you view the other cars as impediments to what
They're
you're
just
trying
in
to
the way.
get done, right? You're like, get out of my way. I need free road ahead of me.
From the 817, y'all would have done it. Said in Texas, y'all have done it. And there are multiple apostrophes there. And then Kevin on the Twitch, y'all is singular. All y'all is plural. So y'all's is that all y'all? That's different than your possession.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm still thinking about not plural and possession.
That's okay.
Possessive plural.
We're trying to, and I hope I get this name right. And Chris, you sent this over to me earlier. We talked about how the MLS shut down the Jesus Ferreira transfer because they didn't want to be doing business with Russia and everything like that. Well, FC Dallas is like, the hell with it. We're going to spend that money anyway. So maybe they know it's still going to happen. Is they have picked up the most expensive player in club history, Croatian forward Petar Musa. He's 25 years old. They paid more than $9 million in transfer fees for him. So they are putting that money to work. Also, another $3.2 million in performance incentives. I think soccer fans, along with when we get the World Cup final, are going to be hyped about that. And saying y'all is easily the most Texas thing that I do. And I feel like that's identifiable everywhere because people will be like, oh, do you work in oil? Do you ride a horse? You're like, not really. I mean, I can ride a horse, but I say y'all. And they're like, I knew you were from Texas.
I recently emceed an event and did not have a cowboy hat on, and it was a honky tonk event. And I was just like, well, I don't have my hat.
Did you at least sing honky tonk badonka?
I did wear my boots. So does that count? Like I wore my cowboy boots that day. I have boots. I just didn't have my hat with me or a pearl snap shirt, and I feel bad about that.
I wear pearl snap shirts every once in a while out.
They're comfortable.
I just don't feel man enough to wear a cowboy hat.
Okay. You have said that you have to commit to the cowboy hat. Like you can't just occasionally wear a cowboy hat.
Like I don't want to, I mean, it's not like I'm working out in the country, but I just feel like when you wear a cowboy hat, you're really saying who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like you can tell who the fake cowboy hat guys are.
We have, you know what, since Mike has brought that up, every time I see somebody wearing a cowboy hat, like when we go out for stuff, for shows and stuff, I ask them, I'm like, you wear that all the time? They're like, hell yeah, I do. And then they show me their buckle. And then I'm like, oh man, that's what Mike's talking about. You're living the life. You're not just faking it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so I want to go to the Dallas Mavericks and the trade deadline. You won't believe this if you're not paying attention to the Mavs. It's 7 days away.
Yeah.
So this is it. You have 1 week to make a trade, or this is your team. And I lean towards the Mavs aren't going to make a trade, and this is their team. They're going to finish in that 7-10 spot and be a play-in team and see if they can win one of those games to make the real playoffs and then get hammered in 4 or 5 games. I was looking at this article, and he's really intriguing to me. I'm going to tell you something. I loved this player out of college and loved him his first 3 or 4 years in the NBA. Almost bought a lot of his cards. And then he beat the living crap, it seemed like, out of a woman and got suspended from the NBA last year.
Yeah.
And that is Miles Bridges. Now, Miles Bridges has been brought up in trade rumors. So Miles Bridges was a free agent and then had a domestic violence charge, and it was ugly. I mean, really bad. He didn't play last year. It was that bad. And so his free agency went from he's a free agent to nobody touch him.
Yeah.
And so they've allowed him to come back into the league after doing classes and whatever they had him do. He's done it. And he's been cleared of the charges.
He had 3 years of probation.
So I shouldn't say cleared of charges.
Yeah.
He didn't go to prison and anything like that, but he's able to play in the NBA. He's played in 35 games this year. And he is this. I'm not talking about off the court, but he's a super physical wing player. Very strong, very physical, a leaper. And he's put up good numbers in his career. Now, obviously, he didn't put up any numbers last year, but the year before, he averaged 20 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and shot 49% from the field, 33% from three. So that's not the best three-point percentage.
Yeah, he's not a great three-point
shooter. This year, he's shooting 35.9%, taking 6.7 a game. So he's upped it by a field goal a game and shooting a little bit better there. 46% from the field, so that's pretty good. He's averaging 21.1 points, 7.5 rebounds, and 3.1 assists from kind of a wing position.
Yeah.
6'7", strong, 25 years old, about to be 26 here in March. Well, he only signed a one-year deal. He decided, I'm not going to try to negotiate a big contract with Charlotte. It's not the time or place, and they're probably not wanting to negotiate anything of what my market value would be with my domestic violence charge. So he signed a one-year deal. And from all indications, he doesn't want to be part of the Charlotte Hornets anymore. Like he's not going to re-sign there. Now, I guess if he has no option, he can. But he's an unrestricted free agent. He has no restrictions this offseason. So indications are at 10-36, a player that teams are interested in. I don't know how many, but it does say in SportsIllustrated.com that the Mavericks are one of the teams interested in Miles Bridges. I'm very interested in him if you get the clearance from a lot of people that he is rehabilitated. He will, because the next time he does it, he's out of the league. He's done for what he did. If he does it again, then if you trade for him and sign him to a big contract, you're really screwed over by this. So this is a big risk. So I need to talk to Tom Izzo and see what he was like as an 18, 19-year-old at Michigan State. I need to talk to a lot of people and find out, do we think, because at this point, the Mavericks are screwed. This is like something that you could kind of steal, in that maybe a lot of teams are like, hey, we just don't want to touch Miles Bridges. And at this point, the Mavericks are screwed. They're screwed with draft picks. They're screwed with assets. So maybe this is a guy that you could get where his value is a little bit down in the league, and all of a sudden you add a wing player at 6'7", giving you 20 and 7.
And I do believe
better than what you wanted Grant Williams to be, right?
Way, like they're not even comparable.
That is true. I just don't know if this makes a difference. I thought just a few months ago, didn't he have like a violation of the protection order?
Oh, I don't know.
That was
this.
put in place.
I Googled him and wanted to see a lot of things. I did not see any type of update on that.
So
if you can find that, help me out on that. If you can Google it and find it, that could be something where you're like, crap, he's off the books. The other thing, too, is the Mavericks have had, obviously, in the last 5 years, a lot of horrible things they've done to women.
Yeah.
I'm not saying player-wise, but organizational-wise, they have not been a good organization
for sure
with women. So that's another thing that the Mavericks have to look at probably internally and go, hey, is this going to be really not good for us because of what certain people have done in our organization?
Yeah,
I mean, I know
optics-wise, it's not. It doesn't work, man.
And I know the Cuban go-to is to be like, oh no, we got Cynthia Marshall. Like, how could we possibly?
We have everything in place to ensure that he gets the help that he needs and the support that he should have, and to make sure that he continues to maintain. We have all those things in place for him,
definitely.
and we'll do everything we can.
So looking at this a little bit more, the position that he would be taking.
But hold on real quick.
Okay,
and Kevin, I don't mind them saying that as long as they follow through with that.
That's very fair.
Like you can say that, just follow through with ensuring that. Now that a lot of that also still does fall on the player to ensure he doesn't as well. Sorry, Mike.
So the position he'd be taking is Derek Jones Jr.'s spot. Now let's just go over Derek Jones Jr.'s history. 2 years in Phoenix, failure, get rid of him. 3 years in Miami, failure, get rid of him. 1 year in Portland, failure, get rid of him. 2 years in Chicago, failure, get rid of him. It looked like his career is completely over. Like literally, the dude is averaging like about 6 points and 2 rebounds a game. The Mavs have been able to take Derek Jones Jr. after having a bad career, to be honest, a bad career from 2016 to 2023. And they took a guy who hadn't been able to figure out how to play in the league, and he's okay. He fills a role. He's a role player, but if you look at this is his career year. Derek Jones Jr. is having the best year of his life. It's 10 points and 3.6 rebounds. You literally would be getting stronger, better defensively, more physical. And by the way, I will say Derek Jones Jr. jumps better than Miles Bridges. It ain't a whole bunch better. That's how athletic Miles Bridges is. He is a better jumper. I'm not questioning that, Derek Jones Jr. but literally you would be adding that third guy. So when Kyrie's missing the 30-plus games a year that he's going to miss, we know that he's going to miss 30 games a year. If you have Miles Bridges and he is a good teammate, good guy, which you have to make sure to investigate, there's a week left, I think he could really help. Now, let me give you the trade that works on the NBA trade checker, okay? He only makes $7.9 million this year, Miles Bridges, so you can't give a lot of salary out here. But I would try to not do this with the first-round pick connected. Now, I might do a first-round pick swapped because I think I'm hoping to be better than Charlotte anyways.
Sure.
So we might not have to swap, but I would give them Omax Prosper. So I'm giving them a first-round pick from this last draft that we can't use at all. I'm giving them Jaden Hardy, who I have to give them some talent here if I'm not giving them a draft pick. So that's my kind of not proven talent, but a guy who's should be a junior in college who's looking like he can play in this league. And they have at point guard, Ball's only played 22 games this year. Like, as good as LaMelo is, he has the Ball genetic of I can't play NBA basketball because of. And then to make the money work, I can do either player, Seth Curry or Dwight Powell.
Okay.
Because one of those players has to go in the deal to make the money work. So I put together the trade of Seth Curry, Omax Prosper, and Jaden Hardy. I thought Seth Curry, because his dad calls the games there, it might be kind of fan favorite. You don't really care if it's Dwight Powell or Seth Curry, but for them, they might care more about Curry. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if that would work for Charlotte, but if you know you're losing him, and let's just say 20 teams around the NBA are like, we're not touching him, and then we just got a new owner. Supposedly we have all this money in the world. That's what they said. Well, Miles Bridges is going to want probably $30 million a year, and he's worth it if he's on the court. It's the scary part of what he does off the court.
Yeah.
On the court, he's an easy 30 a year.
And if you've made that decision to make a trade, you've already made that decision that you feel comfortable with all of the stuff that comes along with.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Go.
The incident that we know the most about was a couple years ago, right?
It was in the offseason going into the 22-23 year. He was a free agent. It looked like he was about to get maxed out. He was going to be close to a max player and then beat up a girl really bad.
Okay, and then so the time he threw the billiard ball was in October last year.
And so the allegation there is, I believe, him and his new girlfriend perpetrated this on the last, and they violated the protection order as well as all of that.
Okay.
So. But I don't.
He told Johnson that he would take everything from her and withhold child support, threw a billiard ball at her windshield, and shattered it.
I just feel like I don't remember hearing as much about that you would have thought.
I think it might have been one of those things.
Like, wouldn't you think they would continue the suspension?
I
or something?
would.
Yes, I don't know much about that.
This is scary. I understand this is scary, but this is a way to make your team a lot better. Now, you still need a big guy. You can't accomplish everything in the next 7 days that this team needs. You need a better wing player because, let's face it, Derrick Jones Jr. isn't the answer. If he wants to be your 8th guy or 9th guy on a team, I have no problem with Derrick Jones Jr. coming off the bench for 10 to 15 minutes a night. But this team has to get way better at their wing positions, and they have to find another big guy. With Miles Bridges, it's scary, but you don't. If Miles Bridges had no issues, you're looking at giving up 3 first-round draft picks and good players. That's how good he is, but his issue is I'm not signing back with Charlotte, so they kind of want to get rid of him. And then what's his market? Because of his off-the-court issues, a lot of teams are probably out on him. And then teams probably don't want to pay him $30 million a year, but the Mavericks supposedly have all the money in the world now, so that wouldn't be an issue, supposedly, with the Dallas Mavericks' future. So that would be a way to really improve this team if you believe that he can stay out of trouble.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The final top 15 offensive players from NFL.com, and how many days do you think you could keep partying with a bullet in your head? Next on The Fan.
Oh boy. This From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Mike, I would like to cede you 2 minutes of the C Block to discuss the information you learned during our break.
Less than 2 minutes. Brian Broaddus let us know, which obviously at the bottom of the article, it's here too, is that Miles Bridges' bird rights, Mavericks won't have them, which means the Mavericks can only offer...
He can accept a mid-level exception.
Yeah, we could offer him a full mid-level exception after trading for him, which he probably won't accept. So the Mavericks would be trading for a guy that they'd have for approximately 30 games and then would go to another team, and then I would really not like that trade.
So the best case scenario is try to get him in free agency.
We don't have any money.
Okay, and we don't have any money.
Unless you trade.
Well, you're out of cap space. You don't, I mean, supposedly we have a lot of money with the new lady person, but my last 30 seconds here is that when you pay Luka $45 million and Kyrie $40 million, and that's $85 million, and the cap is like at 115 or 120, you're pretty much out of money until one of those guys becomes free agents.
Did he say lady person?
Yes.
I love you, Mike.
Yes, he did.
All right. By the way, I just saw this on Twitter, and it happened about an hour ago. Trayvon Diggs, who a couple days ago asked how you unlock the HRM9. I got you, Trayvon. Don't worry about it.
What does that mean?
It's Warzone. He tweeted out Al Harris for DC. So he wants Al Harris to go
Washington,
with the Commanders
D.C.
as well.
In your face, Joe Witcher.
He wants him to go to the Commanders.
Yeah, he said Washington, D.C. That's where he's headed.
That's not my take.
He's suggesting a trade for Al Harris for Dan Campbell.
So am I foolish to think he meant for the Cowboys, D.C., right?
Man, the more I think about it, Kevin, I don't know now that he threw out for D.C. like that for Washington,
that means
D.C.
defensive coordinator.
I hope so. And I don't know. Listen, man, if players like if Micah and Trayvon Diggs and all them said something to the Joneses, the Jones-I, would they say, you know what, you guys like this guy? We'll hire him. We'll put him in that position. I know Joe Witt is kind of seemed as the favorite right now, but if that was the case and that was the way to keep him, because a lot of these players do have a ton of respect for Al Harris and the way he does it. And he played under, McCarthy as well. Would they listen to the players? I don't know. That's the thing that I just don't know there. All right, let's get the final top 15 offensive players of the year rankings from NFL.com. This is power ranking, the power rankings, essentially.
Okay.
Number 15, a receiver that Mike and Reggie said is the worst receiver in the league.
Oh, Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No, he's the great. In fact, I'll tell you what. He's better than Jerry Rice and Randy Moss combined, so he's really good.
He's not. He's very good, though. Number 14, Jared Goff. Number 13.
Oh, quarterbacks are on this?
Yeah,
Okay.
quarterbacks are on this list. This is offensive players, Kevin.
See, but I was thinking
offensive player rankings.
I was thinking they did it like offensive player of the year, where they're like, hey, let's give the scraps to somebody who's not a quarterback. Oh, man.
A.J. Brown falls in at 13, Tua at 12, and George Kittle at 11, who I didn't think Kittle had that great of a year, but they throw him in at number 11. Would you guys like to take any guesses on the top 10 for offensive player rankings from 2023?
Well, Dak's going to be in there because it's a regular season award. As long as you don't include playoffs, Dak is really good.
Okay, but if that's the case, then you got to include Dak, Mahomes, and Lamar, right?
And Josh Allen.
And Josh Allen. All right, Corey, for our first guess, we would like to guess all four of those people.
All right.
Dak, Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen.
Dak is number 8. Josh Allen, number 6.
Oh.
Patrick Mahomes, number 5, because he didn't have the greatest regular season. And who was the last one you said?
Lamar Jackson.
The number 1 player on the NFL.com offensive player rankings this year is Lamar Jackson.
Tyreek Hill, Christian McCaffrey.
And CeeDee Lamb, right?
Those are 3 easy ones.
Christian McCaffrey, number 2. Tyreek Hill, number 4.
Crap, I missed 3.
I don't know if y'all are going to get 3.
Well, where's CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb, 7.
All right, so we're missing 3, 9, and 10.
3, 9, and 10. And
Brock Purdy?
I say yes. I'll trust Mike. Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy is on this list.
Oh.
Is he 3, 9, or 10?
9.
3.
Brock Purdy is number 3.
What?
Yes.
I was just about to go 3, but
Brock Purdy is the NFL.com's 3rd best offensive player this year, only behind a guy that thumped him in the playoff or in the regular season game, Lamar Jackson, and his running back, Christian McCaffrey, who should probably be considered 4.
We're missing 9 and 10. If
there's
we've named, there's not any more running backs, right? Nobody else was great as a running back.
You're right about that. There is not a running back on this.
So we're looking at, did he say Travis Kelce?
He did not. He had a down year, though.
But he said Kittle's 11. Kelce would be higher than Kittle, and he said Kittle was 11.
Travis Kelce.
That is the first incorrect answer you guys have given. You
Kittle.
only have 2 more, and we will have to push you off the...
Rasheed Rice, my guy.
No.
SMU.
I do not abide by that.
He is
Sky Moore.
Big-time important player, though.
You hate Sky
You do
Moore.
hate Sky Moore. I think he had
Moore.
like a 0 stat this year.
Justin Jefferson.
Oh, he missed too many games.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and give you.
Is there a wide receiver on the list?
Yes.
Jamar Chase missed a lot of games too, didn't he? They were both sleeping in their number.
What about the Rams rookie?
Puka Nacua.
You guess him, not me.
Puka Nacua.
Oh, man. I'll back you up, Chris.
Puka Nacua is number 10 on this list. And I will tell you, number 9 is a quarterback. So you guys, how many quarterbacks had y'all guessed? Y'all
But he
guessed
already
4 or 5. So this
He
would be
didn't
the
say
6th
Baker
quarterback.
Mayfield.
It's not Baker Mayfield.
That's when he said that.
He already said Tua.
Stroud?
CJ Stroud.
With a touchdown to interception ratio of 25-3.
That's him.
Making him the first rookie to lead the NFL in that category
23
since
to
Paul
5.
Governale did it in 1946 for the Boston Yanks.
Who?
You dyslexic the numbers. It's 23 to 5.
Oh, that's what it says here on this website.
Well, at least ESPN, they messed things up. They said
NFL.
1 year Marcus Simeon had a 0 WAR, and he got third in MVP.
It is C.J. Stroud, the one that Kevin warned everybody was going to be the best quarterback in the draft last year.
Hey, I give you all the credit. I also agreed with you from a small perspective going, I feel like C.J. Stroud is better when I watched him play, but I get where everybody's Bryce Younging it up because they're like, hey, man, what about Spud? And I'm like, look, Spud Webb, I don't know if he's going to work in the NFL.
I felt like both
He's
of
talking
them.
about Bryce Young in case y'all didn't get that comparison.
I felt like both of them would be
Spud Muggsy at quarterback.
Can't misses, but Bryce Young so far has missed. So
You can't see him.
So that is a problem for him at the moment. So good job, guys. I'm proud of y'all. Y'all got one wrong answer.
Man, Trevor Lawrence didn't make the list, did he?
Why didn't he, Mike?
We went over this because of the turnovers.
Yeah. He only had 14 interceptions.
Glad I sold that card when I did.
Yeah, you should be.
Do you know I still have his Kaboom because Sean makes fun of me for the Kaboom. It was at $2,500 before the season started, and I tried to sell it, but nobody bought it, like at the card show. It's only down to, and I say only, I still am in the positive here. It went down to $1,500 at the end of the year, so it lost $1,000 this year. Thanks a lot, T-Law.
Sorry, buddy.
Now my kids can't eat.
Well, I think they're eating just fine. You have plenty of Whataburger coupons.
That's a good point.
Not a lot left. Not enough.
Well, is there the Whataburger party? That was a part of it too, right?
I haven't done the
family.
Okay.
Well, the Whataburger party I'm going to give to Bishop Lynch for the baseball program when they need like a meal as a team together. They're going to they don't even know yet. I'm announcing that on the air.
Oh, sorry about that, man.
Yeah, I'm going to give them I don't know if that's against, NCAA rules, but now we're NIL in it, so.
UIL.
And also, you're not in the NCAA.
But it's the UIL.
Yeah, the
Is
UIL.
it against UIL rules to feed people?
I think so. I think you can't feed your kid if they're playing sports.
Yeah. They have to go hungry for the season.
You have to go get a permission slip from the UIL to feed your kid.
We'll look into that.
How long?
I don't know.
How long do you think you could go with a bullet lodged in your head?
Not long.
0.01 seconds.
A 21-year-old Brazilian man, Matias Faccio, was at a New Year's Eve party.
He's the vaccine guy.
In Rio de Janeiro when he felt an object hit him in the head, and he shrugged it off when his head stopped bleeding. He was like, "Oh, it stopped bleeding. I'm fine." For the next 4 days, Mr. Faccio continued partying with his friends without the faintest idea that something was very wrong.
Did you say 4 days?
4 days.
Okay.
Quote, "Little did I know that all this would happen. I thought it was a stone, a bad joke, that someone picked up a rock and threw it at me. If there was a noise, I could imagine what it could be, but I didn't hear anything. It was completely normal." Turned out he partied on the beach and hung out with his friends for 4 days before realizing there was a bullet lodged in his head. It was only when he returned home and sought medical attention because he was driving and his arms and fingers had stopped moving normally, causing him to repeatedly stop. He said, "I went to take a nap and woke up and my arm was feeling a little silly. I felt my fingers moving, but I didn't have the confidence to pick something up. So he sought medical attention where they found a bullet lodged in his head."
Okay. First of all, the truest thing he said in that story was, "I never expected this to happen." It's very fair. It's a very fair point. At no point in my life, optimum age, shape, everything, Kevin could party for 4 straight days, let alone with a bullet in my head. I stick with 0.01 seconds.
I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on this, but Robertson for the Texas Rangers?
David Robertson.
No, the story.
Oh, yes.
He shot himself through his eye.
Oh, yeah.
So,
the pitcher,
and
Drew Robinson?
Drew. He's outfielder. And I don't think the bullet, though, stuck in his head. I think it cleared.
Yes. Like we've seen him since. And was it a day?
Yeah, he decided to lay on his couch, right? And just kind of fall asleep and die on the couch. But then he ended up waking up and stuff like that. So I guess when you ask this question, I'm like, no, you're not going to live long. But then all of a sudden,
20 hours.
Drew Robinson,
20 hours. He just sat there.
I don't think the gun was in the bullet was inside his head that long. I think it exited after he shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 20 hours that he did that. But yeah, this guy, 4 days, and you got to be drinking pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Because I've been hit in the head with something and been like, oh, I'm fine, while I've been drinking, and then you're like, oh, man, that hurt really bad the next morning. But the next morning in Rio de Janeiro, that's what I'm presuming that he's just going hard, dude. This dude had to be going hard to not realize that the blood had stopped and the pain is still existing. Like this, it's, oh yeah, somebody hit me in the head with a rock last night. You didn't find the rock on the ground. You just kept partying. You had a bullet in there, dude.
From the 432, cocaine, Kevin, can easily keep the party going a few days. No.
Can you imagine being at that? Can you imagine being the doctor that's just sitting there and like, all right, so about 4 days ago, you got hurt. And all right, let's check this thing out.
Oh, you got a bullet in your effing head like you're Rage Against the Machine lyrics.
Hey, buddy.
Speaking of cocaine, I started watching a show last night with my wife instead of watching the Mavs. It's a show. It's a woman from Colombia who I guess kind of knew Pablo Escobar. In fact, it starts off with the quote, "The only man I was afraid of was a woman."
Yes.
I think it's like Grenetta or something.
Is it Griselda?
Griselda, yeah.
Sofia Vergara?
Yeah, she plays. I was like, her voice sounds just like Sophia, from Modern Family. And I was like, she kind of looks like her, but they did like stuff with her teeth and face to. And then my wife looked up the real, what's her name? Grigetta, whatever.
Griselda?
They don't look the same.
Yeah, she's like, they made her look a lot
don't look the same at all.
more attractive than what she was in real life.
Oh, okay.
But I've enjoyed it so far. I'm just at one episode and probably 15 minutes because my wife, guess what, fell asleep. But so far, so good. Enjoying that.
That's a Netflix show, right?
Yeah, Netflix so far on, late 1970s, I guess early 1980s. She's in Miami coking it up.
The godmother of cocaine.
Is that her nickname?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Believe it or not, we'll carry over a cocaine note because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they think that Pablo Escobar invented cocaine? Let us know at 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
And the Mavs have a chance to go in front. Mavs went behind Holmes, but Hardy kept it in play. Going to have to craft some magic at the end of the shot clock, and he does precisely that.
It was 33-30. Thank you very much. The Mavericks would go on to lose to the Timberwolves 121-87. They'll get back and going again Saturday against the Milwaukee Bucks. Right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or did they walk into the bathroom at a boxing event once and say Pablo Escobar invented cocaine? Because that is a real thing that definitely happened.
Who invented?
The Earth?
Of course,
I don't
of course you would know that.
But yeah, that was a real thing that actually happened. But my buddy's an idiot from the 254. My buddy's an idiot. He thought Mount Everest was in California.
Where is Mount Everest?
Montana.
Oh,
it's in Alaska, right?
What?
Is it in New Mexico?
Idaho?
Isn't it?
It's where they make potatoes.
Florida.
It's not in the United States.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty darn sure.
I think it's the North Pole.
Where Santa lives?
It's in China.
Do you think that person's an idiot though?
Or Asia? It's in Asia. Kind of. It's Nepal and China.
From the 817.
No, they're not an idiot because it took all of us to not know that.
I knew it wasn't in America.
But you didn't know where it was. I asked.
That's where the four presidents' faces are, I think.
That's Mount Rushmore.
Oh, the four presidents of China.
Yeah.
That one's in California.
That is also inaccurate.
Idaho.
No, it is in South Dakota. For the 817, Kevin, you're my buddy, and you might be an idiot or super rich if you bought 4 brand new cars.
Yeah, you are.
Here's for people that have always been curious. I swear to God that is a true story. Here's what happened, though. My wife's old car got stolen right about the time when we needed a new car. And then, so that's one. And then we ended up buying 2 more at Platinum Chevy because cars got totaled out, including ones that we had bought from Platinum Chevy because of irresponsible drivers, and it was all their fault. And so 2 of those cars we had
Don't talk about Jess like that. She's probably a better driver.
No, it was not Jess's fault.
Oh.
It was the other driver's fault.
What's their names?
I don't know if I'm
just kidding.
She did not catch the person who hit her, so we don't know that person's name.
John Doe.
If you hit somebody and drive away, you're a piece of ass. Definitely more than just.
I absolutely agree with that one. By the way, from the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks that having Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on the cover of MLB The Show is better than having a World Series champ like Corey Seager on the cover.
Stupid.
My son obviously wasn't listening to us the other day, but he got in the car when I picked him up from school. He's like, can you believe they picked Vladimir Guerrero Jr. for the cover? And then he goes, they had Jazz Chisholm last year. They used to have like the best players in the league. And I was like, I don't know who's picking, but they picked it.
We posted the could have been Corey Seager version of the game.
Still, I agree. Whoever's running that one.
Maybe they're like, he has sports hernia right now. He's hurt.
No, that's not why.
What's a non-sports hernia?
Man,
we discussed this yesterday.
Oh, yes, we did.
There are 2 spots in the groin.
That makes it a sport.
Yeah.
Man, this is hurtful but fair from the 682. Kevin sounds like Micah, never taking the blame. All right.
I was perfect, guys. I don't know.
If all the other drivers out on the road could drive as well as I can. Look, I can only drive where I'm schemed to drive.
2.5 weeks later, I was perfect.
I did it. Guys,
we're spending all the money. We're going to go all in. Great to hear. Man, Micah, you are a great spokesperson for us.
I don't think this person is an idiot, but we need some clarification here. You know who Paige Van Zandt is?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you?
Like Hot for Teacher, Jump.
No, that's Ronnie, right? Paige Van Zandt is she used to fight in the UFC.
Van Halen. That's Van Halen. Towns Van Zant was what I was kind of, but
Towns.
Hot for Teacher was Van Halen.
Oh,
I was like, hold on, that's not a Van Zant.
I thought it was Ronnie Van. Anyways, all right.
Van Diesel.
Is it Dio? All right, look. Now she does like some modeling and OnlyFans stuff and everything like that. She has long hair. Somebody offered her $50,000 to cut her hair, like kind of like into a bob or something like that.
$50,000?
Do you think she's an idiot if she turned it down?
She was offered $50,000.
Yes.
To cut somebody's hair.
No, cut her own hair.
To cut her own hair.
To go bald?
No, like a bob.
And she wouldn't cut her own hair
for $50,000.
For $50,000.
Do you think that makes her an idiot? While you ponder, I'm going to throw one more important bit of context out of this.
Yes, I do need more here.
The person paying the money also wanted her to mail all of her cut hair to them.
So you could make a hair doll out of it?
I don't know what.
It doesn't sound like you were going to get the $50K. I will say that she might have said yes, but it sounds like she's just getting taken.
So you think if somebody's like, I need you to mail me your hair, they probably don't have
$50K, but mail it first.
Yeah. So she didn't have to cut her, like, she didn't have to cut it herself. She could have gone to somebody and got it cut.
Yeah.
They just wanted her hair.
Correct.
Which you can donate. I think it has to be 12 inches or more of hair.
Locks for Love?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Like, I don't want to set that aside, but this person, Kevin, you don't have any information of whether or not they wanted.
I do not believe that this person was looking to do it for charity, because Paige Van Zandt even was like, I don't want some weird clone of me walking around or something like that.
Mike, have you ever seen the movie Losers?
I don't think so, but if you describe the movie, maybe.
It's hard to describe. But there is a guy who at one point says, I even had a cool nickname for you. It was Laser. And he runs around behind, I think it was James
like on American
King.
Gladiators.
He runs around behind this girl, the main girl in the movie, and when she sits somewhere, he'll take a lint roller and roll it on the couch so that he can collect her hair, and he makes a hair doll out of her hair, and that's awkward.
It did lead to the hilarious moment that I laughed so hard. He goes, quiet hair doll, we're at my girlfriend's apartment. And I just thought,
it's so weird.
That was so
weird.
Freaking funny.
That movie's funny though. It's a funny movie if you ever get a chance.
Yeah, if you watch it and don't like it, we watched it at a different time in our life.
It was a
too.
different time.
So, I can't totally speak to that. Is the NBA an idiot because they have now officially announced that, yes, they are, in fact, expanding the draft to 2 days?
I mean, it is. No, we didn't even know who Omax Prosper was. Like, we had to start looking up stuff, and it's just, after you get past about pick 15, you're going to struggle to know a lot of the names. And when you get in the second round, a lot of people are just giving away second-round picks. And they're taking people that they know won't be in the United States of America for a year or two.
Yeah, I was reading an interesting thing. I think it was from USA Today. They said this could help the NBA out with ratings by having it on another night, because they said the ratings drop a lot in the second round. And this article attributed some of that to viewership fatigue. And that's why people stopped watching the NBA draft. And so they believe that when it pops off on another night, people are going to be like, yes.
Literally 10 of the 30 picks, only 10 of the 30 picks even make the league. Like 20 of the 30 guys, it would be like you're having your own day for the 7th round of the NFL draft. Just think if they did day 1, day 2, day 3, and day 4, we concentrate on the 7th round, because we do have a ratings drop off in the 7th round. Well, no crap. None of these players, or like 10% of them, are even going to make the league.
Right.
So, hold on, they're only doing the first 10 picks on day 1?
What?
Please tell me they're only doing the first 10 picks on day 1.
I think they're doing the whole first round.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention to round 2?
No, literally
nobody.
Like the parents of the kids that are hoping to get drafted, yes.
Probably not.
No, they will have round 1 on a Wednesday and round 2 on a Thursday.
That's dumb too.
So, catch the
People have
fever.
busy lives on Wednesday. We got hump day.
Corey, do you want to say that you're an idiot for getting the name of that movie wrong?
Yeah, the name of the movie, Mike, is Slackers, Not Losers. I got mixed up with the Jason Biggs movie with old girl.
Mia Suvari.
Yeah, so
like
Slackers.
Mr. Big and Sex in the City.
But Jason Schwartzman, Jason Segel.
So a lot of them, not all of them, but I back in the day, like in the late 90s, early 2000s when they were coming out on HBO.
Which character are you most like?
Which am I most like? Yeah. None of them. They're the four main characters are girls. I'm not a girl. One of them is married to Ferris Bueller, or was.
She still is. Sarah Jessica Parker.
I think they're divorced, aren't they?
What?
I
No,
think so.
I'm pretty sure they're still together.
Oh, okay. One of them had sex all of the time with a whole bunch of different guys. Saunders, I can't remember their names.
I never saw that show.
One of them married a Jewish guy and she needed to change to being a Jewish person. And then the other one ended up like in the last episode that they did. I watched 15 minutes of it and I was like, I'm done. She was married, had a child, and then she turned into a person who likes women.
Oh, you watched like the new version of it, right?
No, I watched the old version. She had red hair, short hair.
That
I watched like
in the new
15
version.
or
I was
20
like,
minutes.
I'm
I was like,
out,
I'm
dude.
done. This is stupid.
Oh, man, this is weird. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Jahan Dotson tweeted out to Micah and said, "We welcome you with open arms, brother," because Jahan Dotson plays for the Commanders. And then,
Sure.
and then the quote of, "He might take me with him," with Dan Quinn. And then Micah responded with a picture of him laying on top of Sam Howell and a lion. So I don't know what that says, but it sounds like he's saying, "Nah, I'm good."
Looks like we're going after Drake May.
Who you've been against this whole time.
100%.
No.
I'd rather try him than Dak Prescott at this point, but I still think North Carolina quarterbacks are not worth it.
Not worth it. Okay. Very fair. Very fair. Can I throw out one more real quick? That's really pathetic.
Oh, no.
The NFL is an idiot because in 2015, a federal judge approved a settlement between the NFL and a group of more than 5,000 retired players about getting money paid for disabilities and everything like that. The Washington Post just put out an article where they quoted a source that said, the settlement's definition for dementia requires more impairment than the standard definition used in the United States. So they're like, hey, I know doctors say that's dementia, but we at the NFL have a higher standard, so we could not give you the money.
That's weird.
And it's terrible. They did this.
We don't believe the
with-
doctors.
No, they did this with. I mean, I'm sure they believe them, but they did this with race norming, and they've done this now. This you don't have to just pay out veterans of any race. The NFL has done some really, really terrible stuff.
They're very good at protecting themselves, aren't they?
I guess
they will hire. They have. That's why they make the billions of dollars that they make.
Yeah, I guess. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Save on.
Segment 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Tremendous, Eggy. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing well, especially because Broadus just pointed out Vince Gennaro as somebody who might be his doppelganger doing work for MLB Network.
I guarantee he likes day baseball like me.
Big day baseball guys.
Yeah, big day baseball guy.
You think he's got a bunion and or gout?
I'll tell you, he's probably getting both of them treated. But these shoes you recommended to me, though, I'm wearing now.
Oh, you
Hokas? He hoke it up.
Yeah,
you look good.
Yeah, I tell you what, most comfortable shoe I've ever worn in my life.
Did you get the Longhorn colors?
No, that's LSU, bro. It looks LSU-ish.
Yeah,
there's definitely orange,
white and gold.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
definitely not LSU.
It's not. I thought there was gold on there.
I kind of like Colorado
Yeah,
buff
it's more
shoes.
like Colorado. Yeah,
Colorado buff today.
So be
Buffing
careful, because that means the shoes might start off really strong and then inevitably let you down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I hope that's not the case, Hagee. Yeah, a lot of walking around we're going to be doing out there at that next week in Vegas, right?
Very true, very true. Now, the big NFL news of the day, especially in our corridor, is that you need to find a new defensive coordinator. Dan Quinn takes over as the Commanders head coach. We talked about, is it going to be Joe Witt? Is it Harris? Ron Rivera's name has come up.
Randy White.
Not maybe Randy White, sure. Where are y'all feeling, or how are you feeling about the departure of Dan Quinn, and who do you think makes logical sense for his successor?
I'm feeling like good for Dan Quinn. I hope he stinks twice a year when he plays the Cowboys.
Okay, that's it. You want him to go 15-2?
I just don't think that's going to happen. Ultimately,
Dominate Philly.
Not too worried about
I think
that.
you're right about that, Wolchuk.
But yeah, good for him. Congratulations. He wanted to get one of these head coaching jobs, and he got one. I think that ultimately we're all very upset about what we saw in the Green Bay game, so change is not the worst thing, but he has done a fantastic job during his tenure here when you look at the numbers the defense has put up. I think that internally, Joe Witt Jr. makes a lot of sense. Now, does he go with Dan Quinn to be the defensive coordinator there? Maybe. But he has said that this is his dream job, that and being the head coach at South Florida. So you got a chance to accomplish one of those two dreams by being the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys. Otherwise, I'm not in on the Ron Rivera rumors. I would much, if you're going to go with the old defensive coordinator, former head coach, give me Mike Zimmer.
So many Commanders, I want to get back to that. So many Commanders fans were like, hold on, so we fired Ron Rivera for Ron Rivera?
Yeah.
And they were very thrown off. All right, you brought up a name that obviously around here, a little bit of a blast from the past, in Mike Zimmer.
Yeah, and I've been certainly on the campaign trail for Al Harris. I don't think that's happening. But Mike Zimmer's a guy, and we talked about this on the draft show, and Brian can definitely speak on this because he was there in the building with Zim. But I think that's a guy that has found a way to have success with different styles of defenses, different types of players that you don't think necessarily fit that defense, to where I'm no longer worried about scheme-specific players. That's a coach that we've seen it before. He can come in and try and find success and put his players in the best position to succeed, which is one thing that I think Dan Quinn did a very good job of.
That was the question whenever Parcells came in, was whether or not he could manage the type of defense. And Parcells, I remember pretty distinctly, was like, he's a football guy. This guy, he knows football.
Bill told him. Bill says, all right, you're going to call a 4-3 for one more year, and then next year you better learn how to call 3-4, and Mike did. So, Mike, I am fully supportive of the easiest transition is the current coaches on the staff. That's the thing that can hold the most continuity for the defense. I would push hard, though, for Mike Zimmer myself, because I think Mike makes players accountable. I think he makes his coaches accountable. I think he does have some flexibility with how he can call defenses. I love Mike's toughness about him. I think Mike McCarthy respects and knows Mike Zimmer from the days when they battled Minnesota and Green Bay. There were a lot of times where they had some really good matchups, and Mike Zimmer was one of those guys that came out and spoke out when Mike McCarthy got fired in Green Bay. It's like, man, that's a senseless firing right there. He was very, very supportive. I think there's a lot of things about Mike Zimmer. I know Mike Zimmer would absolutely take this job. I know that with 100% certainty that Mike Zimmer would take this job. I worked with Mike Zimmer
for a long time. I respect Mike Zimmer, and I think that when you're talking about a difficult situation, because now Joe Witt, he's going to potentially be offered the job here with Dallas, but could that be a one-year deal? You go, say, to the Commanders with Dan Quinn, which is another possibility.
Sure.
That could be more of a lucrative 3-year deal. I think family considerations play a factor in this for Joe Witt, so something very worth keeping your eye on.
Man, with Zimmer, like that's a dude who's got game too. Like I feel like he walks in the room and commands respect. Isn't he married to a Maxim model?
Yeah, that is the case.
That is the case.
He's very pretty.
Yes, that's true.
And he also
Like,
at one
that dude's
point
got some serious game.
said, if I still have to go get my eye checked out and anytime soon, I'll just rip it out. So at one point, Kevin, he did say,
Yes.
I'm tougher than all of y'all.
That was after he had like 8 surgeries. He goes, if we have to do a 9th, I'm just going to be like, just take the eye out then.
Yeah, he's a real glass eater, that guy.
That is crazy and very impressive to me.
Yeah, Mike's a tough-minded coach, and like I say, you probably keep your personnel the same. With the way that he calls the 4-3. If you go out and you get a Wink Martindale, that's more of a 3-4. But these coaches can adapt to what they have. But if you want the continuity, the on staff with Witt, he's going to have to make a decision. And the guy that I am cheering for personally is Mike Zimmer. That's who I'm cheering for.
Interesting insight right there, gents. So we talked about this a little bit earlier. Is there something you can look at in your life that was objectively stupid to try, but at least you learned, hopefully, a valuable lesson?
Marriage.
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice.
Are you done? You never would want to get married again?
No, don't think so.
Okay.
Even if it's a Maxim model?
Probably not. Somebody's hated her S2 along the way, Someone's probably got tired of her and pushed her along.
Probably more than one somebody, honestly.
Yeah.
The little nitro gummy for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
there was just no reason to do that. Actually, and really, because that was a payoff. I mean, that wasn't really a decision or a choice. That decision was made for me by picking the wrong team that weekend.
So one of the things that I didn't get to say, because unfortunately I had other things that I regretted, is don't think that you can do car stunts like in a movie. All right?
Slide on the hood?
No,
jump through the window?
This one's different.
At HBJ Stadium in Garland, which is a bowl, so it's sunken down, we would always have band practice there once a week, stadium practice. And so there's this really level surface, and then it takes a huge drop. So me and all the people that were in my car, we thought, but if you just gun it, then you'll just be kind of flying for a minute. That part is true. When you land, it's infinitely more problematic. And that was a lesson that I probably should have known, but I didn't. And then my mom got mad at me for messing up the car. And I was like, the car's old. And she's like, you didn't do anything to this car? And at the time, I definitely lied about it because, I hadn't been driving that long and I was very concerned about the repercussions. So sorry about that, Mom. You're probably right. That car did die.
Is this the first time she's ever heard that?
Yeah, I do
lied?
not believe I have ever told her that before. She does listen. I hope she's not listening now.
Thought you were a saint up until this moment.
I made a lot of good decisions. That was a bad decision.
I've been there. We tried to do the drifting deal coming back from off-campus lunch from Plano, and it was raining. Roads were slick, and I'm in my little Geo Prism, which was a terrible car anyway. Well, that didn't work out. We hydroplaned. I landed on a front lawn. I was very, very lucky that I didn't just go straight through this house. That was not a good situation.
Were you stopping over at the Taco Bueno over there? Is that where?
Well, it was in the area, in that area, absolutely. So that wasn't a good situation. And then the back waxing. That's something I will never do again. I tried it once for the show for the bet payoff, and the after effects were just terrible.
Yeah, I got to be careful with some of the eating challenges. Years ago, whenever I thought I could eat 10 Waffle House waffles in an hour.
Can we admit that the greatest eating decision you ever made was the cauldron of meat?
Yeah,
that was a glorious night.
Yeah,
that was a glorious night.
I cannot wait to get back to Surprise.
Did we like that place?
My carnitas were fantastic, and then we didn't get charged. We didn't get charged for the chips.
Okay, but they say on the menu
chips, that's
you
what it was.
will get charged for chips and salsa, and you're like
$3 or $4 a pop.
Yeah,
too.
But I just remember they brought out this cauldron of meat that looked like dry ice was coming out of it.
It was like lava. It was like queso lava.
It was like spitting at us all.
Well, Wednesday we're having $100 meal. I got to see if I can win. I feel like if we go to a buffet, which we're going on Wednesday night, supposedly.
Yes.
I just want to win.
We're gonna have a weigh-in.
What's your win?
I'm going to only eat lobster.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not eating if they have like meatloaf
I got
or
you. No
like
pizza
nachos.
slices.
You're
fine dining this.
I have to
Crab
eat
legs,
steak, sushi.
Yeah.
I'm like whatever I know costs a lot of money is what I'm eating.
How long can you sit? Like, can you just sit there as long as you want?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, dude. There's no shot clock.
I might be there until the next morning.
We're gonna try and make sure we get every ounce worth of that.
I was hoping that maybe we could weigh in prior and see who was able to consume the most poundage when we're in there.
It's an interesting approach.
Interesting indeed. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Not buying into that one. Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We will indeed have LA Live at 5:40. We'll do our sports hodgepodge at 3:20. But right out of the gates, we're going to talk about Dan Quinn and who could be the next defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys.
Double Big Mac challenge. Me and Broadus square off at 5:20. Who can consume it the fastest?
Right now, Eric's got the record, but that was just for the normal Big Mac.
64
now we got
seconds.
a quad patty.
Do you have a goal for this one then?
Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to go sub 60.
Wow.
I'm trying to just do even better.
How many Big Macs can you eat in like a 15-minute
Walchuk
did 4.
Yeah, Walchuk did 4
in like an hour.
In an hour?
No, but he also
had a lot of other
but he
food,
had
too.
it
was a lot.
All right.
The whole menu.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? It took me all the way until today to get into that pregame beef between Justin Tucker and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. You might say the whole thing is petty, and I'm also going to agree with you. But petty always is awesome, especially when it involves goats and legends. I'm Jim Rome.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
How we feeling, Dan Quinn, the new head coach of the Washington Commanders? Are you happy? Are you sad? And who do you want to be the new defensive coordinator for your Dallas Cowboys? You're on the home of Dallas Cowboys football and your World Series champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman running your video. And, of course, you are Turn It On and Leave It On listeners. Hashtag Tolo the General. Gavin Dawson on assignment. He'll be back with us tomorrow, hanging out with the family today. But, fellas, we got the news earlier this morning. It is confirmed Dan Quinn will be taking the job as head coach of the Washington Commandos, as Reginald Atatula likes to say. And a lot of rumors that maybe he takes Joe Witt Jr. with him. There are some reports out there, I know, from Cowboys media members. We've had Michael Gelkin, John Machota, David Moore, that in 2021, Joe Witt Jr. talked about this is a dream job for him, being the Cowboys defensive coordinator, as well as being the head coach of South Florida. Does he want to stay here? Does he want to accomplish that dream? Job security. Is it more important for him to go to Washington, where he can be under contract for a few years with Dan Quinn? Al Harris gets the vote of confidence from Trayvon Diggs, put it out there on X, saying, hey, Al Harris for defensive coordinator. Then we kicked around some of the names during crosstalk. Mike Zimmer, who's been in the building and is looking for work. Ron Rivera. Do you just swap it out? Do you go DQ for Ron? Riverboat Ron is your new DC?
You know,
that's how we feeling.
I do love a good coach swap from time to time, but I don't think you win that swap off. I don't. I think you lose that one.
I don't want to lose a swap off.
I would like to see them actually put some effort into the search.
Would you?
That's what I would like to see. Don't just bring in the ex-girlfriend from years and years ago and just plug them in. I'm seeing plenty of teams that have, unless they have a guy on their staff that they know is ready to be promoted, Baltimore or the linebacker.
Go Mean Green.
And he's only 31. I didn't realize he was only 31 years old.
And are they sure that Zachary Orr is ready to go and do this job? Maybe not. I'm sure there's some that might be saying, hey, you know what? But he's our guy and we're going to do this. And I would like them to do that with Al Harris, but I don't really think they're going to do that.
I don't think they're going to do that either. But hey, okay, you promote from within. You don't really have an expansive search. But then you see these other teams. What did Green Bay do? They're interviewing a bunch of people. They end up going into the college range.
We'll talk about college head coach.
We'll talk about that guy here in just a little bit. But the Dolphins right now, they lose Dick Fangio, and now every 5 seconds there's a new name that they're interviewing. Just trying to figure it out. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? Who's the guy? And last time around for the Cowboys, it worked with Dan Quinn. We're basically going to kick the tires on one dude, and praise God it worked. But I don't know that happens again. If you're just going with one guy.
Yeah, well, we've talked about this before. Continuity is king. Mm-hmm. At the Cowboys. Continuity and comfortable, all the C words you want to use. They're all where the Cowboys, that's where they lie. And, there's the fear of, okay, if you go out and you get a new defensive coordinator from the outside, is it somebody that is going to have a different outlook on how you do personnel business? Are you going to have to get different defensive backs? Our defensive linemen, do we have the right kind of guys? We missing a nose tackle. Wait a minute, Mozzie, put the 40 pounds back on. I need you to play nose. They don't want to do any of that. Right now they really don't.
Especially,
they really don't. And not right now. You really don't. There was, they've avoided losing Dan Quinn the last couple of years. They had, and they had to know that something was going to happen potentially like this. And the fact that there were a lot of job openings out there. But, but if you're Mike McCarthy, you have to be very mindful. This could be your last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And can you afford to have a first-year coordinator? We saw what happened in Philadelphia. They lost both coordinators. They were both, first-year coordinators, right?
Mm-hmm.
This past year. If you're Mike McCarthy, can you afford to have a first-time coordinator be your guy? And so that's where I feel like that there's some thought. They can talk about, continuity and stuff, all that, but the most qualified guy might not be in their building.
Sure.
And if you're Mike McCarthy, I would think I would want the most qualified guy, like what Dan Quinn came in and did for you. You know, that you're the one that hired Mike Nolan. That was a disaster. Dan Quinn came in and saved your rear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you talk about 3 years of 12 win, 36 wins in 3 years. Well, a lot had to do with Dan Quinn and what they were doing on defense.
Yeah, I mean, their numbers over the last 3 years with Dan Quinn in terms of...
This was a disaster before Dan Quinn came here.
It was. Oh, it's the worst defense in the NFL with Mike Nolan. Points per game allowed while Dan Quinn's been here in 2021, they were 7th best. 2022, 6th best. Last year, they were 5th best. Of course, have led the league in turnovers. I believe sacks in that span as well.
Yeah. Pressures.
So, look, Dan Quinn, the last we saw of this defense against Green Bay...
it looked like Mike Nolan's.
Nobody was happy. But the entire body of work over 3 years, Dan Quinn has done a very good job.
Yeah, the communication was really... I felt like that every time that the Cowboys really struggled on defense, it was with communication. We could talk about the run stuff and things like that. There were times they played better against the run. I don't think that was the one thing that killed them. I think now, where was the communication on a lot of these plays? These big, huge chunk. I think the Green Bay game on defense was the big example of when you're not locked in with your assignments and you're not talking to each other. And you guys always tell me that this motion kills Dan Quinn. Well, it might kill his players too. It might be about football intelligence.
Sure.
It might be about understanding. It might be about some scheme too. But to me, I look at Dan Quinn's administration, the times he was here, I look at it as a real positive.
Yes.
We learned what Micah Parsons, we learned, we would have never, I challenged Zach and the guys this morning on the draft show. By the way, you can listen to it after we're done here today. It's out there. But I challenged the guys. I said, show me the Penn State tape where Micah Parsons was an elite rush edge. Show me that tape, Somebody had to come up with these ideas. It's unfortunate what happened with Dan Quinn that Kearse didn't play his absolute best. It's unfortunate that Leighton Vander Esch got hurt. I still don't know what the deal is with Mozzie Smith. I haven't figured that one out yet. But there's some things on his watch that weren't perfect. But I think the majority of his tenure here would have been seen as a positive. The last game, I think that was now, is that on him? Does he need to wear that one? Sure. But his team needs to wear it too for the lack of communication they had in that football game.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to shoulder there for the players, but plenty to shoulder if you're Dan Quinn as well. And when the track record is what it is over a decent sample size of 6+ games versus certain offenses, your defenses don't really measure up. They don't usually come to play their best versus those guys. And so that's, at some point, you have to look in the mirror. I mean, this is, even though Dan Quinn is moving on to get his head coaching gig, if he stays here and he's the defensive coordinator,
he was going to have to do that anyway.
It's look in the mirror time a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I think you got to tweak some
there's a
corrections that needed to be made.
There's a lot of look in the mirror going on over at the Cowboys right now.
As there should be with the way that thing ended.
Yeah, there's a lot of look in the mirror.
And, from the 817, why do y'all crap on Dan Quinn for 2 weeks while he's here and then praise him when he leaves? Because you now have to look at the full body of work he's gone. He deserves praise for a lot of what he did, but he deserved to be crapped on for the way that season ended. And certainly the fair criticism of against certain offenses, what we've talked about, that use a lot of motion and do things like McVay and Shanahan and LaFleur do, it's caused his defense's problems. So regardless on if Dan Quinn stayed or not, that was something that needed to be addressed. The question is, and I think that this is one that you bring up, maybe the defensive coordinator is not inside the building.
Yeah.
But if I'm Mike McCarthy, I probably do side with your thinking on that. Do I want a first-year coordinator like an Al Harris? And if he's not ready, maybe I end up losing my job. That's probably not worth it. I probably do want a guy with skins on the wall,
sure,
like a Mike Zimmer, whoever it might be.
Oh, Ron Rivera, too.
Ron Rivera, sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wink Martindale.
Yeah. I'm personally not scared. Scared about that. I would rather give a guy a shot. Maybe he ends up being the next big name. We saw, and I get Brandon Staley's career didn't end well as a head coach, but 1 year with tremendous success with the Rams parlays that into a head coaching job. D'Amico Ryans hit the ground running there with the 49ers,
sure,
has a head coaching job now. Last year, heck, they had 2 first-year coordinators, Bobby Slowick included in that. The Lions gave Ben Johnson an opportunity. So all these guys have to start somewhere. I am Team Al Harris. I don't think he's going to get that gig, but I do think it's also interesting if you were a defensive coordinator like a Mike Zimmer, like a Ron Rivera, to your point, 1 year left on the contract for McCarthy, am I willing to come and do that where I might not have a job next year?
Absolutely. Because you're a veteran coach. Like there's Al Harris if Al Harris is the defensive coordinator and this team turns around and goes 7-10, Al Harris is not getting another defensive coordinator job likely, right? But if you're Mike Zimmer or Ron Rivera, you've had your day in the sun. I will say it with 100% certainty that if Mike Zimmer was offered this job to be the defensive coordinator, he would accept it. I know that for a fact. So to me, the opportunity, for a guy to come in and, and they're at least McCarthy understands, like when he used to call run the game plans in Green Bay and he used to have to compete against Mike Zimmer, he knew what he was up against, It was like, okay, I think there is some mutual respect between the two guys.
How much say do you think McCarthy gets in this? Because he had all the say in Mike Nolan. That was terrible.
And I wonder how much say he had in Dan Quinn.
I don't think he had much. I think the Joneses said, we liked what you did there with Mike Nolan. It was as disgusting as we've ever seen before, and we're going to go, we'll let you know who your DC is, bro, when we come back from our one interview that we're going to do.
I think if you're going to make Mike coach on a final year of a deal, you've got to give him the opportunity to hire the guys he wants to hire. That's just me.
Hey, but that's playing fair. I don't know if that's something that gets played.
But see, that's the problem. That's the problem that the Joneses have. If they have a problem with who Mike McCarthy hires, they should have fired Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of like if this is how you're going to do it, then you should just address the bigger problem.
Yeah, if this is what you want to do, we'll get rid of you because we don't want to do that. And so I think the Joneses, this is their bed, and this is the bed they're going to sleep in for at least 1 year. They're going to sleep. Mike McCarthy's going to, he's either going to sink or swim on this thing. So we'll see.
I do think the continuity thing though is
huge
for them.
Exactly what they're going to
huge.
So when you start connecting dots, yes, it should absolutely be first and foremost Joe Witt. He's already here. What's the easiest thing we can do? All we have to do is go take his name tag from that door and put it on this door. My gosh, that sounds like the right thing.
Yeah. For continuity reasons, and I'm sure he's got tremendous respect in that building. I mean, Joe Witt Jr., I've never heard anything bad about him from NFL circles.
What did you say the other day, though, Wolchuk?
Well, if he was so good, why wouldn't he have a job already? So I've got question marks.
That's very Mickey Spagnuolo of you.
Is it?
Is that a similar take that Mickey would have?
Yeah.
Hey, that's not something I use a lot, but Joe Witt Jr.'s been doing this a long time.
There's a tiny little Mick in all of us.
Mickey, if you're listening, man, you and I've had a lot of battles, sir. I do respect you, though.
Oh,
we might not ever go to dinner together, but I do respect you.
I want to see you guys go to dinner again.
Yeah,
I think that'd be fun.
I don't think Mickey would want to do that at all.
You know what? I think we should. You know what we should do with KNC? We should figure out how we can get a Broadus and Mickey dinner on the Peace-a-thon board.
Ooh,
and we can do it for charity, man. Rekindle a friendship for charity. Couple of football guys cutting it up.
I would go to dinner with Mickey. I don't think Mickey would go to dinner with me. Really? I really don't.
Even for charity?
Mickey does not want to hang around me.
Of course he doesn't, but for charity
and for Italian food, let's have it be an Italian spot.
Yeah, dude, we'll get a couple.
We'll go to Eaterly over here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
as long as it's not all
out there. People are texting about Brandon Staley. And then we had a couple of Jack Del Rio texts. Yes, Jack Del Rio does have some ties. Vrabel, I think, is taking the year off. I don't think Vrabel's coming back for a defensive coordinator job.
I think Vrabel would be the number one candidate on my book.
I would love Mike Vrabel,
but I don't think Mike Vrabel's coming here. I really don't.
Discipline and toughness. That'd be awesome. Now he does have more of a 3-4 background, but you talk about adaptability. I'm sure Vrabel could do that.
See, I need to go look and see what Vrabel's defenses did. Like, how many years was he a defensive coordinator before? Because I remember he was like a linebackers coach.
He was with the Texans as their defensive coordinator.
Was he a defensive coordinator with the Texans?
I believe he was.
Maybe he had 1 year or something, but I want to see how his defenses did because I could see him being a little bit more like, hey, if Dan Campbell gets fired from Detroit at some point, he's not going to go be any team's offensive coordinator. He's a football culture builder guy. He could be a tight ends coach. Vrabel could be a linebackers coach, but I think they're both in that weird gray area where you're either the head guy and you're the face of the team and you're the culture builder and you're the tough guy and you're all about the responsibility and getting these dudes going. But I don't think you're a defensive coordinator. Dan Campbell, I don't think you're an offensive coordinator. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys.
I mean, it really doesn't, but no, it made some sense. Vrabel, so 2017, he had 1 year. He was the defensive coordinator, then got the job with the Texans. Previously, he was the linebackers coach. So his numbers in 2017, they were the 6th best defense on third down. They were 7th in yards per game. They were not great in terms of points per game allowed, although he did have about the same amount of turnovers were up for them from their 2016 season. So he definitely helped them get more turnovers. So solid in yards per game and third down defense, but points per game, they're around middle of the league.
Okay. So 1 year. I mean, listen,
I don't know the talent that he was working with there in that 2017 Texans team either.
Yeah, I'm off the top of my head.
Might have been a playoff team. I don't know.
The only name that comes to mind, how about this one? Whitney Merciless.
There you go.
I'm guessing he was on that defense.
And I'm sure that corner that's still with them now that just bounced around a little bit, Kareem Jackson. I'm sure he was on that
there you go.
too.
Yeah, good pull.
So I mean, I'd be in on Mike Vrabel, but I don't think that he is a serious contender, but we could be wrong. We'll give you more information on what we're hearing when it comes to the Cowboys defensive coordinator situation. Mavs did indeed lose last night. Josh Green was ticked off afterwards. I loved his post-game presser. That guy cared. And they held on. I mean, they were hanging around at halftime.
They got it to like 5 at
Second
one point.
half, though.
Yeah.
They almost made me turn it on. I saw the score at
game.
halftime. I was like, am I going to have to watch the second half?
Wasn't
No,
quite
I
their
am not.
game. But all right, coming up on the other side, we got G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. But what does this say about the state of college football? That's next year on The Fan.
DFW's
to the G-Bag of the day. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation on a Thursday. Great to have you in. What's going on with college football? Is this bad news for college football? I think it is. I think this is a sign that college football better go ahead and start figuring some stuff out here. Otherwise, they might be getting left at the altar.
Just retire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you want to hang them up entirely, but there might be something fishy going on here. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. Frankel & Frankel, contact them for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. And man, we see. Well, you had Harbaugh. Harbaugh wins the Natty, and of course he wants to get out of Dodge because he's going to get sanctioned, and so that one makes some sense there. And he got the fatty boomba from the Chargers. I mean, what did he get? 80-something million for 4 or 5 years. So good for him. But the one that we saw yesterday is Boston College head coach Jeff Hafley. That's not a name that means anything to you, but he is now the defensive coordinator for the Packers. So he's a head coach one day in college football, Boston College, and then boom, all of a sudden, I'd rather be the defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. And there's some, we'll discuss some of the things about this guy a little bit later. But because there's a lot to like about this dude. If you're a Packers fan, I think you're feeling really, really good about this hire. As good as you can feel about the unknown nature that is coaches and whether or not they're going to be good. You have no idea. But there's a track record for this guy that's like, okay, Cowboys, maybe take a page out of the Packers book. You go identify somebody who's got a track record for being awesome, even if his name's Jeff Hafley and nobody knows who he is. But I just think it's interesting to see a head coach. I know it's college football, but a head coach in college football willing to say, yeah, I'll punt on being a head coach so that I can just go be a defensive coordinator. I get the step up college football to NFL, but I just don't feel like that's something we see all that often. Where like a Power 5 conference head coach says, no, I'd rather just go be a coordinator in the NFL.
He was going to get fired after this year. He was done. So he's he's ahead of they're after him at Boston College.
Okay, that helps.
I didn't mean to rain on your.
Well, 6-5, 6-6,
yeah.
and then just 3-9.
Yeah.
And you're also dealing with the headache of having to recruit. And then if you're at Boston College,
there are a lot of things that you're saying that are absolutely true.
Because that's what I'm talking about with the new status of college football. I feel like these coaches might be like, forget this dude.
Deion Sanders, when he had a head coach, there was a head coach at his offensive coordinator, and for the life of me, I need to figure out the guy's name. He was the head coach, I believe, at Kent State or Toledo, one of those MAC schools.
It was Kent State. I remember.
And then he went from Kent State to being the OC at Colorado, and now just got the San Diego State job. Is what happened. So he got demoted during the season. And then Pat Shurmur got to
Shurmur is going to be the OC.
Yeah, Pat Shurmur got to be the OC,
former head coach in the league.
Yeah, so that, but the story with Jeff, if you talk to people in college football in that area,
he was just getting ahead of the inevitable firing.
He was getting ahead of the firing. Yeah, he was. They had even kind of talked to him about you better kind of a Mike McCarthy kind of a thing. This is it. You better get it going. That kind of deal. So he said, all right, cool. But he does have an NFL background.
Yeah, he does have an NFL background.
But I do think this is something that you might see happen more. Outside of your top programs, I do think some of these schools like a Boston College, you can name one that's not your premier Ohio States, Michigans, Texases, but there is a headache now where you're having not only to hit the recruiting trail, recruit your ass off, but now let's say I get a freshman, I play him his first year, he's awesome. Now I've got Alabama, LSU, Texas, A&M. They're all knocking on my kid's door like, here's a 6-figure NIL deal, and I lose them.
Yeah.
So there are stresses and hassles now, to your point, in college football being a head coach at a Boston College or a Villanova or a Temple or whatever school you want to put in there that, hey, if the NFL comes knocking and I can be a defensive or offensive coordinator and maybe jumpstart my career to the pros, I'm probably going to say, F it. I'm taking that job now.
Yeah, I think we'll probably start to see more and more of that. Did you see Georgia? Georgia's now going to allow booze consumption at their football games.
I always thought that Georgia had booze at their stadium
because they're just rabid like that.
No, it's an intense fan base. Sanford Stadium, if you ever go there,
they're just getting it done in the parking lot before the game, I guess. Because I didn't know this either. There's only one. Can you guys name the one other SEC, the only now SEC program that doesn't allow the alcohol sales?
Would it be Vanderbilt?
It's not Vanderbilt, according to what I'm looking at.
South Carolina.
No, Gamecocks are all about
I would hope so.
We got
you
the
never
caboose.
know.
We got the
I mean,
caboose.
Georgia was surprising.
No, all of these are surprising.
Let's go with Florida.
No, not Florida. Gainesville, you can get tanked.
Kentucky.
The Auburn Tigers do not allow.
But I'll tell you what,
Alabama does, but Auburn doesn't.
Let me tell you this, though. I see
weird.
a lot of those plastic game day cups in those students' hands there, though, at Jordan Hare Stadium there. A lot of those those game day drinks. I think
Listen, man.
I think we're strapping the flasks to us and going.
There's no question. But that means you gotta be the college kid with a little bit of the wherewithal, a little bit of the
You gotta
the
have,
willingness to sneak it around. It's not just easy. You can't go to the concession and
Well, the SEC girls have those boots. You can just slide it down.
I'll tell you
in
what, the sundress, a big player in the SEC in those early season games. You could I think you could tape a flask to your leg.
Yeah.
Kind of wear it that way.
Oh, that's been done.
Because they're wearing the jackets, right? They're dressing nice. So you just put it in like your suit jacket or your blazer.
Well, now you're assuming it's jacket on weather.
Yeah, it usually is there for the SEC.
A recent study showed that conference rival Tennessee made a ridiculous amount of money on beer in 2022.
They have one of the largest stadiums in the country.
Almost $500,000 per game on sales.
That could buy a couple players.
Over the course of the season, you're talking about over $3 million. So
that could buy a few players.
That can get it done for you. So I think
maybe Boston College needs to start selling some beer.
Maybe, I was going to say, dude, maybe you can thank the NIL stuff potentially for Georgia now welcoming beer into their stadium. So kudos. Congratulations, Bulldog fans.
I think the Georgia athletic department just got tired of cleaning the stadium. Nothing better than an SEC stadium after a game. Like the next day, we used to work out like at Tiger Stadium. Like we'd go run on the field after the game, kind of the Sunday stretch. You could not imagine the liquor bottles that are in the crowd when you're jogging. All of a sudden you look and you're like, because at night you don't see them.
Right.
During the day, the next day, there are. We don't have when we go to AT&T, man, that stadium is clean. The minute we finish the post-game show, that stadium is clean.
They're dialed.
Not
AT&T
an SEC stadium, no.
No, the home of the Packers. They know what they're doing, cleaning that stadium up. Yeah. All right, let's get into the Pimp Cup for a Thursday edition of the G-Bag of the Day. Hi, Lucius.
Slip, slide, trying to provide. What's up, Doc? Can anybody hear me? Everybody hear me good?
Hear you good.
All right, cool.
Good.
Yep. All right, this G-Bag of the Day, and our winner so far is Hall of Fame Hall of Fame broadcaster Chris Mad Dog Russo goes off on Dan Campbell, Coach Dan Campbell, Big Dan Campbell, on his fourth down decisions. He's a gambler.
If you are a Lions fan, you tell me right now, for the next month, when they get this game played and everything else, the month of February, what are you going to be thinking about? Beating Baker Mayfield or the fact you had the Niners dead to rights? My God almighty! Pay attention, Campbell! Jesus, I mean, this is ridiculous! And I know we like you, Dan. You're a nice guy. You represent the city of Detroit. Blue collar. Tough. Oh, we get all the nonsense. But manage the game properly. You have a chair. I understand it's a long field goal, 240-yarders, but your kicker's good. You have a very... You got a chance to go back up by 3 scores, and you go for it on 4th down, and then all the dopes on Twitter are backing you up. The data freaks who wouldn't know Lombardi from Paul Brown. Never heard of Otto Graham. Kenny Stabler. Madden. Wouldn't know him if they fell on him. They do football via math. That's not how you do football.
How you do it. It's not how you do it.
Not how you do it.
Can't win with it.
Can't coach with it. Can't do it.
Yeah. All right, let me get my vibes right. There it goes. I was listening to this David Bowie. While I was working out today.
Change.
Oh my gosh. The filters on his voice.
Yeah. That and a lot of cigarettes.
That's disco stuff. The filters on his voice.
Yeah.
That's cocaine.
Yeah.
They want it to sound a certain way when you're in the club coming out of those speakers. and those filters are rattling around in your brain while you're in the club and you're on that drug. Oh my God. 70s were different, bro.
They were.
You ain't kidding.
70s, yeah. You know all about it, huh, Eric?
Yeah.
Let's see. What else we got right
You
here?
wouldn't have survived.
Oh, you might like this one, B. Hold up.
Oh, man, I'm a David Bowie fan.
That'll drive you crazy in the club,
Stardust? Man.
Yeah.
David Bowie had it.
All right, yeah. You might like this one right here, brothers. By the way, he's a jolly good fellow. He made us some, what was that, meatloaf hamburgers?
Well, yeah, I took
meatloaf burgers.
Meatloaf burgers. I took meatloaf, took the middle out of them to make a patty, and then put mac and cheese on top and made it a bun.
It was a nice touch, man.
Yeah, so I put everything kind of together. Mac and cheese, homemade mac and cheese, homemade meatloaf with a sweet Thai chili sauce.
Delicious.
As the glaze.
That's amazing. It was good.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you. Glad you
I
enjoyed
take off my clothes and I'm unrecognizable because of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm doing so much cardio because of you. I appreciate you, bro. Unrecognizable,
I'm just saying, though, man, I like cooking so much. I got to bring it to somebody. And you guys, and you'll be honest with me. Like Carter, Luce, they'll say, man, I wouldn't bring that one back. Or, bring that one back.
Yeah.
You know, so that helps me a lot. I enjoy doing it.
Add that one to the food truck.
You got it.
This one right here you will like. This is Mark Sanchez. He was on Pardon My Take. I believe it was. And he does a Coach O impersonation. Oh, it's your Coach O. You sure love your Tigers, girl. Yeah, I'll pose for this photo for you.
At USC, you mentioned Coach O. We love Coach O. He's the best. I still can't believe he was working at USC for a while. Like, he doesn't scream Hollywood, but when he was recruiting you, what was he like? What was his sales pitch like?
Let me tell you, you're gonna come to SC. You're gonna be the quarterback. Now, we're gonna win the Rose Bowl. You're gonna stand up on the ladder, hold the sword, and after the game, I'm gonna make you some gumbo.
And I was like, okay, sounds good. I'm in.
That's a pretty good Coach O.
I'm looking at my dad I'm like, what the hell is gumbo? And he's like, oh God. I'm like, he was such an intense coach, man. He didn't mess around. I mean, he would start every year with just like, hey, like, I'm going to coach you guys hard. If anybody's got a problem with it, he'll just rip off his shirt. We can fight right now.
What an epic story.
That's a great impression.
That was a great impression,
that is really
right?
good.
That was really good. To be a quarterback?
Yeah,
to be a quarterback?
Really good.
To be an actor, comedian, a broadcaster, you're a quarterback.
Yeah.
Allegedly a quarterback. That butt fumble.
That butt fumble.
Yeah, it's hard to say I'm a quarterback after doing something like that.
He should have just gone the Frank Caliendo route of impersonator guy. He'd never have the butt fumble on his resume.
Never had to worry about it,
A couple AFC championship games.
Yeah, and his whole life would have been different. People would be like, man, you could have been a quarterback, bro. You know that?
Yeah.
No. All right, anyway.
We interviewed him for a pregame show one time. He was really good.
He was
He
great.
was really good. Good insight on Dak. Really good
he was the
insight
one
on
that
Dak.
actually helped Dak.
He helped Dak a ton. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. You got to have a good personality after the butt fumble, bro. You can't be mean to people after doing something like that. You got to be nice out here. Yesterday's a church day. I hope you got your blessings. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes, and my other pastor, Reverend Ike. Yeah, I'm a confused individual. I need your prayer. That's right. If you know anything about Reverend Ike.
Reverend Ike.
We got Bishop J.O. Patterson right here on a Throwback Thursday. He cracks a funny but very poignant joke. I hope you can hear it. I really do.
Said the lady walked up to him and said,
I hear that?
Yeah.
Reverend, I would like you to preach my dog's funeral. He said, what are you talking about? Preaching your dog's funeral. I'm a holy man. Don't preach no dog's funeral, so go get one of them Catholic priests, Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, get anybody. I don't preach no dog's funeral. I preach holiness. They said, well, sir, I didn't mean to insult you. Said, but I love my dog, and I insured the dog for $100,000.
Oh.
And I just, in the will of the arrangements, $2,500 were provided for the minister to do the eulogy. He said, well, why in the world didn't you tell me he was a Church of God in Christ dog? The logic of the story is $1 made the difference.
How about it? How about it? One more.
That minister has a church as a voice of a front porch. Southern front porch.
Yeah.
Iced tea.
Yeah.
Some of the front porch guy.
Yeah, the big old porches. You can sit outside of it all day.
Telling stories. Yep.
All right. Who is Steve Diassi?
Steve Diassi was a linebacker for the Cowboys and then the Giants back in the days. And I think you're going because Baldy talked about him yesterday.
Baldy did talk about him yesterday being a partier and whatnot.
Yeah.
But by the way, when somebody says, "Do you like to party?" it's totally different to me.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a generational thing. Hey man, you want to party?
Yeah.
You like to party?
Yeah.
We're talking
Something
about
very specific.
It's the fun stuff.
You like to party, right? You know how to party.
You got the
pooper or
party
anything.
bags, the party favors.
Yeah. All right, so Baldy said he was a hell of a partier. Do you think Chiafalo, I say this respectfully, do you think he knows who Steve Diassi was in the moment?
I had no idea.
I love you for being honest right there, Chief.
I have no idea.
I love it.
I looked over when he said it. I looked over at him like I thought you were going to look at me like give me mouth. Who the hell is Steve Diassi?
Now I'm just playing along with the guess.
I love it. You played along. It's clear because you just can't. You gave Steve Diassi a new nickname.
Oh no,
Yahtzee.
Oh Yahtzee.
Oh yeah, you said Yahtzee.
Yeah.
Okay,
You did.
that threw me off too. I'm glad you noticed the Yahtzee thing. I was like, does he know something?
Well, the boss tapped me on the shoulder and was like, "Hey, did you catch this?"
Yeah.
I was like, I had no idea what this was.
Yeah.
The dismount on this situation too is kind of weird, brother. So don't you sit there and get to laughing too much.
Oh no,
it got real old man at the end. Hold on.
From your playing days, who do you have the most beer drinking respect for from like a teammate?
Gosh, that's good. Steve Diassi back in the day was pretty good.
Oh.
He got so good at it, he had to stop it.
Too good.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Hall of Fame level.
Ron Springs was pretty good.
He's got a bust.
Ron
Yahtzee's.
Springs could throw some tall boys down.
there we go.
I feel like Yahtzee might have a bust in the beer drinking Hall of Fame somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said Yahtzee twice
Wow.
too.
I thought he said the guy's name was Steve Yahtzee.
Steve Diassi.
I have no idea who Steve
But I don't know who
Diassi
Diassi is.
You didn't know?
Okay.
I stayed silent.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Lucius. Here we go. Is it your two-time champ, Mad Dog, with his rant against data freaks? Is it the Coach O impersonation? Thank you, Mark Sanchez. The church joke, $1 made the difference? Or is it Mr. Yahtzee, the beer-drinking legend? Man, this is... Yeah. I'm going to go...
I saw two old men get off the phone with each other. All right.
All right, I'm going Coach O impersonator.
Yeah.
What say you, Lucius?
Oh, crap.
Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, yeah, that was good. I'm going to go with that Steve Yahtzee situation.
Okay.
I'm going Yahtzee.
Okay, 2-1, Broadus.
That's your champ for sure today.
Okay, by a score of 3-1. Congratulations, Steve Yahtzee and the entire Yahtzee family. Coming up next, Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, guys, a Florida mom has to make a decision. We'll talk about her next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, let's start getting ready.
coming up at 3. Of course, Dan Quinn, now your newest head coach of the Washington Commanders. Where do the Cowboys go from here for defensive coordinator? But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, and here he is, king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Zachary. Appreciate that. Lucius, I was in here educating the boys on David Bowie. Him and Bing Crosby did Little Drummer Boy, a Christmas tune, and it was one of the oddest pairings you'd ever. But the song is unreal. If you ever a chance,
Boy is a genius, man.
Yeah.
He also did this. What was that? Dark Crystal, that movie.
Yeah. Oh,
that's kind of disturbing because it's like his pants are super tight, and the little girl he's talking to is waist height at his waist the whole time.
That's Jennifer Connelly, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He is. There's a lot of.
I had to turn it off.
There's a lot
Boy,
of.
come on, man. Give the girl a break, bro.
There's a lot of
Labyrinth. That's what it was.
Another Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Dark Crystal is somebody else.
No, it's the same person.
Oh yeah, Jim Henson.
Yeah, Jim Henson.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Jim Henson, the Muppets dude.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he also was part of Labyrinth.
Wow. All right. That's
weed.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I didn't know that one. By the way, you got Love of the Star going tonight. So if you want to fire some questions at me and Bobby Belt, make sure you hit us up on Twitter at Brian Broaddus, Brian with a Y, and then Bobby Belt TX.
Is Bobby going to be live from Florida or something?
I don't know. He said we're doing it tonight.
He's probably going to be doing it in Florida then.
Yeah, so he might have took his equipment with him. So if you want to. And by the way, we had a draft show went off today too. So after our show, if you want to give the draft show a listen, it was a good one today. All right, I tease this. Florida mom's got to make a decision, boys. And but I got some questions too also. So we'll talk about this Florida mom real quick, and then we'll do some questions.
No, you love mom talk.
Yeah. There's a Florida mom who's been barred from dropping off her kids at the private Christian prep school.
She's been barred?
Barred.
Like banned?
Banned.
Barred.
Barred. B-A-R-R-E-D. Barred from dropping off her kids at the private Christian prep school parking lot because of a car decal.
Oh, what is it? OnlyFans?
She's promoting her OnlyFans.
There you go.
Yep.
What's wrong with a little self-promotion these days?
Yeah. Fox 12 Oregon reported this Michelle Klein, who goes by the name Piper Fawn on OnlyFans.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you spell that?
Piper, P. You really want to know?
Yeah, I already Googled it. I looked her up.
Did you look her up?
Yeah.
Pipe dog.
I gotta say this respectfully. She looks like Triple H in the face.
Oh no!
Triple H in the face.
Okay.
Could you imagine her just spitting out a bunch of water at you?
All right, Brian.
But I don't think she's showing too much of her face on OnlyFans. So it's not like a
What's the
Piper
scouting
Fawn?
report? What's the scouting report of her work here, Brian?
Redhead?
I just pulled the story, so I just kind of wanted to. I have to go back and do a little research on this, but
Yeah, do all the research on Piper that you can.
But she told the Business Insider that she has a large decal promoting her page on the rear windshield of her SUV and on the back of her husband's car as well.
Oh.
So hubby helps out here too.
So he's in on the bit?
He's on the bit, but the Liberty Christian Preparatory School in Tavares voiced that they did not want their children to see the imagery.
And I'll tell you, I think that makes plenty of sense here. You said this is a Christian private school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So probably, that's the spot where you don't want to do that.
Honestly, this mom Piper looks like she could have dominated. If they do another Hocus Pocus.
Yeah. She
You can be Sarah Jessica Simpson's character?
Yeah, Sarah Jessica Simpson's. No, but seriously, she's got, if the OnlyFans thing just falls out on her.
Now I do only see Triple H's face.
Yeah,
though.
bro, she looks tough.
Yeah, no, she can take over for Jessica Parker.
I said, hold that camera still.
Hold the camera still.
Is she crushing on this? Do we have her bona fides?
It sounds like she's doing pretty well on it.
She's probably doing great now with this publicity she's getting.
Yeah.
This is definitely good for biz.
Yeah, she's not showing
terrible for the reputation and for your kids moving forward forever. But for your own dollars, probably is good.
Yeah, she told the Business Insider though, although the other parents have suggested the situation could be resolved by simply removing the decal, she intends to stand her ground.
Stand your ground.
Is that a stand your ground state?
She's kind of a
Hey, I'm paying tuition for my kid to go here. How do you think I can afford it?
Get a little Tom Petty into there. She's not going to back down.
She's got more than just Tom Petty in there.
Yeah. What?
She's got her husband in there.
All right.
Okay.
Let's stop.
I'm sorry.
All right. Questions for my boys. Hey, Zachary.
What's
Zachary.
going on, Bri?
Yeah. Got some questions. Got Cowboy questions for you here.
Awesome.
Sneaky positional need for the Cowboys.
I mentioned this earlier today on the draft show. I think defensive end is a sneaky need. Marcus Lawrence is not getting any younger. Dorrance Armstrong is a free agent, as is Dante Fowler. Now Dan Quinn is gone. He was a guy that certainly had DQ connections. I think we've talked about Micah. I mean, he's an edge player for you. Do you want to move him more linebacker off ball? Maybe that is something they want to do. Maybe he wants to do that. I doubt it because he wants to make money. But I think they're going to need some defensive end help here moving forward. And I think that is one that we don't talk a lot about because we've had some depth at that spot the Cowboys have. But defensive end, I think for me, it's looking like a sneaky need.
How about you, Chief?
I like that. I think Wolchuk's is probably sneakier than mine. Does this qualify as sneaky to you guys? Wide receiver.
I think it could be considered sneaky-ish, especially if you move on from Michael Gallup.
Yeah, like hey, Michael Gallup's not going to be here. Do you just trust Jalen Tolbert's going to go ahead and be wide receiver 3, no problem? You got probably one more year with Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
So I think wide receiver is probably would be that for me. I mean, even though I love what you're saying about defensive end as well, I think
I think wide receivers.
I don't think anybody's thinking about defensive end really, but I think you make a good point there, Wolchuk.
I kind of feel like safety.
I think you kind of need to overhaul the safety group.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of those
things.
As
much as we love Donovan Wilson, anytime I'm seeing these Cowboy highlights that are popping up on all the network TV shows and it's defensive coverage issues, it seems like it's consistently Donovan Wilson.
Curse wasn't very good either.
No, but Curse is gone.
Yeah.
Well, and Dan Quinn, I guess, wanted to see one last time what it would look like if J-Ron Curse
could play
played
free safety,
center fielder.
Play safety.
See if he can make some money.
Do you think Dan Quinn was doing a bit?
Hey, Luce, I need your help on this one too.
Now, yeah, maybe.
All right.
I think he was.
Here's my last question for you guys for the day. Since we're going to Vegas, there's a good possibility that you can leave this place broke.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the dollars I have going.
Which fan host?
Brian really was.
Which fan host?
I'll get you back, bro.
Yeah. which fan host would you be more inclined to ask for a loan from? Lucius, go to you first. Which fan host would you be most inclined to ask for a loan?
RJ Choppy. He doesn't want to tell you he doesn't have it. It's too manly.
It's too manly?
Hey, it's too manly. He's not going to say, I don't have that.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I've got it right here. How much you need, buddy?
Yeah.
That type of thing. Big chop.
He would go into debt for toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
He doesn't have it, but he's getting it from somebody else to give to you.
Yeah. How much you need?
Hang on, man. Give me about 30 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Who do you got there?
That's a good one, man.
Chieftain, who do you got?
I mean, honestly, I do think I'd probably end up going with you, or I'm going with Baskey because I know even if I don't pay him back, his wife's a doctor. He's
we're not going to worry about it.
He's good for it.
Yeah.
He's going to tell everybody, though.
He is going to tell everybody.
I had to loan him some money when in Vegas one time. Everybody.
Still waiting on that.
Yeah.
How about you there, Wooly Bully?
I'd probably end up going to you, just being like, Bri, I need
I'm like
some
the
help
Bank of the
here.
South here.
I'll pay you
Daddy
back.
Warbucks.
I got you.
Daddy Warbucks.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Hagee's probably going to charge us all interest.
Oh, Hagee will compound that thing.
And he'll just do it in his brain too. You can't even fight it.
Okay.
He knows.
I'm going to give you 100, but you got to give me 125 tomorrow. That kind of thing.
Yes.
I would. If you guys needed money, I'd give it to you.
I know you would.
I'd
and you'd
absolutely
bail
do.
us out of jail.
I'd bail you out of jail. That's another one.
Which I don't think we're going to have any of that happen.
Please don't, but I will bail you out of jail. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
There he is. Brian Broaddus, Trustees Corner every day, 2:45-ish. Here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's do some NFL news of the day. The latest coaching news around Dan Quinn. Eagles trade rumors and the Harbaugh contract deets are out. We've got those for you next.
Quality sports takes. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to get you some NFL news of the day. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, General Gavin Dawson on assignment. Back with you tomorrow. Appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. Hashtag Tolo. Wherever you might be. If it's your first time listening, welcome on in to your home of Dallas Cowboys football and your World Series champion Texas Rangers. We'll go around the bases coming up at 3:40.
Okay,
Brian, what do you got?
Okay, Chargers are introducing Harbaugh today. I haven't physically seen him. Is he going to have on a Chargers colored tie?
I bet he does in khakis.
He'll definitely have the navy blazer, white shirt. Charger tie. Charger
maybe
color,
gold.
The gold and blue tie. I guarantee he's gonna. You want to bet?
No, I agree with you. I think he probably does.
You think he's gonna do that?
What if he goes the bow tie look?
Oh, you know me. I throw the bow tie.
The bow tie's a good look.
Yeah, Dean Spanos is doing the press conference right now. He's got no tie on. But that's, he didn't care.
No, he doesn't.
He didn't really
but
care.
I'm with you. I think he probably
I'm just
does
interested.
rock.
I'd like to. I wonder if there was a bet, if anybody would take the bet. He's always going to wear whatever colors he's working for, right?
That's his thing.
That is his
From
thing.
San Francisco to Michigan. Heck,
Yeah.
he was doing it back in his San Diego days. But we did get, actually, since we're talking Harbaugh, the contract details.
Wow.
We're wondering just how much
Yeah.
he'd end up making. Well, per multiple sources, it's believed the former Michigan coach will receive an average salary of $16 million per year from his new team.
Yeah, great job, Don Yee.
Covers 5 years. If it's all guaranteed, it's an $80 million commitment from the Chargers to Harbaugh. He is now, I believe, the second highest paid coach in the NFL behind Sean Payton, who's making $18 million.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, here goes Harbaugh. Harbaugh's about to take the stage
Harbaugh's
here.
about to take the podium.
Oh, he's taking his sweet, sweet time. All we want to see is the tie.
No.
Gosh, dang it, it's the new GM.
No, it's now the son's going to talk.
This guy is heading
Oh,
for
it's John Spanos.
Yeah.
John Spanos is heading directly, first-class flight to the crusty cul-de-sac on the top of his dome. Look at that thing.
Yeah, he is. That
you
thing's
should call
fading
him.
out.
You should get in your gang of 7, get John Spanos' number, and Broaddus, just give him a couple of tips
Just let
on
him
how
know,
to
dude.
approach life this week.
You just shave that top. Just
Keep
make
the sides,
go full
though.
cul-de-sac. Yeah, keep the sides because the sides still look good, but the top of it is not looking good at all. Big news today, obviously, Dan Quinn, if you missed it, he is now the head coach of the Washington Commanders. So 2 former coordinators now within the NFC East. You got Kellen Moore, the OC of the Philadelphia Eagles, and then the Commandos, now their head coach, your former defensive coordinator, Dan Quinn. Where do the Cowboys go from here? In-house candidates. We talked about this. We'll talk more about it in an hour. Joe Witt Jr. Some rumors maybe Joe Witt Jr. takes the defensive coordinator job with Dan Quinn there in Washington. That could happen as well.
There might be a decision that he has to make about, again, and you kind of hope he's in a little bit of that situation where, Will McClay thinks a lot about his son and being here and being, part of his life and stuff. And I've been hearing some things about Joe Witt and, his family, his daughters, that he really, his family is very, very important to him. And, some stability is always good for these guys.
No doubt. And shout out to DeSoto's own North Texas Mean Green Hall of Famer, Zachary Orr. He is going to be the new defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens, with Mike McDonald taking the head coaching job yesterday in Seattle. This means all head coaching jobs have been filled. We've got Dan Quinn to Washington. We got Mike McDonald to Seattle, Raheem Morris to Atlanta, Dave Canales in Carolina, Harbaugh with the Chargers, still waiting to see if he's got a damn tie on or not. Brian Callahan will be the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. Antonio Pierce with the Raiders, and Gerard Mayo with the New England Patriots.
Chieftain, have you ever talked so much with your hands that it just hooks your headphones and knocks them out of your ears?
I knocked them straight out, but like a true professional, I kept going.
Broadcasting.
I kept going, baby.
He was giving. He had that andouille thumb got caught in the.
It was the index finger.
Oh, I thought it was.
I was the Jimmy Dean.
It just popped me right out.
He kept broadcasting.
Here's the thing about Wolchuk, man. That's a guy who can fight through adversity.
I try. I've got to do it on a daily basis, man.
When you guys, I tell you, when you guys used to do Zoom radio, that was, you talk about adversity like every night.
Oh yeah, we were scratching and clawing to get to the finish line there, man. We were ripping jewels and You know, I was trying to be a first time father. You know, at times while on the air.
I think there was one time
Was there drinking on the air?
There was definitely some boozing on a Friday night. There was some boozing going on, or we'd be taking over after a Ranger game, going from 11 to 1 a.m.
Maybe you fall asleep on the air.
Maybe I just start the show drunk. Eric did fall asleep.
I did fall asleep.
Yes, he did.
Did you just like?
It was in the final segment. It was like we're about to get off the air at 1 in the morning. So it's like,
did you go to him and all of a sudden? I mean, he went to you.
Well, I could see him on the Zoom.
He could tell during the commercial
break. Just making fun of him the whole time.
He could tell during the commercial break on the Zoom that I had fallen asleep, and then we get back on the air. I think I was mouth open, and just
for sure.
I was knocked, bro.
Yeah,
that was an exhaust. That was the time. Remember, I said I would fast forward.
Yes. Oh, you were doing. I was
exhausted.
You were doing car stuff, weren't you?
I was just sleepwalking.
We were selling cars and slinging
trash.
Exactly
selling cars.
Man, it was interesting.
Golf course superintendent. What else did you do?
I did the trash man thing.
He was a barista for a little bit. There's a lot happening. The Dolphins are interviewing Rams assistant Chris Shula, grandson of Don Shula, for their defensive coordinator job. So there's a team that really is leaving no stone unturned. They're interviewing everybody for that defensive coordinator job. Leslie Frazier, still an option there. The Titans are set to hire defensive backs coach from the Ravens, Denard Wilson, as their defensive coordinator.
Oh, wow.
So that's another hit for the Baltimore Ravens staff. They just lost their defensive backs coach. They promoted Zachary Orr, who was their linebacker coach, to defensive coordinator, and they lose Mike McDonald. So 2 coaches gone. One gets a promotion, but the Ravens coaching staff certainly taking a hit.
Well, and it could get even more because Anthony Weaver, he's their D-line coach. If he didn't get the DC gig, I think he interviewed for Miami.
I'd bring Anthony Weaver in for a visit. If you were the Cowboys,
100%.
Hell yeah, why not?
There's no reason not to. I don't know much about him to know whether or not he'd be a good defensive coordinator or not, but coming from Baltimore, he's at least worth an interview, and maybe he ends up leaving Baltimore for a DC job. Maybe it's the Dolphins or whoever, but that Ravens staff could be super depleted when it's all said and done.
Packers, we talked about this earlier, have hired Boston College head coach Jeff Hafley as their next defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Tom Pelissero first to report that.
He's a good coach.
He is a good coach. So we'll see how Hafley does, taking over for Joe Barry. That's another name that's out there. I think Nick Eatman was kind of floating out the idea of a Joe Barry.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's just like, hey, what did you see from our offense? So we can just pick your brain, get some information. I wouldn't actually hire Joe Barry, but I wouldn't mind just getting some info.
I like
from
what
him.
you're saying there.
Cross examination.
Okay. I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you
That's
undress us.
It's been Al Davis move.
Yes, like I would
no
not
intention of
hire
hiring
him.
you. Yeah.
Not hire him, but I would want to know, okay, what the hell happened in this playoff game? Because you totally just shut us down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that.
Cover 4.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Your quarterback struggles with this.
Yeah.
The whole league knows it. Oh, crap. Okay, Joe. Thank you for letting us know.
But when the Packers found out his middle name was Dingle, they should have stayed away from him in the first place.
You're doing a bit. There's no way that's real. His middle name is Dingle?
I'm not gonna just ball sack you on your own
Joe
show.
Dingle
Barry. Yeah.
Damn.
So
that guy got made fun of in high school.
I mean, that's just one of those things. You get the resume that comes in digitally. You look at the name and you say no.
That's a no hire for me.
That's a stay away.
Yeah, we're moving on. He's off our draft board. He's off our coach board. The Jets have parted ways with their 5-year assistant general manager, Rex Hogan. They have actually promoted Aaron Rodgers to the assistant general manager title. No, that's not true. But the Rex Hogan move is true. And stuff is coming out about Rodgers. This is more from the Diana Rossini piece that we talked about yesterday from The Athletic. But a quote from Diana Rossini and Zach Rosenblatt in their report. Wilson told coaches, that's Zach Wilson, and teammates he was under the impression he'd have a direct line to Aaron Rodgers. Even after Rodgers tore his Achilles and flew home to California for surgery in the early stages of his rehab. Instead, Wilson barely heard from him. We're also going to put our arms around Zach and love on him because he's a great kid, Rodgers once told everybody on the Pat McAfee show. Apparently that was a lie.
Oh, of course
he
it
didn't
was.
help Zach Wilson at all, except for maybe game day on the headset.
Yeah. Imagine that.
What a lying jerk.
Yeah.
And then there are rumors that the Jets are eyeing a tackle at the Senior Bowl right now to possibly be their pick. 10th overall, I believe they've got. But according to ESPN, Talise Fuaga, the right tackle from Oregon State, who is very good. I'm a big fan of his. Fantastic in the run game.
Yeah.
They are eyeing him as possibly their first-round pick. Now, this is very, very early in the process, but they want to add more protection for Aaron Rodgers.
Here we go.
Harbaugh with the tie. It's a gold one.
No khakis.
Let's go.
No khakis.
No khakis. That's an upset.
Yeah, blue jacket, like not a navy jacket though, but kind of a
He should have wore a powder blue jacket. That's he dropped the ball there. The powder blue jacket with the khakis would have looked fantastic.
And with the tie there, the gold tie,
maybe a milk mustache. If we're just going to be on brand,
maybe just brings in a full on steak, starts gnawing on it. This is what we're going to be. We're going to be a meat and milk team. Gee whiz! But hey, we nailed the tie. Yep. All right, let's get to AJ Brown here. A lot of rumorooskies about A.J. Brown being on the trade block. He spoke with Sports Illustrated on his future with the Eagles. Here's what A.J. Brown had to say about that.
AJ, your name is out there a lot with people talking about, what might be going on behind the scenes, what the organization's plans may be. What do you make of all that? Is that just noise in your mind?
I've been through this before. I'm a vet at this point, So if something happens, my phone will ring and I'll be waiting. If not, then I'll enjoy my time.
But you're prepared, obviously, to be catching passes for the Philadelphia Eagles next year.
I'm prepared to focus on my family at home and get better in the offseason and just see where this thing go. It's chatter though.
A lot of weird things were going on with A.J. Brown. There seemed to be a disconnect with him and Jalen Hurts. There was a lot of stuff on his Instagram story that he would post and then delete. And maybe some of the stuff ended up being fake and photoshopped as well. But Benjamin Albright, who does an excellent job reporting for the NFL, said from an Eagles source that he got. That's true.
He does. He's had a couple where he has to go back and he's like apologizing to everybody.
That's
he's
true.
had a couple of weird.
Well, usually he's a good source.
No, but 100%. He's nailed a couple of things. I don't know. Albright,
especially the stuff out at Denver. He's usually plugged in with the Broncos stuff. So maybe this. Take with a grain of salt if you want, because it's not Denver, it's Philadelphia. But the quote he got from an Eagles source: "We're not trading A.J. Brown. We haven't looked into it. We haven't discussed it. We're not trading him. You can print that." Albright did. He just printed it. So he took that and that's out there in the public. But we'll see, guys. I wonder if there's any, where there's smoke, there's fire type stuff here with A.J. Brown moving forward with Filthy.
Yeah, there's just there's a lot of weird stuff in regards to. It was I think it was Jeremy Fowler, ESPN insider, who literally described it as weird vibes in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah,
because of some of the changes and just some of the decisions and whatever. So I don't know. A.J. Brown didn't come across as being very concerned one way or another. Like if I'm somewhere else, I'm somewhere else.
Yeah, like he wasn't saying, yes, I expect to be with the Eagles.
And I want to be.
He gave zero confirmation. Yeah, it was like, look, I'm a veteran. I got traded before. If I got traded again, cool. I'll go and crush it and put up numbers elsewhere.
And that's what you do when you've already got your bag.
That's true.
The bag's already been secured. So send me wherever you want, dude. I'm gonna catch footballs and I'm gonna deposit these checks.
Okay, amazing story of the day. What have you done today? I doubt it's what Mark Andrews has accomplished. He helped save a woman's life. During a flight from Baltimore to Phoenix, a woman suffered a medical emergency, and medical personnel on the flight couldn't find a strong pulse. Andrews, who we know is a type 1 diabetic, we've talked about that before, he got up from his seat and said, could it be her blood sugar? I have a diabetic testing kit. Mark Andrews gives them the testing kit. They used it on her, and her heart rate stabilized. Paramedics were able to treat her, and then the flight ended up landing. She made it. Mark Andrews put out a quote. This is from the Baltimore Ravens. In addition to the fast-acting flight attendants, the real heroes are the nurse and doctor who also happened to be on the plane. Thankfully, they were able to provide the woman the quick assistance she needed. But what an amazing story this is. Mark Andrews, who, fortunately, he's been there, done that. He knows kind of maybe what to look for in this situation. And Johnny on the spot, he's like, look, blood sugar, boom, Here we go. And it ends up saving this woman's life.
Do you feel like that every time you get on an airplane, there's a doctor on the plane?
I wonder about that.
I wonder what the percentage is of the number of times that you fly on an airplane and there is an actual doctor or a nurse on that plane. Do you think it's somewhere? Do you think it's like 75%, maybe more?
It's I truly have no idea.
I really don't either. But I feel
because
like
you always feel like
a doctor on all flights.
You kind of feel like though that every time something like this happens, things kind of work out.
We don't hear about the story about somebody dying on the plane.
Yeah, well, we don't, but...
Or do they not want us to
know? Do they not want us to know?
I think that's something that gets out. We know when the guy poops on the plane. We know when the guy urinates all over the plane.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, though, that there's a lot of time with a doctor or nurse on board that we have a good ending.
So there's an air marshal on every flight, right?
That's what they say. But after all these videos I've seen, I haven't seen an air marshal pop out one time and say, "Hey, sit down."
If we're doing that, like maybe we can do a cross training situation here.
I don't think they can afford an air marshal.
That's the bigger issue right there. The airlines can't afford to have one on every plane.
Yeah. I mean, heck, we were understaffed. People didn't want to check their bags because it take about 2 hours to get it after the flight lands.
Yeah.
That's an issue. That's not a good
Do you think
situation.
you could take down somebody on a plane if you had to?
I'd like to
go tackle somebody.
I would try. If we're getting
I think I
hijacked or
would
something,
too.
I've
would
thought
too.
about that quite frequently, actually. Like, I'm definitely going to try.
Lucius, you're
we're probably going to die anyway, so at least I'm going out fighting.
Lucius, you're a tackle guy. We can count on you.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
If our lives are in danger, fool's trying to open up the door. Yeah, I'll put my fingers in his mouth and start ripping his cheeks apart.
I'm going to pop those eyeballs out. Let's go.
Sit down. I saw one time they taped the guy with the chair. They had like that 200-mile-an-hour tape that strong tape that people use. What's that tape called?
Duct tape.
Duct tape. I couldn't think of the name of it for a minute.
That's pretty. That's brilliant.
Chair.
That is brilliant, though. Just murdering somebody by ripping their face apart.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man.
I love that, dude.
It's like the lion and the viper there, the mountain and the viper in Game of Thrones.
Won't believe it. I remember. Wasn't there a moment? Isn't there a King Kong versus dinosaurs or something? And he takes one of these T-Rexes.
Oh yeah,
and,
King Kong always
just
did that.
rips its jaws apart and kills him that way.
Mighty Joe Young was the same way.
Mighty Joe Young. I probably too soon, but my 3.5-year-old watched that.
Maya saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's a sad movie. I was very sad.
She's terrified. It's an awesome movie. No, she loves it.
She's now pretending she's Mighty Joe Young.
Yeah, she's hyped.
817 said less than 1/3 of the flights have an air marshal on the flight.
There we go.
So yeah, I don't know.
But what do you think the number is for? Well, we've already.
I don't think we've got doctors on every flight.
I'm going to go 60% completely. There we go. Well, Chuck, thank you. That's 60%. What we needed there.
I'm just looking for a number. There.
I know.
You're over there. I'm not really sure.
I'll give you the same thing.
Stupid broadus.
40%.
40%. That's a good one. Now
I think it's more than 40%.
We're splitting the difference. You know what? Okay.
Okay, you're right. I should have said
now
something.
we're calling people names. It's a Thursday. Let's all just get along.
60% was right, I think.
All right. Hey, we got a sports hodgepodge coming up next, and this is why. Okay, this is some local college sports here, and you're going to want to know about it next year in the nation.
We have you covered.
California on the Twitch chat just made a great point. We just talked about Mark Andrews, Ravens tight end, saving or helping save a lady's life on an airplane, I guess yesterday. And he makes a great point. Like, you have
It was today.
It was today. Well, Mahomes is the true GOAT for this. He says, because if Mahomes doesn't knock the Ravens out of the playoffs, all of a sudden Mark is not on that flight to save that lady. So just add it to the resume there for the baby goat himself.
On National Texas Day, give it to the Texas kid.
That's right. Yes, National Texas Day. Maybe we will celebrate that an hour from now during the top 10 list, or maybe not. Might be a choose your own destiny situation.
Little pulled both sides here. I don't know what to do.
So much around the bases, Rangers conversation that needs to be had in about 15 minutes. But right now, we got a little sports hodgepodge for you. I got some local college sports things that are actually pretty fun. And I also want to know how much do you spend per week or per month on groceries? 877-881-1053. Let me know. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. I think the softest thing in all of sports right now, I don't think anything could go toe-to-toe more with it. I mean, please, if I'm going all in with this being the softest thing in sports, if you can tell me something softer, I will acquiesce to you, and I will be very impressed. Okay. The Texas horns down thing.
Oh yeah, soft.
It's as soft as it gets. BYU the other day had to apologize and have their kids change their shirts because they had like a bunch of kids standing front row at the game when Texas came to play BYU, and each shirt had a different letter that spelled out horns down.
Yeah.
And you could see for the first couple of minutes of the game, then all of a sudden the camera goes back to those kids and their shirts don't say that anymore because BYU stepped in. They made those kids change their shirts. They went out and apologized to Texas. This is the weirdest thing in sports.
Who's complaining? I don't think any Texas people are complaining. Is it like some type of committee or something like that complaining?
Their men's basketball coach went off on UCF. They were doing it after they won. And then during the handshake line, he was like yelling at all those kids.
And Rodney Terry.
He was mad that they put horns down.
Yeah, Texas gets
Does he not know where he's at?
He took it to the press conference.
Come on, man.
It's ridiculous, dude.
That is weak, bro. Everybody knows. Everybody does the Texas down, the horns down. This is part of the game.
Right.
Part of the game, dude.
I agree.
What you signed up for?
Yeah. Don't have a hand gesture as part of your deal and not expect it to get mocked in some way. I see the University of Miami, they do the U.
Yeah.
How often do you see them go
man.
U down after I just scored a touchdown on you? Doesn't matter. But now it looks like I think Barstool is sort of championing this, and so kudos to them for it.
Barstool would.
They're sending out 500 white T-shirts with the hand doing the horns down sign, and they're sending it to TCU because Texas is about to come to Fort Worth to take on the Horned Frogs
Saturday,
for the final time before Texas jettisons to the SEC.
Wow.
So this is going to be an all-out balls to the wall moment for TCU. They better not cower down. They better not acquiesce to the softest thing going in all of sports right now at any level. It's this horns down thing. And so I hope to see just a buttload of horns down T-shirts repping by the TCU kids.
512. I'm a UT fan. I have no problem with it at all. It's sports. Don't be soft. I agree 100%. Like, this is part of the game. If you don't want people to do that to you, don't lose.
Yeah, if you don't like it, beat them.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Thank you. I don't know.
Rip their jaws apart. Get your hands in there and rip their jaws apart.
That would be the ultimate.
I mean, really,
that's the ultimate kill.
If you see a guy wearing that T-shirt, jump in there with those hands and just rip his jaws apart.
Lucius Alexander finishing move. Finish him.
That's Mortal
And he smokes a
Kombat.
joint.
Dude, they gotta have that in the new GTA.
That's badass.
They gotta have that as a move.
As a finisher.
There's got to be a finishing move there where I can pull somebody out of their car. They've done nothing. They're innocent, and I just take their cheeks and spread them so far that their head explodes and they die. That's brilliant. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get to the grocery situation because it's a nightmare right now. From what I understand, since 2010, the inflation has gone up over 100%, like 105%.
Yeah, 105. Yeah.
Oh, so if you were spending $2 on something in 2010, you're now spending $4.50, whatever. Okay, so it's just the inflation is a disaster, and the groceries are hitting you in a huge way.
Yeah.
I have in front of me the top 10 cities in America that have the
highest grocery bill,
the most expensive groceries.
Yeah.
Okay. So where does Dallas rank in terms of the most expensive cities to buy groceries?
How many do we have
in the United States?
How many cities?
We got I got the top 10 here.
Oh, top 10.
This is my own version of the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day.
So you're saying Dallas is in this list?
Dallas is going to be in the top 10 here.
Number 5.
Let's say number 7.
Lucius.
Are we counting Dallas Fort Worth?
I think
we got checked yesterday about not seeing Fort Worth.
Just Dallas County.
That's a good point.
I hate to do this. I don't think there's an FW here. I think it's just the D.
All right, yeah, number 7.
8.
Yeah.
8.
Dallas is at 8 right now. Most expensive average household groceries. Yep. Okay. Your top 10 list.
New York.
New York comes in at number 7.
San Francisco.
San Francisco comes in at number 4.
Miami.
Number 1.
Los Angeles.
Number 5.
Chicago.
Number 9.
New York.
Seattle.
Seattle is number 6.
What do I have left?
You have Atlanta's at 10.
Okay.
I don't know where Riverside is.
California.
Yeah, Riverside, California.
Okay. Well, that's number 3. So that's
that's outside of LA.
That's outside of LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Riverside, California. Yeah. Used to be a raceway there.
So and the average cost here is the average household amount spent on groceries each week in Dallas is $282.21. That's the average. So well over $1,000 per household per month.
My old intern's on the TV now.
What are you talking about?
Johnny Snyder.
Oh, look at John.
Still looks like a little kid.
He's actually aged pretty well.
He has aged pretty well.
Despite the boozing.
He'll drink a lot of water. There he goes.
Well, that's what you have to do after a long night.
Long night.
He always drinks a lot of water.
Got a snap back, baby.
That hair. He got that hair slicked back. My man has got that hair. He's always had his hair slicked back like that.
The biggest water drinkers during the day are the biggest boozers at night.
He'll drink some beer with you now.
That's our guy.
He's a good dude.
He's a great guy.
Okay, what'd you say? 200 and how much?
Yeah, 282 for Dallas at 8. So Miami at number 1.
Yeah.
In Miami right now, you're spending on average as a household $330 per week on groceries.
Boy, that seems, man, $330. Are we saying this is a family of 4? Do we have a family of 4?
You're asking a lot of damn questions.
It's just average household.
Okay.
So whatever that means.
I would say, what was the Dallas number one more time?
282 a week.
I would say I'm half that for a single guy.
For one dude.
Yeah. I'd say
but it's true, man.
But I love to cook, and I do.
And you're making good stuff. I mean, you make it with plenty of ingredients.
Yeah, I've got a lot. I mean, there's a lot of spices I buy, a lot of the meat, a lot of the seasoning, all that stuff that I use. Because I make 2 or 3 dishes and just kind of cook them for the week. But it's probably half to maybe 3/4 that a week for me.
Crazy,
by
dude.
myself.
Yeah, it's bad. How about this guy? $469, wife and 7 kids. My boy's spending over $2,000 a month on groceries.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's when you need to go to Sam's. You need to be the Sam's family then, pushing around the dolly thing, the big dolly, and buying in bulk.
It's a good idea.
That does help a ton, I will say.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime we've been able to use my mother-in-law's Costco entrance, it's like, hey, the diapers, you just like sort of doubled your quantity of diapers for basically the same price.
Yeah.
Let
me know, man. I got
They're
those
cutting
cards.
back on that.
Oh, Costco's getting stingy.
Yeah, you can't share like the memberships anymore. I'm still buying from you. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
No,
I'm still buying from you. The membership is paid for somehow. Like, what are you doing?
That's silly.
Yeah, they're going to punt on whatever you're about to spend in their store that day just to say, sorry, you're not paying us the, I guess, the yearly fee or whatever.
Card with your own face on it.
Yeah, your face, your name.
In.
I think they're getting so stingy to the point, like you said, Lucius, like I think when you walk in, they want to see like your driver's license, make sure it matches with your Costco card.
Wow.
I go to Sam's. Sam's, you just kind of, you have it on the phone, the app on their phone, and just show it to them and they kind of wave you in, and then, and then you could also, like, you don't even have to go through checkout. You could check out yourself if you have a card on file. You could like scan all the items on your phone.
Like as you go?
As you go.
Oh, that's awesome.
And at the end of the day, you just go, you don't even have to go through the line.
And you're not stressing through self-checkout.
Yeah, you're not going through self-checkout at all.
Terrible experiences lately.
Yeah, no, that thing can be a whirlwind. You got family of 5, 918, 400 a week easily.
Yeah.
972, wife and I have 4 kids. We spend 500 a week easily. I mean, it's just it's hard out
Hang
here
in there,
right now.
man. Hang in there if you can.
Yeah. I'm just
tough.
I just live in that banana section, dude. If you just hang tough in that banana section, all of a sudden you feel like
If you had to splurge, what would you splurge on as a shopper?
Meat.
It's meat for sure. It would be if I could just say, if they just
You're
said go
a
make it rain,
guy.
I'm going to like the grass fed steaks, and I want you to give me the ribeyes. I want you to hit me with a couple of New York strippies, whatever.
You guys a chicken family?
Yeah, definitely a fan of the chicken.
Big chicken fam
I'll get the
over
chicken thighs, boneless chicken thighs.
That's a great way to cook, man.
Yeah,
Those
run 'em
chicken
up.
thighs, yeah.
Heck, bone in too. I mean,
Yeah.
I love it, but I feel like that's
Red
more
meat
conducive
stuff.
for an oven as opposed to I'm a skillet guy. You know what I mean?
You like the skillet?
Oh.
I'm a skillet guy.
Yeah.
Okay, question for you guys. I saw a license plate on the way to work today, and I saw a bumper sticker. What are you more likely to have, or what do you have more respect for? By the way, no one went toe to toe with horns down being the softest thing in sports right now. So
Yeah, I can't think of anything else.
I don't think a single text came in saying, "Well, what about this?"
Yeah,
this
my
is softer.
son,
No.
my son goes there and he laughs at it. He's
silly.
like, he's totally
It's the dumbest
laughs
thing
at it.
ever.
Yeah.
I saw a Mustang convertible, middle-aged dude by himself driving in the sun with a license plate that was Cowboys, but the actual license plate read Aikman. Just read Aikman.
Maybe it was him.
It was definitely not him.
Oh, you took a look?
Yeah, it was a convertible
Little pasty.
open. I could
Okay,
see
so
the
you
guy.
could tell.
Yeah, it was not Aikman.
I-
Maybe Aikman does drive a black Mustang from like
He's
2017.
a family member.
but I don't know. Or I saw the bumper sticker. You know how they'll let you know they got kids on board or whatever.
Yeah.
I saw one that said "kids up in this BITCH."
Well,
all spelled
Okay,
out.
that's more likely to be me.
I know. I was like, well,
For
Chuck,
sure.
I might need to find a way to get that for Wolchuk.
That's pretty
a bumper
badass.
sticker.
I don't think I would ever pay for like the customized license.
I'm
my
a-
grandparents used to do it, but I just wouldn't go through the steps to do it.
I thought you would put Emmett as your special little cowboy.
I'm a
license
fan
plate.
of the license plate because I think people can get pretty creative with it.
There's cool ones you see out there for sure.
There's some people
Yeah.
that come up with some pretty cool license
I'm just
plates.
too lazy to do it. If somebody gives me a bumper sticker, I'm just putting it on right then and there.
Well, because every day you have to become more and more creative with it because there's only so many options, so many to go around, All right, 877-881-1053. It is the G-Bag Nation on a Thirsty Thursday. We got Dan Quinn leaving to take the Commanders' head coaching job. Where does that leave the Cowboys in terms of defensive coordinator? We'll talk about that top of the hour. But around the bases we go. We got a Rangers song. And who's the worst Rangers player you've ever seen? That's next right here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners.
Let's go around the bases here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Your latest news regarding the Major League Baseball League. We got the Padres signing ex-Yankees reliever, the lefty Wandy Peralta. He is going to the Padres. They've agreed on a 4-year, $16.5 million deal. It does have 3 opt-outs, though. They're getting really creative with these opt-outs in Major League Baseball. Noah Syndergaard showcased himself to about 15 different teams that went to watch him throw a bullpen session, according to John Heyman of the New York Post. So among some of the teams out there, I don't know if the Rangers were one, but I would assume maybe they were. They sent somebody out there to watch Noah Syndergaard. I know that's a name that people text in a lot. Like, what about Thor? But he certainly is trying to get himself back to join a club for a spring training invite, and we'll see if maybe his name ends up getting talked about here. And yesterday we wanted to get to the sound. This has been circulating across social media. But, of course, Creed was the Rangers' theme song.
Yes, and I'd like to think still is.
I think it still will be. Last week on Friday we got to be at the awards, and they were playing some Creed, Can You Take Me Higher? So I think that will probably carry over to this season as well. And we'll get to 24 things that could lead to the defending champs toward possible dynasty talk from Evan Grant in the Morning News. But here's a new rendition that is going to be the song of the spring for your Texas Rangers, and maybe the song of the summer. Let me know what you guys think of this EDM version of Creed.
Club Mavs.
Let's go Club Rangers up in here, huh? What do you say? El Bombi with the home run. What a hose. Jonah Heim with the tag. I mean, I'm into it. It's got a good chill vibe.
That's fantastic, dude. Yeah, I think they've taken what is obviously already a fantastic song and they made it even better.
Not at the Roxy.
Yeah?
That movie.
Oh, not at the Roxbury.
Roxbury, yeah.
And you're
absolutely.
Bang in your head, yeah.
Shout out to the 903 there, like Major League Baseball League. That's hilarious. I couldn't stop myself once I had said it. Normally I'm like National Football League, so I just added the league to the Major League Baseball League. So now it's 2 leagues. But I do
double the league, double the fun.
I do appreciate that. That was awesome. Okay, 817 said F no. Another one said not the same song, but okay. 214, that's terrible. 469, I love remixes, but that's ass.
That was a vibe. That wasn't a vibe.
It was a vibe.
Like I can hear myself walking into the stadium with my nachos and my beer in my hand, and you hear that in the background as you get ready to sit down.
Yes, dude. 100%.
When the game is over with and the Rangers have won and you're about to leave, you can hear this in the background.
Victory
what
song.
What are we doing, people?
This is exactly what I want to hear while I'm eating the greatest mozzarella sticks known to man at Globe Life Field.
I hope those are still there, man.
Oh my gosh, they're going to be there. You don't take your one seat off your menu.
I really hope they don't, especially after, all the love we were giving it last week. Like, they've got to make sure. They've got to make sure.
Honestly, they probably need to do a better job putting that thing on the pedestal that it deserves.
Up it to every single concession stand.
Yes, put that thing everywhere, bro.
Again, F no.
People hate this song.
That's crazy, man.
DJ was in her bag too. I seen her. She was like, look, I'm going to kill him with this one.
I really liked it. And everybody in that party, and they might have been, having some level of performance enhancers at the moment, but
have some help.
They seem to like that, But hey, kudos to the Rangers for bringing Creed back, and I believe they're here to stay.
Somebody said Pride Day. Come on, bro.
Rangers do.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Luke Bryan remix.
Let's go Rangers.
Yes, you might need a glow stick and a little bit of drugs to properly enjoy that song, but I think it's listenable.
It's got a good jam to it.
Yeah, it's Molly-ish.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it is.
Molly.
It is. I'm looking everywhere, and I still can't seem to find Molly. Really good song. Okay. We'll go through some of these. We can carry a couple of these over because I know Eric's got something he wants to hit as well. But Evan Grant has 24 things for the 2024 Rangers that could lead them towards a dynasty. We'll start with a couple. Number one's the low-hanging fruit here, and that is, can you at least become a league average bullpen? Rangers 47.6% save conversion rate, according to Baseball Reference. Second lowest worst by any team with at least 50 save chances in a season ever. League average last year was 62%. So if the Rangers had been league average last year, they would have ended up with 9 more saves, resulting in 9 more wins. Now, I don't think we would have changed a damn thing because they ended up winning the World Series. And who knows? If they win the division, do they continue to go on that magical run? I don't know. But going into this year, that's certainly an area, and hopefully with Kirby Yates and David Robertson, and you get continued success from Spores and Leclerc, that they do end up becoming at least a league average bullpen.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm searching the truckwreck.com fan text right now to find one single person that says, you know what, that song's halfway decent. There's not a single text here that alludes to the idea that song could be good.
That was awful.
They're not giving that song a chance. And the mod sticks. Everybody wants to know about the mod sticks. I've been passionate about it. It's a third base line for sure. You may be able to get it in multiple spots, but I get them down the third base line behind section 300, Globe Life Field. The best mozzarella sticks you've ever had. And I would love to just, send another text in to the truckwreck.com fan text whenever you get a chance to try them.
Mm.
Hopefully that's opening day. And
I
the
hope it is
Nation's
too.
going to be there.
Yes, we will be there because that's now a 6 o'clock start time. It's perfect. We get to do our show. We get to party. We get to rally. We get to pregame and tailgate for Rangers Cubbies.
Hang a banner?
Yes. Can you imagine?
And play this song.
We got this song going on, and here's the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers. Song is decent. 940. That song is decent. 214. I like the song. I don't even like EDM. Please don't do that, Tree. I actually like the song 214.
Yeah.
It's an okay song. Now we got the positivity. Yeah. Now we got the good vibes.
469 says hearing that song makes me think that for sure 6 feet ain't that far down. That's not nice, 469.
214 is going to be in Section 19. Can't wait for the season. My first season with tickets in the Lexus Club. Hell yeah, 214.
Those are nice.
We're going to meet up. We're going to party. It's going to be awesome.
Together.
Let's baseball.
I'm having a good time. What's your name? You come here often?
No, I'm not from here.
You're a Rangers fan or what?
Go Rangers.
Woo! Number 2, restore Jonathan Hernandez's confidence, and that will also lead to better bullpen success. Hernandez has the best stuff. We talk about his stuff a lot in the bullpen. He's got a sinker that can come home at 100 miles per hour, but his command was awful last year. It certainly was. They actually sent him down to work on it, but hopefully he ends up being better. And then speaking of guys in the bullpen who fell out of favor, our guy Brock Burke, the Berkey Burke. He was considered a middle inning linchpin after 2022, but from August 1st through the World Series, he was hit 342 hitters hit against him. And even his average velocity ticked up a bit, left everything in the hitting zone. So, he's another guy. You talk about command, ball placement. I think Brock Burke certainly has the stuff, but those are 3 guys maybe can help out this bullpen as well. We can carry over some of these other things that can lead to a dynastic run for your Texas Rangers. But Eric, what kind of baseball do you have for us?
Well, I have in front of me, according to the WAR stat, wins above replacement, I have the single worst season by a player for every team since the year 2000. Who do you think since the year 2000 is the worst Rangers player ever? Because I got it right here. So if you wanna let me know, a lot of people are texting in Mike Bassick. That's a fair joke.
Actually, you should you should kind of add.
I don't think he's got the sample size.
Michael Joseph. Add his middle name in there too. Michael Joseph Bassick.
MJB.
Not his dad, Michael James Bassick. Don't add that. You got to be careful there.
Okay, the James and the Joseph.
You got to go Joseph.
Yep, worst season by a player for every team since the year 2000. Thank you to Bleacher Report for this.
I don't think it's Asdrubal Cabrera, but I got to throw him out there.
Didn't you get greeted by Asdrubal Cabrera your first day in the Ranger clubhouse? You're going in. You're filling in for the big shoes of Jared Sandler, and you're going to cover the Texas Rangers of Texas. And how do you get greeted when you walk into that clubhouse?
By Asdrubal Cabrera's bear tush. That was my hello, welcome to the MLB moment. I walked straight into the Rangers clubhouse, and by way of hello, it was, I'm putting my pants on.
You said you wanted it to be Bartolo's, right? You said if it was going to be anybody.
Bartolo's a good guy.
The worst Ranger since the year 2000, according to the WAR stat.
Is it Chan Ho Park? Those are good guesses.
Luis Mendoza.
Oh, Luis.
2008.
The former Anaheim Mighty Duck?
Yes, negative 2.7 WAR, which is not as bad as the Orioles' worst player since the year 2000, which was in 2018. You guys are familiar with this one, Chris Davis.
Wow.
Negative 3.3.
Oh, no. That's a former Ranger, too.
So Chris Davis is, I guess, the worst baseball player since the year 2000.
Gosh, and they gave him such a big deal, too.
That's definitive. Now, it is pretty funny because this last season, you have Carlos Carrasco of the Mets making the list. You also have an A's player, Shintaro Fujinami.
Yeah, you nailed that.
Of course I
Can I take a 20 here?
Of course I nailed it.
Can I take a 20 here?
Go ahead. What you got?
20. Lucius, is this the version with Tom Jones? Is this with Tom Jones?
I haven't heard this whole version yet, so I don't know who it is, but I know it's Edwin Starr.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Edwin.
Okay, I didn't know if this was a Tom Jones war thing. Okay, back to you.
We got so much Chano Park right there. Joaquin Benoit, Benoit. You have Darren Oliver. You have Monty Ferris.
Paul Kilgus.
I don't believe anybody actually texted that in.
Oh, Paulie.
No,
a lot of Rugnetto doors.
But yeah, plenty of Rugies there. But Chris Davis, I guess, is the worst player in baseball since the year 2000.
That's
you guys
amazing.
would like to know that.
Wow. Thank you very much. That is Around the Bases here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Let's talk some more football, shall we? How do you feel? 877-881-1053. How do you feel about DQ leaving to take this Commander's job? And we'll take a look at some options for the Cowboys defensive coordinator. That's next.
G-Bet. DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
There's a lot going down here on your home at Dallas Cowboys football. 105.3 The Fan and the G-Bag Nation as we rock into hour number 3. We've got the East-West Shrine Bowl, and Jane Slater will be part of that coverage on NFL Network tonight from the Star in Frisco. Of course, we've also got the Dan Quinn news. He is the new head coach of the Washington Commanders, and the Cowboys begin a search for the replacement to be their next defensive coordinator. And joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline is the one and only Jane Slater. Jane, how are you? What a crazy day.
I know, it is crazy. I mean, sort of expected, right? If anything, I feel like Dan Quinn probably should have left last year because I don't think that Green Bay game did him any favors, but I wish him all the success, and I know how well respected he was in that locker room and how much some of the guys liked him. And I've made the argument that I don't know what other defensive coordinators in his rookie season would have listened to Micah Parsons saying, hey, let me rush the edge while also playing linebacker, because that's how he was drafted. A lot of times you're only seeing how you come in. And so credit to Dan Quinn for, being open to letting his players prove themselves. And to Micah's credit, I think he's done a good job showing some position flex there.
So what are you hearing in terms of where the Cowboys go next to fill Dan Quinn's shoes?
I think it's a little bit of a complicated move here if you think about it. The fact that they didn't extend Mike McCarthy I think makes it tricky to go out and make a big splash at defensive coordinator. I mean, who's going to come here when you don't know the future of this franchise past this season? So I think that's going to be a consideration. I think most people that come to these jobs, I was talking to another coach about this morning, they ultimately want at least 2-3 years of security. Now, an older coach like, say, a Ron Rivera or, I've seen the Mike Zimmer thing tossed around. I haven't talked to them, right? I can't confirm any of that. They might be more apt to rolling the dice, as one coach told me. They're more confident in themselves. They might be more interested in coming in here and doing a one-year deal. What I do know is, this organization isn't a big fan of hiring people and paying out contracts for guys to sit around and do nothing. And so I think that's where we find this situation. And then I think the next thing is, for coaches with 1 year left on their deal, they don't have to ask permission to go to another team if they're getting a promotion. So how many coaches on the staff, offensive and defense, are going to look to move over to Dan Quinn, who is going to be putting together a staff of his own with kind of late in the game with not a lot of people out there. So I think that's going to be something to watch here in the next couple of weeks.
Jane, you mentioned about the Mike Zimmers and other. I know for a fact that Mike, and I know you'll get the information too. I know Mike will absolutely do this. He would take this job here if offered.
Well, I would trust you on that. Obviously, you have a good relationship with them.
I do, and I know, and he's going to tell you the exact same thing. I know some way you'll back channel whatever you have to do. I know you'll get that done. But I think to me this is where to me the familiarity with Jerry and Steven. Now, the respect. I mean, let's see what Mike McCarthy, what is his, was his memories of battling against a guy like Mike Zimmer, at Minnesota, Green Bay. Was that something that he's like, man, this guy gave me fits? Or was there, I know that Mike Zimmer was very complimentary of Mike when he got let go in Green Bay. He was like, hey, this is a terrible day. This guy's a damn good coach, that kind of thing. So, to me, that if it's not in-house, that just seems like a pretty good option to kind of keep things going. At least the Joneses has some familiarity there.
Well, and honestly, Brian, I think for any coach, and this is not just unique to Mike McCarthy, when you're heading into a final year without an extension, you are sort of heading into a lame duck season. There would be paranoia for any coach to bring in a young DC or, I've seen people absurdly say, well, what about Mike Vrabel or Bill Belichick? That would breed even more paranoia around here. Dan Quinn came in here after that one season with Mike Nolan, and I thought he worked really, really well alongside Mike. I mean, those two were boxing in the offseason. I think it allowed Mike to focus a little bit more on the offense than he was able to do when, they were going through the COVID year and the challenges when Mike Nolan was here. And to be very clear, I'm not sitting here trashing Mike Nolan. That was a tough year. for a lot of people. But
he wasn't good, Jane. It wasn't good.
He wasn't.
Yeah, and I mean, your report in the locker room.
The problem with all of that, Ryan, was they were trying to change the scheme.
Yeah.
In a COVID year.
Right.
Over Zoom calls, and so I thought it was a little too ambitious that year, and that was the only coach if I remember, that the Cowboys have actually said goodbye to after just 1 year. Normally, Jerry will write it out with these guys no matter what the fans say. And so I think what you've got here is you've got a unique situation of having to bring in someone here that has familiarity with the league, but also is going to be able to work alongside Mike McCarthy and not threaten what Mike is trying to do here in Dallas. I mean, Mike wants an extension, right? So he wants this, to be a good year, not only for himself, but for, Dak Prescott. But I also think there's a lot of things going on the defensive side of the ball again. And, some of the things that I've heard is that there's been a real lack of defensive leadership in there.
Sure.
I think having Dan Quinn as the defensive coordinator helped with some of that. But when you get a guy from the outside, how is he going to handle and start building up the leadership on that side of the ball that has been lacking in some of my conversations with players?
Well, Jane, if you're saying things about this team and the locker room and all that, you're absolutely the best at this with this football team. And everything you said about Mike Nolan and all that, you took a lot of crap at. I'll tell you what, you did a hell of a job. You were absolutely right with all that, and that's why we should always listen to you. If you're Mike McCarthy, though, do you have any grounds to go in there and knowing that you're a lame duck and try and say, listen, if you guys are going to make me this way, I'm going to give me some help here. Give me this, give me that. Do you start making demands if you're Mike McCarthy, knowing that this could be your last campaign?
You would think, but I guess you could also argue that last year, Jerry and company gave him the play calling duties, and we've seen in years past they've sort of made concessions with Mike McCarthy. It does very much feel like this is a prove-it year for Mike. And, even internally, talking to some people in there without getting into who I've talked to, it's, all of them are talking about the fact, here goes another year where all season long, people are going to be comparing Mike McCarthy to what's out there. The fact that Bill Belichick wasn't hired this cycle, the fact that Mike Vrabel wasn't hired this cycle. So it's not a great place to be in. I certainly wouldn't want it if I had 1 year left with NFL Network and I kept thinking about, somebody coming in here to replace me. Contract years are tough. I'm in one myself. And so I do feel for, Mike McCarthy, and to use Jerry Jones's phrase, smallest violin in the room. He's still a head coach in the football league, coaching for the Dallas Cowboys. But I do think that it makes a lot of this, there's layers to this, and I think it makes it, tricky for them. And again, they're looking for a defensive coordinator fairly late in the game. I mean, you've got all these coaches that have been hired, and they're already pulling a lot of guys that you don't have to ask permission for, that are, they're promoting, and they're not lateral moves. And so I think that's the real challenge here. And then I think everyone just assumes that Joe Witt or Al Harris are going to stay here. Who's not to say Dan doesn't bring them with him and give them, a better title.
Yeah. Jane, last one. I know you're super busy. I appreciate you giving us some time, but what did you make of Jerry's all-in comments at the Senior Bowl?
I guess he said that should answer a lot of questions. My only takeaway from that was I still have a lot more questions. I mean, how are you going to go all in when you've got a coach heading into 1 year on his deal? You just lost Dan Quinn that, people can say what they want to say about that Green Bay game, but remember at the beginning of the year when the offense wasn't doing their part, it was this defense that was bailing them out. And it's crazy to me that people keep forgetting that. And I'm not sitting here working as a PR tool for Dan Quinn. I'm just saying there's been some revisionist history as we talk about this last season. And so those are the challenges. And you've also got, 16 free agents you've got to figure out. And then you've also got guys that are coming up and want to negotiate their contracts. You've got to figure out what you're going to do with Dak Prescott's deal, because we've talked about him having a no franchise, no trade, and they're on the hook for 59.5 if they don't extend him. And so I think I'll be interested to see what all in looks like as a result of that. Does all in mean going out and getting a guy like Derrick Henry? No. Okay. Does all in mean that you're going to let Dak ride? Well, okay. But then what pieces are you going to put around him? Are you talking about maybe trading a player and making a Herschel Walker type, boon? When you did that with Herschel Walker, look how it did for years moving forward, but I don't know what the impact you would have this year. And so that's my question is, how are things? What does all in mean?
Yeah, I think we all had a lot more questions than answers for that comment as well. Jane, you're the best. We look forward to the Shrine Bowl tonight and all the coverage there, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon.
Well, and as I would say, what I like about this East-West Shrine Bowl is they've allowed coaches from across the league. They're mixed through all the rosters. Yeah. So you've got somebody from the Bears, you've got somebody from the Broncos, I think this is more than just a showcase for some of the players. This is a showcase for your next crop of stars moving up in the coaching ranks. And so that's what I love about this. And if you're a fan of the game and you want to say, this is the next guy, this would be a good game to watch just for that.
We're pumped for it. Thank you so much, Jane. Take care.
Appreciate you guys. Bye-bye.
There she goes, Jane Slater, NFL Network. And, we've been all over that East-West Shrine Bowl. Again, we did a draft show today. Yeah. We're going to do a special one tomorrow on DallasCowboys.com, I believe 11 a.m. to cover tonight's Shrine Bowl. Be on NFL Network at 7 o'clock. So you can listen to the Get Right, of course, on the Odyssey app, and then mute the game. And then in commercial breaks, whenever Jane's up, just go ahead and turn up that volume and check it out. That's going to be an absolute blast. I can't wait to see. There's a lot of good players this year, too.
Both All-Star games have done a really nice job with their rosters. If you're into team building and want to know about the draft, this are two really, really good opportunities to check that out.
Somebody in the 903 just referenced something that I wasn't familiar with, and now I'm going to have to go on an internet hunt to find the footage, because apparently he says we should have asked Jane if she remembered working for Channel 11, and she was covering a fire during the early morning hours in Garland, and apparently a firefighter picked up her microphone and just started dropping F-bombs all over the place.
That's amazing. We can definitely ask Jane about that.
She started off in news, I believe.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, that was her thing.
I appreciate Jane giving us some time.
She's
I know
really good.
She's swamped today. I mean, she's having to do a bunch of different responsibilities. So I was like, damn, if we can get Jane on, that'd be clutch with everything that's going on and all the moving parts. I've seen some reports that the Cowboys will, and nothing's verified, that they still might talk with Ron Rivera, might just bring him in for an interview.
Sure.
Chat with him.
Interview as many people as you want.
And that's, I think, what we're looking at. I mean,
unless you only want to interview one person, which is probably they would more. That's what they want to do.
Yeah,
they want to just think they got the guy and they don't need to know anything else.
Now, maybe Wikipedia knows something we don't know, but if you go ahead and search Joe Witt, it already says on his Wikipedia page that he is the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know. I mean, anybody I think could go in there and change stuff.
Yes, that's true.
But
that's why I love Wikipedia, man.
If they can keep it in-house, that keeps continuity, that's perfect for them.
Yeah. Yesterday, Will McClay,
Nick Harris interviewed him.
And it was awesome. And Nick's been absolutely fantastic.
Yep. He's going to the draft show, too.
But when you talk about specifically the linebacker group, and that's one that we've discussed, and then also turnover. That was something that he was asked about. Defensively, there's a lot of questions. Do you have a new defensive coordinator? Will McClay said, quote, at the end of the day, when you're looking for players, you're looking for the biggest, strongest, fastest, most athletic guys and seeing how they fit into our scheme. Whatever the scheme is, we've got to evaluate the players, and if that scheme changes at any point in time, you still have that historical value as to what guys are and how they fit. When you're looking at linebackers, which is certainly a position of need, Will McClay said, I think it's big. We didn't win the championship, so we got to get better at every position. We want to see the growth from our young players. We want to see our veteran players bring us along where we need to, and we got to find those young guys you can bring in and make sure we build the team all the way through. But, I mean, he's right. They certainly know the background, and when you're scouting players, we've kind of been doing this the last 3 years with an eye of what does Dan Quinn like, the corners specifically, right? We know kind of a body type, the long arms. Now, if it's Joe Witt Jr., if it's a Mike Zimmer, depending on who it ends up being as your new defensive coordinator, does that change? But the bottom line is they still have the background and the historical reference point for all these guys.
Yeah, absolutely they do. There are scheme things, though, that these coordinators have been able to adapt throughout. 3-4 guys, 4-3 guys, they adapt. They play a lot of different fronts. They play in the secondary. Some like shorter corners that can play in the slot. Some like the quicker, longer type of guys. So yeah, it's a scouting department. All you want to know is, as soon as we get this guy hired, let me know. Are we going to change anything? Are there anything philosophy wise that we're going to look at? Is there any any height, weight, speed parameters I need to know about, or are we going to play status quo here with what we're doing? I need to know that as quickly as possible because, we're going to get to this point where these all-star games are over with, and now we're going to start into that getting ready for the combine, kind of doing cross-checks. And then once the combine's over, now it's pro days. And now we're into working on, now we're building boards.
Sure.
So I need to know if I have to go back and look at anybody that I might have eliminated because this wasn't a scheme fit for us.
So we know Miami's doing their, interviews and trying to fill their defensive coordinator job as well. But so this needs to happen kind of quickly, you think? You don't think the Cowboys will let this linger?
Will tell you, and again, if you listen to the draft show this morning, the interview that Nick did with him, Will was talking about the philosophy that they have, the built-in parameters that they have within their department. Yeah, we're going to look at all the players, but do all the players fit what we're trying to do scheme-wise? So, that's there's the part about, you want to get this done, you want to, try and make it quick, but you also want to make sure that you do get it right. That's really the most important thing. Bad coordinator play could set you back, for years. The Cowboys, at least with Mike Nolan, they saw that was not going to work and moved on from that very quickly. Give Mike McCarthy credit for that. So Will and them will have an understanding of all the players. They just might have to go back if Joe Witt has some different philosophies about what they need to do.
And it's very possible Joe Witt does decide, hey, I'm going to go to Washington with DQ. That's definitely still a possibility, in which case I would imagine they have to go outside the organization to fill that defensive coordinator role. All very fluid, all things we'll continue to talk about here in your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Let's get into the top 10. Eric was so pumped. He called me yesterday on the drive home. He's like, dude, we need to do a top 10 boxes list. And he sent me a bunch. And I have ordered the top 10 boxes, but it's also National Texas Day. I've got the top 10 iconic Texas foods. We let the Tolos decide, boxes or Texas, or should I do dueling lists? That's next on The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your...
day here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. We'll get you a little restroom revelations before the end of the hour as well. Segment's brought to you by Soda State of the Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. Here's the bully.
Thank you very much. It's an iconic day. It is National Texas Day. But we also got creative, and we've got the top 10 boxes. We were talking about boxes yesterday.
Well, the Fox Box. They introduced it. Super Bowl 31, 1996. Brian Broaddus became a champion that day. And we advanced the viewing experience in the world of football. So
it's pretty amazing.
It's a special. The Fox Box is special to all of our hearts as football fans.
So the Fox Box or the Yellow Line, which was more revolutionary?
Gosh.
Oh,
I don't know if I could watch the game without the Yellow Line.
I don't think I could watch it without the Yellow Line. I think if we got rid of the box, I could.
But without the box, you don't know the score and stuff. And
yeah,
the
but
time,
they'd
right?
show it every once in a while, like they used to do before the Fox Box happened.
If they gave you a choice, you could either have the box or the line. Which
I need
one
the
you take?
line.
No, I think I want the box, man.
You want the box?
I want the box.
What's in the box? We're doing dueling lists, damn it. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite box? What's your favorite iconic Texas food? We're going with both of them. I do like to dinkle a little sports in. And for my F1 fans out there, holy crap. We've got a shocker in the sport of Formula One.
That's big news right there.
Lewis Hamilton. And I think this is completed because I've seen Ferrari's Twitter go ahead and put this out.
Here, are we?
Nope, this is real. Lewis Hamilton is switching from Mercedes to Ferrari in 2025. Of course, he's the 7-time world champ and the driver with the most F1 wins in history. He signed what is believed to be a 2-year contract extension with Mercedes last year, but it appears now that the second year has an option to it, and he is going to go to Ferrari. Now, according to ESPN, both Mercedes and Ferrari declined to comment, but if you go to the Ferrari official Twitter page, they have announced 2025. It will be Charles Leclerc and the one and only Lewis Hamilton as their drivers. Absolutely wild.
That is crazy news. If you think about where Lewis Hamilton has driven through his career, he's driven a McLaren, he's driven a Mercedes, and he's driven now, soon to be a Ferrari. I wonder how much, they're going to allow him, with him driving for Mercedes in 2024. Right? And that's a sport that's known about its technical advancements and the secrets. And I wonder how many meetings and stuff is Lewis Hamilton going to, this is probably great news for George Russell. They'll probably put every bit of the work to the car to making sure that George Russell. But yeah, as secret as this business is, I'm surprised that Mercedes is letting Hamilton drive in 2024.
What happens with Carlos Sainz now? I mean, he's taking Carlos Sainz's seat there with Ferrari. Does he end up sliding over to Mercedes? Do they just do a driver swap? It'll be fascinating to see what happens to Carlos Sainz. I think this is going my big guess for this one, and I know we got to get on with it. Or Red Bull.
Mick Schumacher.
Mick Schumacher.
I think Mick Schumacher is going to get into maybe be in the second Mercedes seat.
Interesting.
If I had to guess.
All right, let's slide into our top 10. Text in your favorite box and then your favorite iconic Texas food. Let's go into the Pimp Cup to Lucius Alexander. Lucius.
Yo.
We got boxes. We got Texas foods.
The orange Nike box. Got a fresh pair of Nikes. You walking around the mall with that stripe on your bag, and you got the box in there. You're feeling good. Can't wait to put them joints on.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you walk out of their place with the things on. That's when you really needed some kicks.
Yeah, you were desperate.
You were desperate, bro. Now I'll wear them out. Don't worry about it.
You put your old shoes into the Nike box.
Yeah, buddy. And chicken fried steak.
Chicken fried steak, bro.
All right.
You nailed number one on the Texas food.
Yeah, well, we're typical.
And
we're
that's a Texas food right there. That is number one, no doubt. I think I agree with both of those. The shoebox is an honorable mention. And then number one is the chicken fried steak on top 10 Texas iconic foods. Eric, where are we going?
I would say the nachos, right? I mean, we made ballpark nachos.
We did,
right here,
Texas Rangers.
In Arlington.
Yep.
So I'm a nacho guy. I look forward to participating in the nacho wars. We're going to be the beneficiaries of that in Vegas next week. So big nacho guy. When it comes to the boxes, man, I mean, I didn't realize just how many incredible boxes there are.
So many good boxes.
I mean, just phenomenal boxes. I think I'm going to go with the hot box.
The hot box. Yeah, the hot box honorable mention right at 11 there. You know,
Really?
the hot
Couldn't
box
crack
is
the top 10?
It's not for everybody, but for some of us, big fan.
Roll that Jeep Cherokee in the back of your buddy's backyard.
I mean,
and
what's senior
turn
year
the
in high
tunes
school
on?
without a good hot box, huh?
Come on now.
Or
Hey,
just
if you hotbox in a glass house, you really bold. Really bold glass house. Everybody can see in there. Smoky. Bro.
we got a lot of wives, ladies, and celebrities being texted in for reasons that I'm sure you can get why.
No, I don't understand. Like, does Scarlett Johansson have her own line of boxes?
She might. She actually might, along with candle scents. Brian, where are you going for boxes and Texas foods?
I totally agree with the folks that are texting in. I think that's
we know.
I think that's brilliant.
The Megan Fox box?
Yes, everything that you want to get.
I didn't know she had her own line of boxes either.
Yeah.
A lot of good, talented boxes.
The Beto box too. I mean, you guys ever like when you're eating like Chinese food and stuff like that?
Very Japanese.
Foods with the.
That's a great box. I didn't know what it was called, but I thought about it.
Bento box.
Bento box.
Yeah.
Something like the to-go box is a box.
Oh, the to-go box is the number one box.
Yes.
Is this the personal Wooly Bully box list?
Is the number one on the boxes. I feel like anytime you get a to-go box, it's like, hell yes, thank you. When you go over to somebody's place and they're giving you to-go food, you go sit down at a restaurant, there's too much. I'm taking the to-go box. I've got lunch. I've got dinner for the next day. The to-go box, to me, number one on the box.
It's a staple, and I will say I think we've all experienced this at one point or another where you forgot the box. You get in the car, you drive away from the restaurant, and all of a sudden, I had that thing, I had the to-go box packed, and all of a sudden, I forgot it.
Somebody is always responsible to ask if you've got the to-go box. Stand up. Would always ask. You got your keys, your wallet, your phone. I always ask that question, right? When we all go out.
No, you do. You're right.
I do. I always, you got the to-go box.
You got the to-go box.
You got the to-go box.
Oh, man, we got back-to-back
That's why you're a glue
texts.
guy, man.
Yeah, I'm a glue guy.
Box seats and Texas brisket.
Oh.
The Wheaties box and Whataburger.
Wheaties box is good.
The side piece. We've
yeah,
got the box office and brisket. We've got Lego boxes being texted in. Here are the top 10 boxes.
Okay, I got one more for you.
Yeah.
The Chevy C10 box body from 80s.
Oh, wow.
Look at
Yes. Give me an 80s truck.
So there were a lot of boxes, and Eric did an excellent job of trying to write down as many as possible. I do want to give love, honorable mention, the sweat box for the sauna.
Oh,
I do love a good sweat box.
The safety deposit box. Just don't use it a lot, so it's not in my top 10.
I thought Broadus' favorite box would be, and same with you, Lucius, tackle box.
The tackle box is in the top 10. Yep.
Shout out to my fisherman.
Man, that is amazing.
It's a great one.
Because the tackle box I have is really not a box. It's like a zipper bags of stuff.
It's a tackle bag?
It's a tackle bag. It's you keep all your plastics and stuff in my tackle bag.
Number 10, we've got the ice box.
Oh, damn.
Wait, is this a callback to the Little Giant?
Shout out to Becky, of course. Number 9
How did we forget the ice box?
Number 9, we put in the Fox box.
I got an ice box where my heart used to be.
Without the Fox box.
Fam.
Where are we going?
No, that's true. The Fox box was huge. It advanced the viewing experience for football fans. It's
Eric
huge.
just ruins this segment every day. I think.
Oh, no, he's nailing it. Number 8 is the tackle box.
What are you upset about?
No,
Go ahead. What the hell, dude?
We're good. We'll talk about it later.
All right, cool. Number 7 is the tackle box. Shout out to the fishermen out there.
Yeah.
Number 6 is the toolbox. 7, I'm sorry, is the toolbox. 8 is the tackle box. 6 is the box office. Go up to the box office. Go get your ticket.
Movie buff.
Absolutely. 5 is Jack in the Box.
Oh!
It's a great box. So many varieties there, Jack in the Box.
There's so many. You're right. And I didn't think of any of these.
I thought about Jack in the
What
Box
an
being
idiot.
higher, honestly.
What an idiot.
4, we've got a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. 3 is the box score. And in being sports people, we love a good box score.
Box score is huge, man.
Number 2 is the lunchbox.
Yes.
When you grow up as a kid,
The
it's
metal
like,
one. Gotta
man,
have the metal
You got
one.
to have a cool lunchbox. We're
Yeah.
showing off our lunchboxes as a kid.
Yeah, I had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle lunchbox that I
Hell
was
yeah.
passionate about, but I always some dudes were the staple was the sort of like the brown sack.
That's
like
not a lunchbox.
I did start bringing a lot of brown sacks as I got lazy.
No. Okay, so what age did you stop bringing the lunch box, the plastic lunch box with the cartoon characters
I
on
would
it?
say probably 9th grade.
Okay, all right. You got to high school with it.
Got to high school and I was like, I'm not doing this.
I wrote it all the way to senior year, bro. Ninja Turtles, Batman.
That's a true box guy.
And this is, but you know
Walchuk's
why?
pivoting to the sack in high school.
I went to the sack in 9th grade.
Yeah, can't keep the sandwich together with the sack.
Because
that's true.
Because nobody is going to mess with you, Lucius, if you bring a lunchbox.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to walk up and say something about you. Now, Wolchuk, maybe so.
Meanwhile, the tubby
maybe
kid
so.
with the man boobs, he's getting all the grief. But number one best box is the to-go box, as I mentioned. Here are the top 10 iconic Texas foods on National Texas Day. Honorable
Give me
mentions.
a Frito pie in here somewhere, please.
We will have that for you. Honorable mentions, we got the kolaches, pecan pie, sweet tea, Texas toast.
Damn.
I know, those are all amazing. Number 10 is chili.
Okay.
Number 9, fajitas.
Fajitas.
Tex-Mex. Number 8 is Bluebell ice cream. Number 7, Frito pie.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Number 6, Dr. Pepper. I mean, what says Texas like Dr. Pepper?
I could do without one.
Could you?
I could do without one.
Number 5, Whataburger.
Yep.
Number 4, queso. That is a Texas staple.
Got to keep that thing warm and moving.
Number 3, how about frozen margaritas?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
100%.
We invented those too, right?
We did. That is a Texas staple.
And a Slurpee machine.
Number 2, smoked brisket.
Yeah, that sucks.
But number 1, top Texas iconic food is indeed the chicken fried steak.
The best.
Ding, ding, ding.
And Texas sheet cake did indeed get honorable mention, 817. I don't want to leave off your Texas sheet cake.
Sheet cake.
Although
Okay.
they call it Texas funeral cake is what it's called.
Oh.
But it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's it's
Pecan
delicious.
pie, good call there,
But
too.
pecan pie, I didn't realize that was a Texas invention.
Kind of
but
thought that was a Louisiana
we're
deal.
pecan pie right here. But an amazing dueling list, boxes in Texas. We love both of you very, very much. Coming up next, though, shall we? Mushroom Revelation.
Nice work, Wolchuk. Yeah, and it looks like we have some Joe Witt Jr. news. Somebody is reporting that Joe Witt Jr. is following Dan Quinn to the Commanders. So we're going to need to address that, plus some restroom revelations. Hollywood is trending with the restroom situation. Do you participate in this next year in the nation?
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, let's start getting ready for the Super Bowl as well as the station trip to Vegas. And can Peyton once again prove that he deserves more segments than Bobby? It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Transform the look of your home with new windows from Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hi, I'm Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding. Our transparent upfront pricing guarantees no surprises or hidden fees. Right now, get 10 single-hung windows for $59.50, including free installation and a lifetime warranty, plus 0 down and 0% interest with approved credit. Call us today at 469-WINDOWS or visit us at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. For 40 years, Autoflex Leasing has mastered the auto lease, the Flex.
but we do have this, and this is per Aaron Wilson right now on X and Twitter. He's worked for the Houston Chronicle and the Baltimore Sun, covers the NFL and the Texans currently, but he is putting out there that the Commanders are expected to hire highly regarded Cowboys defensive passing game coordinator Joe Witt Jr. as their new defensive coordinator, and the Cowboys will be looking to replace him as well as Dan Quinn, of course. So I don't know if we've seen others like a Tom Pelissero, Adam Schefter, and Rappaport come out and confirm that as well, but at least one credible NFL source out there is reporting that Joe Witt Jr. is going to follow Dan Quinn, get a promotion, and take over as their defensive coordinator. We've also seen a couple of whispers and reports of maybe Ron Rivera comes in at least for an interview for that gig. Don't know who else.
That's from David Moore.
David Moore's reported that.
That Ron Rivera will come in for an interview.
So, hey, we've discussed a lot. Mike Zimmer is another name that we put out there. What does this mean for the future of Al Harris? Can he even make a linear move? Maybe if the Cowboys allow him to, if he wanted to follow Dan Quinn. He was on that Schefter podcast in November saying that he would love to do that. Is he in contention maybe to get the promotion to defensive coordinator? Trayvon Diggs voiced his support online for Al Harris as well. But a lot of moving parts, but it seems as though at least one person is reporting that Joe Witt Jr. will go with Dan Quinn and be the DC in Washington.
And listen, I get Joe Witt doing that because this is the final year of McCarthy's deal. And if things don't end well, I think the assumption is this could be a blow it up offseason this time next year.
Yeah.
And so do you want to, you're kind of the lame duck defensive coordinator here. If you go with Dan Quinn to Washington, you kind of reset your clock a little bit.
You do.
And you can guarantee yourself, unless your defense is just terrible and Dan Quinn's like, crap, I have to replace you. More than likely, you're talking about at least 2 years, if not 3, 4, whatever, of security there. So if I'm Joe Witt Jr., that's a huge factor.
You guys tell me this. It just dawned on me. We've talked about security in 3 years and stuff like that. The fact that if Joe Witt were to leave, do you think that tells you something about the defense here? That he doesn't want to coordinate this defense?
Well, I will say...
Is that something that we need to read into a little bit more? The fact that
perhaps
this defense is one of the best when it comes to pressures and turnovers, personnel, that kind of stuff. Should that be more of an alarming situation that if he has the chance to coordinate here and then leaves, is he telling you something about this defense?
I think the job security part makes more sense, but you could be onto something. I mean, you look at their free agents, Dorrance Armstrong, Jonathan Hankins, Neville Gallimore, Fowler, Gilmore, Jordan Lewis, Jaron Kearse. They're losing a lot of parts to that defense.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about Trayvon Diggs coming back from injury, DeMarvion Overshown coming back from injury.
Leighton Vander Esch, probably not at all.
Right.
Retired, yeah.
So, he might be looking and saying, I got a lot of work to do at either spot. I might as well just go ahead and take the one that has a little bit more job security.
And Jane's coming on here saying there is a pretty massive leadership void defensively.
And it seems that is definitely the case. I mean, heck, we had the Micah Parsons comments about Dan Quinn, and he gave that to us, a month ago. He said, Dan's my guy, and if he does leave me, it's always love. He might take me with him. You never know. I don't think the Cowboys are going all in, so I don't think they're going to be moving a Micah Parsons. But I wonder if you ever did look at, okay, we're going to go ahead and tear this thing down and rebuild. That's your best trade chip.
Maybe we can.
Is it Micah Parsons?
Let's send them Micah Parsons. He gets to go with Dan Quinn, and we'll take the number 2 overall pick.
And a little bit more. I think he would command a little bit more than that. I think Khalil Mack went for 2 first-round picks. How many years ago?
No, for
Micah
sure.
Parsons is going for a minimum of two ones.
But if one of those is a second overall pick,
then I'm probably going to end up trading back as well and acquiring more picks.
It's going to be gorgeous.
I mean, that would be an embarrassment of riches. We could have a lot of fun with that.
So we're entertaining the fact of potentially trading Micah Parsons here?
Yeah, I would. I don't think they're going to do it right now this year, especially if they're going all in. But if this ends up being this year doesn't go the way they want it to, and Mike McCarthy is fired and you end up with a new coaching staff and you do want to kind of rebuild this thing, that's your best trade chip. But you can get a lot.
And I'm usually the guy of like, I don't care who I'm trading to, but we're okay with trading to the Commanders. Micah Parsons.
And this is just me, and I know how great a player Micah Parsons is.
And I'm asking a lot of questions here.
I don't believe whoever gives him that fat contract, they are going to be happy with it. I don't think it's going to bode well for you. I would rather my rival make that mistake than my team make that mistake.
For the number 2 overall pick, I think I'm going to go ahead and be willing to do that, even if it's in the division. But, that's jumping to many conclusions right there. We'll get football's finest coming up here in just a few minutes, but let's sneak in a little Thirsty Thursday edition of Restroom Revelations.
Who does number 2 work for? That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Okay, potentially a new Hollywood bathroom trend. Are you in on this? Have you ever done this? Jessica Biel, you're familiar. Very, very popular actress. And her husband is Justin Timberlake. And this is actually like the 20-year anniversary or something of the Justin Timberlake, Janet Jackson halftime show.
Oh, my gosh.
On this day in history. How about that? But apparently she went on her TikTok and she started telling people that she's a big shower eater. She likes to eat. She likes to consume food and beverage in the shower. And she says she likes to take a bite or a sip, put it on the ledge, then you do your thing, you wash your hair, keep the soap out. That's a big deal. Pretty simple, guys. She says you can do this. I find it deeply satisfying, she says. The only tricky thing is that when you're chewing, you got to keep your mouth closed because she says she still likes to get under the water while she's chewing, and for whatever reason, she wants to open her mouth at the same time and sort of spit the water out, so she's got to adjust there. But otherwise, Jessica Biel is now advocating, and I'm sure now there's been tons of people that have at least tried this on the heels of her supporting it. But eating in the shower, I don't think I can say I've ever done that. Not even, I mean, a shower beer, of course, a little shower beer. Yeah. But otherwise, I'm not doing any eating in the shower. Maybe a bathtub fruit situation if you're going there.
Sure, if you're doing the little bubbles and tub action. Otherwise, I just haven't ever eaten in the bathroom.
Eating in the bathroom
just in general.
Yeah, that's a fair point, too.
I'm not bringing food in. I mean, maybe like a beverage. Fine, you mentioned the beer, some water. But I'm not ever bringing food into the bathroom.
Are you 100% out on this, too, Lucius? Just like, no?
Yeah, 100%. I enjoy food.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to get all wet and soggy.
Yeah.
Weird. I like washing my face and stuff up in the bathroom. I take care of bathroom duties in the bathroom. I'm not eating.
Yeah, I'm not eating.
No. Not even a Lunchable or something like that. I'm not eating.
Maybe some groceries from time to time, but that's about it.
You got to really trust somebody, bro.
It's in the shower.
You sure you washed up?
Yeah.
It's clean?
All right. Shower beer is everybody's here for the shower beer on the truckwreck.com fan text, but it doesn't sound like anybody's here for the eating in the shower, and I can't blame them for that. Football's finest coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation. I think we're in store for the greatest Super Bowl viewing experience of all time. I'll explain why next year in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Honesty. secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
A lot of news going down here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Dan Quinn, the new head coach with the Washington Commanders. At least one NFL reporter is saying he's taken Joe Witt Jr. with him. Cowboys passing game coordinator on defense, and will indeed maybe become the defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. So where do the Cowboys go from here? Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Master Control Carter Freeman running your video on YouTube and on Twitch. The General Gavin Dawson back tomorrow. He's on assignment with the family today. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, has an article out right now about some coordinator options for the Cowboys. Mike Vrabel is listed as one. I know a lot of fans are asking us about Vrabel. Certainly has been a hot name and contender for a bunch of head coaching jobs. Would he sit out for a year, try and just go back and get a head coaching job next year? Would the allure of being the Cowboys defensive coordinator say, hell yeah, I'm interested in that? There's Mike Zimmer, former Cowboys defensive coordinator, was a defensive coordinator of the Cincinnati Bengals for a long time, then a competitor of Mike McCarthy as the head coach with the Minnesota Vikings that has praised Coach McCarthy and came out in support of him after he was fired in Green Bay, said the decision was sad and a mistake. Ron Rivera is coming in next week to interview for the Cowboys defensive coordinator job, according to David Moore of the Morning News. You've got Al Harris, who's the defensive backs coach that Trayvon Diggs said, hey, Al Harris for defensive coordinator. Aiden Dirty, your current defensive line coach. How about guys like Brandon Staley, who had one great year as a defensive coordinator with the LA Rams and then flamed out as a head coach of the Chargers. And then Wing Martindale, who was the defensive coordinator for many years of the Baltimore Ravens, did a good job with them, but then most recently with the Giants and said, peace out, I don't want to work with you, Brian Daboll. So a lot of names out there, a lot of options. I don't think Bill Belichick is an option at all for defensive coordinator, but that is the hot topic as Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. both appear that they're leaving for Washington, and now the Cowboys begin their search for a defensive coordinator replacement.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do here.
Yeah. Man, there's a lot going on there.
They want the continuity. They're like, gosh, dang it. Now we have to go do a search. They'll make it as small a search as possible. But I know they're a little bit frustrated that they can't just go take Joe Witt Jr.'s, name tag off of his door that says passing game coordinator and switch it over to the defensive coordinator door and just say, okay, our work is done here.
Well, we need to see, if this really, really is done.
Yeah.
And I trust me, guys, I'm trying my best to kind of figure this out and call people, text people, whatever we have to do. Hopefully, in the next couple hours before we go off the air, maybe with the Get Right tonight, we can break some news that way. But I don't know. There's a lot going on with Joe Witt, and I can understand because I was hearing some very strong family things about him. And so, and Will McClay is very similar with that, with when you have kids and they're working or they're going to school here and you don't want to, but their dad's a coach and they understand that. And, there's a lot of loyalty. That defensive staff has a lot of loyalty among the guys. And if a guy gets an opportunity, and sometimes you have to stay ahead of, and this is a tough situation because Jerry and Steven have, they've allowed this with keeping Mike McCarthy, but not extending Mike McCarthy. So now there's that unknown. They've created some unknown there for these coaches. And they're kind of looking at this and going, okay, if we've won 36 games in the last 3 years, we can't get an extension here. That's something. If you have an opportunity to go and get 3 more years on your pension and, make $1 million a year doing this or $2 million a year doing this, you probably need to look at that. So this is a tough one for Joe Witt. It's a tough one for the Cowboys because they've got to get this thing right.
Right.
Because they're about to commit. If you look, they've already committed a large amount of money to Diggs. They're potentially about to commit a large amount of money to Micah Parsons. You do not want to have a coordinator that doesn't know how to use these guys or know how to get the best out of these guys. So this is There's a lot of tightrope walking going on right now for a lot of people.
No question about it, man. All right, we'll keep you posted on this situation here as it is fluid, but we'll see. Maybe Joe Witt Jr. leaves with Dan Quinn, and now the Cowboys are looking for a brand new defensive coordinator. Now, in the meantime, let's hit you with some football's finest here. I do have a Super Bowl bet that I think is as much of a lock as you can get. I'll give you that here in a second, but looks like CBS Sports is about to take this Super Bowl viewing experience to the next level, and they're putting out their bona fides about what they're about to do here for Super Bowl Sunday. Of course, it'll be Nance and Romo and Tracy Wolfson, but they're going to have 165 total cameras. They're going to have 24 cameras with the 4K zoom extraction capability, whatever that means.
Ooh, 4K.
But this is probably my favorite one. They're going to have 6 doink cams embedded inside the uprights. So you're going to get an up-close and personal view, like when Cody Parkey is trying to make a playoff game-winning field goal for the Bears and he doinks it. You're going to get a camera angle that's really going to reflect the doinkage. And I think that's the first of its kind there. 24 robotic cameras, 20 cameras embedded inside the end zone pylons. How can you even fit 20 cameras inside the end zone pylons? That's crazy. 23 augmented reality cameras. Again, I'm not even totally sure what that entails or how that's going to be consumed, but interesting. Drones, the sky cams, fly cams. They're calling it depth of field cams. I mean, it's going to be ridiculous. 19 television mobile units. Going to be wild, man. I think this will feel and look maybe just a little bit different than what we're used to here. CBS is going all out for this Super Bowl viewing experience. Now, I do think this might be, like, if you told me right now I have one bet to place when we're in Vegas in regards to the Super Bowl, I think it's the Travis Kelce receiving yards total.
Ooh, what's it at?
What would you think it's at? Like, Travis Kelce over-under for yards in the Super Bowl after seeing what he just did, in these first few playoff games, but especially what he did the other day versus Baltimore, where it's 11 targets, 11 catches, and I think it was triple digits in the yards.
He was 7 for 7 against the safeties for 79 yards.
Yeah, 11 of 11. It was triple digits for the yards.
Yeah,
116 yards.
To me, it seems like this dude, we gave the numbers his last 12 playoff games. It's a postseason game. He's showing up and he's performing. I would bet on him to get in the end zone too and go over on this yards. What's the receptions? I wonder if we know that. But
we could look it up. I just
might
have the
hit
yards
the overs on all of these. Holy hell! I think Travis Kelce's going to have a monster game.
Well, if the yards line for him is a reflection of the touchdowns and the receptions, then yeah, you probably take all of them and you take the over because it's set at 69.5 yards for him.
Oh,
that seems like a no-brainer over. And then, as you mentioned, the 12 straight playoff games. Okay, 12 straight playoff games for Travis Kelce looks like this: 116 yards, 75 yards, 71, 81, 78, 98, 95, 96, 108, 113, 118, 109. So he hasn't had. He's been at 71 yards or more in 12 straight playoff games, and they're setting the line at 69.5. To me, we're going to have to capitalize on this one. And Walchuk, if you want to look and see what his receptions are, might want to hammer that one as well. But I think we should all be taking the over 69.5 yards for old Travis Kelce. Speaking of the man, here's some sound of Luke Kuechly, former NFL linebacker, Carolina Panthers, was really one of the, if not the best linebackers in all of football for many years. He sat down with Kay Adams. She asked about the challenges of defending Travis Kelce, and listen to Luke Kuechly explain what covering Kelce is like.
Well, I think the thing with Travis, you try to study as much as you can. You try to anticipate routes. He doesn't run. He runs normal routes. He runs fades like he just ran that touchdown, that back shoulder ball he caught against Baltimore. But nothing he does is truly on script. So he can come up, he can find a window, he can move out of a window. He has the freedom to kind of find space and sit down. And what we always talk about with guys like that is you have to keep your eyes on Travis. You can't take your eyes off of off of him and put him on Mahomes. If he comes out of a break, you think it's a typical out route, you put your eyes back to the quarterback, then you lose sight of Kelsey. And once you lose sight of him, Mahomes knows that. Kelsey knows that. Now he's going to pivot and get open. So when you play guys like that are have such a good ability to kind of just go off the cuff, you got to have your eyes on them. You got to pin hips. You got to stay attached. And then when the ball is in the air, the one tell that guys like him have is his eyes. His eyes are always going to tell you when he's tracking the ball. The good guys, you can't read hands because they're going to wait to the last second, throw your hands up. But with Kelsey, if you can stay attached, you can keep your eyes on him, you can read his eyes. When his eyes begin to focus is when you can play through his hands. And it sounds super easy, but there's a reason that he's Travis Kelsey.
Okay, I mean, my gosh, that is nothing about that sounds easy.
No, it's like I've got a guy who basically has free reign to do whatever the hell he wants,
dude. And that speaks to the incredible chemistry between Mahomes and Kelsey.
100%.
Where you're snapping the ball and you're not even 100% sure what your guy's going to do. And I know in football you have the option routes, but that consists of two options. You're going to run either this route, or if they give you a different look, then you'll pivot mid-play and you'll run a different route. But the quarterback knows his wide receiver or tight end in this case, it has two options. But not for Travis Kelsey and Pat Mahomes. They are great enough to where they can just say, hey, we kind of have an idea of like what your route may be, but when the ball's snapped, dude, it's kind of backyard football.
It's crazy.
And Mahomes knows what he's doing, maneuvering in the pocket, and understands based on what he's seeing probably what Kelsey's going to do. I mean, gosh, that I can't even fathom how difficult that is.
And it's a unique, football IQ because Travis Kelsey, and there's other players that have this in their background, but he is a former quarterback. And I think he understands the spacing, and credit Andy Reid as well to allow him to be able to freestyle like that, because I think there's a lot of coaches based on their play design, they'd be worried about like, oh no, is he going to end up wandering off and blocking another route combination that I have going? And you talk about the spacing and two guys ending up at the same spot. With Travis Kelsey, it's like, no, we trust you, bro. We trust you're going to read the defense and be where you need to be. And working with Patrick Mahomes, I agree with you. The over-under is 6.5 receptions for him in the Super Bowl.
Oh, he'll have that by halftime.
He's averaged 7.6 receptions in the 3 postseason wins, so he's averaging over that already this postseason. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. I'll hit the over on the receptions, over on the yards, and give me an anytime TD for Travis Kelsey.
Couldn't agree more. The Chiefs have allowed 28 points or less in all 20 games this season. Wow. Most in NFL history. And when you've seen, there's other teams like the 2000 Ravens, they allowed 28 points or less in all 19 of their games. The 2002 Bucks, 19 games they did this. 2005 Steelers, 19 games. 2010 Packers, 19 games, where your defense is not allowing more than 28 points for an entire season, regular season and your playoffs. And all of those teams I just mentioned, 2000 Ravens, 2002 Bucks, 2005 Steelers, 2010 Packers. What do they have in common? They're all Super Bowl champions.
Super Bowls.
And the Chiefs have, again, allowed 28 points or less in all 20 games this season. I think we're starting to come around on understanding just how incredible this defense is after what they did to the Ravens. But, man, I think we truly all season long sort of didn't have a good grasp on just how dang good this Chiefs defense is, man. So
it's really amazing with the job that Steve Spagnuolo has done with that unit, but also in the postseason, his track record, it's undeniable.
Yeah, it really is. There's more from the Kay Adams show today. They had Devontae Smith, or she did. She had Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, Eagles wide receivers, sitting down. They asked about Kellen Moore, and they asked, or she asked Devontae Smith, like, what's your one wish that you'd be asking from new offensive coordinator Kellen Moore? His quote is, just let us do what we do, like anybody else would say. Just get us the ball. That's it. That's all Devontae Smith has for Kellen Moore. Just get us the dang football and get out of the way.
Man, a few words, right?
Yeah, for sure. And a man who is a McDonald's lover. We know that about Devontae Smith. He is, for every Eagles home game, he's picking up McDonald's drive-thru on the way to the stadium. And coming up next, we have a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Two of us here going toe-to-toe. The double Big Mac challenge.
Yes.
Now, we've done the usual Big Mac challenge. Broadus and I have. Broadus consumed his Big Mac in 69 seconds.
69 seconds.
I was at 64 seconds. So now it's time for the Double Big Mac Challenge. And we're going to do that next, along with a lot of other good sports things that Walchuk's going to bring to the table. All that coming up right here as we enter the Expressway commercial free here on The Fan.
RG Bag.
35 minutes of uninterrupted radio content for you here in the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo is getting the double Big Macs, the quad patties. We're going to have the Big Mac off between Chiafalo and Broadus Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. We're about 18 minutes away from LA Live as well. Now, Brian, your record time initially for the Big Mac, and this was just with the traditional two patties, was...
Yes. 69 seconds.
69 seconds,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
And then I think Eric was 64.
Yeah.
Somewhere around that range. So we'll see now with two more meat patties. How do we do between the two of them? We'll time it. We'll have fun with that. But 877-881-1053. Give me your all-time Super Bowl rosters. We've got a fun thing here.
Can I have something for you real quick?
Yeah, give it to me.
Real quick. I was just going through while we were doing all this talking.
Yeah.
And I was just going through, I was just curious about, I've only got through like week 16.
Okay.
But I went back and looked at all the tight ends that the 49ers have faced.
Ooh, okay.
And I go back.
So we're talking Travis Kelce.
Yeah. And so David Njoku, 3 catches, 24 yards.
Impressive. He had a good year.
Hawkinson had 11 catches for 86. Okay. And that was a loss as well. Irv Smith, 4 catches, 25 yards.
Okay, mid.
Evan Ingram, 4 catches, 12 yards. Cade Otton, 4 catches, 49 yards. Noah Fant, 2 catches, 25 yards. Albert Obenag.
Alberto.
Yeah, Alberto is the kid from Missouri.
That's what we call him, Alberto. Yeah.
No catches. No catches in that game. Elijah Higgins, 4 catches, 44 yards. That's how far I'd gotten just kind of going through.
So that's interesting because I think the one that's the closest to Kelsey's class would be T.J. Hawkinson with the Vikings.
And that was the one game. That was the one game. Yeah, they targeted him 12 times in that game, and he had 11 catches for 86 yards.
Because I think like their linebackers are good in coverage with Warner and Greenlaw, but I do think their safeties, depending on the matchups. And we saw, I mean, you gave us the numbers on moving Travis Kelce into the slot versus Baltimore. I think they can get plus matchups against San Francisco's safeties potentially.
Right.
So that's interesting.
It is, but if you really study up on what the 49ers have done against tight ends, and you're right, Hawkinson is he's the one that's the most close, to what they're going to get with Kelce. But that they've held tight ends in check. I can understand why Vegas has set the over and under on the yards to being what it is.
Sure.
Because
they've been a good defense against tight ends. It'll be a good matchup.
Yeah.
With Travis Kelce. Does Travis Kelce make the tight end on your all-time Super Bowl roster? Do want to refresh because I know a lot of people are just maybe leaving work or wherever you might be. Dan Quinn, of course, the head coach of the Washington Commanders now. There's just one report. One NFL insider is reporting.
Yeah.
So this is not official. It's not confirmed by any of the big dogs.